Yo. Come on, you know how we do. We in that beat. Okay. Jeez. Yeah, it's G Block in this bitch. Yeah, man. So, oops. Hold on a sec. Hold on a sec. Yo. So, so. Yeah, man. He's saying last day of the Christian beef. We got the people them in the chat. Old Tech Born Rich Club Films. Still got his life popping off. Yeah, man. Yeah, bad wars all over there still. Boring. Now we do round here. Yeah. Yeah, we greasy B. It's G Bleezy. All right. So shout out Flame, shout out Soul, like Dunya, shout out Super White. Yeah, come on. I'm gonna wait for the people them to roll up a little bit still, and then we get this shit popping. You get me? He's God of the Bible, pro life. I had a lot of Christians. Remember, we had a lot of anti-abortion talk yesterday, innit? Mm, yeah. Last night we had a good little discussion. Man like Takia watch jumped on. Ezra was in the building. Schiffer done. Who else was on the Christian side? Kay jumped on for a little piece. I think Walter was in the back chat. I didn't get to add him. Raj will try to jump on, but I fell asleep by that time still. So man, yeah, Darth Dawkins, he's already been on here, man. But he's hiding still. So big up Menelated Goddess, old tap, Mr. P, Jack with a humongous pipe. Big up yourself. Yeah, man. Yeah. Rob will bad up Darth Dawkins, man. Darth Dawkins runs from Rob, man. He didn't know Rob comes around there, and then he jumps on the day when Rob went about. That was mad still, and he was here for a little while. He was talking with James SC. Yeah, come on. Yeah, man. Hit the like button up, guys, girls, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. It helps promote the show and the algorithms, so more people, new people, can come on, join the show, join the panel, join the channel. You get me? Yeah. Darth Dawkins was here before, man. He had a debate with James SC. And James SC was being a bit too charitable to his time that he was letting Darth Dawkins talk without interrupting him. I can't even remember what day it was on, man. I can't even remember what day it was on, man. Big up Ultra Moral. You get me? Superhero mode activated.
Yeah, come on,
Mm,
back on the grind. What we
mm.
saying, Villy?
Uh, we're seeing if God is pro-life, man.
Oh shit.
Uh,
Oh shit. Well,
that's
I'm not
what's
gonna
up.
lie, Villy. I'm almost at the garage. Yeah, I'm
Mm.
just in Oval at the moment.
Talk to the people a bit when you get there and that
Yeah,
still. So
just before I jump off, I'm gonna
mm,
put it to you like this. Um, if God was pro-life, then the Noah's Ark story wouldn't have happened. Yeah. Now take a minute and let that sink in. Oh shit, man. Let me go right. Yeah, that's
that's
my That's my first contribution. If God was quote unquote pro-life, the Noah's Ark story where he flooded the planet and murdered everyone.
mm,
Like he only saved two of each animal, so that means every other animal disappeared.
apart from the
Yeah.
sea dwelling animals.
But even them, how could they have lived if he flooded the world? We're talking about all kinds of gases and cement and brick and dirt and soil getting mixed with the water. And no, bro, he would have murdered everything and everyone. It's a mazza.
So how did the sea life come back after?
You're gonna have to ask the Christians, yeah, because I don't know.
How comes there's like fucking certain sharks that are still the same sort of what's it? The same dynamic from when they was first.
I don't know. I feel like you're trying to say maybe the story didn't happen. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah. Sorry. So it's a true story, yeah, from the Bible, factual.
Because
that's factual.
Yeah, you have to understand that. Yeah. But no, listen, I'm gonna go on mute, yeah, because I'm just around the corner and ting. So, yeah. If God was pro-life, Noah's Ark wouldn't have happened. That's my contribution, and I would like a non-emotional, critical analysis of those words. If possible, from any men or women that are non-emotional, that's important. Because I'm tired. Like it's just becoming exhausting having to deal with men that think with their emotions. It's come on, bro.
Yeah, man.
And I'm late for work, bro.
Yo,
bro, just park over there. Look.
Yo, mute, man. You can hear you bit having the road rage stuff. Yo, Jimbo, what on?
Yo, fam.
You telling me, man?
Nothing, man.
You saying about the God of the Bible being pro-life, man?
Yeah, obviously.
It's a what?
What do you mean, like abortion, innit? Like he's against abortion, innit? Obviously, what if Mary got rid of Jesus, fam?
That would have been fuckery, isn't it?
Come on.
What? You imagine if there was a Mary Stopes when fucking Mary was riding about with Jesus, Yahweh Shai.
Yahweh Shai.
He might have been a fucking test tube baby, a little fucking spare parts and shit.
Like, what if Joseph went on a mad one before Jesus was born? Like, what? But we ain't had sex in months.
We ain't even had sex. We ain't even consummated the marriage yet.
You know what I was like? What the fuck? You know the Mary's fault. You know them days, like you have to go back to the farm and like, what did I buy, fam?
You got me.
I gave you a bag of goats for that. I gave you a bag of goats for this chick, fam. What the fuck did I get, bro?
Yeah, man, it's crazy still, man. Big up Raheem, big up Safia, OTAC, counter 708. Yeah, mate, that was mad still, man. Imagine. So, Jesus is definitely the first side baby in the most famous side baby in history, because
you know how for example, like you know them videos where a man rolls into his yard and his girl or whatever is with the next man, and man try to bad up the place.
Yeah,
man rolls and goes, "Buff, get the fuck out of my yard." You know that one's there. Imagine trying that one with God. That's a mad thing.
Yeah, shit. God just made him sit down in the corner and watch.
Man trying to tell God, get out of Bethlehem. Man tell you, you're in my world, little man.
Man, come in there. Man try to run up in there. He's like, Joseph, sit down in the corner, cross your legs.
What are you saying? A lie.
And smile. He was just sitting there smiling while Mary's getting badded up by.
You know, it must have looked mad as well, but like man run up in the room and you'll just see like a light shining on his naked missus, thinking, "Real, what the fuck is going on here, boy?" Joseph,
And then the light
sit in the corner, smile. Sorry,
Joseph, they're gonna say no. There weren't no J's in them days. Say Joseph.
Joseph. Mary's very shook to apologize and that, like she can't apologize to him, you know what I'm saying? Like these times, obviously she's dealing with God, she has to front like she likes it, you know what I'm saying? Some awkward moment, like Joseph's just sitting there like, bro, when it's done, man, tell him like, and you can't get a divorce, like.
My thing.
It said
melanated goddess said Mary didn't have a car seat for her baby, endangered the poor baby. Yeah, it's true, then. So the babies, the baby was babies are tough though, man. Can't imagine in them days there was no such thing as car seats and shit, fam. Man, strap the baby to your back where you're riding a camel or a horse or a donkey or something.
Are you mad, fam?
Yeah.
You got them things in it, them what do you call it, man? Like you tie it, the mum ties it on, like tie a baby on your back or some shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I was saying, man. When you see the little baby's head just popping up. Yeah.
Well, that's why that Cameroon guy makes me laugh. He's a funny youth still. Man, for the longest time he had a picture of a camel as his thing. I was like, these times, I don't like to, maybe I'm wrong. I'm thinking these times in Africa, there's very other animals that represent Africa, fam.
Yeah, but I've heard camel traders get dodo still, so.
Where? In where?
Right. Can someone lend me £200 for a spanner in Rose ring? Well, is that what it is, yeah? Is that what he's doing? Charge a man £200 to get a spanner?
Who?
Real Maggie.
Where is that? Who said
that? The truth. Hey, the truth. You see, because your name's the truth, yeah? Are you prone to lies? Do you always tell the truth? Oh.
Yeah, you see yesterday, was you sleeping? Was you sleeping?
Yeah, man, my bad. Yeah, man.
No, I don't get it. I have to cut, man. I was knackered, bruv.
Yeah, I fell asleep, fam. I woke up again and Mandem was still on the paddle and shit. I just fucking quickly jumped on and locked it off, man.
Yeah, when I left, Vito was just getting beaten up by Nanipa. Like, probably beaten up still.
About that, about the black people being far right because of Islamophobia.
When I came back, I can't remember what it was. When I came back, it was a different beat. Before then, Tequila Watch just likes to beat on it, I'll be honest. He just he's a bully in it. He's a proper bully in it.
Because I'm like, yo, let's get my man to defend this thing, yeah, and then try not to get any Muslim dons on the panel, yeah, because obviously that's the switch and bait, fam. Because once the Muslim dons on the panel, you're just gonna start picking on Islam, and then that was the perfect opportunity. The switch and bait.
No shit. See what it is about her, yeah. I can't get. I got nothing to beat about. When it comes to like for example, some people like I've got a degree in physics, so everything becomes about their degree in physics. You know what I mean? Like any topic they debate on this, like this is their authority. Like the thing that they know about the most. And obviously for her, Islam, innit? So man will jump on And outside of just shooting the shit, like just chatting about life or whatever, you know, what her day's like. If it gets to like a kind of a deeper discussion, she's talking about Islam, innit? So it's like she can't say it, bro. It's impossible. She'll come on, has to be Islam. So like whatever, like you know, yeah, if she's jumping on, it's gonna be Islam in about 20 seconds after she starts talking. So I like Takia that they're smart. They're like when they see her.
You know what's the funniest move that I saw yesterday, though? Yeah, what was the funniest move? Let me highlight this move. Yeah. The funniest move, because we was talking about the Bible, different verses, what this verse means, that verse means, so and so. Yeah, couple Muslims jump on and switches to Islam. Do you know who clicks the link and jumps straight away? ML Reggie. I'm like, bruv, what happened to this brother? Yeah. How is that straight on? Yeah, when we're talking about Islam, when we're talking about Christianity, you're in the chat barling. You get me? Yeah. When we're talking about Islam, you're on the panel dissing. I'm like, what happened to this brother? Yeah, I added him on purpose. I made him take my place on purpose because I was like, yeah, I want to see what you're gonna say. Innit?
Watch him work, yeah.
Yeah, this is a funny guy still.
Man, like Blood Clot Reginald, yeah. He's a big
man, like Reginald.
Yeah, it is though, yeah. To be honest, it's harder, isn't it, to really like put Islam, not this one, put Christianity under the microscope. I rate it, man. The Muslim debaters are like you know why they're warriors on this thing, because even though they get bad up,
mad shit, yeah.
Still come do their thing, even though they're getting a righteous beating, yeah, they'll still come. Whereas like Christians will check the temperature and bounce.
Yeah. And man tried to man thought man got man though when man done the hypothetical scenario, took away all the reasons what you can use to say no, yeah, and then tried to give man, see if man was just gonna say yes anyway. And it's like, what you was you weren't really trying to see what answer he was gonna do. You were just trying to make it a scenario that we had to say yes in.
Yeah, like, exactly.
It wasn't like it wasn't an honest question. Let's see if you can give a yes or no and reasons for. Yeah, it was just a scenario where you could take away all the reasons you know would be against it, just to make us say okay, we agree with it. Yeah, them tactics will only work with man like fucking Rob or whatever, because he's charitable in their moves. You get me?
Oh, but you know what it is? You can tell he was desperate for a soundbite. Oh my man.
Yeah, go through, James. Sorry, man.
No, I got you. I was gonna say, say like he was so desperate for a soundbite that even when he didn't get it, he was still like, I beat atheism. I beat it. Like, he didn't even get what he was looking for, and he still, the moment where he realized he was like, oh, this is wrong. And then when the question got put back to him, and he realized what was going to come after that is, I've actually agreed with incest. His brain just looked good.
But that's what I'm saying. He had to add God. Oh no, see, but God told me that I had to say no, and I was saying, see, but boom. If you're going to say that, then you've got the most high reasoning, this, that, and the other. Yeah. If the most high reasoning switches the other way around and says you have to do that, then what's your reason that you're going to say no to it? You've not got a reason that you're going to say no. So you think that's what the religious dons think they can do. Yeah, is when you use the outside God, who's supposed to be all good all the time, as the reason. Yeah, when you've got nothing to measure what his goodness or badness is from. If he comes with a command that you yourself feels is immoral, but because he's all high power and whatever, what are you gonna do? Who are you to tell God that command's wrong?
Yeah, I think what he didn't understand, and Rob did the other day didn't understand, yeah. And he was trying to put this on us. But it's like, for example, yeah, if every day I notice fucking, I don't know, a magpie, a magpie going to the same spot on my fucking street, for example, yeah. And then I believe that the magpie's going there because there's something shiny that I can't see. You know what I'm saying? That's like not in my spectrum, yeah. And then I do an experiment to test for any kind of precious metal or gemstone. The fact that I've witnessed the magpie going there is will shape my hypothesis. So if you intuitively believe incest is wrong, then even if there's an overwhelming amount of evidence telling you that it's actually okay, you are the scientist that's saying no. Based on my inner feeling, the hypothesis is that it's wrong. And then I'm going to test against that. So there is no like science says there's no harm. Like I'm telling you, there's no harm. I feel like there's harm.
Even that though, yeah, is a fake thing because as the science test shows, there is harm in incestual relationships if people like he's saying, if they don't have children, yeah, and you're saying, well, if you're to have a relationship with a partner or whatever, you might not always have a child or whatever, but you still want the option to have a child if you want to have a child, isn't it? Like so, yeah. How is having a partner with someone you like, if you do have a child, it's going to cause mad defects.
No, but their argument, remember, this is Rob's argument as well, is what if you have a homosexual, right? It's like, it's not just the youth, it's the youth that are being harmed.
Say that again, bro. Sorry, man, I missed it.
I'm saying their argument is always, what if it's a homosexual couple, there's no chance of procreation, da 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 da. It's like forget the psychological implications for the two individuals that are engaging in the act, yeah? What about their family? Remember their siblings? What about the wider implications for if the precedent it sets for actual abuse, you know, like an older sibling, a younger sibling, a parent, a child, auntie, uncle. So it's like there's so many more sort of psychological and social implications for that one act being committed, even if they believe that it's not going to be harmful in any way. You get it? So his thing was 70% of all incest is bad, 30% of it's good, 30% of it doesn't harm anyone. It's like, you're retarded. That's just
incest doesn't harm people.
Say that again.
Where was them stats coming from? That the 30% that didn't harm was that like made up?
Putting out yeah. And then he's sending me.
Was he trying to say that? Because I thought he was giving it in a hypothetical scenario, like saying if hypothetically they've found a 30% that have got no harm when they carry out incestual relationship with
that is kind of what he was saying, kind of, yeah. But at the end, when me and Khan was with him, he was like, he basically made it seem as if he's like, yeah, but come on, like, not all incest is harming people. And man's like, man, are you smoking? And I give credit to Khan, the one who Khan said at the end, and I was like, are you saying that not all incest harms people? And he was like, yeah, like in the scenario I gave. And he's like, because he got the scenario was like,
exactly. Good. That was well done of Khan on that one then, because with you know when that's what happens when you're trying to lay the trap without like you're literally just trying to lay the trap in it, and then like someone else that you're trying to lay the trap for, or someone that's on the outside of the trap will step in and like reverse question on you, and now because you've thought of, there's no way out answer to this. Now you've ended up having to agree with something that you wanted someone else to agree with.
Exactly.
It's bad. And then they've not agreed with it.
Yeah, I know. You know, which you and Witness Club. I'm not really in on these debates. Like I've been missing the daytime portions, yeah. But you and Witness, remember when he tried to deny incest, yeah, he ended up agreeing to the Old Testament.
Exactly. Yeah, that's when I jumped back on then.
Yeah, that's like
because I was like, Ross, hold on a sec. So you're using the Old Testament to validate why you can't do something there, today, but then when I'm pointing to Old Testament laws of saying, would you carry this out? Do you think this is moral? You're trying to say, oh, we don't have to follow that no more. We don't have to follow that.
Know that, innit?
Yo, Benny, James Jones, I'm glad I've got you both on the panel. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd like your opinion on my opinion. Right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna assert that black Hebrews or the black dudes that identify as Hebrews actually don't have a problem with slavery. I think what they're actually angry with is the fact that it happened to them.
Mm.
That's my assertion. I could qualify it, but
hold on, let me mute my mic still. Ultra, keep talking, bro. It was my mic that was giving feedback still.
Yeah. I was saying, men. No, the men that I've spoken to, Hebrews, or black men that identify as Hebrews, don't have a problem with slavery. Because when it was put to them about the Old Testament fuckery, they were kind of like, well, yeah, yeah. So I'm gonna assert now. Oh shit, Walker's Crisps are doing Nando's edition flavor and Pizza Express flavor. What the fuck?
Absolutely.
Chicken katsu curry. Are you? Hey, I'm gonna have to buy every single one of them.
I hear you, but they're probably all dead. But I hear what you're saying.
I'm gonna buy the chicken katsu curry real quick. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Is that a black thing?
Huh?
Is that a black thing?
What?
I don't know what. I feel like I'm easily sold new things. Like if you tell me, oh, this is new and special, I'm like, ooh, shiny, and I'll just buy it.
No, but this is the thing. I like chicken katsu curry, and I like Nando's, and I like Pizza Express. So if there's a really unhealthy fried potato, I'm gonna try it.
But you know what I bought the other day?
Condoms.
No.
A slave.
No, we weren't talking about food, but okay.
Sorry. I was just guessing.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I bought like 2 or 3. Well, I bought 3, but one of them weren't for me. I bought 3 Easter eggs because they were on sale at Tesco, and I don't even really eat that much chocolate like that.
Yeah, do you know what? I went to Sainsbury's the other day, and they.
Bro, what happened there, man? Yo, James, you blowing your nose?
No, I'm just blending. Sorry, hold on. My hands are wet.
Yeah, I'm. Shit. Yeah, I muted you real quick, still, man. Outside the mouth, still. Yeah, man. So, boy. Well, go on, Raheem, you there?
Yeah, man. What's going on? You right?
Man, what's popping, man? You good, yeah?
There.
Yeah,
Give me a
man.
second. 1 second. Hold on.
Yeah, Belly.
When you're ready,
my
bro.
assertion, Belly.
What's your assertion?
That black men that identify as Hebrews actually don't have a problem with slavery. They're just vexed that it happened to them. The reason why I'm putting that forward as a legitimate criticism is because when you put the Old Testament to them, they're just like, yeah, okay. And yeah, I'm like, huh? And yeah, that's my assertion. Also, I'll go as far as to say, if my assertion, suspicion, theory is true, then black Hebrews sacrificed their humanity, and they should do better. What do you think about my assertion?
Yeah, it's a bit peak still. Like, alright, need to get them. Yeah, man. Hey, big up Western Goddess, big up yourself. Yeah, we need to get some Hebrews on the panel, man. The Hebrews can jump in today, man. You get me?
Yeah. I'm right for my bus, so yeah.
Listen, yeah.
I just drop hot sauce and then I'm ducking out. Imagine that.
Nah.
Hey, listen, wait. Don't leave, Ultra. Don't leave. Wait, one second.
No. I'm waiting for my bus. Hold on. I've got about 7 minutes.
Very important, yeah.
I'm
thinking, I don't know, man, but should we do like At the end of the month, should we do like a little award ceremony for Witness?
Oh
Yeah,
shit!
what, for all the bodies that you've been catching. Fucking hell.
Like,
Witness has been going mad still, fam. Trust me.
Still.
Do you know what the funny thing is?
He's like the
Honestly,
Black Terminator.
Just do all round award show, man. Don't even stop at Witness. Just do awards for like all categories, like biggest fucking zombie, dumbest thing said, most bodies caught,
Yeah.
best argument, best rebuttal. Yeah, I'll just say fuck it. That way, nobody gets left out, innit?
Witness is making me. I'm not gonna lie, but he's making me feel self-conscious. Like, I remember when I was the man around there. Like,
Hey, you say man are gonna start making Witness videos. That's it. Witness is an Islamophobe. Witness is a Christianophobe. Witness is killing everything.
Hey, Ultra. See, analyze new thing.
Analyze what?
Analyze Dunya's new thing.
No, I haven't even seen it, bro. I was checking out the work yesterday.
Just say two things. One, yeah, the first time I was 50 and 0 Floyd. Yeah.
Oh shit.
You know who I am now?
Oh, not Tyson after he bit Holyfield.
No. G, I'm king in the north.
Oh shit! No!
Like
Yo.
legit, I've made it. I've made it.
Yo, dickhead.
Yo.
He's like, legit, I've made it. Yo.
The funny thing is, fucking Dave Jones. If on this Hangout C Block thing, yeah, do you know who I most identify with, like in terms of my character?
Analyze.
Peter Baelish, Littlefinger.
Oh, you mean in Game of Thrones?
Yeah, bro.
No, you are not like Littlefinger.
Yeah, bro. That's exactly what I need you to believe.
No. You're not like Littlefinger at all.
Trust me. Do you know what the funny thing is? Littlefinger.
I don't even know any of these characters anyway, man.
Have you not seen Game of Thrones, Benny?
I'm Game of Thrones, man. From this flying dragons and shit, man.
Disgusting talk.
Really,
The only part of Game of Thrones you can bun out is Series 8, the last series.
Yeah, Series 8 was
The atheism kicked in when the dragons came out.
The first three episodes of Series 8 was wicked.
That's
The first three episodes was wicked. The rest was pants. The rest
Hey,
is pants.
what's that film, man? Fucking, is it Beverly Hills Cop? Beverly Hills Cop, man. When fucking Eddie Murphy and his fucking that fucking character at the thing when he does the fake dance and the kid goes, "That's not right." Yeah, that's what I was like. That's what I was like when I saw that fucking there was dragons on that blood cloud Game of Thrones.
Listen, everyone
Game
wants
of
a
Thrones.
dragon.
It's hard, bro.
Dragon.
Except Series 8 fell off, but
Dragon.
wicked, bro. It was wicked.
Morning, everybody.
Yo.
Oh, go on, Walter.
Oh shit. Everyone,
Say more life.
don't say.
More life, yeah, man. No more labor, more strife, more life.
What's that? I don't understand. Go live.
Hey, Walter,
No,
you sound
we're saying more life.
You sound
We're saying
uncharacteristic.
more life.
How come you're so calm?
life.
Huh?
I sound because you guys are not talking about the Bible yet, so that's probably why.
It's
okay.
like
The Bible.
feelings, but hey, Walter, listen.
Things I've ever heard.
Walter, are you against abortion? Are you
Yeah, in
pro-life?
certain senses, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yours is
Well,
down
Obviously,
to
there's certain
as a-
factors that you can't
No,
you
that, as
can't
a
deny when it
Christian.
comes to it. But for abortion as birth control, yeah, of course, I'm.
No, but as a Christian, are you like pro-life? Like, is Christianity like? Do you think like God is like pro-life?
Well, God created life, so how can you not say He's pro-life?
Yeah, but like, you know, that they say pro-life, God's against abortion and all that sort of stuff. Do you think like is there sort of any way to prove that in the Bible?
I don't think so. I don't think there's any like verses specifically saying, you know, but there are instances where, you know, obviously if, you know, but you can see that the child is still it's still a baby, so
So
I
you
would
say
say
that
So
because
do
God
you think
created life,
do you think that
is
there's no
pro-life.
yeah, do you think that there's no verses in the Bible what tells someone to do if they lose their child or anything like their pregnant child or anything?
There may be a couple of verses somewhere in the Old Testament about
Like
try
Exodus
to
21, 22 to 24.
yeah, there might be something about somebody trying to or a woman or if a man hits a pregnant woman or something. Isn't there something like that? I don't remember.
So Walter, using your argument that God created life, so he must be pro-life, he also created death, so why can he not be pro-death?
Well, if you don't believe in the afterlife, then you will never get it, Raheem. What do you want me to say?
Well, what does that have to do with what I've said? I never mentioned the
Because
afterlife.
life continues to exist.
Yeah, but it's not the same, is it? So
No,
an aborted fetus can go to the afterlife. Like, that's not what we're talking about. You're using a non-answer. Is God, if God is pro-life, can he be?
I'm using a non-answer. It's a non-answer to you because you don't understand.
No, it's because
It's just a sad thing.
it's always the same thing with you. You sound like Donald Trump. Like, come on, listen to the question. If God created life, so therefore in your ideology, he has to be pro-life. He also created death, so why can he not be pro-death?
Wow, this guy, he just doesn't get it. Okay, he's pro-death too. You happy now?
Yeah, cool.
Okay. Next.
It's all right. If you can't comprehend that, understand that the part that God is not anything to do with pro-life or pro-death, then that's down on you.
You see life through the eyes of dirt. Like, you don't realize that there's more to life than just simply living and then dying.
Is that why in the Bible
You were here for a purpose, and you don't see that purpose. So if you don't see it, you cannot understand it. To you, it's about death. To others, it's about living.
So for you, because you're a Christian, it's not about death. It's solely about.
It's not only about. I'm not only. There's only most people are God-believing, God-fearing people, and they believe in an afterlife. Not like you, obviously. If there's an afterlife, what does that mean? Listen to me.
I'm a thief.
If there's an afterlife, what does that mean?
It means afterlife.
Okay, what does it mean? Are you dead or alive?
But it's after you've lived.
Are you dead or are you alive?
It's after you've lived.
Okay.
Say that
are you dead?
Some people, well, according to the Bible, no, not really.
Are you alive?
Well, are you going to let me listen? Are you going to listen or speak over me?
There we go again.
Which one is it? Right. So listen, if you're a Christian, the afterlife does not mean you are dead. If you are death is temporary, so it's nothing to Christians. So it's after you've been alive, then you are alive again in a different place, according to Christians.
Which means
you're not dead.
Oh, there you go. Hey, very good. Hey.
But I've said this. So how can it be? How can it be then, as I said, your worldview is solely about life? That's it. Your worldview isn't about equality of death and life. Your sole worldview as a Christian is about life, and that's it. You have nothing else apart from that. And I think that's because you're afraid that there could be nothing after that.
But it's a question of not being afraid. It's a question of knowing through the eyes of Christ.
So
it's not a question. I mean, if you have faith, then you know. Because once you have faith in Christ, you are given the knowledge.
Let me read this to you, Walter, and tell me what you think. Yeah.
Go on.
Let me read this.
Sorry, you don't have that faith, Ray. Maybe you can get some.
Ask Walter if he can hear me. Walter, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I hear you.
Okay. All right. Okay, listen. As for Ephraim, their glory shall fly away like a bird, from the birth and from the womb and from the conception. Though they bring up their children, yet will I bereave them. That there shall not be a man left, yet woe, and also to them when I depart from them. So,
bit pro-death, that, isn't it?
You're reading the Bible like the Quran. It's not a book you read, one verse at a time. Where are you at?
Let me read the verse underneath it. Yeah.
No, but let me tell me where you are, so I can at least pull it out, so I can.
I saw Tyrus
give a quick read, see where you're coming from.
In a pleasant place, but Ephraim shall bring forth his children to the murderer. Give them, O Lord, what wilt thou give? Give them a miscarrying womb and dry breasts. So, yeah, pro-life.
There's a situation happening, obviously. Like in the Old Testament, there was a lot of wars happening.
He's going to make sure that you can't have a baby. That's what's happening.
No, it's not that. It's just there. You guys. How is that possible? You know that Israel is going through stages, and they're at constant war after they left Egypt. So there's constantly this battle between good and evil, and God is constantly. If Israel just sits there, they're back to slavery again. If Israel just sits in the jungle or in the desert with their heads up their ass, they're also going to get eliminated by the surrounding armies. Don't you understand this? This is what's happening in the Old Testament.
Armies. This is God. This is God making the people, the women of the tribe
Old Testament,
of Ephraim,
Christ, the God removes them out of
God
Egypt. They've already been in bondage.
Of the old tribe of the tribe of Ephraim, having miscarrying wombs and dry breasts.
Because of probably, if I read this chapter, I will see that they've been serving false gods and all that stuff, and they're getting hit again.
Oh, so serving false gods is enough to make people have miscarrying wombs, yeah?
What you prefer, that the kids grow up and die? Get killed by the Israelites anyways?
Go up and die?
Exactly.
Well, if they're going to be born into sin and just continue on the sin that they're doing, like Sodom, they'll end up being dead again anyways. So what's the point?
Go to Hosea 9.
Just like back to the Old Testament. Okay.
Yeah, go to Hosea 9. Yeah, well, because what? So hold on a sec, yeah. Yesterday, yeah, when we was talking about
I tried to get
incest.
on. Listen. We're patting each other on the back all day. I couldn't get on for like 2 minutes.
Yeah. I walked up. I fell asleep a bit last night still, so a few people was trying to get.
Well, there was times where was times that the panel was full. I couldn't get in. I was like, it wasn't just because you were sleeping.
Yeah, but listen, because obviously I want to apologize. Wait, hold on a sec, man. Chill out for a sec, bro. Like I want to apologize to
I'm looking for Jose.
Yeah, Jose 9, innit?
Jose?
Yeah, but yeah. So
Jose Mourinho. Jose Mourinho.
Yeah, hold on a sec, Reggie, bro. Let me, because I need to do an apology to anyone that was trying to jump on yesterday. That because I fell asleep for a bit still, and a few people was trying to jump on and get added to the panel. Yeah. So and I couldn't
put you to sleep.
No. Yeah, man. Yeah. That all this Bible work is putting me to sleep. You know what I mean?
Put you to sleep.
Well, we're to sleep early, man. And I have a nice, good, comfortable sleep. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. So obviously, God loves it. You know what I mean? So
He puts the wicked to sleep. That's the God we serve.
Yeah, that's what you said. Yeah, puts the wicked to sleep. Yeah,
he puts the wicked to sleep.
Yeah. Let me read this verse for you. Yeah. It was all right. Let me read this verse for you, Reggie. I'm gonna read it from the start. Yeah, all the way to the part that I feel actually matters. Yeah.
Oh.
Rejoice not. It's Hosea 9. Yeah. Rejoice not, O Israel, for joy.
Verse 9, what chapter?
Hosea 9.
What chapter? Chapter 9? Verse 9?
Yeah.
Oh.
No, chapter 9, starting from the start. Rejoice not, O Israel, for joy as other people, for thou hast
gone.
Do
not rejoice.
Yeah.
Do not rejoice, O Israel.
Yeah. Let me just read it.
To reverse. King James V? Got the KJV? Okay.
Yeah, King James Version, yeah.
Yeah, I got the King James.
Rejoice not, O Israel, for joy as other people, for thou hast gone a whoring from thy God. Whoring, mad. Thou hast loved a reward upon every corn floor. The floor and the winepress shall not feed them, and the new wine shall fail in her. they shall not dwell in the Lord's land, but Ephraim shall return to Egypt, and they shall eat unclean things in Assyria. They shall not offer wine offerings to the Lord, neither shall they be pleasing unto him. Their sacrifices shall be unto them as the bread of the mourners. All that eat thereof shall be polluted. For their bread, for their soul shall not come into the house of the Lord. What will ye do in solemn day, and in the day, the feast of the Lord? For lo, they are gone because of the destruction. Egypt shall gather up them, Memphis shall bury them, and pleasant places for their silver. Nettles shall possess them, thorns shall be their tabernacle. Hold on a sec, man. Fucking hell, man. Trying to text me. Blood clot.
You're reading something that where these groups have gone astray from God, and they've been worshiping false gods. Like,
yeah, because this is what I'm saying. Yeah, what basically, yeah, why I'm reading that, yeah, is that what it was. Yeah, let me ask you a question first of all, Reggie. Yeah? Do you think that God is pro-life, like anti-abortion?
He's not there.
Has he dropped out?
no, I'm still here. God's, because you guys don't realize what God life. What you're not gonna make it to. You're not going to make it to the next life if you're all just sitting around killing each other and praising false gods.
In your opinion,
do I think that God is pro-life?
You guys hearing me or what?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
we hear you. We hear you, Walter.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know if you're hearing us. That's the thing.
No, I hear you guys. Just that I'm talking and obviously nobody's listening, so that's all right.
You said that you don't think they're going to make it to the next life.
I asked you, Reggie, and obviously Waters already answered, didn't it? Yeah, he said yeah, but I was asking you if you think God is pro-life.
God is pro-life. Well, what's your definition of pro-life? What's your definition of pro-life?
Like wanting people to live. I don't know.
So, for starters, if someone didn't want someone to live, they wouldn't have created people in the first place.
Yeah, if someone didn't want someone to live, if God didn't want someone to live, yeah, hopefully God wouldn't dry up their womb and dry up their breasts so they can't feed their baby, innit?
No, if someone doesn't want someone
already
to live,
the situation there.
Hang on a bit, Walter. If someone doesn't want someone to live, they do something that you atheists are very familiar with and love to do quite often, and that's abort. You get what I'm saying?
Let's not say you atheists.
Yeah, that's cool. No. Leave it. Let him hold that one, man. You can have that. We ain't even mad at that. I'm glad for that one there still. So, so abortion is an atheist thing, yeah?
Of course, it's
a secular thing.
All right. Let me read this then, yeah. So let me read this then, yeah. So as for Ephraim, the glory shall fly away like a bird from birth and from the womb and from conception. So, what was you saying before? Atheism is what?
And it's secularism. Atheism.
Secularism. It's a
secularism causes
allows
abortion.
for abortion to happen. Yes.
But abortion. Yeah. God was causing abortions in the Old Testament, mate.
No, but that was God. God created.
It's different when God does it. Yeah, it's different when God does it.
God, if God wants to close up the wombs and stop children from being born, He can do that. It's not creating abortions.
Walter.
God has the authority.
I give it, I can take it away.
Simple as that.
One second. Walter. Well, and Reggie. Does anything happen without God's permission?
Well, God allows it. That's guaranteed.
So if someone,
but you could see,
if abortion
when you're reading the Old Testament,
right? Hold on. If abortion exists, it means God agreed to it. God permitted it. So how can God be anti that when it's a part of his creation?
No,
what happened?
the Israelites were doing plenty of things before God's judgment.
I'm not
Every
talking about the
time,
Israelites. I've been very
God
specific with
judgment
what
came on Israel, it's because they went astray. It's that simple.
Hold
We're
on.
doing things in this world, and sooner or later, it's going to be payback time.
Walter.
Because
So
the more
Walter
you
and
do
Reggie
more
think it's
sinning and sinning
abortion's
and sinning
okay
and sinning,
as long as God says it's
payback
okay.
time.
Walter.
So if God dries up the whole nation's wombs and their breast milk and kills everyone else out,
Well,
that's
he didn't
okay.
do
But
it
when
because we're
someone
still all
goes to
here.
Mary Stopes, of their own choice, that's not okay. That's atheism. That's pagan. That's secularism.
Belly.
Well, why are you? Wait. If technology didn't create the institution of sex without repercussion, none of this stuff would have been happening. Because the technology of this world has created birth control, condoms, all kinds of stuff to stop viruses, STDs, and all these things from happening. They did not exist 7,000 years ago. So if people back then were acting the way they are today, disease would be rampant.
Says who? How do you know?
How do I know? But what do you think STDs are? Are you serious?
Sexually transmitted disease.
Sexually transmitted, HIV, all abortion, these things are all created because of man not respecting the human body.
Hold on, STDs. Are you telling me
Oh
that
my
no
God.
one
He doesn't even know what
like
STDs
that
are.
back in the
This
day?
is incredible. Sexually
Answer the
transmitted diseases,
question.
doesn't know what they are.
Oh my fucking God. Are you telling me that they did not have that back in the day?
If men respected what God's nature told them to, and respect your wife, no adultery, all that stuff, you're living clean. These things are not going to pop up. If you don't, you end up like Sodom and Gomorrah, where you're doing everything, disease is rampant, things are happening, children are not living proper lives, and it's just a hell that you're living in, a bordella. Okay? Today, technology has stopped these things from going on because they're like, you know what, if we create this.
Listen, I listen
you know
to
what I'm saying? Before
he said today technology has stopped it, not God.
Can I? I have like guys talk for 3 hours. Shakira comes on, he starts talking for 2.5. I speak for 3 minutes and it's over. So now I lost my spot.
Is a bordella a whorehouse?
Yeah, that's what Sodom and Gomorrah was. Yeah, bordella, whorehouse. Yeah, basically.
What's wrong with a whorehouse, bro?
There we go.
No, but I'm saying if everybody.
You see, Raheem, did you hear that?
If everybody's
this is normal. This is normal today. What's wrong with a warehouse?
No, everybody's a willing participant. What's wrong with it?
That's his thing, innit? Let the man have.
There you go.
Everyone has to think like you, Walter, which is what.
So have fun, James Jones. Have fun. Go to the whorehouses. Have fun.
No, I'm saying, what's wrong with it? If everybody's a willing participant, what's wrong with it?
It's fun because technology made it fun.
No, I'm not saying it's fun. I'm asking you if everybody there.
But everybody's a willing participant because they know they're not going to get pregnant anymore. They're not going to get STDs anymore. There's no little bambino to fucking take care of.
Is that good?
So it's become a nice fun time.
Is that a good or a bad thing?
For you, it's a good thing.
Why is it?
For it just creates the family, destroys the family structure.
Why?
Which in turn stops people from teaching their kids morality. Soon morality is going to go out the window. Soon family values are going to go out the window. All these things are going to start slowly happening. As you remove God from the universe, as you remove God from the heart of the man, you will end up in this type of world where it's not about respect and love. And forget it, it's about fun time.
Yo, James.
It's gonna happen.
Listen. Yo, James, you hear me?
Yeah.
Did you hear the verses that I read out before?
No, just something to shower. What did you say?
Let me read it again. Rob, hold on a sec here. Yeah. So yo, big up Science on the panel. Wagwan G, what you telling me? Yeah, big up yourself, bro. Right, let me read out this verse for you, yeah, and see what you think of this. It was, where was it? 9. Hold on a sec. Yo, okay. As for Ephraim, their glory shall fly away like a bird from the birth and from the womb and from the conception. Though they bring up children, yet will I bereave them, and there shall not be a man left. Yea, woe also to them when I depart from them. Ephraim, as I saw Tyrus, is planted in a pleasant place. Ephraim shall bring forth his children to the murder. Give them, O Lord, what wilt thou give? Give them a miscarrying womb and dry breasts. Sounds. Does that sound like a pro-life God?
So you're saying
God signed the God of Abraham.
Oh, there we go.
God's abortions.
Hang on, you said who said give them a miscarrying thing and dry breast?
That's what God said.
The Bible is saying it.
Guys, let's do the exegesis together. So, are we saying that God is, because I'm bad with Bible, inferring from the Bible? Yeah, are we saying that God caused miscarriages and caused babies to be unable to
be born? Yeah, equals dry. Equals unfruit bearing wombs and dry breasts that don't produce milk.
That's Hosea, right?
Hey, Walter is a
Hosea, look at hold on, Valley, you're a learned man, yeah. You're a learned man, yeah. You're a learned man. Hold on.
Reggie, I just need the verse. Can I have the chapter and verse so I can read it while you guys are talking, please?
Yeah, that's fair.
It's Hosea 9.
Okay, thank you.
Walter, like ask Walter real quick.
Walter, no, hold on, James. I was waiting to speak before Walter interrupt. When you look at that verse, it says, "Give them, Lord, what you will give them. What you will give them. Give them wombs that miscarry and breasts that are dry." So whoever this person is speaking is actually talking to God. It's not God talking to them. Get it?
Mm.
So how can you?
Is God not going to cast this onto them?
No, you're making assumptions that God has cut. No, you're making assumptions that God has cast it.
So you're saying that God never cast it onto them now, yeah?
The verse again. The verse clearly says, "Give them, O Lord, what you will give them."
Right at the end, yeah, it says, verse 17, yeah, it says, "My God will cast them away because they did not hearken unto him, and they shall be wanderers among the nations."
So from that verse, what you learn. So from what you learn from someone saying something to God is that God has done something, right?
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe anybody else read that verse and tell me that tells you that God has told them God has done abortion.
Ephraim is smitten, their root is dried up, they shall bear no fruit, yea, though they bring forth, yet will I slay even the beloved fruit of their womb. My God will cast them away, because they did not hearken unto him, and they shall be wanderers among the nations.
That's someone speaking to God. That's not God doing anything. That's someone speaking to God and speaking about God.
So you want me to find God? Do you want me to find God?
I'm just talking about that verse. That verse. You need to really, before you look into bring things forward. Don't you think you should have a look at it before you actually bring it forward? Because what you've just done is brought a verse there where someone's talking about what they believe God will do, not what God has done.
And that's the punishment that the people faced. So how are they talking to God? God's going to give that punishment, and then you're going to say, "Oh, it's nothing to do with God. It's only because the people asked God to do that to them."
The person in this verse is asking. He's saying, "Give them a miscarrying womb and dry breasts." That's what the person is asking from God. It doesn't say that God has done it for them.
Does the tribe of Ephraim end up having miscarrying wombs and dry breasts?
Show me where they do. People can pray whatever they like.
Filibuster, because I've got to go on mute real quick still.
Okay. So there you go. Once again, people, these people that take one lines from different parts of the Bible, they don't go and do their homework, and
Yeah,
they
but
bring the verse
Reggie, I don't
forward.
know if is Hosea a prophet of God, because if he's a prophet of God, then he's talking with the authority of God. You understand? So I have to make you have to make sure that the authority given to Hosea is like if it's like Isaiah and these guys. So I'm just so because over here it says that these places are really going against the scriptures of God, and they're really like living bad, and they're honoring false gods and all this type of stuff. And so
Yeah,
you're
well,
right. He is talking. He is talking. You're right. He's not. He's not. But is Hosea considered one of the major prophets in the Old Testament?
And these
even
guys,
prophets, even when prophets ask for things, that God doesn't always say that that's what He would do. It has to be God's will. You get what I'm saying?
can
So
we
He
have
can ask for whatever He wants. At the end of the day, if God doesn't authorize it, and if it's not God's will, then He won't do it.
Walter?
And I don't see where He's demonstrated there that God has actually said that's His will, that He wants to do it.
We could play that card,
That's what He
but
needs
I
to
don't know.
demonstrate.
Walter, what about here? What about brothel now? Seeing as God's made all these women barren and stuff.
What? Where? What? Now? What?
All the women are barren now. So is
Now?
thumbs up for the brothel? Thumbs down.
I don't understand that women are barren now.
I don't know. In this verse, it seems like God is.
Oh, do you mean that No, this means a situation is going to happen, and when these things happen, God's rain is going to come down on them. This is what's happening in Hosea. There's a situation happening in this town where people have gone astray from God, and so because of this, God is going to start punishing them if they don't bring their ways back. And one of them, because there's even a verse before it: no birth, no pregnancy, and no conception will happen. That's the verse even before it. So what the prophet does is even goes a little bit more into it when he goes into 17, when he says, I will give them dry, and all that. But if you see the verse before, he actually says, I will not give pregnancy nor conception. No, so he's going to stop everything. Like, hey, it's over. You guys, everything you're creating is just going to end up sinning all day. So it's basically pointless. Huh?
What do they do to deserve this? What do they do?
Well, they didn't follow God's commandments and laws and order. They're following false gods. They're sacrificing. We're talking about 5,000 years ago.
Yeah.
We're not talking about today, James Jones. We're talking about people back in the day that were doing a lot of bad things.
I read Hosea 8, yeah, and it's saying that these are the things that shall happen to the tribe of, because Ephraim has broke the covenant with the Lord.
Exactly.
They have transgressed from my covenant with the Lord. So these things shall happen.
That's what I'm trying
Israel
to tell you.
shall cry unto me, my God, we know thee. You get me? So these things are gonna happen to them because they've transgressed from this so-called covenant that they had with God.
And this is a constant narrative in the Old Testament.
Wait, you can't cape for them and try to say it never happened. Yeah, because
you've been selective.
Wait, you know that
Reggie, you can't protect this one because there's a whole bunch of times that God does rain His wrath on people in the Old Testament. So
yeah,
even if you try
let him finish. Let him finish because
it's true, though, brother. It's like because you keep trying to act like it. First, you want to act like the Bible's real, and then anytime we point out anything that happened in it, you're like, well, that never happened. God never said that. Someone else said that, and then blah 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 blah. This, that, and the other. Yeah. And then no. Hold on a sec. Yeah. Yesterday. Yesterday. Takia Watch. Yeah. Slipped back into. Who's that?
Right. So this is a common injury, and also if you
Yo. Yeah. So yeah, James, you was playing something still, but
James likes Canadian comedians.
Tried to slip into Old Testament to defend why incest is immoral through a Christian's eyes, but then when we look into Old Testament to say why the Old Testament is immoral, Christians are going to start saying, "No, we don't take from the Old Testament no more. We've got a new covenant. We've got a new covenant." We're like, bruv, you man pick and mix what you choose.
We do have a new
Choose the nice bits. You pick and mix
Can I
what you
respond?
choose. You choose the nice bits what you like, and then if it fits today, yeah, then you'll have it in, and you'll say, "Yeah, we'll have that."
Can
If
I
anything doesn't
can I
fit
respond?
and it looks shit and it looks fucked up, you're going to say, "Oh, we don't use that no more. That's old.
Can I
That's
respond?
old. That's old." Yeah, of
Well,
course.
you demonstrated there what happens when you take a line out of people's book and then you don't do your research. You just come out and use that line and use that for your agenda. Well, you've gone back to chapter 8 and it's indicated and it's shown that these people had done something wrong and God had decided to punish them in his magnificent way. You get what I'm saying? So that was God's judgment on the people. That's what you demonstrated from the verse that you went back and looked at. But if you'd gone back earlier, then you probably would have.
An immoral act. All right, Reggie, do you think that this is a moral? Do you think that all-knowing God, yeah, would cause in a tribe, yeah, for all their women to be infertile and their breasts never to develop milk, and then even if they do have children, he's going to kill them after? Yeah. Do you think that is a fitting punishment for breaking the covenant or whatever with the Lord?
Well, as
that time it was.
Hold on, Walter. As Banksy explained the other day, when you have an authority unto itself, and God is an authority unto itself, just like when the law defines murder, as when it's not done by the army or when it's done by a certain group of people, or when it's done by another, it's called killing. That's the same way it works with God. When God does something, it's not the same moral compass as when man does something. If that makes sense.
Good morning.
So it's not the same.
It's a special plea, though. It makes sense in only in that it's just a special. You're just making a special plea, so it's just like a special.
It's just like if
hold on. So let me explain what it means. It's like because you're just asserting that because he's a magician in the sky, that he can just be constantly moral. There's no real like logic or reason behind it. He's the creator of the universe. He can do what he wants. That's sort of the extent of.
There is a reason. He just said the reason.
But Walter, this is the dumb thing. These guys are adamant that God, this man in the sky, doesn't exist, and then they say,
they believe in evolution, God.
Because this man in the sky said something in the book, then therefore it's moral. But you don't even believe in the man in the sky. So why are you coming to tell us that? Oh, because he said it. Man. You don't even believe what he said happened.
This is why. Yeah, because you're apostatizing the book.
How can you then be coming here to complain?
You're apostatizing the book like it's the truth, Reggie. That's why.
No, 1 second. That's just
but you don't.
James Jones believes everything just poofed from the sky.
Argument. Literally, that's what you believe. That's literally exactly what you believe.
No, it's like atheist evolution. Remove God from the picture. So what you're saying is that here is God killing people, trying to get them on a moral path because they're constantly moving away from their ways. They're constantly going into sinning, creating all kinds of because you guys seem to forget that all the diseases that exist today seem to have not existed 5,000 years ago. They can't happen.
My God. All right.
You live a bad lifestyle 5,000 years ago. If you're doing all the kinds of acts that we are doing today, the earth is done. There is no humans. They will all be dead from disease and pestilence.
Stop talking.
From viruses. It's showing to you right now today.
Listen,
but you guys don't see it. You don't want to see it. You don't want to know about it because you're lucky. You're lucky that we live in a time that we have this technology that stops anything that's bad from getting worse.
Bro, you don't care. Do you know how dumb that is to say that as a God-believing person? To say you're lucky to live in this time. If you believe God is real, why couldn't God create a cure for any disease or anything that happens?
The cure is there. It's called the afterlife. We're not in heaven.
The afterlife.
We're not in heaven, Villa.
Can I make a suggestion?
Why would you create earth? Why would you create heaven on earth? It's not time yet.
Just wait. Hey, Walter, listen. I know you don't come.
The plan is still at play.
Oh my God. I know you don't come on this panel a lot, but say what you're saying. Obviously, try to keep it as brief as is possible, and then wait to hear a response. Because outside of that, you're gonna be just talking by yourself, and you might as well not be on a panel and have your own
James
show.
Jones, come on. You guys treat me like crap over here. I don't get like 2 minutes to talk, and then you guys cut me off.
You're just speeding through the whole, like, you sound like whether or not you have asthma, you need
also you do talk. You talk like all the fucking time. No one
need
can
an
speak
inhaler
when you
for the way
speak.
you talk.
Fucking...
All right, time to go. Bye.
This is all over the place, man.
Morning, gentlemen. Morning.
Hey, peace.
Hey, yo,
He's run off, yeah? Got one runner already.
Big up, lads. But hey, can I just say quickly, yeah? Walter, whether or not you have asthma, you talk like you need an inhaler. Big up.
Yeah, there was a lot that Walter said there. Yeah, there was such a lot that Walter said that was wrong there. It's difficult to know where to start. It's the joke that's, you know, if you're a mosquito in a nudist colony, it's hard to know where to start, right? And I think it's kind of that's the case with Walter. With regard to diseases, obviously, again, if you don't believe in mutation or evolution, then of course some diseases today weren't around, but then there were some diseases that have died out that weren't around today. So that's just an evolutionary and mutation based view. So the fact that we have new or different diseases today doesn't say anything other than organisms can evolve or mutate, right? So that's the first thing. But then I want to address something Reggie said as well. Why are we talking about this if we don't believe it? Reggie, just so that hopefully you won't make that critique again, it's called an internal critique, which means that even if we don't believe something, we can still step into your world to see whether it's coherent and whether it's a moral view. So we can go, okay, if we were a Christian and we took some of your presuppositions on, does this make sense? So the reason atheists do that, as I think James and Veli pointed out, is because you guys come and claim that you have the truth and you've got this book that is true and that God exists. If none of you said this, if nobody in the world said this, we wouldn't be talking about this topic. If you kept it in your head and didn't expose it to everybody else, then it'd be fine, right? It's like a virus. If only one person has them, they don't spread it. You know, it's going to only affect that person. But once they start to touch other people and affect other people, then obviously we need to bring some medicine, which is kind of what we attempt to do here.
Now, I was responding to the fact that if we talk about this God and we have described him as someone that is able to do all things, and we're coming from that perspective, and then you're coming to limit God to someone that is like a human being, is basically like having the same moral compass as a human being, and you're coming to say, oh, why would he do that? Because
but can you not say
hold on, because us human beings
go on.
Us human beings wouldn't be able to do that. And most of us wouldn't be able to do the things that we want to do because we have an authority, and our authority is the government, or authority is the system that creates our morality. You get what I'm saying? But we're saying that we are saying that this thing has no authority, has no moral guider. It is the moral guider, and it is the moral authority.
Right. Let me ask you something, Reggie.
That's the point.
Okay, so if you're going to say that God can have different morals to human beings, how do you establish whether what God does is good or bad? How do you establish that? If not through what we understand by good and bad, how do you establish it? What's your baseline for saying whether an action of God is moral or immoral?
Well, our baseline is that we know that God, from the scripture, has shown us that he does everything for his glory. So he does everything because he has his own reasons for doing it. We don't have the capacity to be able to even fathom why God would do anything. You know, because the scripture, I read this the other day.
Sorry, Rob, if I may just quickly interject. So by that, surely then you can't make the decision and judgment because you don't have the level of wisdom, as you said, that God has to understand what is good or bad. This is all personal perspective. There's no true understanding. If God's the only real moral compass in this, because he's got the ultimate vision and he's got the ultimate like overall view of what's happening, surely we can't then know what is truly good and bad by your understanding.
I think that we are led by the system. We are led by society in most ways to believe what is good and what is bad. We are led to believe that when we kill someone and we've got a British flag and we're going out with guns and bombs, then therefore, when we're killing an innocent person, then it's okay. Then it's just, we're defending our right to live. We're defending our country, blah, blah, blah. You know, a lot of people are led to believe that. We're led to believe that when we exploit other nations, that, oh, it's just us being smart, us being clever, us taking in the initiative. We're led to believe these things.
So
we're led to,
but Reggie,
sorry, if I, one second, Rob, 1 second.
We're led to believe that when we go to work and we pay our taxes and we work hard, that somehow we've got some sort of freedom, and that we're able to like have control over our lives, and that we got an equal opportunity and equal shot.
What
We're
does
led
this have
to
to
do
do
so
with what
much.
I've
You know what I
asked
mean?
you, Reggie? What's that have to do with what I've asked you in terms of the fact that what you're judging as good may not necessarily be good because God understands what is true good. Your judgment is personal, it's human. So therefore you can't say what your train of thought is good, what your train of thought is
What my
bad
train of
as
thought
a Christian.
and good. Ultimately, my train of thought is good.
You don't know this because you're not God, so therefore you don't have that understanding.
But clearly, what leads us Christians to believe to know what is good and what is bad is led by the Bible, our understanding of the Bible.
But that's the point, though, Reggie. If it's led by the Bible, you then have to take the view that the divine dictator is always correct. And if we take that line of thinking and we go to Hitler, he will say, for example, everything I did was in the benefit of myself and my country, i.e. wiping out Jews and taking everything else. And if we said to him, no, you're wrong, he says, no, hang on a moment. I'm the moral arbiter here, and by my standards, they are correct. Now you extrapolate that to God, you have no way to question anything God does if you believe whatever he does in the Bible is good. And further to that, it's even worse for you because you don't know whether that's Satan impersonating God. You have no methodology to differentiate because Satan could be doing what you think is good just to pull the wool over your eyes, and you have no way to uncover whether that's the case.
And that's true. See, that's the thing. It's what Nietzsche, and that's who Hitler based a lot of his views on, is Nietzsche. Nietzsche has a quote about, and I read it the other day, funny enough, reading the 48 Laws of Power. And it's basically, you have the birds of prey coming along and snatching up lambs. And the lambs are there saying, oh my God, look at how the birds of prey are evil. So therefore we can judge everybody by that standard and say everybody else, all the other birds are evil. But all the lambs are saying, well, we're not evil. You guys are good, because nothing tastes better than a lamb, a nice tender lamb. It's all a matter of perspective. What they're doing to them is good, but what the lambs see happening to them is as bad. It's good for birds of prey. You can't say that you have an understanding of what good and bad is. It's all person and human made. It's nothing to do with God. Nothing to do with God.
No.
Yeah, but we've got to critique him on his view, right? It's no good us telling him what to think. He's going to reject that, right? So really, it's a critique into how does this make sense? If you say it's right and wrong, but God does not use the same standards we would, which he's somehow given us or given some people by your lights, then we just have to take it on faith that everything that God says is good. Well, how do we know that? Because God says so, which is a trivially true and circular argument.
God doesn't say that he's solely good. He never has. He never has.
Who's speaking now?
It's still me. It's Raheem.
But you've got a different view to Reggie, right? So don't impose your view on Reggie unless Reggie thinks he's.
I'm not imposing my view. It's what the Bible says. The Bible doesn't say that he's the force of all goodness. That's my point in this.
Reggie, is God all good, or is he all good and all bad, and he just chooses to be all good?
God is all good at the end, but to obviously some people, he will be perceived as bad. Do you get what I'm saying? It's that simple.
I'm just asking your view based on what you understand about the scriptures.
In my view, God is all good.
Okay. So, okay, cool. So, but is he also the source of all bad, or is that source like Satan?
From my understanding, Satan is the source of evil. However, if, for example, I was to kill someone, in their eyes, I was bad. But in the eyes of God, perhaps he's ordained me to do that. So therefore, I still believe he's good. You understand?
So you go with divine command theory, right? Whatever the divine commands is by fiat good. Why is it good? Because he's the divine. Well, what makes him good? Because he says so. Fair enough. That's kind of the reduction of what your view is. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would say yeah.
Yeah. So, but you have to take that on faith, right? You've got no way to investigate that if that's going to be your view. You've now cut yourself off from actually investigating whether he is in fact divine, because you've got no other way besides his word to ascertain whether that's the case. And it would be the same, by the way, for Kim Jong-un. He came to mind, right? So if he said, hey, I've got the best way, and it's keeping North Koreans, on the brink of starvation, making sure that they all follow along, etc., because then we avoid all the evil that I see in the Western world, then by my lights, Kim Jong-un, this is good, right? And if nobody can question that, then the people of North Korea would just say Kim Jong-un is good, right? They've got no way to differentiate. If he said, okay, investigate against the rest of the world, use well-being, then he would be toppled in a second. And I would suggest it's the same with your God. But if you're going to avoid well-being and you're just going to go with whatever anybody says, well, then anybody can make the same claim. Would you agree?
I agree with you, but what we've seen is that questioning alone is not enough. What we get a lot from these panels and etc. is a lot of people questioning, condoning, but they never really do more than that. And that's it. That's the problem that we have. We have a load of people questioning.
Yeah.
We have a load of people questioning and saying, oh, we condone what happened during the 400 years, but they never do anything to change the situation. So I don't think that lip service is enough. You get what I'm saying?
If I may interject quickly, because I'm not going to stay long here, but I do want to settle something that I had with Reggie last night quickly. But the funny thing is, that that it can be argued that your statement just now reflects your position on anything other than Christianity, which is unfortunate, to be honest with you. Because you sorry to interrupt. Like I said, I'm not going to stay long, but forgive me.
Shaka, you were looking for me since yesterday, yeah?
No, you ducked out before I had the chance to address the
I didn't duck out. The Holy Spirit led you out.
The Holy Spirit
led you away.
Yeah, well, Shango returned, So Shango leave me back in, you know what I mean? So we give time. You know what I'm saying? But you said something yesterday, and I need clarity on what it is, right? Because I made the statement that black people in America there has been a high level of respect for Islam in the black community in America, and you seem to scoff at that. And you also said that basically black Christians, don't want Islam. So in Africa. So I need clarity on your Christian position on these matters.
My position is quite consistent with what you see, like in terms of Africa. I brought up the example of Nigeria, which is like maybe, what is it? I said 200 million people live in Nigeria.
Yeah,
call themselves Nigerian, and that's probably like maybe about 1/5 of all black people or something like that in the whole world. But apart from Nigeria, you see in Ethiopia, you see in Kenya as well. You see a lot of resentment, and you see a lot of problems in those societies where the ratio of Christians and Muslims is a lot closer. Not like in the Caribbean. I think you're from Jamaica, Reggie. 99% or 90 something plus % Christian or Christian / atheist, whatever you want to call it. You know what I'm saying? So you don't have such a close ratio of Christian and Muslim. But where you do see a close ratio, you see a lot more tension. You see a lot more criticism between the two, and you see a lot more conflict. And that's what you get when you have African people coming from black people. That majority are coming from Africa. When they come to America, they still keep in contact with people that are back home, and they have these views, and they take them with them to places like America, to places like UK, and they don't change because we're conservative by nature, by the way.
So basically, I made a statement that the black there's high levels of respect for Islam in the black community in America. Are you denying this?
I think that what you're referring to is people like the Nation of Islam, which is debatable whether they represent Islam.
In fact, the majority of black people who are Muslim in America are in fact Sunni. They're not Nation of Islam.
Right. So that's not too much of a surprise.
Come on.
Who's that? But anyway, that's not too much of a surprise because obviously Nation of Islam is a very minute group. But at the same time, Islam in America is like, what did you say, 20% of the black people, maybe even less.
No,
at the same time,
20% of the Muslim population in America is black.
right.
Over here, 14. Well, in 2011, let's say 14% of the black population. Sorry, of the black population, yeah, was Muslim, and it's risen since then.
Oh, so what you're saying in America, 20% of
The Muslim
people.
population is black.
the Muslim population. So that's
Yeah.
like from 1%. 1%. You're saying 20% of that 1%.
No.
Yeah, 0. Yeah, go on.
The point is, and I'm not entirely sure what percentage of the black population is Muslim, but it is significant.
It's not significant. That's what I'm saying to you. It's a very minute.
But it's not, no, bro. The two biggest religions among black people in America is Christianity and Islam. Obviously, Christianity would be the overwhelming majority, but to say that the black Muslim population is not significant would be delusional. And I'm you know me already. I'm in the camp of a plague on both your houses. I don't need to champion Islam for anything. It's just a fact. So why would I deny the fact? 1 second. And if we're going to talk about Africa, let's just do West Africa for a second, because to suggest to me that Islam does not have respect in Nigeria when basically half the population is Muslim and black, yeah, is ridiculous. I don't deny that there are tensions. Yeah, I don't deny.
Yeah, but you don't understand.
I don't deny that there are tensions, but I'm also aware that the majority of tensions throughout Nigeria's history have not been religious. They've been so-called tribal. Yeah, and oftentimes religion may play a factor within a quote-unquote tribal dynamic. But then we also have Ghana, where 40% of the population is Muslim, and we don't find the conflicts that we find in Nigeria between the two. Gambia is majority Muslim. Senegal is majority Muslim. Mauritania is majority Muslim. Mali is majority Muslim. Guinea,
you're right. Where you go to
Guinea is also majority Muslim. Niger is majority Muslim, and so is Chad.
These are places that you're describing. 99% Muslim. What are you talking about?
They're also 90-something% black. Reggie.
But you gave an example of Gambia. That's 2 million people. Like what kind of?
No. I gave an example of Gambia, Chad, Niger, Mali, Mauritania, Senegal. Sorry.
Do you know the population of these countries that you're describing? Do you know the population of these countries that you're describing?
No.
You don't think it's important?
I don't know the population of all the countries I'm describing, but their populations are significant. I don't.
Put it this way, yeah.
Millions of people.
Put it this way.
So
let me school you, Shaka.
And even in Nigeria, which is the most as I said yesterday, which is the most populous nation on the continent, yeah, half the population is Muslim.
Yeah, you're right. They are, but we have a lot of resentment. We have a lot of tension between the two. There is no what's it called? But would you agree with me that most of the tension since Nigeria's creation, and especially since its independence, has been of an quote unquote ethnic nature? It's like people saying, India and Pakistan, they respect each other just because they have no civil war.
I'm asking you a question. Would you agree with me that the majority of the tension between groups in Nigeria since the creation of Nigeria, and especially since independence, quote unquote, has been of an ethnic nature?
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah.
Right. So would you also agree with me that it's not uncommon in Nigeria for Muslim men to marry Christian women?
No, it's not uncommon.
Okay then. So yes, there are tensions. Yeah, we agree there are tensions.
Hang on. Let's look at that example you gave. Muslim men marrying Christian women, and Christian men not allowed to marry Muslim women. Do you not think that things like that create resentment?
Christian men not being allowed to marry Muslim women.
But Muslim men allowed to marry Christian women.
Yeah, no, but we're not denying the fact that there is tension.
So why would Christians respect? Why would Christians respect these kind of?
Well, the Christian men, I said Muslim Christian men to marry Muslim women. Yeah, no, Muslim men to marry Christian women. That's what I should have said if I didn't say that before. But the respect is there enough. The respect is there enough for the Muslim
to let it slide.
For the Muslim men to marry the Christian women. There's enough respect.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The Muslim men
enough respect. There's also enough respect between them that they afford each other more respect than they do afford Ifa, Ordinani, and the other indigenous spiritual practices of the peoples of Nigeria.
Of course, because those ones are like they're against both religions. So like
no, both religions are against them. You have to.
Yeah. Both religions are against those two.
Okay. Right. So there's that dynamics. But I'm trying to get to what I was saying. That was because you used the word. I can't remember what word you used, but like I'm fabricating or I'm telling a lie or
You're spreading false information. At the end of the day,
I gave statistics. So what about the statistics that I gave was false? What about me saying that Chad, Niger, Mali, Mauritania, Senegal, Gambia, Guinea, what's it called, are majority black and majority Muslim nations, and that Ghana is 40% Muslim?
Well, for starters, you're giving us examples of countries that are okay. Ghana and Ghana, I'm not too sure about. I'll give you that one. But all the others are majority, 99% Muslim. And if you look at the whole,
saying that Muslim about black people, what's it? So
hold on. You're being a bit selective there, because if you look at the whole of Africa, yeah, the southern part, South Africa, Zimbabwe, let's say Mozambique, and a few of the others as well, they're majority black. The majority of the black parts of Africa are Christian.
No, but I'd agree with that. I'd agree with that. What we're talking about.
I agree with that. And
significant black parts. I haven't even mentioned Sudan or Ethiopia yet. But
Somalia.
Right.
Somalia. Hold on. Somalia. Their punishment for leaving Islam and becoming a Christian is death.
But the nation is like 99.9% Muslim. So how many?
Okay.
How many of them are trying to leave Islam at the moment? Like, what is there?
How many of them are trying to leave Islam?
But you're changing the The question is, I'm giving statistics here of.
You said that how. You say that how much in it?
Hold on. No, I didn't say nothing about. I didn't say. Listen, the point that was being made. Sorry, let's put this into context. I came on, to challenge a fallacious statement that was being made that black people are turning towards the right wing, motivated by a hatred for Islam. Yeah, this is what I was challenging. Yeah, when I came on yesterday.
That wasn't me. That was.
I know. But all the things that you said in relation to me was in relation to me challenging that fallacious statement. All right. Now I'm saying, I know your inclination. Yeah, you're a British subject and proud to be so, and a Christian, right? And all these things. Yeah, and I get all of that, right? But why would that lead you to deny the basic facts of what I'm saying? Like, black people around the world, there is no significant right-wing anti-Islam movement among black people, like in support of what the white right wing is doing, because of the fact that they hate Islam. This is nonsense. I
agree. I agree.
So if I'm challenging that perspective, then what is it you find to challenge in what it is I'm saying?
Well, what I was trying to do is not really to challenge what you're saying. Is what I was trying to do is analyze a bit deeper and see why, even though there is not a strong movement, like you say, of black people trying to start an organization that supports these far right people in their ideology against Islam, there is a consensus among conservative Christians and a lot of black Christians that doesn't really want to even get involved. Is happy to just watch
black Christians around the world. But I never said that they get involved though. All I said was that there is not a significant right wing push among black people motivated by hatred of Islam. I never said that black Christians want to get involved in defending Muslims. I did say that there is a high level of respect for Islam among the black community in America. I did say that a significant portion of the black community in the UK is Muslim, and I did say that a significant portion of the black of the black people on the continent are Muslim. None of these statements are incorrect.
Yeah, and no, it's when you came out and said that the black Christians, black people. Did you say black people or black Christians?
No, I said
respect.
Yes, there is respect for Islam among black people. Yes, there is. But when I use the word respect, the specific example that I gave was among black people in America. There are many black Christians who are not Muslim and will never be Muslim, but respect black Muslims. Yeah. And Islam. There are multi-faiths conferences.
I tell you,
as a different thing that take place all over Black America.
I'll tell you what. Maybe I don't know about America so much. I think you probably have more of a.
Indeed, I probably suggest that was the case, bro. And I also said that the Pan-African movement has supported the Palestinian people quite significantly since the creation of the state of Israel, which is a fact. And I'm not as passionate as some Pan-Africanists are on that issue, but it would be, I wouldn't deny the fact that there are many Pan-Africanists who have been quite vociferous in terms of campaigning on that issue. That's a fact. It doesn't matter whether I agree with you.
Pan-Africanist is your people, your movement, man. But the larger proportion of people, I don't think are even Pan-Africanists. You'll find that majority.
I'd agree with you. I think that there's more Africans in today's world that have a pro-Christian, pro-Western, neo-colonial mentality than a Pan-African one. I think I'd agree with that. I was just making a statement that talking about a movement that is campaigning on behalf of Africa and African people around the world. There is a significant portion of that movement that is also very pro-Palestine. So it would also lead to the fact that the people who are trying to suggest that black people are moving to the right wing because they hate Islam are chatting foolishness.
No, I think that statement's a charged statement. I think that when she says, "Oh, they're moving towards the right wing," it's not even the right wing she's even talking about. She's she's probably talking more. Yeah, I think she's talking more towards the far right. But even if she was to say the right wing, I would say
for your assistance.
The measurement was Sarah and Hector, are leaning towards the far right or whatever. So loads of black people are moving far right now. It's that, bro. That was a dumb analysis.
It's a stupid statement to make, and some in some way in that, like Reggie found something to challenge in what I was saying. So I just wanted to settle that and clarify what the Ross,
even those two people that she's mentioning. Those people that she mentioned are flirting more with the far right than even the right, as you traditionally know, like the conservative.
But
a lot of people, like you said
yesterday, right now, the population of Chad is 13 million. The population of Niger is 1 second. Let me find this. The population is over 22 million. Yeah. Let me see the population of Mauritania. Hold on. Mauritania. All right, we're going. Let's bust some statistics.
Have you ever met any of these people, like a Chad person or a Niger person? I don't know what.
Some, in person. There's not a whole heap of them over here in this country, but there are a number of brothers and sisters from other parts of West Africa in this country who are also Muslim. I'd suggest the majority of the Nigerian community in this country are Christian, but there is a significant number of them who are also Muslim.
Yeah. But
4 million in Mauritania. Go on.
Yeah. Wait, what are you trying to calculate? I don't get. What are you trying to? What's somebody trying to get to?
Asking about populations in these various different countries, isn't it? So.
Yeah. I'll just demonstrate that these. I've always said this to a lot of people that come up with this. Oh, Africa's 50-50% Muslim and Christian. What you'll find is that majority of the Muslims are actually what you yourself, Shakara, call invaders.
But I'd agree
majority.
with you. I'd agree with you. That doesn't mean that significant portions of the black community in Africa are also Muslim. Why would I deny that? It's just a fact.
They are, but the Muslims that are there, and I think some other, if you know Jana Sika, she's also alluded to this. They have an affiliation with the Arabs and with, I don't know what you'd call those people in the north, but they have an affiliation with.
And the Christians,
and like you've mentioned,
tend to have an affiliation with the West, Britain and America, and these things.
That is correct, and therefore there is a disrespect from them. What you saw from Zubaydah yesterday, talking about us serving a white Jesus, is a usual rhetoric that's also propagated by yourself and others. And what we tend to tell them is that their affiliation is with the Arabs.
So if I
and the South Asians, the Pakistanis.
But knowing me, you would know that I might say the same thing. But let's deal with the fact of the matter for a second, because I agree with you. Like it weren't her place to make that statement yesterday. However, you are correct. I have made that statement before. Having been to Ghana, I can tell you that, I don't know if you've been to Ghana, but I can tell you that I'm categorically correct that when you go to Ghana, you will find images of a white Jesus in significant prominence everywhere, every day. Yeah, that's just a fact. Yeah. Are you suggesting to me that if I go to Nigeria, I won't find the same thing?
Yeah, of course you will.
Okay, so if you go to some, so the statement is factual then. Yeah, we can agree that the statement is factual.
But I'm saying if you go to some literatures, actually all over the world, if you go to some hadiths, you'll find black Satan.
Yeah, and I might agree with you. The difference between me and you is that I'm not going to negate the fact that there is black Satan but in defense of the white Jesus, or I'm not going to negate the fact that there is white Jesus in defense of the black Satan.
Why don't you talk about it enough? Why don't you talk about it enough?
I had 2 whole 3-hour conversations with Uncle Danjuma in my last 2 appearances at Speaker's Corner about how Muslims, brothers, Arab invaders, and African brothers and sisters in Islam have degraded African spirituality and culture in defense of Arab culture and Islam. I've done this clearly all the time.
Have you emphasized the fact that Satan is described as black?
And you know this. So I don't know why we're having this conversation. Like you know this. So I'm not. If you're expecting, man, to get at the Muslims or Islam without getting at Christians and Europeans, I can't do that for you, my brother. Unfortunately, I'm not in a position to appease your pro-Christian, pro-European sensibilities in that kind of way.
Fair enough, but you need to. All I would say is that you need to acknowledge that obviously that what the dynamics of what I'm trying to illustrate, because I don't want to go off the point too much, but you can see that there's a divide there.
What you're trying to illustrate are patently false. Like I can't support you in fallacies, in promoting fallacies.
No, it's not a fallacy that there's an affiliation between the black Muslims and the Arabs and the South Asians.
But again, I've agreed and demonstrated that independent of this conversation, I affirm that. But I also affirm that there is an affinity between black people who are Christian and the oppressive neocolonial Western world. I also affirm that there is an affinity among black people who are Christians and images of a white Jesus. I also affirm that there is affinity among black people who are Christian and the colonial characterization of indigenous African culture, indigenous African spirituality.
You're right. You're right. And all this put together equals my point.
I'd ask you, brother, Reggie, to in relation to the fact that you're asking me to take on, to appreciate what it is you are putting forward, the argument that you are putting forward. In as much as you agree with what I've just said about what exists among black Christians, I want you to preach the gospel, of the black Jesus, and challenge, the image of the white Jesus and the pro-Western sensibilities among black Christians. Go into the black church.
Shakara.
start with the Nigerian church and say to them, listen, we need to go among all of our churches in the UK and in Nigeria and tear down this image, this godforsaken image of the white Jesus. Bring them the scripture and say this image doesn't reflect the scripture. And in relation to that, we need to stop we need to campaign for our governments and our churches to relinquish themselves of an allegiance to the British Empire and Westminster democracy. Give unto Caesar what is due to Caesar, but give unto ourselves what is due to ours. I want you to preach that gospel in the Nigeria. Amen. Say amen for me, my brother. Amen to that, my brother.
Amen, check her out. But we've got a lot of other things to deal with. I'll go around. I'll come onto this panel and I'll correct all kinds of lies. And it's just another lie. You get what I'm saying? Like Islam. But what I would say is that obviously
everything to do with.
Say that again.
So, if all the issues that I've mentioned just now, you think Islam is more of a concern for Black Christians than the white Jesus in the church and the allegiance to the British Empire and Westminster democracy? That's what you think Islam is a problem to Black Christians at the moment. I
know you sidestep one of. Hold on, I know you sidestep one of the points earlier, but this thing, for example, like I mentioned, when the apostasy law that's in Somalia, they also have a similar law in Nigeria. You get what I'm saying? People are being killed.
What if I said to you, my brother, I know people that have been rejected by their family. I know of people who have family who have been tortured, by Black Christians because they're called witches, because they adhere to a traditional African spiritual system.
Is that in the legal system of the country?
I don't know. I don't know that it is on the books, but it would appear to be socially acceptable.
Right, so maybe a start would be if you find out whether it's in the books or not.
No, but
obviously we could.
Socially, I'd agree with you that it would be good to find out if it's on the books. At the same time, to the extent that it is happening, whether it's on the books or not, it is a concern.
Yeah, it is a concern. But what I'll tell you is that this is actually legislated. This is actually
Bro, if there are black people in Somalia who are trying to leave the faith and are being tortured and persecuted because of it, I'd really would raise that as a concern. And like flagged up as a serious issue. I'd definitely be sympathetic to the idea that people should not be persecuted if they wanted to leave their faith. I totally agree with you there. I don't know that that's the case. I'm not sure that that in Somalia there is a mass group of people attempting to leave Islam and being persecuted for it. I don't know of any dynamic such as that.
A mask. What do you mean? Like you're saying, okay. For example, if they brought that here, do you think there'll be a mass group of people wanting to lead the faith if they brought that kind of law here? Of course they wouldn't, because you'd be killed.
So you're saying that Somalis are Muslim because of the apostasy law? That if it wasn't for the apostasy law, that there'd be swaths of Somalis leaving the Muslim faith?
What is apostasy law there for?
The apostasy law there is for to keep a certain order and allegiance to Islam. I'm not in agreement with the apostasy law, but I'm asking you: is there any evidence? Because there are places here whereby, even in Saudi, I've come across people who are campaigning for atheism in Saudi Arabia, for example, and a couple of other Muslim countries. I've seen that. I've seen that. I'm saying, so I've not seen any evidence of, but I'm not seeing it. I've not seen any evidence of the makings of a movement amongst, and to be honest with you, if from my sensibilities, if there was a movement in Somalia seeking to resurrect the traditions associated with Wak, who is their indigenous
they'll be killed. The movement will be killed.
Maybe so. But my point is, I'd support them. I support them. But my point, I have not seen that even. Me as an African spiritualist, I'm not gonna go on like say there's a mass movement in Somalia trying to deal with Wak and that they're being persecuted in relation to in relation to that campaign. I don't know of that. Yeah, I know that the Oromo in Ethiopia have been marginalized for holding on to their traditions. I know that's the case. Yeah, you know what I'm saying, in Ethiopia. I don't know that that's the case in Somalia. And if it is,
but don't you start with a lot,
right? But what's it called? But my point is that.
Don't you start with a Don't you start with a law?
My point is that
before you go into society.
Not necessarily, because social norms that are accepted need not be written into law. Do you know what I'm saying? If the law is not bringing people to justice for persecuting people, then the law, by implication, is sanctioning that behavior. Yeah. So a law doesn't have to be on the book, or a behavior doesn't have to be on the book. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? You know, it doesn't have to. Yeah, a lot of the lynchings that took place in America during the era of lynching, it was not because there was a law written into the statutes that thou must lynch the niggers. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It was a socially acceptable punishment. Yeah, that's how it goes. All right. So if people are being persecuted, I look at the persecution first. Yeah, and then the law after. I look at the law in the context of the persecution and not the other way around. All right. So I'm saying, my brother, yeah, that I want to, if you're asking me to acknowledge the fact that brothers and sisters in some countries on the continent maybe are suffering a raw deal at the hands of Muslims, black and non-black, I would agree with you, my brother. You know what I'm saying? You know, this is something that I will not deny, and I have been active.
So why would the people that leave these countries
I'll put it to you like this, my brother. In the night, I'm a born and raised Pan-Africanist. In the 90s, my family were parts of campaigns supporting our Sudanese brothers and sisters in relation to what was going on in Sudan during that time, with what became known as the Janjaweed and Arabs and Africans who claim to be Arabs, right? What's it called? Arabs and Africans who claim to be Arabs, persecuting other Africans who were not Muslim or did not claim to be Arabs. Yeah, we were, and so the Sudanese People's Liberation Army, the Sudanese People's Liberation Organization, they had representation in this country, and I was there as a child. Yeah, I was there as a child. You know. In the midst of these campaigns and supporting my Sudanese brothers and sisters, and I have done so since then. Yeah, my family has been an organization that's been to conferences, and we've listened to brothers and sisters from Mauritania and Chad speak and them kind of things there. Yeah, and supported you know, those campaigns. All right. So in relation to all of these things, I promise you, I'm on the ball, my brother. I want to see now my Christian British brother Reggie, yeah, you know, go among the Christians them and speak about, you know, justice and the need to get rid of these self-hating images in our churches, and the need to relinquish ourselves, and
I'll be honest with you,
and the need to relinquish ourselves from the influence of Westminster democracy and
I'll be honest with you,
institutions.
I'll be honest with you, for black Christians that obviously we have communities within our larger community and body of Christ.
Right.
For a lot of us, that's not the priority. Identity politics is not really the priority. We get on with it as individuals. The group that I'm from, the community in terms of Nigeria, have a very strong culture and tradition of concentrating on education and using the means of education to be able to further yourself in society. And that often takes precedent over this racism issue, which we do acknowledge is still there, but we have a different philosophy and a different way.
Do you consider the worshipping of a white Jesus to be an act of self-hatred?
We consider the worshipping of any color of Jesus as not really productive. We consider Jesus to be a spirit.
But considering the historic, the historic relationship between Europeans and African people, wouldn't you consider it to be a particular contradiction for black people to be worshipping the image of a white Jesus?
Again, I believe that any black person who has read their Bible will know that you're worshipping Christ because he is God and not because he is black or white.
But would you,
if you have an image?
But so then, why are so many black people worshipping white images of white Jesus then?
And
Well, to
also,
be fair
why
to
would you have a problem with Muslims worshipping a white Muhammad if you don't care if Jesus is white or black?
That's a good point.
I haven't really got a problem. I've got a problem with anybody not worshipping Christ. You get what I'm saying? Just like I come here and I have to correct the fallacies here.
So
I'm not particular.
In future, you shouldn't bring up Muhammad's race when you're challenging Muslims. Then just bring the gospel, right?
I bring up Muhammad's race to demonstrate that they also, if they want to put up the argument that, oh, you guys are worshipping a white Jesus, therefore there is something in it, then I would say the same thing, that you are also worshipping a white Muhammad, and therefore you are also being misled.
There's an extent to which I'd agree with you, but one thing I can say for my Muslim brothers and sisters is that generally speaking, I don't know any black Muslims who have an image of Muhammad. You know what I'm saying? Whereas I know many black Christians, millions of black Christians around the world, even in
you don't have to have an image. You don't have to do it.
Still pray towards the image of a white Jesus. Yeah, and I'm going to agree with you.
The facts are, Shekara.
I'm going to agree with you, Reggie, that you don't necessarily need an image. Yeah, but the fact is that in one instance, an image does exist, and in the other instance, an image does not exist. That's a fact.
Shekara, with all due respect, you're being a bit lazy there, because there are more texts with Muhammad described as white, different variations of his body described as white, than there are of Jesus being described in the Bible. The actual source of where people get their information from, the Bible, does not illustrate Jesus is white.
I'm gonna agree with you. I'm gonna agree with you, Reggie. Yeah. However, your argument doesn't contradict the fact that for centuries we as black people have been indoctrinated with an image of a white Jesus, and millions of us around the world still hold on to this image of the white Jesus. So description in the respective text or not, the popular image that we have been given of Jesus is white, and many of us still hold on to that image as the Son of God, especially in majority black nations, especially in black churches in majority black nations. But not only black churches in majority black nations, you can walk down the streets in majority black nations and find images of Jesus on billboards, images of white Jesus.
Yeah, but that is people's
images of
that's people's.
No, it's not. If it's on a billboard, it's not personal, Maji. I'm sorry. If it's on a billboard, it's not just personal.
Yeah, but I'm saying is that that's dogma. The actual literature within the Islamic text.
So my Muslim brothers and sisters that have that to deal with. I'd agree with you. We need to challenge our Muslim brothers and sisters.
And to add to that.
However, I'm talking to a black Christian at the moment, and I'm saying to my black Christian brother.
And hold on, Shekara.
1 second. There is this issue in the black church, and it appears to me that it would be more of a concern for the brothers and for a brother in the black church that there's a white Jesus in the black church than it would be for a black Christian brother that there is a white Muhammad described in the Muslim text. You are not a Muslim, right? You are a Christian.
Shekara.
Contradictions.
You gave a list of Shekara gave a list of countries that he said support that are Islamic and they're actually Muslim and they're practicing and la-di-da. But for Shekara, you yourself as a black person, you should be more concerned with the text that describes Satan in a similar image to yourself with locks.
Yes,
do you want us to bring up that scripture?
Yes, but no, I don't need you to bring up the scripture. I'm aware of some of them, and I've challenged them.
Reggie, I got the scripture.
It almost looks identical to you, Shekara.
Reggie,
Satan that they describe.
I know that means he's good looking. I mean, give time.
But Reggie.
Here he comes.
Also says, big up everyone on the panel, by the way.
Blessings.
Thank boy.
Yeah. Orthodox
infiltrator.
How you mean infiltrator, Bridget?
Anyway,
but the Bible also describes Jesus with woolly hair. So I don't know what passage you're referring to about the devil having locks.
but I'd like to see it.
No, I'm talking about the.
Yeah, I can
no,
open
you
it.
probably missed the conversation.
Just give me 1 minute.
Yeah, please, Takia, please open it,
Yeah,
and you'll see that it fits the description of Shakira. And respect.
But the problem with what you're doing at the moment, though, Reggie, is that I've already agreed, that there are problematic things in the text in regards to.
And then you can bring the Bible scripture, Shakira, that supports what you're saying.
There are problematic things in the text in regards to my Muslim brothers and sisters. I've agreed this, and I've demonstrated the fact that I challenge the impact on black people in relation to these things. I've demonstrated that. So we don't need to go down the road of proving that any further. I've agreed with you, and I challenge it. Yeah, and I promise you, my brother, from here on out, you will see me continue to challenge that. We're not going to have a discrepancy or disagreement on that subject at all. We're not going to have that, bro. There's no debate there. Yeah, so we don't need any further evidence in relation to that, right?
Well, we kind of need evidence because we're talking to the audience as well.
I am saying, because
can we see the Delil?
Yeah,
stop trying to conceal it, man.
Yeah, he's trying to hide it.
He's trying to conceal the evidence.
He's trying to hide it. Okay, here you have. Give me a second. Here you have the biography.
One second. Yo, take it. Let him finish, and then you can go with your screenshot after. Yeah.
If you accent, I you know the word kafir means to conceal, right? To cover, right? So now you're accusing me of kafirism, right? You're calling me a kafir, as though I was trying to conceal this fact when I've actually affirmed and agreed, with your assessment. I've agreed with you in the sense of the fact that there are descriptions of Muhammad that we would interpret as being white. I've agreed with that. So where is the attempt to conceal here? And so
we talk about Satan being black.
If I have not attempted to conceal, is the attempt to focus on this at the moment attempt to deflect from and distract from the fact that there are millions of black people in the black world today worshipping a white Jesus, and to deflect from the responsibility that the Christian brothers and sisters have that don't believe in the worship of that image, in challenging that image in the black church. The black Christians on this panel, assuming that Takia Watch is indeed black, seem more inspired to challenge descriptions of Muhammad, even though they say that race doesn't matter. Race doesn't matter, but they're more inspired to challenge descriptions of Muhammad in text than to challenge images. Descriptions of Muhammad in text that mostly impact the Muslim world, than to challenge images of Jesus Christ that are ubiquitous in the black world.
Can I go on now? Can I go on now?
What Christians have been doing this?
Hold on, let Takia go, man.
Yeah, let me just jump on. This is called the Sirah, which means the first biography of Muhammad. So this is earlier than Hadith, Sahih Bukhari, everything. This is earlier than that. So this is what is called the life of Muhammad, Sirah Rasulullah. On page 243, you will see how Satan is described as Shakara's look, basically. So the apostles said, whoever want to see Satan, let him take a look at.
Shakara's look, did you say? That's
Yeah, I'm joking. I'm trying to fight the point. Let me just read it. I gave you a chance to speak, right? The apostle said that whoever wants to see Satan, let him take a look at Nabtal, whatever his last name is. He was a sturdy black man with long flowing hair, inflamed eyes, and dark, ruddy cheeks. Shakara, do you want to address this?
Say again?
Do you mind addressing this?
If you've been listening to Kia Watch, I've already.
Who's laughing like that? Who's laughing like that?
So why are you here? Did you say Takia Watch? How long have you been listening?
About 10-15 minutes.
About 30 minutes.
Yeah. What do you think about what?
So you know, so one second.
Kind of judge it.
One second. Did you hear me accept and condemn the fact that that there are descriptions of the devil that pertain to black men in Muslim text? Did you hear me do that already?
You said that it exists, and I think for educational purpose. Hold on. I'm speaking. So for educational purpose, it's good for the audience to see it for themselves.
You've got but Takia, did you hear me say that I've seen it for myself before? Did you hear me say that?
I didn't hear you say that. But
for the audience. So the greater point has been missed, right? And so Shaka was making a fantastic point. So all the Abrahamic Christians, period, all the Abraham traditions, period, can have a negative impact on Black people, right? And so when Reggie was talking, when Shaka started talking about to Reggie about identity politics, like, you know what? I don't really deal with that. So he's not really concerned about Islam in terms of how it affects Black people. He's concerned about Islam, how it affects Christians, right? That's legit. That's a legitimate concern.
But also, what happens?
Hold on, real quick, bro. Hold on, real. I've been real patient right now. Shaka was making a point that he was making a Garveyite point, bro. He was saying, you as the Black Christian, right? Are you going to use your Christianity to connect back to yourself and your people? Me as the Black Muslim, right? Am I going to use my Islam to connect back to myself and my people? Right. So, for instance, like Shaka he didn't rant and rave about Genesis chapter 9, talking about like the curse of Canaan and all that type of stuff, right? No, but that was used to enslave our people, 100%, right? Was it right? Was it wrong? That's a whole nother discussion, right? However, the question is like, so if we're gonna pick up that same tradition, right? Are we gonna pick it up from a colonialist mindset or from when it connects us back to our people? Right. So the question is like, so Reggie, brother, so I'm a Muslim, right? I got no issue with you being a Christian. So can we work together to better our people in our community? That's what Shaka's talking about.
Reggie's a different kind of Christian still to me, you know.
More. Let me ask you a question. Yeah, you see what Takia just read out. Yeah, I'm assuming that among Muslims and Black Muslims in particular, you are involved in work that challenges that perspective.
100%. Like, so first of all, like, so I come from a rare sect that recognizes Garvey as a prophet, right? So Garvey considered Muhammad to be Black, right? So I come at it from a whole nother angle, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Right now,
that's
cool. Reggie, Orthodox More is doing that work among Black Muslims. Yeah. Now, the same way that he's doing that among Black Muslims, right? Are you and Takia Watch, if Takia Watch is indeed Black, going to do the same among Black Christians who worship a white Jesus?
So first, I want to respond to his point, and I'll respond to your point after that. So the first thing is, Reggie was saying that in Islamic text, you have basically Muhammad being white. Basically, his body is white. Everything's white about him. And you said basically what we care about is how it's implemented, not necessarily the text. Well, what happened to Black people when they accept Islam? Suddenly, they changed their names to Arabic names, their clothes. Just look at this. What's the name of this Christian guy that became a Muslim and then just went bananas in Speaker's Corner? The one that had a fight with
what's his name?
Small guy.
Zachariah.
Everything about it is changed. How we speak, the Arabization is basically the equivalent of you saying basically Black people are taught to admire.
How is it any different than the Aryanization of Christianity? So my brother Reggie just said he doesn't care about identity politics, right?
You know what?
How is Christianity?
Can I finish my point?
Yo, people.
Hold on.
Let me ask the question.
I just addressed your point, Takia.
And then I'm going to address Sakara's point. I'm not judging.
Let me ask the question, man. Like, what is really the point of this conversation? What's the actual point?
I'll explain, Bang Boy. I'll explain. It's slightly my fault, so I take responsibility. Yesterday, Zabida came on late in the evening and made a statement that Black people are turning to the right wing, inspired by a hatred for Islam. Yeah. And so I came on to challenge that perspective because as far as I'm concerned, there is no significant push towards the right wing among Black people because we hate Islam. And I was giving examples of the fact that well over 14%, over 14% in 2011 of the Black community was Muslim, and it has risen since then. I gave examples pertaining to the United States, the Black population in the United States of America and on the African continent. And Reggie attempted to challenge what I was saying and suggested that I was trying to deceive the people by giving the impression that there was respect for Islam among Black people, although he wasn't able to challenge any of the actual statistics that I actually gave. Yeah, you know what I'm saying, in the rundown. So I got dropped out yesterday. As Reggie has said, the Holy Spirit kind of wafted me out of the chat. So Shango returned this morning and brought me back into the chat so I could basically settle this brief dispute with Reggie. And since I've been settling it with him, Reggie is now trying to deflect to what is written in Muslim text. Yeah. So I was challenging him based upon the fact that if he's a Christian, it would seem to me that what is happening among Black Christians would be of primary importance. He was challenging me to challenge the self-hatred that exists among Black Muslims. So I'm saying, yeah, but I do that, and I was giving them examples of how and when, dating back to the 90s, that I've done that. So now I'm challenging him to in as much as he was challenging me to challenge Black Muslims in relation to certain issues of their identity and their faith. I'm challenging him as a Black Christian to challenge certain issues among his own faith community in relation to their identity and their faith.
But the thing is, I haven't met any Christians here, even on these panels, that have said that Jesus is white.
You mean on the panels or in life? Are you saying that there are no churches, Black churches in this country that have a white Jesus, or Black people that have a white Jesus in
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Hold on, real quick.
I'm sorry, Shakur.
Hold on, real quick.
But I don't have time to visit every single church. But a lot of the church.
You're Orthodox, wait, man.
Can I respond? Man. I'm saying that I don't know about Bank Boy as well, but myself, I haven't really gone to a church where there's a white Jesus on there. But there are some that I'm sure there are some, but I haven't got time to go to start going to every single church to find out if there's.
I have been to Black churches in this country where they have Jesus.
Yeah, I don't doubt it.
Any church that Black people go to that has a white Jesus can be counted as well. So
no, I agree. But I'm obviously I'm emphasizing Black churches because if the congregation is Black and they got a white Jesus there, it's a particular kind of contradiction. Yeah, I've been to homes of people, family, friends, and associates, and seen white Jesus in their home.
Okay, so
yeah,
I'm not going to respond to this.
That comes to your. Yeah, go on.
So we don't dodge this question.
Not you.
The previous comment that I made was to open up more, and then I said I would respond to your point, but then I'll get interrupted. So we don't have text for it that there's that Jesus is white or anything like that. It's more of the culture. Some traditions has been erupted that in China, for example, or Asia, that the Jesus they're depicted as a Japanese or a Chinese. In Ethiopia, he's darker. In Europe, it has been this white Jesus that we have. This is something that's easier to wash away, and we don't put emphasis on white or black or brown. Jesus was from Palestine, so we don't really have that. It doesn't. We don't have that emphasis as you. That you are putting forth. So for us, if Jesus was white, we have no problem with that. If he was from Palestine, which is probably like olive brown.
I have a question to Clear Watch.
Yeah, that's
May
how
I respond after you ask the question, Shaka?
Yeah, that's fine. Because you said that it's easy to do away with.
Easier than if it was in the text.
There's an extent to which I may agree with you, except for the fact that in actual reality, we found it very difficult, it seems, to get rid of it. So how does that play? How does your statement, your assertion, factor into the actual reality of the fact that there are still millions of Black people around the world bowing down to a white Jesus every day?
Well, my position is I don't believe that we should have a picture of Jesus. That's my position.
That's your position, but your individual position. When you speak about Muslims and Islam, you don't speak about individual circumstances and personal proclivities. You speak in a communal context about the impact of the thing on groups of people. And I'm saying that the image of the white Jesus has had a negative impact upon large groups of Black people for generations and centuries. Yeah.
So what impact has it had? So I know. So we have the same reference point.
Are you being serious? Yeah.
Hold on,
Christian. Is that?
Let's hear it.
All right.
Let's first diagnose the problem.
He's a Bank Boy is a Black Christian brother who seems to have a semblance of sense. So let Bank Boy speak on this now.
All right. So is it Takia that's talking? Yeah.
Yep.
So Takia, let me ask you first and foremost. What are you? Are you like?
No, I don't deal with personal questions. Just stick to the topic. What is the problem with it, so we can diagnose it correctly?
Well, if you're asking what the problem with it, I'm guessing you're not a Black person then. So
make your point. Make your point.
The point is for you to ask that question, you must be quite ignorant. about, you know, like Shakara just said that.
If you don't want to
the
answer,
image-
Bagboy, if you don't want to answer,
Yeah.
let Shakara answer, man.
Obviously,
answering, what are you
you
talking
don't know how to formulate arguments.
Please let your black Christian brothers come on.
The question was, hold on, let me actually
What would
take my
Jesus do?
The
Let
question
your,
was,
your black Christian brothers.
what is the problem about it? And maybe there's several problems with it. And if you diagnose it
do
correctly,
you want me to answer or not?
then
Like,
we can
so
speak about the problem.
Jesus wept when you.
Shakara said, Shakara asserted, yeah, that the image of a white Jesus has been extremely detrimental to huge parts of, you know, African people. And you're saying, like, why does that matter? What kind of stupid
No,
question
I
is
didn't
that?
say what that doesn't matter. That's not what I said. I said let's diagnose the problem. In what way is it a problem? So that was my point. Yeah. You said
So
it
white
was
savior complex. So we can talk about the colonization of the African continent and the enslavement of Africans using the Bible and the white savior complex to as a vehicle to indoctrinate black people into agreeing with and idolizing Europeans and even fearing them as well. Obviously, moving forward into we're now 2020, we've got loads of black people who try to whiten their faces, so you skin lightening cream.
But you have to draw a connection to his being white, because we don't believe that God has a body. He entered a body here, but we believe that God is a spirit. So you have taken our theology. So connect that with. We don't believe that God has a body, entered the earth here, but we believe that God is a spirit. So that is our theology.
But you say we, like the fact that you have a depiction of Jesus Christ in a church, full stop, makes it a completely contradicts your point. So when you have a picture of Jesus Christ, and if Jesus Christ is part of the Holy Trinity, then it's God, isn't it? So what they're now doing is they're now looking up and praying to this figure and exalting this figure, and they're affected by that because it's actually diametrically opposed to the thing that they see in the mirror every single day, right? So there's a lot of self-hate that can come from that.
So how do you come to the position of self-hate?
Like a level of inferiority complex.
How do you come to that conclusion?
Yeah, exactly. How did you come to that?
That's an assumption.
I don't understand wait. Questions, man. Why are you people asking stupid questions, man?
No, bro. Don't worry. Hold on. Let them ride in it. So you're saying, how do we come to that conclusion?
Yeah, how do you draw the line from that? We believe that God is a spirit that entered the world here and came as a Palestine in the area of Palestine, as Israel. We believe that he's more olive brown. And so we know all of these depiction of Jesus is just, from cultural perspective. In Japan, the Jesus looked like more Chinese. In Ethiopia, he's dark skinned. In Europe, he has become more white and blue eyed.
And in Africa, wait, we're talking.
Hey, Jupiter, be quiet 1 second, man. They're talking.
Takia.
Yeah, well, I'm not staying there long, so I'll let you make one comment, then I want to get a comment in.
No, you can't.
All right, mute up, Jupiter, man.
We're riding through a couple of questions, so just wait your turn, please. So, Takia, what does Jesus look like in Africa and in African houses, generally speaking?
It depends on which countries you are in. That's why I mentioned. But
give me some examples.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned, for example, Ethiopia. There are dark-skinned Jesus. So they adopted. But in many countries, I guess those that you are looking for addressing is those who have a white Jesus in black homes or black churches.
Right.
So we can be very specific about that. Yeah.
Right. So how do you believe that happens? So I want to ask you a question. How do you believe it happens that Chinese can have a Chinese-looking Jesus, Europeans can have a European-looking Jesus, and then there's certain African states, African nations that have a prevalence in the household of white Jesuses?
So I believe that even in those countries, there are people who believe that you should not have a picture of Jesus.
I'm asking you a question.
No. You're going to interrupt me? Is this how are we going to have a conversation?
No, but
you can address your point.
Hold on a second.
No. This is not the interrogation. You're going to interrupt when I'm speaking, or else I'm going to interrupt you, and we're not going to have a show.
Just hold on one
second. How are we going to do it?
Yeah, why are they trying to make you feel guilty for something that they already know? Hold on a minute. If this is their religion, if it came from the Middle East and Africa...
Wait. Why are you letting this woman talk now when we're supposed to be having a conversation?
No, because God, you're talking
Of course,
rubbish.
you can speak her mind.
Hey, Jupiter, mute up for a second, man.
No, let her speak. Speak your mind, Jupiter.
Right, what I'm saying is,
No. You're not going to insert yourself into the conversation just randomly.
You can do it. It's not your show.
why everybody else does.
Listen, I'm not everybody else. Have some respect.
They have low view of humans, of women.
You got
Speak
a
your
problem
mind.
with women.
Who has a low view of women?
You.
Well, what man does it? I've never
Yeah.
seen you lot being rude to men.
You're
You're
saying
only ever rude to the women.
We're having a conversation.
No, you're saying that who let this woman speak?
I'm trying to ask the brother a question.
No, I'm not your brother.
You're not, all right.
You don't have any self-respect.
I want to answer for it because I believe what I've got to say is relevant.
You know what, M.A. Brown, don't even like pay attention to either of them. Because Taki is a troll right now. He's chatting shit.
No. It's this guy who's sabotaging a good conversation.
Look, yeah, you guys just let people each other speak. Let them finish. I know people go on, just don't go on for too long, and then
I just
have a free-flowing conversation.
No, but M.A. Brown asked him a question, and he's trying to sidewind. So
I'm not siding.
Well, I'm trying to give you a point. Then maybe
Be quiet for a second, man. I'm begging you, Jupiter, man. I'm begging you, man. Just be quiet for a second. You're gonna have your time to talk. Yeah, let M.A. Brown and Takia deal with the line of questioning that they were dealing with.
Well, he doesn't let me finish my sentence. So how can we have a meaningful conversation?
No, finish your sentence. Can you just stop doing that?
If your religion came from Africa,
I'm not listening to nothing that you're saying, man. You're saying
the Middle East it's your religion, according to you. Therefore, if it came into England, I'm going to say it.
And wait for your time to speak.
I'm going to keep talking until you listen. If it came into England, you imposed religion on us. If that was on us, how the hell could you impose it on someone else?
Be quiet and wait for your time to speak.
Did they all lose their faith?
Be quiet and wait for your time to speak. Be quiet and wait for your time to speak.
The white one, if it was and they knew all along the truth.
And wait for your time to speak.
If it was their religion and
wait for your turn to speak.
Why did they lose their faith?
And wait for your turn to speak.
Well, Mr. Brown, you don't care when other people are speaking, right? So you better live up to your own code.
Say what you're saying, innit?
Okay. So I'll respond. I said like this, that even in those nations where they have, many of them have a white Jesus, there are many people who don't believe that you should have a picture of Jesus. But I can speak specifically about those who have a white Jesus in their home. I believe that they're influenced probably by history or from the movies, pop culture, basically. So there are several ways to be come to the conclusion you should have that, or maybe
so Takia, in saying, like, referencing what you just said, so you're saying that the black nations that have a white Jesus in their homes are influenced by movies and pop culture. So how come the Japanese or the Chinese, like M.A. Brown mentioned, who also watch movies and have pop culture, how come they depict Jesus in their own, in an image that looks like them?
I'm sure that even in Japanese countries or Chinese countries or Chinese homes and churches, there are probably white Jesus there, or like we don't put that emphasis on skin color. If you look at our theology, so it's binary.
I don't think you're qualified to actually like have this conversation because you're not.
Watch. Already for them. Let me ask you a question. You see, among black Muslims, the scripture that was the descriptions, of Muhammad as a white man. Do you know of like countries, especially countries that are majority black, and at least half or majority Muslim? Is the description of Muhammad on the wall? Are they regularly reading the description of Muhammad? Is that an act of among black Muslims?
That's easy to respond to. So no, Muslims are in the same thing as Christian, that they don't care about skin color. What they have instead, the equivalent of that would be the highest way of becoming a good Muslim is you adopt the Arabization, you change your name, your clothes become Arabic. So you adopt the Arabization, which is the equivalent.
Okay. Yeah. So you're saying that sensibility does not exist among Black Christians. That Christian name and Europeanization is not a thing among Black Christians.
No, not according to theology. So if you become a Christian, then you have to drop your culture. I don't believe that.
Well, some Black Muslims will say the same, but you haven't answered my question. But you haven't answered my question. Are you saying that Christianization and Europeanization doesn't exist among Black Christians?
In what way? Give an example.
I'm asking you. Does it exist or not? 1 second. Does it? Because in the same way that you're saying that Black Muslims have to adopt Arabization, it's the same impact. I'm asking you: are you saying that sensibility does not exist among Black Christians? Among Black Christians, all right. So
let me respond to it.
Hold on, Shakara. Why do you feel that Christians have to basically answer for other people going against the scripture? I mean, when your African spiritualists maybe pick someone's hair out their head.
Yeah, that's not what I said. I'm not actually questioning the scripture.
We asked you why. Why don't you go and speak to your?
I'm not challenging the scripture at the moment. You put a challenge towards me, Reggie, and said to me that
you're challenging us.
You must challenge. One second, Reggie. You put a challenge towards me and said that I must challenge Muslims in relation to said issues. Yeah, and I affirmed that I have and I will continue to challenge Muslims on those,
because that's your priority. Your priority is identity politics. Our priority.
In all fairness, Reggie. In all fairness, yeah, you put a challenge towards me, and I've accepted the challenge. Yeah, you know what I'm saying, right? I've accepted that challenge. Yeah. Now I'm saying that these issues exist among Black Christians. Takia Watching tried to dodge answering my question a while ago. Asked me for examples. Yeah. So I'm going to give some examples now of Europeanization and Christianization among Black people. Yeah, one of them is the fact that I come from a nation called Jamaica, and as a part of the enslavement process that we suffered as African people in Jamaica, our names were taken from us. Yeah, and so most Jamaicans don't know what the original names of their ancestors that were brought were or are. Yeah, and this is because on plantations we were given Christian names, and we were told that the surname was what signified that we were property of our Christian slave masters, and that we were given a Christian name because we were benighted barbarians saved by Christian grace. There's a man by the name of Kaisley Hayford, yeah. And he is a activist from the late 1800s, early 1900s, from the Fante group of people. Yeah, and his name Kaisley Hayford because of the Christianization of what is today Ghana. Okay, there's he's a Fante, and
but Shakara.
You asked me a question, I'm giving you examples, right?
Let's take like one example so I can comment on it, and then you can go back.
You have to cut it short, Shakara. You really have to cut it short.
There's a poem called The Sojourner, yes, by Kobina Sechi, yeah, who is another Christianized African who was christened with a European name as an expression of his Christianity, and began to reject Christianity and took on his original Fante name, Kobina Sechi, as a reflection of his shedding of Europeanization. There is a poet by the name of Phyllis Wheatley, yeah?
He's speaking long. Can you cut it short?
You asked me for examples.
I don't want the 3 minutes answer. I want like 3 minutes and a half.
Phyllis Wheatley.
You're preaching. 1.5 minutes is enough.
Phyllis Wheatley wrote poems about the fact that she was taken from West Africa, traveled to America.
So are you basically saying that these people
you're preaching now? We don't want to hear preaching. We want to have
and wrote poems to the extent that
it doesn't matter if you speak long time. It's getting boring now. We get the point.
It
We
was
get the point.
that brought her from her Christian land.
Enough. We get the point. We get the point.
You know what I'm saying? Through Christianity, all these kinds of things.
We get the point. 2 minutes is fine. You do now 3-4 minutes now. So,
Yeah, I don't-
first of all, when you're talking about, the names that were given.
Back here.
Yeah.
Can you please tell me what his point was? Because I don't get it. Because all
He
he's
said
done.
basically that one way to basically colonize people were that you were giving them names and taking away part of their identity.
No, that wasn't my point. My point was that Christianization. My point was that Europeanization came with Christianity just as much as Arabization came with Islam.
Okay, so we can disagree with history. We don't have any problem with that. And there's an underlying assumption that you say that it has been Europeanized. That names like Peter, John, they're European names, or Matthew. These are names that come from Israel-Palestine area. We don't believe that Christianity is a European ideology. We think it's universal. One part of the world, which was.
So do Muslims believe that Islam is a universal ideology? What's your point?
Why are you deflecting? I'm rebutting.
But Shakira, it's factually correct that it came from the Middle Eastern region. Like,
What's that? Christianity and Islam. Christianity came from the Middle Eastern region.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not disputing that. That doesn't mean that Peter's not an original Hebrew name. Peter is the Europeanization of a Hebrew name.
So
yeah. What is his name originally?
I can't remember the original Hebrew.
Is it not name. Peter? Isn't John?
Not to my understanding, but I can stand corrected where that is concerned.
The biggest point is that you're.
Okay. Are we denying then that there are Europeanized versions of original Hebrew names?
No, that could happen.
Why shouldn't there be?
No. I'm not asking if it could. I'm not asking if it could. I'm asking, does it happen?
Like what? Yeah. I mean, I can imagine that. Hold on, I'm speaking. I can imagine that every country has their.
No. I'm asking, are there Europeanized versions of Christian names?
Hold on, I'm speaking, man.
Well, Shakira, there's more.
3-4 minutes.
More Mohammeds than. There's more people that are taking on Muhammad and Ahmed than people that are taking on European names.
No, I'm sorry. I mark you to be factually incorrect where that is concerned. I think that you'll find that it's quite common for Christians in Africa to give their children Christian names. You at the moment, Reggie.
That's good, but it's not a European.
Are you upset?
So you're saying that the names, they're not European, yeah? All right. So if you're saying that the names are not European, yeah, are you saying that the people that brought the names with colonization did not identify these names with their culture?
No, that didn't.
That's just coincidence. At the end of the day, it's a Christian name.
And I hear. Hold on, Reggie. I hear that you have a very.
I take your argument.
You're speaking for a long time. Let a response now.
I take your argument. The names.
With his Christian name, which is universal, and I hear that you have very high hate for Europeans.
The Muslim names are not universal, yeah, but the Christian names are universal.
No, deflection. I'll ask you a specific question.
What's the question?
We believe that these are universal names. They're Christian names, right? So it's not European names. Your problem was the twist, that maybe they have twisted a little bit. Instead of John, it's called Johannes.
But that's your opinion. I'm saying
I'm giving you.
That's your opinion, though. You're going to draw on the veil of universality to define Christianity. In the same way that the Muslim would draw on the veil of universality to describe Islam. Fine.
Are you anti-Europe, by the way? I hear like underlying hate for Europe. Are you anti-Europe?
Am I anti-Europe? So if I speak about the colonization of African people by Europeans, I'm anti-European.
No, I'm asking you right now.
Sorry, before we
are you answering my question with a question?
Getting back to your original point, yeah.
No, I want to know.
So what's
missionaries have got nothing to do with colonization.
let us use your designation of
I asked
Christianity.
you a question and now you're dodging something else.
I'm not dodging your question. Actually. I'm actually trying to answer your question.
Okay.
Hey, I'm actually trying to answer your question. Thank you very much. Yeah. So you and Reggie are saying that the names are not European. Yeah. They're Middle Eastern. That's fine. They're not African. Yeah. So let's say that they're Middle Eastern and they're not European. Then we can speak about if by your designation we're going to speak about the Middle Easternization. Yes. As opposed to the Europeanization, which is commensurate with Christianity, in the same way that Arabization is commensurate with Islam, and the impact is the same. Yeah. So whereas in Islam, when Africans take on, or black people take on Islam, they take on Muslim names, yes, or Arabic names. That black people, when they take on Christianity, tend to take on Middle Eastern names.
Right, and
no, it's more than that. It's a false equivalent.
Yeah, but even if that happens, hold on, Takia. What's the problem with it, Shakara?
Well, if Takia Watch and Reggie see a problem with black people taking on Muslim or Arabic names when they become Muslims, if they're black, and is that they consider that to be Arabization, then I would suggest that the same problem exists where black people take on quote unquote Middle Eastern names when they become Christians.
No, it's not that, because the highest form of a good Muslim is someone who emulates Muhammad, right? So it's not just names, the way of life, everything changes about you. You become more Arab, but if you become more Christian, you be Christ-like. The name is not the similar thing. And we have our change is the change of heart, our character change. Everything about is to follow. Yeah, we don't have to become more Palestinian or Israeli.
Right.
Can I?
Okay, in that case, I don't know if you care about the answer.
Are you denying then? Are you denying then that Christians? Are you denying then that black Christians around the world? Yeah, are you? Sorry, go on, bro.
I'm saying,
I
like,
statement, when there's a lull, yeah.
Takia, like, if that's the case, yeah, if you're saying all this stuff about, it's not really about the name and this and that, you change your faith and blah blah blah. Why do they change the names in the first place then? If it's all about, just the faith.
We change the name. Christians don't change. They don't change the name.
You don't have to with Christianity. If Christians decide to start calling their children European names, that's up to them. If they're a black Christian from Africa and they want to suddenly call their kid John or Billy Bob or whatever, that's up to them. But you don't get asked in Christianity that you must, to follow the religion, change your name. That's a lie. Yes, it happens.
If Muslim want to change their name, I don't have a problem.
You're disingenuous.
If black Muslims want to have Arabic names, what's the problem?
No, the change of name is not the problem for me. It's the Arabization I'm talking about. Everything about you
saying, what's the problem?
You have to be more Arab.
He sees the problem.
So Veli, I'm going to down. Veli, can you share my screen? I want to share something because I heard you say that is a big problem that basically Nigerian, for example,
the fact
the problem with the registration of
brothers and sisters, or my supposed black Christian brothers and sisters, in the case of Takia Watch, will defend Europeanization along with in the name of Christianity, whilst condemning Arabization in the name of Islam. It's a massive contradiction.
We don't believe that Christianity is a European religion.
On the panel, a man who gets
the more equivalent would say that we become more like Israeli Palestinian
values. So it's okay. It's okay to colonize, man. If you are Christian, but when it comes to Islam, they don't want to deal with it. Now, see me, I'm a plague on both your houses. Yeah, I challenge and I fireban Arabic colonization, and I fireban European colonization, I fireban Middle Eastern colonization, Eurasian colonization in all its forms. I fireban the whole.
So you said to Reggie, should black Nigerian Christian care about Islam? Don't we have a bigger problem, like our identity is being stolen? Well, here's what happened recently to Nigerian. I'm not finished. Don't run away from recently, 500.
Here they come.
Here, 500 were shackled and they were freed in Nigeria, and they were non-Christian. This was recently, just 6 months ago. During New Year, we had this going on. that Nigerians are severely persecuted by Muslims there. They behead them and they show it on video.
Shakira doesn't care about that, man.
These kind of stuff matters to us. And this is the stuff that you don't know. You don't even know that.
And it should. And it should.
20 seconds. You don't even know that apostasy law happens in Somalia, all over African countries. If you bounce your religion, you just don't get shunned. The family will kill you if the government will not get you first.
He doesn't care about that. All
You
he
don't
cares
care about
about is the 400 years of slavery.
No, Reggie, come on, man. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. When you ask me, would I challenge and condemn and flag up these issues? I told you, most definitely I would. Did I not, Reggie?
Mic drop. Reggie,
did I not
address any of this? Look at the bias.
Did I not, Reggie? Hold on, did I not?
Sorry, I missed that.
I said, Reggie, thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. When you asked me, would I raise these issues and challenge them? What did I say to you?
Oh God, that's
Shaka, you're actually paying attention to Reggie. Like,
I'll say that you say that in one sentence. The next sentence you start defending and saying, "What about Christians? What about?"
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. You know what you're saying right now. You know what you're saying.
No, I say
because you see me do it. And you've heard me do it, yeah. So let's not do that, yeah. Let's not do that at all.
I think
do that at all.
Reggie, look at integrity.
Christians and Islamics didn't keep arguing. Look at what's happening. Look at what's happening. Children
Shakira, I think,
and to tell me that people get beheaded. This is fucking sick. All
people
because
being
one
beheaded today. Today, Shakira, not 400 years ago. I'm talking about today, Shakira. Yeah, people are being beheaded by Islamists.
Let me clarify today, Reggie. Let me clarify today. Where I see these kinds of things, I promise you. Yeah, when I see these kinds of things, I promise you, I will continue to challenge them. I gave you all the examples. I gave you recent examples already. You know, I don't know how you've forgotten them. But once again, Reggie, thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Please do not.
But then you lie. You lie and say that. Shakira, the problem is when you lie and say that everything is like we respect them. How can we respect them?
Reggie, let me just jump in with one last point. Reggie,
say something. Try to say something. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay, this is my last point, and then I'm going to drop. I want to show you this. So, this is BBC from 2001 reporting about European slavery. Yes, Europeans enslaved. We have clear history about this. We teach this to our children and so on. But if you go down in the screen here, you see here, however, Europeans did not have monopoly on slavery. The Muslim trader also exported as many as 17 million slaves from Indian Ocean, Middle East, North Africa. Do we teach about this stuff?
Yes, we do. As Pan-Africans all the time. Yes.
How many people in the street, if you go now, you ask hundreds of black people know about this?
We do.
This is the biggest massacre of slavery.
Yes. What are you trying to say, fam? A lot of
okay.
What are you trying to say?
Takia, maybe you got a point that it maybe needs to be more spoken about, but you can't say
they speak more about
Wait. There's probably a large amount of black people that don't necessarily know as much because it's not as recent in history, right?
What? So, it's happening today.
Hold on a second, man. Hold on a second.
All right.
And obviously these types of articles, like I know about all of this stuff in it, but not everyone. There's most of our family are watching Desperate Housewives of Atlanta and all this kind of shit. How you expect them to know about this type of stuff? It's not something that is promoted in the mainstream. It's not something that's promoted in the family home necessarily. It's not even spoke about enough, let alone the colonial past of the Europeans. So there's a lot of education that still needs to occur amongst black people. But my point is, you can't level just because like Shakira is not the person you need to be leveling this at all.
Exactly.
But they just try to deflect. That's what it is.
No. I'm talking about proportion.
That way I was trying to say something.
You can do both. But this is basically non-existent.
Takia, watch. Be Jesus like and let your Christian brother speak. Bankboy.
Right. Takia, let me ask you a question. So bringing it back to the image, the white Jesus image that a lot of black Christians.
Bankboy's fruits are not Christian, man. From what he's displaying.
Sorry,
he's not Christian. You haven't watched Jesus. What kind of a statement is that?
No,
Go ahead, speak.
No,
speak, Christian brother, and challenge the right Jesus. Speak.
I didn't even hear what he said. What did you say, Reggie?
Okay, so
I'll say so far you haven't said anything that promotes or defends the Christian faith.
Challenging the right Jesus. That's Christian in my opinion. If right Jesus is indeed false, go ahead, bang boy.
Listen, if they want to come and work black Jesus,
I'm gonna ignore it for now. Like,
okay, Bank Boy, I'm gonna drop. So if you want to ask the last thing, and then I'm gonna.
The question is, what do you feel like if Black Africans, if African Christians had, an image of Jesus that reflects them as a people, what do you feel that would have done? That would do for the psyche of African Christians.
Can I add a supplementary question to that? So related,
stopping them. Why can't they do that?
Takia Watch. Would you, in the context of the question that Bank Bear asked, would you agree that the right image of Jesus came to Black people as a part of the colonial process and as a weapon within the colonial process?
I don't know how it came there, but I can imagine that's part of it. Pop culture was another one, in TV.
How it came there? That's a bit. Yeah, that's. I mean, come on now. You don't know how it came there.
I answered your question right. I said that it could be part of the story. Are you gonna speak when I'm speaking, or how should we do it?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I think it could happen many ways. One was pop culture, TV movies. It's a recent phenomenon, like the last 100 years, 150 years, maybe 200 years.
No, it's not.
Colonization could be part of it. If it was a weapon, I don't know if it was a weapon. I have to look into it. Yeah, and the answer to Bank Boy, he was asking how would that affect Black people if they had a Jesus that looked more like them. First of all, I reject the idea that underlying idea that we uphold white people in a certain way because we see a white Jesus. I don't really buy into that, because we believe that Jesus is not a human. He entered creation and then he went back to his divine form.
Don't buy into it, even though you're an example of it. It's beautiful.
That's a nice assumption. Bank Boy, did I answer your question, or do you want to ask follow-up second question?
Can I make a statement? Can I make a quick statement? Yeah, just really quickly.
Sure.
So, cultural imposition is not part of theology. That's what you said, Takia. Yeah? If it's not part of theology, that can be argued, but it occurs in practice. How and why? Like, if you arrive with a religion with a pre-established aesthetic code, and you're able to co-opt those people into that code, right? Whatever aesthetic code is will be the thing that they look to, right? So once Europeans, so like with regards to European versions of the Hebrew name that you guys spoke about, for example, it's delivered to a people who are unfamiliar with the history that you guys were talking about, right? And they make and as a consequence, they make associations only with Europeans regarding those names. So my name is in the Bible, my first name. My last name is Brown. Yeah, it's a rap from then on. Yeah. It further reinforces the exaltation of and the divine associations made with the white man through the white Jesus, right? So I've said also the Christianization in Africa has altered the culture of the people to an extent, but the strength of the African culture has been so strong, it's been able to withstand that complete erasure to a point. However, in places like the Caribbean, where the erasure coincided with the cultural imposition, its impact, you could argue, has been as profound as the Arabization you guys are talking about.
Okay, so I encourage, first of all, that you keep your culture when you became Christian, but your life, basically, the character should be Christ-like. So I would encourage everybody from different nations to keep your culture, express Christianity within your culture. I don't see an conflict at all.
Takia,
I will leave
yeah,
now.
but no one's stopping you having a black Jesus. No one.
Say that again, sorry?
No one is stopping you having a black Jesus. So why are you worried?
So what we tried to outline,
if you're
hold on, wait. Give me a second. Give me a second, please. what we've outlined, yeah, for the benefit of Takia and whoever, Jupiter or whatever, yeah, we've outlined how it's occurred. We're not. You can talk about what we should do now, but outlining how it occurred will present to you the extent to which it's going to be difficult to do what you guys are saying. Oh, just go have your black. No, listen. I've got a friend. In fact, my great grandmother, when I went to see her for the first time in Dominica, yeah, had white Jesus on the wall. Yeah, my granddad took it down. The next day, it was back up again. Right. This is the level of brainwashing that people, especially in the Caribbean and the Americans, have gone through within the black community, right? So,
so why can't you just allow them to believe what they want?
It's not something that you could Jupiter saying, "Oh, everyone worship you." Like, that's not going to work. Like no one, like your voice is not strong enough in comparison to 400 years of oppression and brainwashing. It's just not. So what I've been trying to outline to Takia is that this is the pre-existing condition. And what you said about what your recommendation was, you advise people to take Christian character traits of Jesus or whatever, and blah, 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 and keep your culture. The culture has been erased. Wait, Reggie, 1 second. The culture has been erased already. You can't go to Jamaica and tell them keep their culture. Their culture is already Europeanized. It's already Christianized. 1 second, last line. African attentions have been largely removed as well. So you can't take away all the things that the people have and then tell them to, do you know what I mean? Read, do you know what I mean? And sorry, 10 seconds. The whole point of what people like Brother Chakara are doing is to try and reinstill those cultural, the cultures that have been lost, right? And so we can do what Takia is maybe suggesting. Christians can still be Africans and be proud to be Africans. You get me? That's all I'm gonna say.
We don't want what Shakara is offering though. It's clear.
So while you were talking, I took the liberty because I was pretty sure I was correct. To research names like Peter and names like John and names like Mark, and they are in fact not Hebrew. They come from a Greco-Latin and Germanic root. Yeah, so these are not Hebrew names, but they're still considered to be Christian names. Just want to make that point. Thank you very much. Continue.
No, they do have a Hebrew counterpart. It's just that for speaking in English, they're translated into English. That's all it is, Shakara. It's not a big.
It's just the case. There are European names. There are European names for which that is the case, but examples were given earlier in terms of John and Peter, and my brother M.A. Brown just put his name forward, which is also a biblical name. So I checked out all of them, and none of them have a Hebrewic root. It's Greek, Latin, and Germanic root. There are names that are European names today that come from that have a Hebrew root, but those are not among them. So there are many Christian names that do not have a Hebrewic root. They're not Middle Eastern names. They're quite squarely European names.
Well, this is actually a pretty. I'm going to bounce. This is a pretty key point. I mean, John, for example, in my country where I live, we call him Johannes. It's the same thing. It's just a twist on it. So it's of course it's biblical names that comes from the Middle East. I'm going to bounce now. Someone else.
Hold on, Takia. Before you go, I just want to make this point, by the way, Shakara, which is a misunderstanding of those who think Christianity is in Africa is the result of colonialism. Christianity was in Africa before Islam. Christianity has been in Africa for a good 1,000 years.
For a century,
before any colonialist ever stepped foot on the African soils. This is a complete misunderstanding of history. If you think that Christianity only came to Africans via the white man or via the European, it did not. It was already there long before any Arab or any European came.
I would argue that wasn't Christianity. I would argue.
Banksy, ask him if he knows about it.
But first of all, you're talking in relation to Ethiopia. You're talking in relation to Sudan.
To Egypt
and parts, Syria,
Iraq,
Eritrea,
and parts of North Africa. The reality is that the idea that all happened without Europeans or non-Africans is fallacious. But also, when we were not discussing how Christianity came. to the entire continent. We were discussing an issue of white Jesus, yeah, and the white Jesus came in a particular context. Okay, so I'm not sure what the point that you're making is, but even if you were absolutely correct, and there are some aspects of what you're saying that I would say are correct, or other aspects that are not correct. Doesn't overshadow the impact of the white Jesus, the image of the white Jesus, and its continued impact on Africans today. And Brother Reggie is trying to deny, and Takia Watch, to the extent that he is black in general anyway, is attempting to deny the psychological colonial impact of the white Jesus on black people around the world, and the fact that it was brought to us, and the fact that it was brought to us in order to facilitate the slavery and colonial experience.
That's not true, though. He's just told you that Christianity came out of Ethiopia. It was there a long time in Africa before it even got to Europe. Now, if it got to Europe and the Europeans said, you know what, we like this religion, but we're going to make it a white Jesus, so fucking what? If the Jamaicans,
Jupiter.
say, we like this religion, but we're going to make Jesus black, so fucking what? You don't need to get permission of someone else to change an image in your mind or to draw a black. It's a totally.
I agree, Jupiter. So we're not going to ask your opinion on this subject.
Yeah, Jupiter, do you know your opinion on this? No one actually cares about your opinion at all, Jupiter. You shouldn't even be on.
I want to be able to look at someone's picture as well on this thing.
You know what? Yeah. The bottom line is, I know most of you guys here are more. You tried to dodge the point about the theological side, where the text. So every one of those people that are going against the text already, they're not following Christ, they're not following the scripture, so they're not Christian. You know what I'm saying? So that's their choice to go against. That's their choice and their irresponsibility.
Let's say I agree with you. Let's say I agree with you.
Going against it.
Let us say I agree with you. All that would mean is that there are millions of black people around the world, in particular, in the black world, who are not actually Christians then, because they're worshiping the white Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, if they're worshiping a white Jesus and they're going against the text, then no, they're not. The road to heaven is the gates of heaven is very narrow.
Brother Reggie, in relation to people towards Christ, I suggest to you that where this gross crime and mischaracterization that has been done to the universal Christian faith should be a priority for you, it would seem.
Yes.
We don't know what colour his skin was because we don't care. Only people like you do.
It's not just that. Shakara, you're fundamentally misunderstanding the representation of Jesus. You realize Jesus is actually Korean in Korea. He has Korean-shaped eyes in Korea. In Philippines, he has a different, slightly different
We've already been through this, Banksy.
Because what you don't realize is that Jesus is malleable. Jesus is actually a symbol. And if you're taking this as white Jesus is the only Jesus that can be accepted.
Okay, Banksy, hear me out now. We've been through this argument already. We established that Koreans have Korean Jesus, German, whatever, and it's only seems to be in Africa and African people in the diaspora who have the white Jesus that doesn't look like them. Why?
No, because
by the way, can I make the point that even in Ethiopia today, if you go to Ethiopia today, you're gonna see images of a white Jesus, even though Christianity's been in Ethiopia long before it was in West Africa. Yeah, you'll find images of a white Jesus in Ethiopia. Believe me.
Yep. Right. Because the image Shakara, you know, like at the end of the day, if people are going against Christ and we see them doing the wrong thing, when we see it, we have to tell them that that shouldn't be there. You get what I'm saying?
Reggie, right now, yeah, I know you can understand, yeah, that the real conversation is not about like going against Christ or whatnot. We understand that we need to follow, you know, the doctrines of the religion, but that's not the conversation at hand right now. What we're talking about is the effect of a white Jesus on the psychological effect of.
Well, that's unmeasurable.
Amen.
Bankboy,
Amen.
Bankboy, that's Thank boy, that's really
Reggie, can you say? Can you
That's
say?
what I'm trying to say.
Please, Reggie, can you affirm the amen to what Black Boy just said, please?
Oh, why should I say amen? He's talking about the psychological effect of something, which
in the church we affirm truth.
Hold on. There's always going to be an effect of falsehood or doing things the wrong way. You get what I'm saying? But it's unmeasurable. At the end of the day, when your African spiritualists go around killing people or doing voodoo and cursing people or poisoning people, you get what I'm saying? There's also a detrimental effect, there's psychological effect. But at the end of the day, we all have a responsibility to correct people. We all have a responsibility.
Bro,
we all have a responsibility. We all have a responsibility to correct people when we believe that they are going against the right thing.
Yeah, the image of a white Jesus has been detrimental to black people. Yes or no?
Again, we all have a responsibility to correct people when they are going against the right thing.
The problem is,
and that applies.
The African nationalists or Pan-Africanists are hung up on this white Jesus thing, whilst you don't understand the symbology of Jesus as a character itself.
Fuck all of that, man.
You guys keep running around as if the white Jesus is the only problem. The fact is, there's white. Hold on.
Thanks. About black people.
Let him finish, Bankman.
No,
let him finish.
Because the image, as much as you have a hang up on the white Jesus, no one seems to address nobody seems to have a hang up of the white Adam and Eve. How many depictions of black Adam and Eve have you ever seen? And this is the fundamentals of this religion and the first human beings ever created.
Are you Christian, Maxie? Maxie, are you Christian?
The Christians pray through Adam and Eve.
Exactly. Maxie, are you a Christian?
So who?
Yeah, you, Maxie, are you a Christian?
No, I'm an atheist. I don't know.
So what the heck?
None of these people existed as far as I'm concerned.
Oh,
interesting. But what I do actually appreciate is the intelligence of these characters.
No, it's very interesting.
And their place.
So what you're doing at the moment, Baxi, is just defending whiteness.
No, I'm not defending the whiteness. I'm saying that you're incorrect when you think Christianity is Africa's acceptance of Christianity, or the African continent's introduction to Christianity is a fundamentally white thing. It is not. Christians knew about there were Christian Africans long before there was a white colonization of Africa. Long before there was an Arab colonization.
We know that, and we've already dealt with that. What we're saying is that after the white people came and colonized Africa, they enforced their own image.
Exactly.
I'm going to disagree to the extent that Africa has been invaded for quite some time, from people from the so-called Middle East, from before there was a Christianity, and the influx of Christianity, even in those early stages, is commensurate with a lot of those invasions. Even though, you know what I'm saying? So you have to bear that in mind. The Coptic Church doesn't develop in a vacuum, and nor does Ethiopia adopting Christianity as its national religion. To say that Christianity was in Africa before it was in Europe is false. It would be true to say that Christianity was a state religion in Ethiopia before it was a state religion anywhere in Europe. That might be true to say.
Anyway, what people?
Reggie, what denomination of Christianity are you?
Covenant.
Shut up, Jupiter. Jupiter, just shut up. Reggie.
No, I won't shut up. Christianity.
Reggie, what denomination of Christianity
you're all talking a load of what anyway, because no one knows what the Sumerians look like. Because they talk.
They look like you, Jupiter. They look like you, mate. They look like you.
We're all talking a load of twat anyway.
All right, yeah, Jupiter. Reggie, let me
get to the point, man.
Alive today, every single woman alive today has got the match.
Let me talk to a proper person.
We are all
Reggie,
you need to grow up, you mugs.
All right, yeah. All right, Reggie.
Get to the point, man. Get to the point.
Yeah.
Backboy, get to the point, man.
What denomination?
It doesn't matter what denomination. I'm not Christian.
Are you a Celestine? Celestian Church, yeah?
No. No, what's the point anyway? I don't get the point.
No, yeah, what are you?
I'm just Reggie, man. You get what I'm saying?
No,
get to the point.
Christianity, like for example,
you're not saying.
Like, come on.
Why are you not sharing?
I follow the Bible, man. I'm an apostle of
Catholic?
Christ. That's it.
Are you Catholic,
Oh.
Methodist, Baptist, Anglican?
I'm not defined. I'm just someone that follows Christ.
You follow
I'm just
Christ.
I'm just trying to follow God. That's it. I'm just trying to follow Christ. That's it.
I don't like Reggie. You like. I don't understand you, man. Honestly, real talk.
Bro, I don't understand you. You seem like a respect, man, form of Christianity.
Say that again.
Why?
You sound like the same version of Christianity that respect follows.
Because he challenges challenging the white Jesus is a Rastafari thing now. It's not a Christian thing.
No, it's that this Christianity that all religions are the same Christianity. that all the Abrahamic faiths are one kind of.
Are you that silly? Are you trying to tell me that all Christianity is the same? Are you really that silly?
No. I'm saying that the way that you're sounding like you sound like you're coming from that kind of.
If you want to put Jesus aside, I don't see what the problem is.
Because the reason I asked,
to be honest, go on.
The reason I asked you your denomination, because I wanted to kind of get a clearer picture of where your mind, may be,
But the thing is, I don't understand. Like you're talking to someone that doesn't have.
You don't seem to understand our plight as a black person, man. Every time you speak, it's like.
What are you talking about? Our plight. Our plight is not centered around the color of Jesus. Our plight is centered around people like many of the people that come onto these shows. People that sit on their ass and just talk about things and criticize things and don't do nothing, or just talk.
But
like,
this
what
is
have you
what we're
people
trying
done?
to do. This is what Shaka
What have you people done?
Like,
what have you people done? Hold on. What have you people done?
We're trying to bring unity.
Hold on, bank boy. Hold on.
Go on, Reggie, ask your question.
What have you people done? You people that have discovered, that you basically stumbled across something. You've discovered that we've been colonized, that we've been following the white Jesus, and you found the light. Like, what have you people done that the black Christians haven't done? How have you helped us more than they have?
Sorry,
the ones that still brainwashed. What have you done?
That's what we're trying. That's what we're trying to do right now. We're trying to uplift the black people. We're trying to uplift the black race. We're trying.
No, but I'm saying, what have you done? I'm not saying what you're trying to do. I'm saying, what have you done that black Christians haven't done?
So I think that I applaud Brother Bankboy's willingness to challenge the white Jesus. I think that we would do ourselves a good service, if we were
sidestep.
If we were able to, you want me to answer the question?
It's just lip service. It's lip service. I'm saying, you heard the question. I don't think you heard the question.
Sorry, Reggie, can I just clarify something? You asked the question you asked was, what have you done that the black Christians haven't done? Who's you?
Yeah, please.
When I say you, I'm talking about these finger pointers, like Shakara, like Veli, like the rest of these people that have point at the Christian faith and say we're colonized, we're going about it the wrong way, we're following the white Jesus, therefore we're not able to progress, blah blah blah. Like, what are you guys doing that is offering us something better? Let me better than these people that. What have you done? Hold on, what have you done that is so much better than these people that have got it all wrong? You get what I'm saying? What have you done?
Let me rescue you from your misunderstanding first and foremost, and then I'll answer your question more fully. Yeah, I totally I don't thankfully I don't necessarily consider you to be representative of all black Christians. Yeah, I know many black Christians who are far less colonized than you appear to come across. Yeah,
thank you. But what have you done that is get to the point? You get what I'm saying?
I want to say big up to churches like the Trinity United Church of Christ, that's in Chicago, and Pastor Jeremiah Wright. You know what I'm saying? I encourage all brothers and sisters to check out Pastor Jeremiah Wright, on YouTube, and his successor, Pastor Otis Moss. I don't agree with everything that they say, obviously.
Is that your name? Is your name Jeremiah?
But no, not at all. I have a number of beautiful African names, my brother.
That pastor, does he make contributions?
They have more rhythm in my names than Jeremiah Wright. Come on now, don't insult me. However,
Reggie, what is your African name?
Oh God, you guys are asking a lot of personal questions.
No, I want to ask you a question.
You haven't asked
your question though. I want to ask you a question fully, yeah. And by the way, my African names are Tafadzwa, Nyasha, Shakara, Paya, Mbandaka. Yeah. And you know what I'm saying?
You changed your name. Well done. I was born with African names. You get what I'm saying?
So was I, bro. Would you like me to show you my birth certificate? Would you like to show you my birth certificate? So was I, bro.
Well, it doesn't mean.
Reggie, say.
I don't have one English name in my name.
Say amen to the fact that I was wearing African names, Reggie. Say amen to the fact that I was wearing African names. Go on.
Yeah, well done, but I'm saying that as a Christian, you claim that.
Reggie, say hallelujah, please. Say amen, hallelujah, please. To the fact that I was wearing African names. No.
Well done, amen.
Yeah, thank you very much. Ask your question, brother Reggie. In relation to what man is doing, yeah. In relation to what man is doing. So, and when you say you, I'm going to assume, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm going to assume that you're talking about Pan-Africanists.
Yeah, okay, let's say your community is just Pan-Africanists. If you want to go wider and say spiritualists, if you want to go wider, you people, I'm just saying that you people that have basically been pointing fingers, demonstrating that, the Christians have got it wrong because they're following white Jesus, therefore they're colonized, they're not able to push forward. Even though in my belief is that the black Christian people are doing better than any other community within the black organization, black community. You get what I'm saying? But at the same time, we take the most criticism.
Such a thing, Reggie, man. Why would you even say such a thing?
Why would I have to say such a thing? Because we've had to say where we're going wrong. Can't we tell? Can't we say where we're going right as well? Or do we have to focus on?
Or the black Christians are doing better than any other.
I'm not sure Bank Boy is a Christian. You know what I mean? Like we have to.
Reggie.
You're not sure I'm a Christian.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Hold on.
To your false idea.
I'd like to continue to rescue you.
Way of thinking.
I'd like to continue to rescue you from
Reggie making Christian takfir right now.
I like to continue to rescue you from your misconceptions, though. I
misconception.
Yeah. Because I don't.
No, you just. Of course, it's a misconception.
Yeah, I don't.
Because of course it's a misconception because you just said to me that you don't think that I'm a Christian. Like, why would you not think I'm a Christian? Because I do not subscribe to your whitewash ideology of Christianity.
So brother Reggie, yeah. I'm a reparations activist, yeah. I'm a reparations activist, yeah. I'm a reparations activist, yeah. All right. And in say that again.
I was saying, have you had a penny for your marches yet?
No, unfortunately, because you're not joining us, Reggie. Well, go on. Maybe if you joined us, then something might come. You know what I'm saying? However, that's not the point I was making. The point I was making. Unfortunately, I'm not. One second, please. The point I was making is that in the reparations movement, yeah, not just in this country but around the world, yeah, there are pastors involved in the reparations movement, yeah. And sometimes they have a challenge with their church institutions in terms of their involvement, and sometimes they don't. Yeah, so I'm not one of those people that would completely negate and reject the work that the black church is doing and has done. I don't fall into that category. Yeah, challenging the image of the white Jesus is not a blanket condemnation of the black church in general.
Exactly. It's not even nothing to do. It's not even nothing to do with attacking the religion. It's not even religious like that. It's just a case of trying to build up our dignity to where it's supposed to be. Why can you not understand this point, Reggie? Why are you so whitewashed?
I've acknowledged the point several times.
People that they should have a black Jesus.
I've illustrated it many times, but I'm saying that you guys that do not follow the white Jesus have a lot of work to do, because right now the people that are leading the way in terms of black people are the Christians. On the economic level, on a social level, in many ways. You get what I'm saying? So whatever we're doing is better than whatever you guys are doing.
I'm ashamed. I'm not gonna lie, Reggie, man. I'm ashamed to call you my Nigerian brother. You know, because you're seriously lost, bro. Seriously lost.
Okay, if you say so.
You know.
If you say so, I'm not like.
And you have this.
That's the difference. That's the difference between.
and you have
that
this
is the difference between
aura
me.
of righteousness about you.
I'll let you
feel you're
finish.
so right. You actually feel like you
I'll
are
let you
so
finish.
right in everything you do and in everything you're saying, and you don't even see how blinded you are.
That's
can't
good. That's good.
up.
For a
Have you finished?
No one's talking
a
shit.
black man who has that much confidence in himself, and you want to knock it down.
It's not about confidence, bro. It's about being
I'll
lost.
let you finish.
It's
I'll
not about
let you
confidence,
finish. If you
it's
feel
about-
lost,
it's about being lost. Yeah, Reggie.
if you
sound
feel
like
if
a
you feel
lost black brother, man, and no one is trying to no one is
Lost.
trying to tell you that you shouldn't be Christian. Yeah, but your views and the way you put them across, yeah, is so whitewashed. I am ashamed to call you my black brother, and even deeper than that, my Nigerian brother. You're like, come on, man. You make
Bank
you
boy,
make you make us
I
look
would
so bad.
I would feel lost if you actually did say you were proud of me, because then I'll feel like I'm not following I'm not following Christ at all. Because the only people that you get approval from are people like Shakira, who believes that you should be
think
served.
that you think like you're following Christ.
Who believes
When
that you should be
when you make
serving
comments when you make
a voodoo
comments
doll.
like when you make comments that
You know what I mean?
divide people that's made to divide people like or
we were brought onto the earth to be divided.
Doing better.
We were brought on
than
the earth to be
anyone else
divided.
economically. Like when you make
Mr. Walter, sorry, Mr. Bankboy, we were born in this world to be divided. I have to divide myself from the foolishness that we see, the foolish communities that we see. People like yourself that talk that are focused on identity politics. I have to divide myself from people like you all the time. That's not something I want to unite with. I don't want to unite.
So
with
Reggie,
people
so
that,
Reggie, don't you feel?
all they want to do is
don't you
complain
feel
with
that?
me.
Don't you feel? Yeah, putting religion aside and everything. Yeah, do you not feel that black people need to have like an identity that they can be proud of? Do you not feel that?
There's plenty
We
of
don't
them.
need one identity. The only thing that we have that is unifying is the color of our skin. we don't have any unifying. We don't have one common thing that we all can say we agree on. We never have.
Do you not see that?
We never have.
I agree with you.
We never have.
I agree with you on that point. Do you not see that as a problem?
No.
Shut up,
no.
Jupiter, man. No one's talking to you, man. Honestly, Reggie, do you not see
And
that as a problem?
them colonial tendencies, boy, they don't take long time out still.
No, we can't.
Did I
We
get
can.
Shaka?
We will never, and we just have to come to the acceptance that we're never going to be able to all agree on one principle, one
Well,
thing.
if we have black brothers like you, then you're 100% right with that statement you just made. If we continue to have black brothers with, your ideology, your way of thinking,
what ideology do we unify under? You tell me. Do we unify ideology?
I just want to send a shout out, to all my black Christian and Pan-Africanists out there. I recognize you exist, even if Brother Reggie doesn't. You know what I'm saying?
He hasn't said that. Why are you saying he said that?
At the end of the day, Shakira will only be happy once you guys continuously say that, oh, your religion was bought by the sword. It continues to colonize us. It was terrible, and you acknowledge that African spirituality as a supreme religion.
You mean in the same way that you would be happy if all black people acknowledge that Islam was brought by the sword and never did anything for black people?
No, to be fair to you, to be honest with you, Islam is not the main significance. I'll be happy if everybody acknowledges that Christ is Lord. That's what it is. It's not specifically Islam. You get what I'm saying? Like that's the whole overall goal. But I don't hide that. You get what I'm saying?
But nor do I though, bro. I believe that I'm convicted by the fact that we should all be proud of our indigenous spiritual systems, and we should all reject the colonial characterization of our indigenous spiritual systems. I'm totally for that. Everybody knows that. I've never hidden that. But I also respect my Muslim brothers and sisters. I also respect my Christian brothers and sisters. And when we debate, we debate. And when we dialogue, we dialogue. And when there's criticism, there's criticism. That can all happen. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, you know.
Yeah, but you're only happy when you're allowed to criticize the Christians.
I'm an African spiritualist.
But you're not happy.
Bro, I'm an African
You're
spiritual.
not happy where you're.
Critique demonization is a daily fact of life. Yeah, so I don't have a problem. I'm beyond the point of jumping out of my skin every time somebody says something negative about an indigenous African spiritual system. Like it's a fact of life, and it has been for millennia. Yeah, that's just what it is. Yeah, so you know what I'm saying? Like I've been challenged on this platform many times. You've never heard me jump out of it and run away and all kind of different things. I challenge it. I challenge the colonial mischaracterizations. I challenge the demonization. I challenge the disrespect. And we keep it moving. You know what I'm saying? I understand. Even you, Brother Reggie. This is why I speak to you with love more time, because I understand the impact of colonization and whitewashing and the psychological damage of the white Jesus. Do you know what I'm saying?
Your Veli's the beaters backstage.
For a lot of people of I'll say for the Abrahamic faiths, and I don't often speak for the two of them, but we don't see African spirituality as relevant, to be fair. Like, no, it doesn't even a topic that comes up very often.
Very lies my point.
That comes.
Very lies my point.
Yeah, it doesn't allow your point, because at the end of the day, we're not going to criticize something that is not really on our mind. You get what I'm saying? There's no point us criticizing.
So you're saying to me that among the Yoruba, because you're a Nigerian, yeah, as you proudly proclaim, right? And you're a Yoruba, yeah. So you're saying to me that among the Yoruba, that Ifa, the Ifa, the traditional religion, is not demonized.
I would say that if they're in our proximity, we see them doing some practice that we don't approve of, we'll criticize what they're doing. But otherwise, we don't see them enough to even talk about them. You get what I'm saying? People tend to talk about what they actually can see.
Oh, so what you're saying is a group of people that once practiced this thing ubiquitously now have reduced it and marginalized it to the point where it's not even a concern anymore, and that I'm supposed to take comfort from that.
So you won't take comfort from it, but that's the reality. It's no longer like it's like just to get Jupiter, and it's like people criticizing paganism, because paganism, you don't see many pagans, so why would you even? It's not even relevant.
Right?
You know what I'm saying? It's not even so.
Bankboy, you're Yoruba as well, innit? Bankboy, you're Yoruba as well, innit?
No, I'm a Orobo.
You're Orobo, okay. Now, so the Orobo deity, supreme deity, is Ogene, right?
Ogene, yeah.
Ogene, yeah. So and the traditional spiritual system of the Orobo, yeah, is how do they just not talk about it, or is it actually demonized among the Orobo people?
Oh, what's this?
I don't know much about it. This is what I was talking about the other day, right?
Yeah.
So, and this is why I'm interested. Like, so what I was saying to Reggie is like, you don't even have.
There you go. You skipped the question. He doesn't even...
No, I'm not skipping.
No, he's not skipping the question. He's saying that
we're not coming. I'm not coming at it on an angle, yeah. That you know what, drop your Christianity, drop your if you're a black Muslim, drop that, and you know what, just come on this side and follow, African spiritual systems. Yeah, that's not the point. That's not where I'm coming off. The point is, I do not know, and I'm a black person, and like I said, I'm Christian. I will always be Christian till I die, but there's a part of me that just wants to know, what is it? What was it? What were we before? Does that make any sense? Like, just to have the knowledge.
Indeed, like, it makes complete sense. In the same way that the Europeans in this country know about Greece and Rome, and not worshiping Zeus or Jupiter. Thankfully, they're not worshiping Jupiter, but they know, yeah. But they know, yeah. But they know about Zeus and Jupiter, yeah. They know, and they feature it in their.
But they reject it.
Iconography. No, but you don't hear British white people demonizing Greek or Roman
like that. Exactly.
It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen
because it's irrelevant.
Right? And no, but it's not irrelevant because it's all over their buildings. It's all up in their films. It's all up in their stories and their fairy tales and all these kinds of things.
As a myth.
Like I said the other day, me being a black.
He's referring to the Greek mythology.
Yeah.
And
me being a black
paganism.
Nigerian in the UK, I know more about Greek mythology I
Yeah,
know
well, I
more
probably
about
know
Greek
more about
mythology.
Sumeria and African Greek mythology. So
Jupiter, one
Shakara,
second, man. One
I
second,
want-
Jupiter.
I'll be back
I
tonight.
know more about
Could
Greek
I say
mythology.
something after this,
Yeah,
please?
1 second, Zubida.
Reggie, I'm showing I'm showing my screen here. When you're ready, I'm showing my screen. I want to show something to the masses of the people. In the name of the Black Messiah, the Black Jesus.
You know, I know more about Greek mythology than I know about my own.
It's only Shakara that's bothered about that, and M.A. Brown and Banquet. Nobody else cares.
That's part at this point.
You know,
Yeah,
and I'm not saying like, you know, once I know, then I'm gonna start, you know, worshiping or just change and become, you know, an African spiritualist. No, I'm more looking at it from the point of just history and heritage
And culture, which makes sense.
And culture, yes.
Totally plausible.
And there's nothing wrong with that, bro. And the fact that
We don't care. We don't care.
The fact that Reggie.
Can I respond? At the end of the day,
it won't.
At the end of the day, human beings like me and you, maybe whenever Africa started, decided to follow this African spiritual system, or whatever you call it, or religion, or cult, whatever you want to call it, and we decided that something more better came upon us that we believed was the right way. Or the way things actually work.
Reggie, do you know your
Islam, Reggie?
Reggie, do you know your own African system? Do you know your own Yoruba African spirit? Do you know of it? Do you know anything?
No, I don't.
So how can you make the statement you just made?
I'm hoping one day. Someone will come and tell me about it. But it doesn't mean I'm going to believe it.
I'm here, Reggie. I'm here. Your prayers have been answered. You see, the Lord moves in mysterious ways, Reggie.
How can you make the statement you just said before, where you just said, where we were following this, and then something else came, and we felt like it was better? How can you know it was better when you don't even know it? How can you know what's better?
Today.
All right, so Reggie, I'm gonna play something for your benefit. Yeah, I'm gonna play something for your benefit. Yeah. So very quickly, I'm gonna play this. Yeah. What's up?
For the Christian order, it's a few words of unity and prayer. Mikey, I just want to give honor to the Lord Jesus Christ and in this place. And I want to give my brothers and my sisters praise the name of the Lord. We're not here because we said we're going to give up this day, but we're here for unity. And where there's unity, there is strength. If we cannot be one, there's no way we can be able to fight the enemy. No. We have to be one. If you look at all our leaders that were here before, Marcus Garvey, it wasn't about what we believed in. What it was about unity. So I come this morning to ask for the people, our brothers and sisters, that we are unified as one. I'm just going to pray at this moment. Oh Father, in the name of Jesus Christ, the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, I thank you for all things, Lord. I pray, oh God, for unity. I pray, oh God, for this march, oh God, that people, oh God, as we pass through all these lands, that people will join us, oh God. But also influence the government of this world, influence all the world here, oh God, influence our people across Africa, across the world, oh God, to come back and be one and also to serve you. Lord God, I pray at this time that in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, that you bless our people and that you keep us. Lord God, allow us to have this purpose to do well. Allow us, oh God, to reach out to our brothers and sisters. Lord God, I pray, oh God, that even the knife crime, hallelujah, even the gunshot crime, Lord God, I pray in the name of Jesus that we pray now, oh God, that we can be one. But Lord God, I pray, even for those ones that have illnesses and sicknesses, that in the name of Jesus Christ, that you will heal them. But Lord God, heal the rest that we have with our brothers and sisters, so that we can be unified today. In the name of Jesus Christ, bless this meeting today, and bless the march. I pray in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
So I just wanted to share that on behalf of my Christian brothers and sisters who were taking part in the works, just to acknowledge, that we don't negate yeah, and reject and deny the fact that Christian brothers and sisters can engage in our community in such a way. So I want to say big up to Pastor Michael. Yeah, big up to Pastor Michael for opening the reparations march with that prayer in the name of Jesus Christ. Give thanks.
You know, like Reggie, man, like I don't really have like much like a problem with you like that. Yeah, it's just how you come across, man, and it's like you just don't care. You know, like there's nothing wrong with like having information, and then you can choose what you want to do with the information after you have it. But then just not knowing anything about it, yeah, not knowing anything about it, and then feeling like you can actually comment on it is actually stupid. You know? It's
But can I ask a
actually
question? Yeah? Can I ask a question to
Yeah,
back
yeah,
by
yeah.
you guys are Nigerian Christians today? How come this concept of this white Jesus was so eagerly accepted rather than questioned and rejected? And what I mean by that is, if you look at prior to Christianity, a lot of the gods that were revered in Africa they look like you guys, right? You know, when it comes to the pharaohs and different deities, you would presume that they are of your likeness. So why was it so easy for this white Jesus to come and infiltrate?
I can't answer that question. Reggie's probably be better to answer that for you. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, Reggie, how come your people were so eager to accept this white foreign Jesus?
I'll say at the root of it is manipulation, I guess. Like people weren't allowed to read the Bible, so they were told that Jesus was white. So that's how people saw that whatever the Europeans were serving was giving them victory, was making them to have some sort of authority, was allowing them to enslave their people, and therefore they thought, okay, this thing works. And they used that to manipulate and tell people that this is what Jesus is, and they started following something without even getting to read the text. So it wasn't the black people's fault. It was just that they couldn't read the text, so they couldn't critique what was being told to them.
So do you agree that early Christianity was detrimental to African people when it was first introduced?
You mean the one that came through the transatlantic slave trade?
Well, if that's what you want to call it.
Yeah, I believe that the way that they bought it, manipulating people, was wrong, and it wasn't the right way of propagating any religion. You know what I'm saying?
So last question: Do you follow Christianity because it was forced upon you, or do you follow it because you generally believe in the message and you have studied it yourself and you wholeheartedly accept it?
I think Christianity came to me through colonization. God knows whether, with hindsight, I would have acquired it another way, but it came to me, and I've come to a stage where I can make a decision for myself, and I've decided to stay with it. You'll see that there are people, even on this panel, that have decided to go another way.
How can you make that?
Choice,
how can you make that decision? You say you come to a stage where you've made a decision, but you do not know the other side. You do not know anything about your own indigenous.
I think you missed the point. I think Zebeda understands what I mean, but I don't know if anyone else understands.
I was just trying to highlight something. How Christianity, from my perspective and from Reggie's testimony, was actually forced upon African people, stripped them of their natural identity to the point where we are at this stage where some of them still got this concept of a white Jesus.
Exactly.
Because like you said,
I'm saying
I'm gonna
you come to a stage of life. You come to a stage of life where you can decide for yourself. You don't have to go to African spirituality. You can become an agnostic. You can become an atheist. You don't have to follow any religion. That's your decision. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you do realize the Christianity that you was given was not the true Christianity. It was a tool that was used, right, in the name of God or the name of Jesus to commit the atrocities that they committed. And now you've been so indoctrinated to just kind of
fight for it,
tap into that you don't even know, you know. Sorry, go ahead.
How do you know that the Christianity? How do you know what Christianity I am following that I'm defending?
because it's clearly not Orthodox Christianity.
Yeah.
That's what she means.
What is Orthodox Christianity? What is
The one
Orthodox
that was-
Christianity?
The one
You tell
that
me.
was there, thousands of years or hundreds of years.
Was where?
Before
Was where?
in Africa. The one that was in Africa, like we said earlier on in the
Which
show.
one is that? Because there's
The
not
that
one.
was in
There's not just
Africa,
one Orthodox.
But you
that we
do
were talking
realize,
about,
yeah,
Takia was
Christianity.
talking about it. Takia was
But you
talking
do
about
realize
it. So
Christianity is the only.
One
But
sec,
hold on,
Zabida.
Christianity is
One
the
sec,
only
Zabida.
Abrahamic faith that makes you worship a man. Judaism doesn't do that. Islam doesn't do that. Yeah, Christianity is the only faith that puts a man, Jesus, as God, and that has been used as a tool to brainwash
Zabida,
people.
we don't-
This
we don't-
white
we don't
Jesus.
worship- We don't worship Jesus. We don't worship.
But there are some people that do, Bank Boy. Ask Reggie. Reggie, is Jesus God?
Yeah.
He's the son of
Okay.
God.
It's God to him. This is what I'm saying.
You know, he's the son of God, and you know, it was God made flesh. You know what I'm saying, when he was here on earth. You know what
Well,
I'm saying?
this
But we
is
don't
where-
worship Jesus. We pray through Jesus. You know, you know what I mean? That's what it is. We pray through Jesus. You know.
But why
You know
can't you
what,
just
yeah?
pray to the
You know
Most
what?
High directly? Why do you need Jesus to intercede for you?
Because he's the way, the truth, and
Oh, the
life,
same
and
reason.
no one goes onto
The
the
same.
Father.
The same
So,
reason
so,
why.
so prior, hold on, last question.
Hold
Prior to Jesus, yeah, when you accept Moses, yeah. So how was you worshiping God before Jesus came?
This is what I'm trying to say. I do not know Zabida, and I would just like to have that knowledge.
Oh, before Jesus came.
Fair enough.
we-
Fair enough.
You know,
Before Jesus
I'm
came, we were
saying for
worship-
me, yeah, for me, Zabida, I do not know. And for that, I just want to have that knowledge just for myself. It doesn't mean I'm going to change and stop being a Christian, but I would like to have, you know, that knowledge in my memory bank.
Okay.
In relation to that, bank boy, yeah, and this is not an exercise in conversion, but knowledge sharing as you're requesting. I'm holding in my book. Sorry, I'm holding in my hand a book here called Traditional Religion in West Africa by E.A. Adegbola. There's a chapter in here on the worship of Ogene. Yeah, just for your information. Yeah, that's traditional religion in West Africa. E.A. Adegbola. Yeah.
Yeah. I will get that.
Let me find the name of the title of the chapter just so you're clear. It's called The Worship of Ogene. It's written by a man called Samuel Erivwo.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can check that out.
Is it in the same book, or are there two different books?
No, it's in the same book. So the book is a compilation of essays written by different people. Yeah, but so it's edited by. Sorry, it's Traditional Religion in West Africa, but it's edited by E.A. Adegbola. Yeah,
E.A. Adegbola.
Yeah. Oh no, sorry, it's E.A. Adegbola. Yeah. Them beautiful Yoruba names, isn't it, Reggie?
Yeah, tradition. The
Yeah, we got-
of tradition of what? African.
So it's called Traditional Religion in West Africa.
Traditional religion in West Africa. Okay.
Yeah, so it's got some useful. It's got essays about different quote unquote religions in West Africa. But there is that chapter on Ogene. So I figured you might be interested in that.
Nigeria is one of the countries that's 40 to 45% Christian, 40 to 45% Muslim, and 10%.
Reggie, when was the last time
interrupted again.
you were in Nigeria?
About 4 or 5 years ago.
Okay, so I was going to ask you this question here. Imagine you arrived at Murtala Muhammad Airport, yeah, with one of your white friends, yeah. Who do you think, like, who is, and be honest about this question, yeah? You both come out of the airport, and you know those people who run to you to try and help you with, you know, with your luggage or this and that. Who do you think the people will run to first, you or your white friend?
A white friend, probably.
Exactly. And why is that? And this is what.
Why is that? Why is
yeah.
that? There's a number of reasons why that might be. You know what I mean? Like, you guys like to point, like,
give me a couple.
You know what I'm saying? It's like,
why is that? Why
So
would a black person seeing you, who's another black person, walk out of Murtala Muhammad Airport with a white
Again,
guy,
there's a number of
and run to
reasons
the-
why.
and
There are a
run-
number of
and run to the white guy first. Why? Why is that?
there are a number of reasons why the person might think that the white person has well centered around it has more money, because they're hustlers. They're looking for people that have money.
Okay.
Why do they think that the white man might have more money? Because the countries that white people come from generally have more money. Whereas me as a
Okay.
black person, I might have just come from
You
another
know-
country like his own.
You know, Bank Boy, yeah. I've got a brethren here. One of my big brothers, my adopted big brothers, yeah. He's from Ghana, and years ago, it's well over a decade ago, he went to Ghana and he came home. He's a poet, because he's part of my poetry collective, yeah. Best Kept Secret, right? And he wrote a poem, and he in it there's a line, yeah, where he says, and if you're on your way to church, and if you see a white man, I suggest you better run and pray that he doesn't work for the International Monetary Fund. Yeah. And so in conversation now, I was asking him, what's that line about? Right. And he said to me, there are certain parts, certain places that you can go in Ghana, whereby if people are walking and they're going to church, and if they see a white man, they'll go back home because they've seen God for the day.
Wow.
Yeah,
What did you make of that? What did you make of that, Shaka?
Fam, I nearly cried.
Don't found it, right?
Well, you guys, I think that you guys need to expand your minds though as well, like, because it's not only the Bank Boy. You gave an example of where people go out the airports and they run towards white people because they revere white people and they feel that white people have money, and it's consistent in a lot of places. It's the same if you go to probably India or Pakistan.
Yeah, and Kenya.
You know what I'm saying? It's not something unique.
What I'm trying to say,
And there's no white
is
Jesus,
like-
and there's no white Jesus in India, and there's no white Jesus in Pakistan. You know what I mean? And even in China, even in China, they revere white people as well, despite all the media hype and all that.
But in India, yeah, if they're going to the temple, yeah, and they see a European, would they go home because they think God?
What?
If
they go home because it's
if an Indian's guy to whatever temple they go to and they see a white man, are they gonna go home because they've seen God?
How's everybody doing today?
No, they wouldn't. They wouldn't.
Yeah, why is my picture big on the thing like that? I know I'm good looking at thing, but geez.
But can I just say something here? When you're speaking about African religions, yeah, for me personally, they're no different to Greek theology, Roman theology, Zoroastrianism. Because I was speaking to DC Brad yesterday, and he was giving me an example of Ifa, and he was speaking about the main deities, and it's very similar to even Kemet, Mother God, Father God, Child God. Auntie, it's like a family of gods, which I don't know if it's actually indigenous to Africa, this concept or these concepts of gods. I think really that kind of comes from somewhere in Asia. We can go as far as Hinduism and Zoroastrianism. So I don't know if anyone wants to challenge me on that. If these family of gods is an African concept or is a foreign concept.
Hold on, Zabeda. Hold on, Zabeda. Sorry. These people that have hold on, Bank Boy. Hold on, Bank Boy. Hold on, Bank Boy.
One second. One second. Veli's asking for something. One second. The owner of the channel is asking for something. 1 second. Sorry. He's
I
asked.
just want to introduce Mark.
Yeah, that's what I was going to do. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, Mark.
Yeah, hello, Mark.
But
anyway.
Hello. How are y'all doing?
Cool.
Not too bad, man. How are you doing?
Okay.
I'm doing good.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, go on, Reggie.
Feel free to chip in. Does
anyone want to answer your question?
Yeah, Reggie was going to answer you, Zabina.
Yeah, I just wanted to address something that people that in the chat that don't really comprehend the fact that people revere people that are successful. If you have money and people feel you have money, or you're popular or known for having money, then loads. Loads of people. No. I'm saying there is a consensus around that people generally do that.
And
If a
you
celebrity came,
subscribe to that.
hold on. If Bill Gates was to come out of the, actually not even just Bill Gates. Let's say a black person. Let's say a black person that has money. Like let's say the richest man in Africa, which is something Mohammed, I think. Yeah, if he was to come out, I forgot what his name is actually. It's not Mohammed, but if he was to come out of an airport,
Dangote,
not because he's white, but just that's it, Dangote. If he was to come out of an airport and you hadn't really think, as soon as you know that he has money, a lot of people are going to go and surround him, are going to run towards him. You know what I'm saying?
Are you saying that there's a correlation that people have between whiteness and wealth?
Yeah.
There is.
And Reggie clearly, demonstrates that, because that's the only reason I can say you were trying to you were making that statement when you said black Christians are the best economically. I feel like you subscribe to that way of thinking, Reggie. You value money. You value money.
But that's what the church has become, though. That's what the church is starting to become.
Who doesn't value money? Who doesn't value money? Do you not value money?
I don't value money, bro.
You don't value money?
I value people, cuz.
I think that this will be the case all over the world if we look at what's going on in many different countries. You know what I'm saying? I don't when it comes to in fact there's a list. Forbes did a list one time of viable businesses to start in Africa. And the number one on the list was the church. You know what I'm saying? And there was that. And then when you look at where like wealth, the correlation between wealth and religious institutions, Saudi Arabia is another example of that. Stinking rich, like wealth, richness beyond human imagination. It's connected with the
is everyone a imam in Saudi Arabia as well?
No, everyone's not anymore.
The reason why a lot of these Saudis are rich, I'll tell you something here. None of them are actually they've never actually been to college or actually studied or got degrees. It's due to the fact that they have inherited certain land which is just full of oil. So they've capitalized off that and just become landowners and basically, sold the product.
It's people that go to Hajj as well that sponsor them.
There's other sorts of businesses, but that's one of the reasons why the Gulf state, especially Dubai and these regions, have become so successful, because of the land that they own. It's full of oil, so they've managed to turn that into a business. But none of them actually, I wouldn't say all of them, but a lot of them are actually not educated people. They've never been to college, got nothing to their name. They just own a bit of land.
Yeah, so
just to pause that quickly, with Nigeria, who's quite wealth, an oil producing nation as well, and has vast reserves of oil, and quite a lot of the population in Nigeria. Well, I would say Nigerian, they're quite educated in it, but they're still poor. You know what I'm saying? The vast majority of
that's not because the oil companies.
That's leadership.
And that's partly because the oil companies in Nigeria actually were able to get a seat in the government. Yeah, they created a seat in the government through the creation of Chevron and Shell,
OPEC,
and all these things. And so basically the corporations, Western multinational corporations, actually have a seat in the Nigerian parliament.
Why have they got a seat? Why have they got a seat in the Nigerian parliament?
Because people like you let them do it.
Right, because we haven't relinquished our veneration of white people. That's why.
Because people like you. Reggie,
okay, so hold on.
Be exactly the same.
Hold on, people like me. Okay,
you love white people for that reason.
Okay, so people like me. People will also say the same about Saudi Arabia, that their government is corrupt, that their government.
And we own that. We a lot of the Arab world, Muslim world, banned Saudi Arabia 100 times.
Exactly. However, they're still able to do an effective job as leaders. They're still able to take care of their people. So this excuse that just because you are a bad government means that you can't take care of your people. Just because you love money doesn't mean you can't take care of your people. is fallacious.
That's not what's being
It's
said.
nonsense.
What's
You can still take care of your people.
What being said is that in Africa, the conflict is that the people them can't take care of their people because their allegiance is to people other than their people. Their allegiance is to people in Britain and America and Westminster democracy and
the same with Saudi Arabia.
Listen.
The same with Saudi Arabia. Their allegiance in Saudi Arabia is apparently to the British.
Saudi Arabia,
but they're
and
still able to take to the.
There is poverty in Saudi Arabia as well, and there is anti-black racism in Saudi Arabia as well. We're gonna ban that completely.
Not among Saudi Arabians.
And there's also poverty in Dubai actually as well. People think Dubai is a luxurious place, and they actually showed a market where a lot of migrant workers are working in extremely poor conditions. But they never show that part.
There you go. There you go. Have you seen a poor Saudi Arabia person? Have you seen a poor Saudi? Have you seen a poor Qatari?
The point though is that the country is still developed. They are
functioning.
They are building infrastructures that develop the country. You know what I'm saying? That help the average man. Put it that way. You know what I'm saying? Nigeria, on the other hand, they don't. They serve
Exactly.
themselves.
So what's that got to do?
But can I just say something to that point, Bank Boy? Hold on, no, but I heard Chakara saying this is because of the allegiance of the white man, and that could be a reason. But I just want to bring up two examples, which I'm not trying to really divert, but I watched two documentaries. One of them was about, it was in Ghana, Nigeria, about these females that were trying to get a degree in university, and a lot of them had come out and said that they were being sexually harassed by their mentors. So they'd done an undercover journalism where a lot of ladies, strapped themselves with cameras, and they documented the sort of sexual harassment by these head teachers and mentors who were basically, saying to them that you'd have to give me sex or something in order for you to pass this degree.
I've seen that as well.
And also there was another documentary about Africans, I think specifically from somewhere around Kenya, that were being basically sold to India to other African migrant workers in order to entertain them. A lot of the pimps were African.
They never.
Especially women as well. So wait, hold on. Last point. Where is the point where responsibility is going to be taken in-house? Because I hear this, white man's fault.
Exactly.
Fair enough.
This is what they do.
But there's a lot of stuff that people are doing in-house to each other.
Sorry, can I make this point? The international trade in human beings concerns a number of different countries, and when you see people going through Asia, they're going through Saudi Arabia to get there. Yeah, there is no shortage of problems in regards to women in education in Saudi Arabia. So
that's really that's not the point that I'm making. I'm speaking specifically about the examples that I gave you within Africa.
I'm not particularly interested.
I'll answer that question.
So you're not interested. Hold on. So you're not interested in atrocities that people Africans are committing to Africans, but it's always somebody else's fault.
I'll answer that question for you.
I don't mind answer it, but everybody will tell you that man look out against all these things all the time anyway. So it's not even an issue. I just want to point out the contradiction, however, of telling. I see it as a marked sign, of disrespect, when non-black
people. Here we go.
Right? Tell black people, tell black people, to take responsibility when they blatantly fail to do so in general. If what Sabina has just said were to be applied to Sabina will be talking about the Arab world and the Muslim world. And not
that's a lie, because I've actually highlighted a lot of the oppression that have been happening in the Arab world.
If that was to be the case, if you were to apply what you just said to yourself, you would be talking about the fact that in Saudi Arabia, women with university degrees find it very difficult to get jobs. The fact that there is a prostitution and racket running through.
But this is not a tip for tat. We can move on to that. I'm asking you to address the point. You don't address the point by going to another point. Yeah, you don't divert. Yeah? If you want to ask me that, I can answer it without diverting or speaking about anything else.
I'm not asking you anything. I'm pointing out hypocrisy and a contradiction. Right now, in relation to what has been said, the reality is, Reggie, yeah, that when it comes to why the issue that that was outlined in terms of the oil, what I said in fact was,
I just hope everyone noticed how this man diverts and how he wants to blame everything on everybody else, but when it's been time to take responsibility, yeah, he wants to avoid the question. I just want to make sure everyone heard that. Thank you.
Yeah, so the reason when I say Reggie, that the reasons why we're incapable of taking care of ourselves is because our allegiance is not to ourselves. Our allegiance is to the West. Our allegiance is to Britain and America. Our allegiance is to Western values and Westminster democracy and capitalism. This is an act of self-assessment, yeah? Bear that in mind, okay? Bear this in mind, kings and queens, everybody listening. When I say our allegiance is to the West, our allegiance is to Westminster democracy, our allegiance is to capitalism and serving the needs and the interests of Britain and America rather than the interests of our own people. This is a self-critique. Yeah. So by virtue of me saying that, I'm engaging in the taking of responsibility. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Right, I'm just about to say that. At least you've highlighted that.
I don't have nothing to prove here to nobody. If I ban European and Arabic colonization, I ban it, and I don't apologize for it, and I continue to ban it. And if that vexes anybody around there, they will stay vexed.
But we don't care. We don't care what you like. You want to ban Arab colonization? That's fine. Like I understand, but I'm not here to defend Arab colonization. You're speaking as if I'm here. I'm vouching for Arab colonization. That's not my stance.
I'm very aware of that fact, and thank you for affirming the lack of care. It's beautiful.
No. Don't try.
In relation to that, yeah.
But what do I have to do with Arab colonization, though? Do you believe that me as an Arab, I have a part to play in Arab colonization?
The point that was being made, right, is that when we're discussing these subjects here, and it came to the issue of the white Jesus and so on and so forth, what was being said, which is what Takia and Reggie were trying to dodge. And respect to Bantboy, right? I respect the fact that he's a Christian, but he's at least prepared to to interrogate these issues. It is the fact that when it comes to the lording of the white Jesus, yeah, this has come with slavery and colonization, and therefore it impacts how we relate to white people and white culture, yeah. And so deflecting from that by trying to flag up Arabization, which is not an issue that I, Shakaran, got to disagree with, but it doesn't negate the fact of Europeanization and the role that the white Jesus played in the Europeanization and the colonization and the enslavement of African people. These are just facts, yeah. And so I put it to all my Black Christian brothers and sisters that challenging the image of the white Jesus and getting rid of the image of the white Jesus in the churches and the homes of Black people, the process that it will take to get rid of that image will be a process of emancipation of at least some aspects of mental slavery. I accept that, yes, my position as an African spiritualist and a Pan-Africanist in relation to the cultural implications of politics and the political implications of culture would be that what is best for us is the evolution and investment in our indigenous spiritual systems. But that doesn't mean that I cannot respect you where you are at the moment and encourage from where I am a different kind of mentality from where I am. Yeah, I believe that it would be a significant mark improvement if we could see divinity within ourselves in whatever religion that we're in, regardless of what my personal particular spiritual proclivities are. You know what I'm saying? So that's all that we're discussing here, and it's very interesting.
I didn't really disagree with you with anything.
I'm actually not addressing you at the moment. So your agreement or disagreement.
Well, I'm addressing you. Yeah,
you're entitled to, but I'm speaking, right? So the fact that
I don't know why you're very rude. You're very passive aggressive, but I don't know what's got your back up.
You've interrupted me.
You're speaking as if you're in some sort of battle right now. It's only the internet, Joe.
You've interrupted me to tell me that that's not the point that you were making.
You're going on a monologue yet again. I don't know. We're not in a sermon here, Joe. Like,
I wasn't addressing what the point that you made.
he's a sermon, bro.
There's nothing inconsiderate about that. I wasn't addressing a point that you made. I was addressing the conversation that I was having with Reggie and Takia and M.A. Brown and so on and so forth prior. Yeah, that's what I was addressing. Okay, all right. So that is the point that is being made. And we don't deflect from these things by flagging up Muslims or Islam in Africa and these kinds of things. This is a contradiction, you know what I'm saying? And I put it to my brothers and sisters who are Christian that if one is in the faith of Christianity, it would make sense that a person of such inclination is primarily concerned about the mischaracterization and incorrect aspects of faith within the Christian faith. The white Jesus is a very big thing in the black world, yeah, in Africa and in the Caribbean, and everywhere that black people are, the white Jesus is ubiquitous, yeah, and it must have a negative impact upon the children that we're raising, the children that we're giving birth to every day, yeah, that the highest value of culture and of divinity that they see is consistently in the image of foreigners, in the language of foreigners, dressed like foreigners, wearing the symbols of foreigners, using the text of foreigners. It's everything that we revere as sacred and as holy. It comes from foreigners and reveres the culture of foreigners. And so, you know, we have to really challenge these things, kings and queens. And so I hope that we continue to do so. Big up the G Block. I'm going to go silent for a bit while I take care of my son. Bless.
To be honest, for me personally, this guy just goes on a monologue. Yeah, he just, you know, very inconsistent with his argument.
What's going on? So, I was going to read some scriptures, you get me? Because God's in court today still. Do you think God of the Bible is pro-life?
It should be.
Should be. What about you, Zabida? Do you think God of the Bible is pro-life? More life.
Yeah, definitely.
No more labor, no strife. Yeah, but let's have a read of this.
What do you mean pro-life? Like, do you mean pro-reproduction, or like, what do you mean?
Well, pro-life, man. Pro-life, like against abortions. Don't want it's not going to dry up no one's womb and make them not be able to have no use and things that. Yeah, that's pro-life, man.
Yeah, I think Bible's pro-life.
Ultra gave a good thing. He said, if God was really pro-life, yeah, then he wouldn't have flooded the whole world.
Yeah. Do you know what's interesting about that, Veli? That flood story is a story that's been taken from the ancients. It's the Bible. See, this is what I know. It's going to confuse everything, but the Bible is not complete. It's not complete. There's many scripts missing from it, and the story. The way that people have learned Christianity is like a revised history, and it's a mind control. And unfortunately, I would say that Islam that comes off of the back of Christianity is the same thing, and even the Jewish.
You're Christian.
Is the same thing. I would say I'm culturally Christian because I've been brought up in the values of Christianity. But when I went and looked at religion and started going back to find where it all comes from, it opens up a much bigger area than the history of the stories of Jesus are a rip-off of stories from the ancients, way back areas.
Okay. So do you follow religion? You get me? What you saying back, boy? Religion.
I'm there.
Yeah, man, walk on.
Just air, man. Just air. Just tired of people chatting nonsense about black people, man. Honestly. Can't stand it no more, man.
Yeah.
But what do you think is being said about black people that you disagree with?
Like what?
No, it's not even like it's just I'm tired of black people who can't see.
I disagree with that. Black people, that there's a lot of black Islamophobes.
My ish really is that I'm just fed up of like black people who could not see the value of black people uniting. That's just my issue. That's the issue I've got right now, you know. And they can't see the value, they can't see the value of us actually knowing our indigenous culture. They can't see that. There's immense value in that I can't even quantify, you know. And it's so hard, it's so difficult to get through to certain black people to understand this one point, that we are by far stronger together, you know. Instead, people want to like argue about their faith and cuss each other like, oh, but I'm a Christian, or but you're a Muslim, or you're Israelite, and all this stuff. And I'm just thinking, it's just pointless. It's actually bollocks.
So, do you think religion divides your community?
Religion divides, period, and it divides the black community even more.
I would agree with that. I think religion is one of the biggest dividers of all time. But what's interesting to me is, can't you see that black people, just because they've got the same skin color, are not all the same mindsets, and it's the same for white people?
Say that again.
But you're saying
all black people don't have the same mindset, so that's why it's harder for. You know what?
They're made to be divided.
There's a fair point in that, yeah. When people say, because I was saying that black people, the only thing that's expected to be one homogenous group where every black person loves every other black person, and we're all on the same page to being super blacks and all this sort of stuff. Yeah, but it's not like that still. Like, Whitney said something a little while ago, yeah. If the man them concentrated on smaller groups, focusing on like specific things, yeah, then I feel like the man them will get further like that still.
Yeah, this is why I don't agree with nationalism. I don't think nationalism is a good thing to promote or try to engage in, because I just don't think it will work. I just because somebody's Algerian does not mean that I'm going to automatically be aligned to them, and this is why faith comes in. Faith is a principle. So and like Jupiter said, it's about the mindset. If we all have the same mindset, regardless of race or creed, then I think that's more effective.
If you're going to put it like that, yeah, nationalism is a better unifier than well, for me personally, I would say nationalism would be a better unifier than just religion, innit? Because, like you said, you're for you picking religion, yeah, then obviously everything that you affirm to is going to be in the religious book. But if someone's a nationalist person, they're going to be centered around trying to build their country to be the best for them, innit? Or for their set of people.
But that's the thing. You're only going to be loyal to the landmass. You're only loyal to land. That's the main principle.
Yeah, and the thing is, yeah, funny enough, if people in this country were nationalists as well, people like Veli and Bankboy wouldn't be sitting here having this conversation in the UK. They'd probably be kicked out.
Reggie would be
no, would I? No, would I? So I don't know, man.
When Reggie talks like that, yeah, it's like he forgets he comes from Nigeria as well, and that Nigeria wasn't colonized.
I know, right? It's Reggie.
No, but you forget that you got capture land too. You know?
Yeah, I come from Nigeria. You know what I mean? I know where I come from. You know what I'm saying? And I was born here, and I've embraced this culture as well in some ways as well. I mean, so I take the best at both. You know what I mean?
I agree with Ellie. I think that nationalism is a better way to go, because you have to draw the line somewhere. I don't want a world where all the power is with one group of people controlling the whole world. I think it's better for power to be delegated out amongst nations and to, at the moment represented from each land.
Cassava Bastardaya.
But the reason why I don't agree with nationalism is this whole, you know, nationalism constitutes of things like borders, right? And it kind of does give certain nations superiority over other nations. And realistically, you know, if you look at, you know, like North Africa, for instance, before the borders were put in between Tunisia, Morocco, Algeria, Libya, that was all one country or one nation. You understand? Since these borders have been put into place, in the beginning, initially, there was this sort of tension between Algerians and Moroccans and our neighbors who we were once one with. But these sort of borders cause us to differentiate between ourselves. And even these things with passports as well. And this is what nationalism has done. Not everybody has the freedom to travel the whole world the way that somebody in Britain would be able to, because simply of the fact that they have someone has a British passport and somebody might have an Algerian passport. So they are restricted as to where they can and cannot go. When, to be honest, this earth is not theirs. This is God's land. I feel like everybody should be able to travel.
Hold on. Can I respond? Can I respond?
Yeah, go on, Reggie.
So what do you do in the event where different people have a different way of living, different way they want to live their life?
Well, this is the thing. You would go where it suits you and it accompanies your needs. So you're not going to go and live somewhere. And this is why I say, if we didn't have borders, everybody would find their place in this world. Yeah. So if everyone wants to do, practice a certain system down in the West, then that's their place. If you people want to practice this or live by a certain principle in the East, then that's their place. But these borders have forced other people to be with each other, which they necessarily might not even get along with, but they've just been restricted and confined to one area. This is why we have this tension. If like in Iraq with the Shias and Sunni, if the situation was that bad where Iraqi Sunnis and Shias couldn't live, then I believe there should be a place specifically for Shias and there should be a place for Sunnis. But because they have been confined to Iraq and they have been classed as Iraqis, yeah, then they have no choice but to remain there. But if these borders were expanded and things were changed slightly, then the Shias would have their own area specific to them, where they would not have these in-house ongoing battles with Sunnis, and they would live by their own principles amongst their own people.
So what happens in there? What happens?
Is it really about the passport, or is it about like building relationships with nations? You know,
no, but
when your country can build and develop proper diplomatic relationships with other nations, then you can travel as much places as you can.
Yeah, okay, let me tell you something, Van Boy. Yeah, the issue with that, bro, is you see in Africa, there's not a lot of African airlines. So usually, when you want to fly from an African nation to another African nation, you're gonna have to fly out into Europe and then back in on another airline. There's not a lot of routes.
What African nations are you talking about here?
So I know, for instance, if you're in, I don't know, if you're in maybe, because Algeria's got an airline, if you're in, I don't know, Senegal and you want to go to Ethiopia, most likely you'd have to fly back into a European country, use their airline and fly back into Africa. Plus, there's not a lot of routes. So for instance, in Europe, you can get to France to Spain by train, by bus, by plane. In Africa, there's not a lot of these routes. You cannot, you know, and Africa is one landmass. Realistically, if they build a train line, you could travel all around Africa simply by train or by bus. But that's not available right now.
That's what we were speaking about, you know.
Yeah, so that stuff like nationalism is going to help
building necessary infrastructures for their people. That's what we were talking about before.
But Zubeda, what I don't get here, and there's a few people here that probably agree with you, not maybe on the panel, but outside the panel. What I don't get is that in the event where a country is doing better than the other, why would that country want people to come and join them in their country that are not doing so well, and that might potentially bring the country back down?
What do you mean?
Yeah, explain that more.
So, for example, you might get a group of people that are just they're in their culture. In their
like
culture,
when you get colonized. You mean like if someone colonizing the country?
No.
Veli,
no.
What? 2 seconds. Veli, I'm gonna jump off quickly. I need to just make a phone call. Yeah, I'll jump back on. Yeah.
So what I mean is that if you come from a culture where people just decide that it's okay to just kick back and they basically you get a lot of people in a particular country that are just not into the work ethic. They believe that they should focus on other things. For example, like what you get with some people might believe that women should stay at home and the men should go to work, and then you bring a bundle of people from that culture into a culture where everybody works. Then you kind of like tip the scale of things. You get what I'm saying?
But you wouldn't bring those sort of people into your nation.
Give an example so it
Give me an
makes
example.
sense.
Okay. Northern Nigeria, for example, there's a lot of women that are not allowed to get educated. So say because for whatever reason they all decided to come to the UK because we got this open border policy, and we got a load of maybe the country's just the infrastructure is better developed. Then I could see that being a problem for the UK. You get what I'm saying? I don't see the benefit of the UK taking the whole of North African people here.
So Reggie,
not North Africa, Northern Nigeria.
Northern Nigeria's issue is religion and not nationalism.
No, Northern Nigeria's problem is religion, but even within within nationalism, you could have an ideology within nationalism that subjugates people. So it depends what within nationalism they're promoting, because they have to follow something.
What if it's like a positive version of nationalism, like a positive version of nationalism, where it's like they're trying, all the different tribes of Nigeria are trying to make the best Nigeria for Nigerians.
Exactly. Having a shared goal.
Then I would support that if they're all they're gonna make, but you tend to not really see that. So you got like China's nationalism, for example.
Yeah, but what forget about what stops there being something national like that? What's the thing that's guide against that?
The fact that you still have to. I'll tell you what. There's nothing stopping. Okay, there's a lot of things that stop it from happening. I can tell you what's detrimental. How it can be detrimental. You can think of a number of reasons why it would be. So, for example, with China, they're so desperate to make it work that they subjugate people of Abrahamic faith. You know what I'm saying? So they persecute people. They persecute even black people as well. You can see what's going on there now in terms of the coronavirus and how they treat black people.
And the same with India and their nationalism. They're persecuting against a lot of Abrahamic faiths as well. And that's the thing, because they're confined to that land. If the Indian Muslims got their own place, the Christian Muslims got their own place, then there wouldn't be this sort of tension, because we're intermingling so many different faiths and whatever, and there's bound to be clashes.
You
can't unite people based on nation. I think you can unite people based on principles. Yeah, you might have a certain G code. Man might be from your race, but he might not be sticking to that G code. But there might be another brother from a different race, and who's more valuable? Somebody that actually sticks to the G code, or somebody that is from your race and does not stick to the G code?
So, but what the question I was going to ask you, because you were talking about nationalism there, when you was talking about China and India, them cases there, would you say that that's a case of positive nationalism or negative nationalism? Is there such a thing? It's
negative to the Africans and Muslims, but it's positive to the Chinese and Indians. So the Chinese that are oppressing these people, it strengthens them because they're eliminating anybody else that's not Chinese. But it's negative to the Africans and whoever that's being pushed out.
But
and there is a form of nationalism.
Wait. The Chinese nationalism is literally the Han. Is it the Han? The Han people or the Yan people? Can't remember which one of them. Yeah, is strong arming the other tribes, isn't it? So,
yeah.
So would you say? Wait. So I'm saying in that, because remember we was talking about all the tribes in Nigeria working together to make Nigeria better for Nigeria. Yeah. Would you, in that case, where China's got one tribe strong arming all the other tribes to make China better for that tribe, and then everyone else is second and third underneath or whatever?
That's what's going wrong in Nigeria right now, isn't it?
What's up, Belly?
Yeah, is that like a negative sort of nationalism, isn't it? Because that's not the same sort of thing that they was talking when we was talking about, first of all.
Yeah, that's not the
What's
kind
up,
of
Relly? What's up, Jupiter? How you doing?
Big up yourself, Malik, man. Big up yourself, bro. So I won't ignore it.
Zubida,
yourself,
how you
Torah,
doing?
G.
Big up, brother. Big up.
Reggie, how you doing?
Yeah, all right, man. You good?
Big up, Reggie. Turok, Sakafe.
Big up.
So how do you feel
No
too
lie, no
about
lie.
what's your
My form.
Is it Sakuse? But
Yeah,
Tori, I hate
Sakafe.
shit as well now, yeah? Fuck it up.
No lie. Creole.
Yeah.
Oui.
Bati.
Yeah, the kind of nationalism I'm talking about is one where the whole nation, regardless of what the people spiritually believe or what they culturally practice in their own homes or whatever, is that is one where they've got shared goals and values. That's the kind of nationalism I'm talking about, where they all want to better the people that live on the same land that they all live on. And you say that it's bad because they're being loyal to the land. Well, they're not. They're being loyal to their countrymen.
They're being loyal to their people. So someone like you, or even Veli, that are in interracial relationships, they'll say that you guys are not being loyal.
No, exactly. And that's where nationalism will definitely click.
I'm talking about. For example, this is kind of the thing like British versus English. The fact of the matter is that the British people are made up of a whole load of different people from English, Irish, Scottish, Welsh. Right from the very beginning, it was an amalgamation, and therefore we can have a nation of amalgamated people. It's not about colour. It should never be about colour. It should be about an objective of ideals and ideals.
Yeah.
So as long
I mean,
as
if I could give a description of like a perfect Muslim nation, that would include, every Muslim around the world. So it would be so multiracial and multicultural, and we would all be living by this one principle, which is Islam.
Yeah.
Have our Islamic laws.
Yeah, but Britain stopped
just
slavery,
like
Hajj,
though.
right? Yeah, but Britain stopped slavery, though.
Something like Hajj, exactly. Something like Hajj, a beautiful nation of a lot of people.
Yeah, I want to see the Chinese and Indians and Nigerians and everybody all eating in one plate. I like that.
Come on. And that's it, and
I'm not
we're
too
gonna
sure.
have this principle of racism because it doesn't exist in Islam. So everybody would have his equal rights, his humanitarian rights. Everyone will have their duties within this community. And when it's time to pray, you would hear all the streets
What
quiet.
country is that?
I wouldn't. There is no country. I'm saying in an idealistic Islamic world, yeah, that's how I would see an Islamic nation to be. But it doesn't exist right now, to be honest. But if it did exist,
it can because
if Muslims
people
were
are.
given like a, sorry, brother, go ahead.
It can't because people are naturally greedy and
Not really.
selfish. Yes, that's the
you could look
reason
at
because we can't. Yeah, that's the reason because a lot of people can't really tolerate themselves. So for instance, that's why we have racism. You know,
well,
I'm not saying we can't have fight, like we can, disagree with each other, but at the end of the day, we all can benefit from each other. And as long as we're not looking at the benefit, we're looking at the disadvantages, we will never be united. And that's the problem all over the world. And that's why we see segregations, that's why we see wars, that's why we see starvation and people who's hoarding money and whatnot.
Yeah, these things will all be expelled. If Muslims are given like a landmass, yeah, like let's say the whole of North Africa, every Muslim was to occupy that land. That's a Muslim nation. Yeah, everybody would have something to. No, we don't really. Yeah, because we're confined by borders. Yeah, but brother, I'm saying excluding the borders. Get rid of the borders. Yeah, we don't want it. It's not going to be called Algeria or Morocco or Libya. No, it's going to be a whole Islamic nation where you can roam that whole landmass freely.
No,
we can't do that.
I would support the borders and everything, but the thing is, we have, as long as we can respect each other through trade, religion, beliefs, and we could understand how to disagree, then we could have a better world. But as long as
this one, mate.
Huh? Oh, but as long as we have, Yorubas hating on Hausas, and even though we live in one country, we can't really agree with each other. That's where the problem comes. I don't have a problem with people having their religious beliefs and way of life. But as long as we could tolerate each other, that's what I think is, and that's what I preach every day. Let's try to tolerate each other. Let's try to understand our differences. But in reality, it's never gonna happen.
I got a question from the chat for Jupiter and Reggie when you're finished. Still, they was asking. There's examples of English communities in African countries like Nigeria and Kenya, where they don't deal with Africans. They just live there and do their own business, and they got their own little segregated communities. Like, you think that's I don't know, is that a good thing or?
Wrong. I don't agree that we should have segregation in Britain. So why would I argue that it's okay anywhere else? No. But what?
Listen, yeah. I'm going to jump out, because Issa's in the back chat still, so I want to let him jump on the panel still.
Okay.
So I'll let you have a chat on that.
Yeah, okay. But I would say that
who discovered Corona?
That every country is entitled to have its predominant beliefs. So, for example, in Britain, I would like to see British culture upheld above all other cultures in the public domain. What people do in their own homes is up to them. But in the public domain, it should adhere to British culture.
Can I just
What's up, Sheikh Issa?
Be up to listeners. Be up to everybody.
But what if the British culture goes against
Jupiter, specifically you, I guess that's one question I wanted to ask. What is the British culture you want to uphold? But also, you mentioned about it's not about color and stuff like that. So if you could answer the British culture first, please.
Right. Yeah. What is the exact question on British culture?
Yeah. What when you say you'd like to see British culture upheld, what is that? What are the things?
This one sounds familiar. Are you trying to make the point that there's no British culture when?
No. I'm saying there are certain, because it's changed so much. Yeah. Even in the last 10 years, never mind 20 years, especially, all right, if we go 40 years, it's rapidly gone forward. Do you get what I'm saying? There's so many things that we do now and we enjoy doing and have left things in the past. So if you go to Jupiter, and I'm not trying to be offensive, Jupiter's grandparents, they might have enjoyed riding horse and carriage or something like that. That would have been part of their culture. Maybe running. I remember me running in certain open fields or climbing over walls and going into old factories and the man them saying, "Oi, what are you doing?" We running off. We used to love that. Do you get what I'm saying? But them places are all knocked down and they're a bunch of flats now. Do you get what I'm saying? So to me, that was a time of my life. Do you get what I'm saying? So when you say that, Jupiter, what do you mean by British culture?
Well, I do mean by traditional British culture. I don't mean what it's become today, because I don't agree with this liberalism going as far as it has done. But I mean, upholding nuclear families. I mean, in schools we should bring back either one or two things. Actually, we should either have no religion taught at all, or if there is going to be a religion taught, it should be predominantly Christian and teach the others as a sideline for knowledge only. I think we should be encouraging our children to understand what our country was built on. Also, I would like to see things like we shouldn't be making allowances for face coverings and stuff like that. We shouldn't be making allowances for other cultures to encroach on the British culture. So,
but you mentioned liberalism and whatever else. You've mentioned different things. What was the thing you said you shouldn't teach religion in school? So that was part of British culture. So you want to edit out British culture to Jupiter's culture, don't you? Really?
No, like I said, I would prefer no religion be taught to a certain age, because I believe that religion just confuses the issue for children. However, if there is going to be religion, it should only be British religion, the Christianity. It should be the main theme. The other one should be as a sideline. It shouldn't be equally looking at Islam and equally looking at Christianity and equally looking at this, that, and the other. When Britain was founded on Christianity.
But that would be a history lesson. But that kind of becomes very conflicting, because if you're speaking about current times, there is a large popularity of Muslims, of Jews, of Hindus, of Sikhs. Where do they come into this? What you'd like to be a British culture? Are they unrecognized, or do they deserve to be recognized on the basis of tolerance at least?
They deserve to be recognized as people, but not for their religions.
They deserve to be treated. They deserve to be treated the same way that people are treated when they go to, let's say, Saudi Arabia, or let's say even where you're from, Nigeria.
We're speaking about Britain.
All right, Reggie, what about me? When I go Saudi Arabia, tell me something now. I'm Muslim. When I go Saudi Arabia, wagwan.
Yeah, they'll treat you.
Exactly. This is what I'm saying. No, you can't.
They'll say to him, "Salam alaikum, brother. Come, we help you. You need anything? You want help with your bag?" That's how they'll treat him.
Yeah.
Until they find out he's a Shia.
Exactly, and that's exactly what I was gonna say about Jupiter. Also, if you talk about Christianity, they got a lot of sects also, and every sect is trying to be number one.
They won't allow us to build. They won't allow us to build churches all over the place, will they? Or Hindu temples. Or
No, because
Christianity.
it's an Islamic country.
I wouldn't
Go
want
ahead.
to. I wouldn't want to stop people following their faith. So I wouldn't go as far as saying that people like Zubaydah or other Muslims shouldn't be allowed to believe what they want to believe, because that's controlling people. I don't agree with that. But what I would say,
But Jupiter, can I ask you? Yeah, okay. I respect that you want to teach the indigenous people about their history. Now, as somebody that's obviously not indigenously English, and there's a lot of kids that come from migrant parents. How do we cater to their needs about learning their history? Do you think that should be taught in schools, or that should be taught at home? Why are you laughing?
That should be taught at home. We shouldn't be.
Why is that funny? Sorry, I just don't know why that's funny.
I just knew what Jupiter was going to say, and he's like, Chris.
No. We can have lessons where we have like world history. We can have lessons, but not focusing on zoning in on sort of like certain countries above others. The only country above others should be our own country, and I think.
But Deepa, they do that though in history lessons. They speak about ancient Egypt quite a lot. I remember learning that as young as I was 8 years old, other the Romans and the Greeks as well.
But hold on, Jupiter, right? No, you've got a youngster, yeah. Like,
yeah.
Do you? Because let's put it this way, yeah. When me and you and several of us went to school, we didn't have internet, right? So whatever a child's really interested in, they can just YouTube the thing, Google the thing, and that's it. Do you get what I'm saying? Schools are going to be changed so much. Obviously now they're getting our kids used to doing home study with the internet or whatever it is. You get me?
Yeah.
Through whatever means they're doing. So if you think about what you're saying, this is the real reason I came when I heard you mention the culture thing, because I've been trying to get this down with you, right? It's changing no matter what. So I'm saying, don't you think it's time you come to terms with reality, right? This thing here, this COVID, blah, 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 whatever conspiracy, the world is not going to be the same again. So when you talk about British culture, the leaders are not interested in that. Yeah, they're not going to let Tommy Robinson, they're not going to let you, they're not going to let anyone else who's a minor, right, interfere with their big plans in that way.
And
So
Jada Francis.
What's
Actually,
and Jada Francis?
Actually, if anything,
Jada Francis has been pushed to the back now, yeah?
Hold on.
Actually, if anything,
no one mentioned her for a while. Sorry.
I would say
Actually-
you've blinded. I would say that actually they're very much interested in that. I would say that the agenda that's going on right now, and I would say that people are blinded by the globalization, and they don't understand that when they're fighting British people and saying, all this white supremacy and all this shit. Actually, when you fight for globalization, you're fighting for it. Because,
Actually, you know what? Yeah,
there's a lot of noise in the background. What was that? When you fight for globalization, you're fighting for?
you're fighting for the very supreme system that you say that you don't want, because globalization is being run by the supremacists.
What you said? Oh, white supremacists. This is the thing. That's what I believe. But I'm saying I don't think they're taking into account British culture. That's my point. Like I believe, I've got my own conspiracy theory that it's about white supremacy. And they're trying to depopulate all others, obviously specifically blacks first, etc. But I'm just saying when it comes to your perspective of British culture, all right. And you mentioned the color thing.
Yeah.
You know what? This corona thing, if anything, is going to make people more nationalistic. You saw in China the other day how they're treating black people now, just because the color of the skin, even though that's where people believe that the virus originated from. But just because black people are there, they're different and they stand out, they're deciding that they don't want to serve black people in McDonald's. You know what I mean? And in other countries as well, even here, you can see there's now, if you go onto the Rebellion channel, the Lion's Den, or if you want to call it, now the level of China-phobia has become acceptable, has become the norm. And it's not just within the Lion's Den, it's all over now. People are okay, like with saying that,
but Reggie, have you seen the recent propaganda from China where they're showing a black guy who's in a flat, right? And they're bringing him food and flowers. Have you seen that? You haven't seen that video yet. So the Chinese are trying to counteract that propaganda, or shall I say that those videos with bringing. So maybe what they do is they video it, and then 2 minutes later they knock on the door and they take the food back and kick him out. Who knows what they do afterwards?
And you know what I've heard as well? I was listening to the radio. I hardly get to listen to the radio, but there was a doctor. I forgot what the doctor's name, and he comes on every Friday, and he was saying Ghana had some sort of bush tea what can actually lower the rate of coronavirus, and that they gave this tea to the Chinese, and the Chinese have tried out this tea, and it seems to work and sort of things like that. So I think maybe that's why they're being very friendly back to the African people now.
Nah, bro, the Chinese wouldn't do that. They'd immediately go in the laboratory and they would make a synthetic version of the chemicals inside that plant. That's what they do and kick you out.
But where is well known now that it's actually African people helping them now. It's kind of like a kick in the teeth, if you know what I mean. So they have to.
They don't care, bro. They eat everything. You think they don't think they eat black people if they can too, bro? Think of that.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say, if these people are the ones helping you now, you have to try and show some sort of, you know what I mean.
No, bro. They make fake everything.
They don't care.
Once they get the chemical of that plant, bro, they will replicate that plant, and that's it. They don't need nobody.
Yeah,
you're right. But even if they're doing it, I'm just saying, but it's well known now, if you know what I mean, and maybe that's why certain people are going out of the way.
If they've found a tea that cures this, right, which is herbal,
no, I can't say cure.
I think he said it makes it immune. It makes it immune.
It just basically people who had the virus, it has lowered the basically it's made them better in a sense, but you can't say cured and certain things like that. And the researchers have looked at this tea very deeply and certain things like that. But it's very hush hush at the moment. But in the medical world, you hear all of these people talking these type of things.
Yeah, but they need to campaign on it then, don't they, before it gets stolen?
What's that?
I'm not being funny. Any all of the natural stuff could actually heal anybody, and it still does to this day, really and truly. But
I guarantee
you know what I mean, in a sense.
I guarantee you, the natural herbalists, bruv, they don't have the cure for this thing. And it's interesting. I do wonder if they're keeping it and thinking, you know what, you lot disrespecting us and devaluing us, you carry on. Like they're just keeping their village alive. Like they're saying, "Bun you lot, bro."
Well, I said this before when it came to this. I said it yesterday. Apparently, the Wuhan wet market, which they're putting the blame on, weren't even selling bats. And this thing actually originated in a lab. It was them trying to mutate.
No, it's dog meat as well.
But they said this came from bats. They said that this thing originated in bats, and what they've done is they found the first 14 cases of COVID-19 had no affiliations to this wet market. Plus, they also found out they weren't even selling bats in this market, so they linked it down to that laboratory. which
it's more likely to be dog meat because in Korea
No,
and
let
certain
me
places.
let me tell you what I think it is based on the evidence that I've seen. What they're saying is this thing originated in a laboratory where this scientist was actually mutating SARS and other coronaviruses and making it much stronger. But it wasn't for the purpose to leak it. It was for the purpose to actually use it as a cure if something of this level was ever to become a pandemic. And supposedly it was leaked. And it come out of the laboratory, and you know, this is how we are where we are today. But
Yeah, but
you know,
what,
with this bat thing,
bats.
It's
Sorry?
not really bats. I think it's more the dogs because they're killing dogs with
what did you
rabies
say?
and things
but
like that.
they've been eating dogs for a long time. This is what people don't realize. These people have been eating for a long time.
But the thing is, but the thing is now, it's comes like the population is growing. So like, just how you see how the chickens are in cubs and all these types of things. There's dogs that's got diseases and they're still getting beaten and thrown into the market as meat and certain things like that. And I think that's
but that's not what COVID's about. COVID.
No, but dogs and cats carry COVID.
Yeah, but when you cook them up like the Chinese are bun them up and roast them, how's COVID gonna survive all that heat, bro?
Yeah,
no,
man,
but what I'm trying to say, like once it gets into the market now, innit, like with all different types of meats, everything's contaminated.
Everything points to the laboratory, and what they were experimenting on was bats. They were using bats, and there's even been videos released now of the people that were in the laboratories going down into the caves where the bats were. So yeah, it is to do with Wuhan and the lab, and they're trying to cover it up. And that is the WHO, whatever his name is, that is a black fella, isn't he? What's his name with the glasses? He's an idiot because he called.
The president,
yeah.
What happened? What did I miss? What did you say about him, Jupiter? What? Who's this?
Well, he called out France, which he should have done, right? Because France.
She's talking about the World Health Organization president. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. Go on, I missed this. Go on.
He called out France because France said that they wanted to get vaccinations and use Africans, yeah, and so he was right in doing that. But he hasn't called out China for the way they're treating Africans in China. He hasn't called out the Chinese for what they're doing elsewhere in Africa at the moment when they're going over there and they're the way they're treating people. And I just think he's a two-faced arsehole, to be honest. I think
it's different. I think it's different when you can, like, when you suggest that certain people are going to use your people in that way overtly, then you can overtly say that kind of thing. But when it comes to China, certain behaviors that are going on in China, the government can equally say, oh, that's just this area, or that's just a few pockets of people they're doing that to, or some kind of thing like that, and it's going to clamp down on them. So to criticize the government of China from another, governmental level person might be difficult.
Also, Issa, he told everybody around the world that it was okay to, still have flights coming out of China and everything. He's in China's back pocket. It's obvious what's going on.
Oh, wow. Right, Jupiter, you mentioned Wuhan, yeah? If it was Wuhan, why didn't China immediately put out another narrative? Why did they let the knowledge that Wuhan's got this experimental lab and all this up, why did they let that come out in the first place?
Well, they didn't. They tried to contain it, didn't they? And it's interesting that the people that whistleblowed, the people that came out and spoke, they got the government came down on them, and so some of them have actually died.
Yeah, well, that's normal in China. I don't expect them to live very long.
Even worse in North Korea.
No, but
go ahead.
No, but I mean, surely they would have put out a counter narrative or something else to misdirect, especially as you and Zupa and other people are very convinced that it's a laboratory as opposed to, because I've heard this quite a bit. I don't know what the hell to believe, to be honest.
Yeah, me too. But I think.
Hold on. Let me finish. How do we get to China? When I'm trying to get with Jupiter and British culture, man. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so the black and white thing, Jupiter. You're saying it's not about color, but you were also saying that you don't want to see, let's say, the complexion and racial dynamics change so much unless the people wanted it that way. So, for instance, if they off their own back decided they wanted to, intermarry, then that's
Yeah.
fine. You're saying you don't want it to be something where it's either pushed on them or they're misled in that way, correct?
Yeah, yeah. So I wouldn't being in an interracial relationship. Obviously, I uphold marriage because we're married. I say that marriage and a family nucleus is a good thing, but I don't really put much emphasis on the fact that he's black and I'm white, because I don't think that needs promoting. I don't think black marriages need promoting. I don't think white marriages need promoting. I think it's just marriage that needs promoting. And so for me, the color issue doesn't even come into it. I think people should make their own choices who they love and who they want to marry. It doesn't bother me, for example, is so if you said to me, I don't find white women attractive, I want to marry a black. For my future, I think a black nucleus. That's okay. That don't bother me. I'm not offended. Why would I be? Do you know what I mean?
No,
So
but what I'm saying, that narrative being taught, is going to make people racist, isn't it? I'm saying if you just let humans be as they are, then you know what I mean? Yeah, huh? Yeah, 23. Yeah. Are you outside?
On East, I want to eat pizza.
Yeah.
What's going to make people racist?
They call me right. Sorry. Yeah. So what I was saying, Juper, kids, I'm sure you're aware, kids don't really notice complexion and race as something when they're young. They have to be taught that. So as soon as you start teaching that type of thing, they're gonna grow up. You can't just think, they're only gonna focus on, I just want to keep my race pure, and I'm not gonna focus also on, I want to keep the economics of my race in a higher status. And then when they join the police force, when they join whatever job they get, they're going to be favoring white people. So you're essentially trying to push, probably unintentionally, a class system based upon race. Do you see what I'm saying?
No. For me, I would hate to see this country turn 100% white, just because that's what it was hundreds of years ago. Well, it wasn't actually. We've always had a some sort of admixture in here. But anyway, let's say, I wouldn't want to see a place where everybody looks exactly the fucking same. So for me, that is the same as if everybody was mixed race, or everybody was black, or everybody was white. I wouldn't want to see that. I like seeing the world, but I like being able to travel the world and go to places where, say, for example, you go to Africa and you see them upholding the African tradition. If you go to Japan, you would see the same in Japan. I think that when people come to Britain, they just see the British culture, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I don't understand.
But Tupac, can I ask you a question? Have you been to Nigeria or anywhere in Africa of that?
Yeah, I have been. Yeah.
So how was you received when you got there?
Sorry about that.
Sorry, say that again, Tupac. Hold on, Ethan, 2 seconds.
I don't really talk about it that much, Rita, because the less information people have got on me, the better. To be honest.
No, all right, fair enough. No, my main point is when white foreigners come to like I speak about Algeria, for instance. When they come, they are usually received quite well. They're welcomed. But what I find is sometimes when foreigners come to England, sometimes, and I'm not going to say all the time, they are not received well because they are deemed to be, migrants. They're not coming here to contribute to the society. I don't know if you saw that video of Paul Golding going to these 2 African migrants and telling them, we don't want any migrants here. Why are you here in England? And that's something that's so rare that will happen in the Arab or African world, where a foreigner will come to their country. I mean, I was hearing in Egypt, when people go to Egypt, they welcome
That's a
you.
bit funny.
Excuse me. Can I finish? Can I finish, please, Reggie? What I'm saying is, when some people go to Egypt, some of them are told, welcome home, welcome to the country. When I was in Morocco, they thought I was a foreigner, and they're saying, welcome to Morocco, welcome to Morocco. I really much doubt that would be the sort of people will receive that sort of love if they was to come to England. Nobody would say, welcome to England, you know, welcome to our beautiful country. It's more like, oh, why is he here? Like I said, that disgusting video of Paul Golding telling these two immigrants, he didn't even know if they were legal immigrants. He didn't know if they were actually doctors. He just saw them as black migrants and told them, don't come to England. Why are you here in England? And this is something that happened when a wave of foreigners did get to this country, especially, you know, the Asians. They were and the Windrush, when they got here, they weren't welcomed whatsoever.
Right, now you've done your little virtue signal, because that is what it was. At the end of the day, no matter what country you go to, you'll always find some hardcore people that don't want outsiders. No matter what country you go to, you're always going to get that mindset within the group of people, because as I pointed out earlier when Veli was on here, not all black people are the same, not all white people are the same, not all Muslims are the same. And unfortunately, this is something that doesn't get promoted enough, because people want to make generalizations. So when you're saying that all British people are like Paul Golding and all have the same views as Paul Golding, you're doing a detriment to Britain. And I'll tell you for why. Because there is no other place in the world, maybe America, but I would say America's got worse race relations than Britain myself. Maybe I'm biased. There is no other greater place than Britain for people to move to and to get their rights upheld, regardless of who they are. Now, I'm not saying we're perfect, and I'm not saying racism doesn't exist. But I tell you what, it's a lot less racist than a lot of other countries.
But are you trying to change that?
Can I give you a straight?
I totally agree with you, Drupa. In general, I totally agree. In relation to Western countries, from what I know, it is one of the best.
No, I don't.
But I'm saying what you're pushing, Drupa, is that not actually going to change that if you make a focus on race? If you're trying to say, well, you know, you want to keep it majority white, as soon as you say that, you're pushing that narrative, or you're supporting that narrative that says all white genocide is on its way. And they want to preserve the white race. You've heard of those movements, you know what I mean? So
yeah, no, I've heard of them.
Let me give you a straight answer. Say for instance, when I was in Lagos, when I was living, so basically, when people come from the village who look so dark and nasty and poor, you can't accept them because they don't really have nothing to offer. But once you have people coming from a rich background, and then they have a whole bunch of resources, you can welcome them. So it goes for everywhere and everybody.
Not always. That's not always.
Yeah, I'm not saying always, but 9 out of 10 times that's how it works.
It depends on it. I think it depends on the type of culture. If you've got a greedy culture that values, if you've got a greedy culture that values wealth over personality, then obviously you're gonna seek what they got, as opposed to what type of people they are. Do you know what I mean? Their value system. But I was just trying to get to the bottom. What I'm saying is, I don't think Jupiter realizes, because I don't think she intends or wants this type of racist country. But what she's asking for is essentially that. And even Jupiter, when you say things you like being able to go to other countries, and it's kind of weird because the way that these other countries have become is because of not only the colonial past, but also the current day economic, political agendas that Britain and America have in those countries. Do you get me? So in other words, the people themselves are suffering because they've got some sort of despotic leader oppressing them, so that the UK, America, Israel, France, or Europe in general can exploit their natural resources. Do you see what I mean? So if all of these countries had, the equal weaponry and economics, then what would we be saying then? And I don't know. It's I would say.
That's my point. That's the reason why they tell us to go back to our country. Because even though in our countries we say the same thing to the people who come from the villages, go back to your village.
Jupiter had a question. Go on, Jupe.
Right. So what are you saying, Issa, that if Africa was richer, let's say Ghana, I don't know, Ghana.
Yeah.
If Ghana was really, really rich, all of a sudden it'd get rid of all its culture and all its beliefs?
No. Well, you can tell already that people get rid of their culture as soon as they the majority of stuff just disappears when you get rich. You know that. I mean, what's an example? Yeah, because you have to remember a lot of things that people do that they consider culture is because of your way of survival. When people used to go to wells, imagine people are going to wells and, you know, within 10 years, you've got loads of taps in your house. Who the hell is going to waste their time walking out with freaking buckets and stuff to get water when you can just turn on a tap in your flipping house? That means, look at this, that also changes the fact that you don't have to get up so flipping early in the morning. You can just get up. You know, all right, think about the days when the toilet used to be outside the flipping house, right? And whatever else, and people used to have to get bath water. Bloody hell, man.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about that because we've seen all those kind of things change within the culture of Britain. Those kind of things are progressive and they do change. I'm talking about the mindset, the values. For example, let me think. A lot of people say that doesn't have of family respect like Africans. Actually, they're very, very. The reason that my relationship is very successful is the ideals that Hector got brought up with are very much like the ideals that I got brought up with. You have a man of the house, you have a wife, you have the children, you work together for the betterment of the children, you raise the children together, you commit to each other for the value of the whole of the family. And that is how I see how it should be a macro level for a nation. That's how you do it. You understand what I mean?
That's pumped by religion in general. I mean, obviously, you know, Hindus got that. Obviously, Muslims got that. So this is the thing, yeah. They're trying to remove religion as being just a fantasy story. If you take God and religion out of it, or even spirituality, what are the reasons for getting married and having this thing, especially when you can have daddy and mummy and whatever else?
Nation building, isn't it?
Well, that's the thing. But they want to build their nation based upon, I don't know, robots. I don't know what. Jupiter, what? How is that? Because you're all right. You're talking. Let me just get. Hold on, one sec. Sorry, Jupiter, you're saying rather than when you talk about culture now, you've basically said that the moral fabric that they have.
Yeah.
So, whereas when we heard the word culture, we're thinking of practices, everyday things that we would do, which are changing. So what are you saying now when people are saying they no longer have these values that you have, where back in the day you wouldn't be having sex before marriage, okay? And also you probably had arranged marriage of some sort, maybe not forced, but some sort of, you know, there was a whole different mentality. A girl would love to be dreaming to be whisked away from milking cows or whatever the hell she's doing back in the day in the fields to try and get married. They would love to some, you know, handsome rich guy to suit them and whisk them away. So what are you saying in relation to the society now? When you've got where's all that bloody noise?
Someone's taking the piss with that, man. Is that Malik?
Malik, is that you? Mute up, please, Malik.
Always Malik, man.
Malik, mute up, man. You got bloody
Yo, Khan, you're a hater, man. Why you always saying always me?
Malik,
You know
wait.
It's the same thing with Samaroon and the beep.
Malik,
when we tell Samaroon about the beep, he's like, I can't hear the beep. But everyone else can hear it though.
Right. Jupiter,
Anyway,
so what I'm saying, those things have all changed. Like marriage, you can't force people to get married. You definitely ain't forcing people to stay together for the sake of children. That kind of has been thrown away. Whereas women back in the day, they would be like, I stayed for the kids, simple as that, until they've grown up, you know, they've left the house or become 18, then they're willing to leave the man that's their oppressor, sort of thing, yeah?
But Issa, what's your point? That they used to live how we used to live?
I'm saying that the culture. When we hear the word culture, we think more about the practices, the everyday things that people do that they can no longer do. But I'm saying now she's now mentioned the value system of, you know, how people see the father's role, the mother's role, etc. So I'm saying, Jupiter, that's sort of in the past now to a major degree. What are you?
Yeah, only because of liberalism. Now, what I would say is this, right? Even in the past, even before people could always afford marriages, going back to Britain, we had common law marriages. The same as what you would call traditional marriages back in Africa. And what's happened is that the mindset has changed. People don't value each other anymore. They don't see a sexual relationship as sacred. So forget whether you're married or not, right? A sexual relationship is sacred. Now, even if you take
1 minute, that is an oversimplification, because in the old days there was an incentive to get married because you'd pay less tax as a married couple. Now it's the opposite way, where the women got incentive to kick the husbands out and get family tax credit, single parents allowance, and they get all the child benefit to themselves. So you can't ignore
but people still got married because they respected the basis of the sexuality and stuff, which Jupiter's saying. So even within that society, those that still valued the family and
let Jupiter finish. Let Jupiter finish. I'm not happy to interrupt you.
Yeah,
it takes long to finish, man.
What I'm trying to say is that even if you take away the marriage, right, and the ceremony, which is a part of tradition in every country, but even if you take that away, yeah, the core value that has been eroded down through cultural Marxism, and yeah, you're right, Khan, that is the way they did it, how they eroded it, yeah, by making people worship money over the sacredness of their own bodies and a sexual relationship. Now, the mindset is how you're brought up. If you're brought up to believe, right, that you're worth something, that your body is your responsibility, that a sexual relationship is something that should be honored and treasured, it doesn't matter whether you're married or not, right? There's a level of commitment to it. And that once you engage in that sexual act, a baby could be produced. And that if you're not prepared to be a father and to be a loving partner to the person that you're engaging in the sexual act with, then you shouldn't do it. And that goes for women and men. That is
it's a fact that most marriages break down because of financial stresses. That's
I would say it's not even that anymore. But this is the thing, Jupiter. Porn has put an end to what you've just said, isn't it? Because at the end of the day, who would have thought that children can literally just access this stuff on their phones? Do you get what I'm saying? Whenever Beyonce got married, was pregnant, I'll never forget when I first heard it. I Googled, for Google Images just to make sure if it wasn't just rumor. And then I clicked on an image that looked like her. It was a bit fadey. And then it took me to pregnant porn. And I was like, what the hell is this? Do you get me? So I'm thinking, imagine all these other youngsters.
Your past searches. That's based on your past searches.
No, bruv, not at all, bruv. Stop that noise. This was however long ago.
I'm messing about. I'm just messing about.
No, but this was however long. Whenever she had her first kid, yeah. Because when I heard she was pregnant, I was like, wow, what going on here, right? So I'm kind of like thinking, what I then told like the people that I know, I was like, bruv, you know, and sister, whoever else, yeah. This is what going on with the internet. Kids will just normally be looking at something and press that, and it will come up with something else. So, Jupiter, what I'm saying is the inquisitiveness of children, to obviously know what the opposite look like and blah, 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 especially boys. We grew up with the Sun, page 3 in it. Yeah, so all of that stuff where you're putting this value on sexual relationships, which should have been there, that's kind of like, that's been stamped into the ground. And it seems like
it might have done where you live. It ain't done where I live.
Okay, that's interesting. Okay, I'm just.
What I'm trying to say to you is that, look, Let
me just say this: it's not where I live in that sense. What I mean is, if you look at the global internet culture and people in general, I'm saying for a lot of the youngsters, it doesn't seem to carry that thing. But go on.
Can I just say something to Jupiter? I don't want to. Go on. You say it first. Go on. You go first.
Because there's been a breakdown in family, and what you've ended up with is a lot of single mothers raising sons, not talking to them about how to respect other women, because obviously, look, one of the traits of a woman is that they're very vain and they want to be honoured and they want to be elevated, right?
Women are very vain, aren't they?
all women the world over.
That's right.
That's what they want, right? They want to
be worshipped.
Yeah, right. And they want to feel like their partner worships them, their family worships them, etc., etc. That they like to be elevated. Okay. So when you've got a single mother raising sons, she's not going to instill the values into him how to look after other women. She's not. She might tell them, "Oh, you need to treat her with respect," and everything if she gets on with the girl. But she won't say that it's equally important even if she doesn't get on with the girl, because she won't be thinking about her son's happiness. because to her, that son has always been part of her ownership. Whereas when you've got a man in the house, okay,
The examples there.
You're just
you were like,
basically describing matriarchy. That's a matriarchy. It's like how the mom that runs the family deals with the daughter-in-laws and the sister-in-laws and all the subservient women that come in on a lower level. She wants to maintain her superiority. That's all that is.
Yeah.
That's a minor thing. But what I wanted to ask you is
No,
this.
that's a major thing. What?
It leads on to the breakdown in the families, breakdown in the relationships, and breakdown with the core nucleus.
Hold on,
Well,
Jupiter. Back in the day, the man is the let's say the home, the woman's the nucleus, right? But I'm saying in general, the man is the one that says how it goes. So when you're saying about the woman wants to be elevated, in what way are you saying that? Because at the end of the day, when the man's coming home, he has the last word. I'm saying the tradition. So what are you saying when a woman's vain and she wants to be worshipped?
Well, maybe this is where the differences come in, because me personally is slightly different anyway to mainstream British, because I believe that men and women are equal, right? And I think that is a British thing, where we say that the man and the woman have got equal responsibilities within a marriage, but they should flow with each other. It shouldn't be set in stone that A does this and B does that. It should flow, right? And so you work together for the aims and goals of the family, the children, and yourselves, right, to improve your situation. So, but when you're saying that the man has the last word, I don't necessarily agree with that. I think.
No, I'm saying traditionally. No. What I wanted you to explain is when we look at tradition, how it was before, right? Where I'll never forget this point where I think it was 1980 or something. It became illegal to rape your wife, apparently, something like that. So I'm saying even up to that time there, obviously men then could do that, and women can go to the police and they'll say, well, it's not illegal. Do you see what I mean? So that's kind of weird.
It's a Christian value. It goes back to the Bible, where it says a woman can't teach a man or rule over a man. So traditionally, the woman does run the household, but the man has the veto, where he can get her straight if need be. But in reality, how many men are really on that level? A lot of them.
Hold on. I'm trying to get Jupiter's response to in relation to women naturally being vain. She was talking about their nature. So I'm saying that might even still manifest itself, even if the man's the head of the house. Because in most cases, a man might be the head of the house in the sense of a figurehead.
I don't want to get crude, yeah. But it boils down to one thing: sex.
No, hold on. One sec.
If a woman is your main pleasure in life, and she knows that she can take that pleasure away from you, she's got you by the short and curlies, bro. That's the facts.
But that depends on the man. Hold on, Willie. That depends on the man. Because if a man only values a woman values a woman because she only has sex to offer, then to be fair, there's something wrong with the man.
I didn't say only. But
your answer is sex is like, that's the only power that she has over the man.
Imagine one thing. If it was the other way around, that every time a man and a woman had sex, it wasn't the man that come or ejaculated, but it was the woman. Every time you had sex with your woman, she basically busts her nut, yeah? The world would be a different place.
Not really, because women have orgasms, you know, bro. Like, you know, it's not like we don't have these things.
Not really, bro.
Essentially, we're not sexually frustrated compared to men. You get me? We can hold it down for a long period of time.
No, you're not getting my point. But anyway, let's skip it.
No. Basically, you're saying because the man has the need to offload. You're saying because the man has a need to offload. Therefore, his sexual needs need to be satisfied, and only a woman can do that.
Man can't live without a woman, innit? But a woman can live without a man, innit? So if you have a right, even if you're more powerful than your wife, if you and her have a fallout, yeah, she can not speak to you for longer. Then you can you get me? Like you can say, all right, fuck you, bitch.
It depends on the man. A woman doesn't want to be used. Just 3 days.
Hold on. 3 days time.
It's one thing, brother. Yeah, one thing. What I find about men, is this whole thing of demand of sex. You have to give me sex. like women enjoy sex too. It's not we're not like we're not like robots here. Yeah,
But
we
they
have
enjoy it
feelings, we have
differently,
needs.
though. They enjoy it
But it's the man's approach. Women don't want to feel like she's used. She doesn't want to feel like she's just an object for one thing and that's that. And this is what men fail to do. You have to make her want to do it. You don't have to make her feel like she has to do it. There's a difference between her actually wanting to engage because she wants the need to satisfy you, rather than you making it as if it's some sort of chore that she has to do it. And that's what I find a lot within marriages and relationships, especially I'll speak specifically about the Arab world. Sex is not something that is about pleasure on both sides. It's more pleasure in the man because that's your duty to do so. So the woman's sexual needs is not actually really important.
Are you saying that it's not her duty? Are you saying that she should be able to escape that duty? Is that what you're saying?
No, pleasure is both ways.
No. What's the point then?
You have sex to pleasure each other. It's not just one sided. It's not a job for her. She's not a masseuse. She's not there to give a massage to one person.
One sec. Let me just come in here. What it is,
don't
Khan, it's like
understand
this.
the
Hold on,
difference
Khan. Wait.
between a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship and a marriage.
This guy, blood. Wait. What I'm saying is, on one side, Islam is saying that the woman should submit. The woman should submit when the man wants it. However, on the other side, the Prophet, peace upon him, said, do not expect your wife to be kind to you at night if you haven't been kind to her in the day. Yeah, so
exactly. So at
the end of the day, there are two sides to it. The man has this drive where
we're all on the same page.
One sec. A lot of us men, yeah, when we get married, yeah, we can't focus, bruv. Yeah, we can't think properly unless we get our goodies, right? But what it's doing is you're gonna either get it two ways. Either you're gonna make her feel that she has to give it to you, and therefore it's not gonna be as good as it can be, right? Or you're gonna learn to be patient with women and some of their, no offense to women, your ridiculous contradictory ways and mentalities. Yeah, you're gonna be patient and you're gonna be thinking, right, if I want to continue this argument with her, which I'm not gonna win anyway in her head, I'll just continue and say, you know what, darling, you know what, you're right. You know what, yeah, you're right. You know what? The moon is made of cheese, and whatever, anything you want to say, that's correct, because you want an objective there. And at the end of the day,
you just located the power. Where is the power?
No, I agree with you. I
believe in men.
You're talking about who's got the right, but we're talking about who's got the power.
I believe men should be firm. And when I mean firm, yeah, I'm not mean like beat her up. Establish that authority, yeah, because you're talking about power, and I don't believe that woman holds all the power. She just has something that a man wants. But at the same time, I feel like a man has to be firm, not always give in. Because when Issa is saying, oh, just agree with her and say, yes, you're right, you're this, you're that. I don't think that's productive. If she is wrong, you let her know that she's wrong. You don't give in to her way because you got some pom-pom.
Let me respond to that.
You're hard to please,
Listen to what I said.
You're hard to please, man.
Hold on, one sec. I'm saying, when you've already said she's wrong, and you're proving your point, hold on, and you're proving your point through logic, and somehow she's taken what you've proven to some incident that happened 5 years ago, or what you did last Tuesday or something else.
Well, that's your business, bro. You want to be doing some fuckeries 5 years ago, but had to be holding on to it. You get me?
It's not just me. I'm just saying this is what women do in general, yeah?
No, it's true. Women do remember a lot of shit. I can't lie. I be bringing up shit that's so irrelevant that happened a couple of years ago, fam.
There you go.
Women right. Get used to it.
You what? Women what? What was that? Women what?
Right,
yeah, bro, you keep bringing stuff from 6 years ago. I'm suffering.
This is my point. That's what I'm saying, yeah? Because the woman knows how not having sex affects men's mind. And the man, I'm saying the
I like this conversation. Big up Khan, big up Isa. Tell them.
So this is the thing, yeah? I'm saying it's for men to learn patience and wisdom, that you're not going to get this thing, because at the end of the day, you want your wife to also respond in a way where you're the man in the bed as well, yeah? So I'm saying, therefore, you're either going to just make her feel like, okay, he wants it, he can get it, or you're going to be like, all right, you know what, babes, yeah, all right, cuddle her up, you get me, and just act normal, just basically ignore it and carry on the way, whatever, watching TV, just be normal. I'm just saying, it's about learning patience, trust me. A lot of men out there, especially young men out there, learn patience, fam. When your women chat their nonsense,
especially Khan. Khan, is it normal to force a woman when she don't want it?
It ain't normal. What I'm saying is, it's the woman's duty to keep the man satisfied So sometimes she's not sleeping with you in order to experience the orgasm. She's doing her duty. That's nothing wrong with that. That's
What if she don't want it?
I don't like this. I don't like this. That's not fair.
No, it's not that she don't want it.
One second.
It's not that she don't want it.
One second.
You're not letting me finish.
Yes. Finish.
Are you? All right, cool. Thank you. That's what she said. But anyway, what I'm saying is this: the woman, right, doesn't have to have an orgasm every time she has sex. It's still pleasurable. She's still enjoying it. And
how would you know? You're not even a woman.
How do you know he's not a woman, Juba? With a deep voice.
That's silly, though. That's silly. That's silly saying that.
Wait, Khan, hold on. I got to come in here. Hold on, let me say this.
I'm saying, what if she don't want it?
Malik, wait, Khan, there's something you need to learn.
That's different. We're not talking about women that don't want it.
Hold on. Khan, listen, there's something you need to learn, yeah? If you have intercourse with your lady and you do not ejaculate, bro, trust me, if you try it for a week and you'll feel the amount of strength and power you got, bro. It's amazing, fam. Yeah, if you learn to breathe, do certain deep breathing and meditate. Anyway, if you learn to control,
I've got all them books, man. Don't watch that. I'm old enough. I've got all them books.
I'm just saying, if it comes natural, bro, trust me, yeah. And you won't be one of these 10-second man neither, bro. You'll work, bro. Everything will work out good for you. Trust me. You be patient. Yeah. You know how to speak to a woman, even though she's vexed with you just before going to bed, bro. You'll work out how to start with the spooning. You know what I mean?
But we're not talking about that. We're talking about who holds the power.
And your thing will just be poking.
One second.
Let Malik speak. Malik's been trying to get a point.
You don't hold no power. If she doesn't want it, you cannot force her.
Forget about the women that don't want it. Leave the ones that don't want it out of the equation. We're talking about women who are doing a duty by their man. It doesn't mean that they're not enjoying it.
Yeah, you can tell yourself that, mate.
Jupiter's like demanding. No. You come back here. I ain't done yet. Jupiter's like, no.
We're talking about normal people.
The way
in a marriage.
But
Malik, you're not listening to me. Malik, are you Muslim?
Yes, I am.
Do you agree with what Issa said when he would agree that the moon's made of cheese just to get with his wife? Is that a Muslim?
No. Hold on.
Yes, I am.
Listen. Hold on. Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. Let me clarify. I'm saying, if I could see, I learned this from a cat, bruv. Yeah, I kept telling the stupid cat, don't get on the flipping counter. Stop it, flipping stupid cat. As soon as I turn around a piece of chicken, the flipping cat, silly cat, stole my chicken. Right. So my point to you is, in the same way, how I can't talk to a cat like I can tell a dog, and so on, yeah? No offense. Likewise, I'm saying, there's a reason why women's private parts and the cat have some connection. Why? Because they speak a different bloody language.
Wait, what?
They speak, I'm saying the woman's private parts have the same name as what we call a cat, right? P-U-S-S,
yeah.
right? So what my point is...
No, that's because it has a little nose, Issa.
Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying that I also learned that you also sometimes cannot agree with women on something no matter how long you talk. That's my point. So I'm saying if this has been going on for because brother, I saw a hieroglyph thing, yeah, where a man and a woman were arguing about something, and I'm saying it's the same. If this has been going on where men and women can't agree on certain thing, right? Because women don't want to use logic for over 1,000, 3,000, 4,000 years, bro. We're not going to fix it now, so we just have to accept. So my point to you, if it's not relevant, in other words, if it's just a disagreement about something which isn't going to make much difference, just agree to disagree. I'm saying normally men would want to make their point and prove they're right. And I'm saying by doing that, the woman's just going to be, all right, yeah, you're right now. Let's see who's right when we get to the bedroom. You get me? And I'm saying between the two.
Yeah, but my point is, Issa, right? Yeah. Forget all that stuff could happen right from the very first time you sleep with a woman. If you as a man are only doing it just to satisfy your own lust, then you shouldn't be engaging in a sexual relationship. And these are the things that have been lost.
Thank you.
But when you're young, Jupiter, you think when a boy's 16, I mean, not get me wrong, we're all kissing and doing whatever, but I'm saying you're just pushed by your hormones when you're 16. Come on now. You're you're getting married at 16. You can't. You don't know what the hell you're thinking, are you? And the girl. You get
Right,
what I'm
but
saying?
that's when
Girls mature quickly. Like you know when we're emotional, yeah. Like I think that's a good thing, the fact that women are emotional, because we feel things much deeper than men. Men don't really have this sense of emotion. I'm not saying that they're emotionless, but we do think a lot of emotions, and based on how this affects our mindset and our mentality. Men are just willing to just take it on the chin and just get on with it, and this is why you need that woman to come. But a woman needs to come and bring that balance, though.
That's what Khan does. Once you get home,
you're saying what I'm saying, Kavita, that.
You can't say turn around every time. You can't say turn around. I just want to fuck. That's it. You can't be you can't be like powerfully demanding. You gotta be compromising. You gotta learn how to be romantic. If she says no, there's nothing you could do.
It's her body. At the end of the day, a lot of women, her private parts is a hormonal process that she goes through, and these changes that are happening in her body. And now, initially, when a woman's breasts are growing and she's going through these things, that's not a sexual thing to her. If anything, she feels like, why is my body changing? But then when a man comes and sexualizes these changes that are happening in her body, which she's actually ashamed of initially, you have to make her feel like you can't just use something that she's quite insecure about. Exactly, you can't use something that she's insecure about and sexualize it for your own pleasure when she's still getting to terms with it. You understand?
But here's the thing. I think you lot are misunderstanding me. I'm saying the woman has the power over the man.
Ezra wrote. Sorry.
That's not what you said earlier. That's not
that is what I said. You misunderstood me. You misunderstood me. What I'm saying is, if somebody, Malik, somebody has power over you, what's the best way to deal with it? Is to not let them know that they got the power.
Yeah, how long is that going to last? I tried that back in the day. Yeah, you pretend I don't need it, just like you. I'm strong, and then everything your thing be sticking up left, right.
You got it wrong. It ain't I don't need it. It ain't about I don't need it. It's about if you ain't giving it up, someone else will. So if you want to keep me, you best be making sure you're the one to put the food up the cat.
But can I ask you one
Whoa. If you don't feed your cat, what does your cat do?
What if she does that to you?
This stupid cat that comes to my house now, bruv, it don't even live.
It's someone else's cat, and you're feeding it.
It goes. This stupid cat outside, this Sunni cat, goes to every freaking house it can get food from, bro.
Exactly.
Yo, let me ask you a question. Seriously now, to the Muslim brothers, yeah. Hold on, Kanye. This is deadly serious, yeah. And I don't care what anyone says about this, yeah. So obviously, Islamically, Islamically, we're supposed to get married, and that's that. But in the Western culture, they do this thing, or actually not. I'm not going to say Western culture. A lot of people do this thing where they try before they buy. So they actually sleep with the person, and if they hold on. If the person is not satisfactory,
come on.
Wait, hold on. No, it is serious. It's serious, yeah. So Islamically now, yeah, and this is where I'm speaking about the woman's needs. A woman likes this brother. She wants to get married to him. They're in love. They have this spiritual connection. They get married, and then it comes to the bedroom action, and he's not satisfying her. Does she have the right to divorce him? Based on that,
she does.
Islamically, I think she might have.
Talat.
No, it's not as simple as that though. She has what it is. There's a lot of measures she has to go.
Is she forced to stay with a man now that is not sexually pleasing to her? Because that's a right that a woman should have. And I'm sure Islamically you're allowed to divorce that person. But I just want to know what you lot's opinion is.
No. Islamically,
I think there's a difference between Islamic law and people's traditional interpretation of Islam.
No, but it goes together because this is how it works. Because what happens is, I don't know if it was, I think there's a documentary on it, or it was part of a documentary, divorce or something in the Muslim world or something. And how it works is the man has to, let's say, be taught and be told how to do things in the bedroom, and then she comes back and she's asked. I mean, traditionally, obviously, it would be brothers, and maybe father, uncles. If he don't know what he's doing in the bedroom, then obviously he's got to be taught certain things, innit? You get me? So if that's the way the woman feels, but there might be something wrong with her. I'm not trying to attack any cultures here, but I'm saying if there's been a certain circumcision to a female or something like that, or if there's an issue. But if it's a thing where the man is not satisfying the woman, you have to find out why. It's as simple as that. You can't just say, well.
So what if the man is not? I don't want to use like explicit terms. What if the man is not built properly?
Okay.
So let-
Well, I don't know. Shakara speaks. Apparently, certain voodoo man got certain. You know, all the voodoo man are going to be busy now. Yeah, they got certain herbs and thing will boost up the man things.
Because
Anyway,
a lot of men suffer from this thing where they're not really built, you know, a certain way. And this affects the women. And it happens in the Arab world. I'm not being funny. A lot of these Arab women, I feel sorry for them because they're in these arranged marriages, yeah, with these over in body built, he's oversized, but in other parts he's not, and she has to suffer, and she should have the right to divorce that person.
Oh my God!
Yes, Zubida. Let me say something real quick.
Waleed, that must mean that you got the black ancestry, Waleed. Go on.
Well,
Zubida, let me tell you something real quick. In every marriage,
all I gotta say is we're very blessed, very blessed.
yes, in every marriage.
What a joker!
Just like Islam, when Islam talks about divorce, it only encourages divorce, especially in oppression, humiliation, and whatnot. Because when you divorce a man that doesn't know how to have sex, all you would do is put yourself in a test of finding someone, and the process of finding someone, you will never get satisfied. And no matter how much you look for a good marital life, you might end up never having one due to the fact that the only thing you wanted was to satisfy yourself, and you wasn't looking at this man from his moral aspect.
Malik's right.
Malik, do you know Imam Ali made, according to tradition, gave this man a herbal concoction because he didn't have the power in bed? Do you know that?
Right, I know, and I was leading to that also. Like, there are certain things that you have to do before divorce. You have to help this person. You have to do a whole bunch of stuff. You can't just be like, okay, boom, first night he couldn't get it up, and that's it. Next night you leaving. Nah, it doesn't work that way. You have
not even that. No. Listen to what I'm saying. When I say power, there's two things. Yeah, there's obviously the driving force, the sustenance. Yeah, keep going. And just the feeling of that power in it, yeah. So what I'm saying to you, one sec. As a person who's studied a lot of ancient traditions and even modern day traditional people, one thing they all seem to have in common is the things for man's thing, the herbal remedies for man's thing for stand up and to give him the power. Do you get what I'm saying? So
he's been eating bats and all that. Ain't for the flavor.
So 1 second. Hold on. 1 second, let me finish, then Reggie, I'm sorry. It's two things, two factors. One is experience, and the other is the remedy, which could be exercise or herbs or whatever you want to do. So Reggie, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, what happens if the person if the thing is not incurable, such as the person not being able to give birth? That can come from for example, the woman not being able to give birth.
Reggie, rather than divorcing her, you could take a second wife. You just take a second wife, Reggie.
Reggie, go on. Say what you said.
Oh, is that the solution? So if the woman can't give birth,
that's in the Bible, man. That's in the Bible.
The man.
That's what happened to Sarah, no? That's why Abraham went with Hagar.
Yeah, that's a perfect example there. Reggie, hold on. If a woman can't, obviously that's a normal thing. Where, I mean, sometimes they would actually divorce a woman, but obviously the better thing would be to take a second wife, and they could raise the children like both of theirs, isn't it? But yeah, in relation to the man, I'm not quite sure actually if the I think it's just basically you have to make some serious dua, and you have to make sure you take the right herbs, I assume, because yeah. You know what I mean? Isa done, yeah.
What if that doesn't work? Wait. What if you're taking herbs and it doesn't work out?
Huh?
Yeah, so obviously there is a facility there for the woman to divorce the man as well. It's not like Christianity.
Hold on. Where does it say the woman can divorce the man if he's performing right in bed but he can't produce kids?
No, but leave the if part out of it. If
No.
If a woman can divorce a man, and she needs to, get rid of him, she'll find a way, innit?
No. In a lot of countries they can't, because as Zubaydah just told you, apparently according to her, Arabian men, Some of them are not.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, she doesn't have to give that reason. She doesn't have to stand up in Islamic court and say, "Oh, he's only 6 inches. I need 10." Like, she can't say that, but she's gonna say, "He irritates me. He irritates me. He's bugging me. He doesn't give me money."
No. But he can prove all of that.
Let me tell you guys something here. I'm very like in tune with like what's happening in the Arab world. You know, I watch a lot of documentaries.
Come on, we got the journalist Vader, the documentary. Come.
No. Like honestly, yeah, I watch a lot of stuff and like controversy that's happening there, and you know, we can speak specifically about Egypt, and there have been a lot of women who have been put in these arranged marriages, and you know, they end up cheating on their partner, and certain crimes have actually been committed due to these lack of whatever in the relationship. Murder, yes. There's this TV program called Rahim Saeed, who's a Egyptian female journalist, and she documents the most craziest cases. So like some of these cases were like, you know, these two lovers, right? They're not married, they're lovers. The girl's already been given someone to marry, but she doesn't want him, she wants her lover. And the only reason that she can't be with her lover is because her mother's stopping her from doing that. So her and her lover plot this plan to kill her mother, and they end up actually doing it. And this is not something that is rare within Egypt. This has happened a lot. Like you people will commit crimes against people.
Waleed, what's wrong with your country, bruv?
It's kicking off. It's kicking off over there. They're very.
How did they kill her?
No, she wasn't, because she was 17. She was put in prison, but the guy was hanged straight.
How did they kill the
sorry.
mum?
So what they done, yeah, was this most devious plan. Yeah, the plan was actually to turn the gas on in the house while they're sleeping, so they can inhale it and sleep. But when they got there, the woman wasn't there. The mother wasn't there. Afterwards, whilst they're both in the house, the mother comes, and it's the man that actually stabbed the mother and also the little brother, because he was a witness. So he done the murder, but the girl was the one that facilitated the murder and helped him enter the house. And there's more other crazy. Like if you watch the show, like I just can't believe this is where Waleed comes from. Like it's the most craziest cases go on there.
Waleed's not crazy, is he?
No, Waleed might be crazy, but he's not that crazy.
I'm only joking. I'm joking.
These things happen in Algeria as well. You know, lovers, they want to be with each other. The family doesn't. Sorry, go ahead.
There's a case. Hold on. There was a famous case here in Libya, right? Now this was what 2000, whatever it was. It was early 2000 or something. Yeah. So basically, there was this woman in Libya, married. She had 4 sons. Yeah. And the husband must have went into hospital for something. And then whatever test they'd done, they also told him, you are infertile. So they done bare tests after. He said, what are you talking about? I've got 4 sons. You get me? The man was proud with his 4 sons. They then done a DNA test. They found out none of the 4 sons.
The daddy.
And all 4 belonged to the neighbor. You get me? That was big news. Apparently, this brother was telling me this was news. You get me? All 4 Picnic next door neighbor was the daddy. So what you're saying is like, to be honest, the West, a lot of us Westerners would never think these things happen. But when I hear more, I'm hearing about bears are going on in the Pakistani, in this community, all over the place. Everyone thinking, no, they ain't like that. And then I'm hearing certain women, certain sisters be wearing niqab so that they can go and do zina. You get me?
Yeah. You know, there's this ancient Egyptian tradition. Listen to this. Yeah, this is really interesting. Yeah, there's this ancient Egyptian tradition. It's like a justice system on how to basically convict someone of lying or a crime. So what they do is, what the cases that Waleed presented to me was this woman who was accused of cheating on her husband. So what they would do is they would get this shovel, or is it something like a spoon or a tiny small shovel, and they would heat it up very, very hot, and they would dab it on her tongue. She'd have to sit there. It's the most humiliating process, right? She'd have to sit there amongst the family and everything, and she'd have to stick her tongue out, and they would put this hot fork or tiny shovel on her tongue, and they'd wait a few moments. If her tongue did not bleed, then she is innocent. If the tongue would bleed, then she's convicted. So this woman, bless her, she's just praying to the Lord Almighty that her tongue don't bleed, and her tongue didn't bleed. And everyone's like, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. You know, she's innocent. You get me? I just thought, it's mad. It's mad.
That's what happens when you don't know how to mix religion and culture.
Yeah. No, but that's in the Bible, bro. What are you talking? In the Bible, it says the same thing. Ask Ezra. I beat Ezra that the other day, yeah? It says if a man suspects his wife of adultery, give her these herbs and rinse out her belly. And if she survives, yeah, then it's all good. If she dies, then obviously she's guilty, right?
Yeah. That's the old one. We know that one.
So this is some old thing which has been
Yeah,
going
yeah.
on all over the place. Like the poor woman, bruv. You no wonder these lot got this feminist movement, bruv. Yeah, but anyway, so, Peter, tell me about this. Where did you find out about the dissatisfaction of a lot of these Arabian women? Where did you find that out?
Yeah, you know what it is, yeah. Like, you know how Arab women gather together and they discuss,
Yeah.
you know, and they let out all their secrets and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And like I said, I'm a very documentary person. I like to watch these things. And like I said, a lot of these women, bless them, they're put into these arranged marriages with these, you know, older, wealthier men, right? And it's not really out of love. And you know, a lot of these women express that they're not getting that sort of satisfaction from these men. Therefore, they do end up, unfortunately, committing zina or having lovers on the side. And
Wow.
the only reason why, listen, a man cheats, yeah, because he wants to be satisfied, but he always go back to his wife. He will love his wife, but he'll still cheat. He will go double with other girls, but he'll always return back to his wife. But when a woman actually cheats on her husband, that's how you know there's something very serious. There's something very serious because she's looking for something else, and it shows
with her,
there's the issue.
So she would actually leave if it was easier. The only reason she goes back to her husband is because she has to. Basically, is that what you're saying? It might be.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, she has to.
So let me get this correct. No, the reason I asked is because I've been telling a lot of black men that the reason behind a lot of racism is because of either the reality or the perception of the sexual prowess of black men. I'm just saying, like, we ain't done nobody nothing, but the reputation precedes us, and therefore we're hated on because we're promoted as, you know, the best in bed and rare tear tear. So
you're saying that most of these racist guys, they got the SMS?
SMS, what's that?
Small man syndrome.
Well, there you go. Yeah. Definitely. No, but bruv, trust me, it's one of the things. Why do you think when they used to hang black men in America, they used to cut off their genitals? Like, if you're gonna kill someone, like, why are you interested in what's in his trousers? Do you get what I'm saying?
But do you know what's interesting as well, Issa? There's, you know, I'm sure you guys heard of that 1001 Nights, the Arabian poetry book.
Yeah.
And actually within that book there is a story about a king. And his wife behind his back would actually go. This story is so explicit. I can't believe it's even Arabian poetry, but it speaks about the woman cheating on her husband with a black man, and all of her the people part of her court as well would also be cheating with black men. It describes it in the book. You know, I saw your wife with this black man, and she was calling upon this black man, and other black men came. And I think the woman, based on the story, could have been from somewhere around Persia, because that's where that specific story is centered. So, you know, these things have been written within Arabian poetry from a long time.
Yeah, hold on, one sec. Which ones have you, like, for instance, me, yeah, when I converted, I was reading anything to do with, you know, the Muslim culture, right? So there's the 1001 Nights. Which one have you read, by the way? The
one that I'm not actually sure who wrote it. The one that I read was on Kindle because I heard about it and I tried to find it out. So I typed it in 1001 Nights.
It's
and
not
I was
Arabic.
given.
I'm saying you haven't read the Arabic one, have you?
No.
This is massive. Whoever wrote this, right? It's volumes. Volumes.
Yeah.
This story is absolutely. If you know the story, basically, for those who don't know, you basically had this guy. I think this king or whoever was gonna kill. He would sleep with a woman, then kill her. So there was one that entertained him the story. So he didn't kill her because she left the story unfinished. So basically, she kept telling him stories, and he basically became infatuated with her and her stories and kept it going. But the point is, what Zubaydah said is so important because there's another well-famed book, which I think is from Tunisia, called The Perfume Garden. It's translated by Richard Burton, the explorer.
Yeah, Betty brought that up before. Yeah, she spoke about that.
So, yeah, in his book, I mean, he's got all kind of herbs and things, but one of the stories is about a guy called Bilal or Bihalal or some sort of name like that. And basically, he goes to one of the ladies' yards, and I think he pretends he's trying to sell. That's it. Something like he's got some garment or something, and I think she wants the garment. So he goes to her and he says, well, I ain't going to give you the garment unless you give me some what's between your legs. So then he gets it and she says, well, I want the garment. He says, no, no, no. She then says, well, I'm going to say something. He says, well, if you say something, your husband's going to divorce you and kill you and blah, blah, blah. And he's like, the husband comes in and he says, yeah, I've just come to collect this garment that somebody was supposed to fix. He gets his garment, he's got pum pum, and he's gone. Do you get me? But there is this thing where we are represented in these stories as being the ones that will cheat with their wives. And I'm saying if that's in the subconscious of the culture, because the thing is, Zubaida, how many people know these stories? This would be interesting to know, because again, black men need to be aware. I mean, Waleed is an exception. Do you get me? Waleed don't come over here with the anti-black sentiment, but obviously we know there are certain people that speak Arabic that don't like black people. Do you get me? So we need to know if these stories are the thing. Veli, Jupiter dropped out. If you can let her back in, please. Yeah,
I do slightly agree with that. I mean, you know, especially North Africa, there's been this rise of Algerian and Moroccan women intermixing with African, sub-Saharan African men. A lot, and a lot of them have been demonized for that. You know, when I was in France as well, like, you know, especially in France, there's a lot of interracial marriages between North African women and sub-Saharan African men. Not so much on the Middle Eastern side, to be fair. Well, you know, within Iraq and Syria and these sort of places, that's very rare. But in North Africa, I've got a lot of friends that are half Jamaican, half Moroccan, half Somali, half Algerian, half Algerian, half Senegalese. You know, just mix up. But they do get demonized for doing that, though, by obviously the family or the brothers or stuff like that. And you know, I'm still trying to figure it out why. I don't know if it's because, you know, maybe of their sexual nature or something like that. But there is possibly an aspect to that. I don't know.
There is, I don't know. I think there's part of it is when the parents, especially the dad, tries to keep the daughters away, then they always want to find out why are you trying to keep me away from? Investigate for themselves. It could be that, but yeah, no, I just think it's very interesting that, you know, you've come across the same book or the same type of stories. But I think when it comes to all right, did you hear about the Kardashian thing where apparently they were seeking to ban Kim Kardashian shows or something, or people were a lot of the Arabian men, because they were saying she looks like an Arab, and a lot of Arabic girls style their makeup after her, and she's with a black man. So apparently they're saying she's the role model for a lot of the Arabic girls to go with black men. And that's problematic. So I
think if you look at American celebrities and you look at black men who go with white women, they usually do go for that Italian, Turkish look, that dark, long hair, big eyes. Like they usually, like black men seem to prefer them kind of women to, like, you know, like Germanic, like blonde, like I don't know why.
True. That's 100% true. I think there's a sense of, even the Spanish, like there is this sense of I don't know. There's a sense of them being closer to us, I guess. I don't know. Well, you're right.
But you know what it is? Let me tell you guys. Like, I don't know if who knows, but obviously the father of my son, he's Ethiopian, he's black, and you know, initially I thought my parent or my mom specifically was going to be like, you know, because she's not from here. Like, unfortunately, there is an element of ignorance just based on the fact that she's not from here and she's grew up in a specific culture. So obviously, when it came time for them to meet, like, to my surprise, you know, it wasn't as bad as I thought it was. And hold on, sorry.
The phone call. Big up to the chat. You lot are making some real. You have me in stitches. Yeah, when Ezra tries to diss East and the Black to let block him, he's getting faced.
But the thing is, the reason why I think a lot of North Africans are going with sub-Saharan Africans is because they're from the diaspora. They're actually quite culturally similar, and that's why you'll see a lot of intermixing in North Africa. That's what actually makes North Africa due to intermixing. That's why you have lighter shade people in North Africa because they did intermix with a lot of the sub-Saharan Africans. I'm sure people know this, they cannot deny this. When different Muslims from different areas came to Egypt or Algeria, you know, based on trade or based on knowledge, they intermixed with the women there. Yeah, that's why we are here how we are today.
Well, this is the thing. I mean, when you look at some of the rare ends of certain Arabian women, I'm like, where the hell did you get that from? You get what I'm saying? There's certain body shapes that we can only, and even the curly hair that goes with it as well. Certain real, like some Moroccan women, like, what's going on there, blood? Yeah, definitely. Yeah, some of the Moroccan women, different something. So there's been complaints that we're not sticking to the subject. Well, we were actually on is the God of the Bible pro-life? Well, of course, the God of the Bible is trying to preserve at least the Israelites. So, there you go. Interesting.
Religions pro-life. They all say condone murder in some way or another.
Do you mean survival-wise, or do you mean? Well, there's a difference between murder and killing, isn't there?
Yeah, I haven't fully looked into this, but from an Islamic point of view, I think there is a certain age of the fetus when it actually becomes human, like when the soul enters the body. So if you abort the baby before that stage, technically it's not a murder. But I haven't investigated it enough to fully be able to speak on the subject. But there is this element of
Hussein, come back just in time, eh?
Hold on, let me just address Khan's thing, yeah? When
a soul enters the body.
One sec. Malik, wait. Malik, let me just deal with that. Specifically, yeah, that was majorly talked about when there was that Bosnian situation years ago, yeah? And one of the things that kept happening was a lot of the Bosnian women, Muslim women, were getting impregnated by these guys. So the question to the scholars was, can they have abortions, or do they have to give birth to the rapist babies? Yeah. So there was a lot of fatwas. Some fatwas, obviously Saudi Arabian, they were saying no, you have to give birth to the children and raise them. And other fatwas were saying the circumstances in which you can have abortions are if it's going to harm the mother, where she might die in childbirth, etc. And you know that, and rape. So they basically gave the fatwa to say yes, you can. And one of the things was, in fact, one of them gave a fatwa saying, in the hadith it says the 3 stages of 40 days. Yeah. So I think the first 40 days it's this, the second 40 days it's that, and the last 40 days after, so that's 120 days. It says the ruh is breathed in, and some apparently this is when the heart starts beating as well, right? So they're saying abortion in these instances can be done before that because it's not the ruh is not breathed into the child.
Yeah.
So they're saying
the way how I found out about that is someone had a miscarriage, and I was like, oh, that's sad. And the other person turned around and said, no, at that point it wasn't a baby, it was just a collection of cells. It's not classed as a baby, and it doesn't have a ruh. And I had to look into it. I was like, this is crazy, because something from like 1,000 how many years ago is basically the same position that people are having now, saying, okay, at this date it becomes a baby. For that, you can do an abortion. Because whereas me, I was like, no, all abortions are wrong. It's murder. Then you got to ask yourself, is it actually, a baby at that point? Can you class it as a baby or not? A fetus or not? Is it just a collection of cells without a heartbeat? You know what I mean? Is it alive in a way where it has an independent life separate from the mother?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, from what I remember, they said that's when the heartbeat starts, and that's when the ruh is breathed in. Because I remember the discussion on it. Like, obviously, back then there was no internet, so people were so happy to find correspondence between, a hadith and science. So if they're saying, well, the heart starts beating at the time which corresponds to when the spirit is breathed in, then it's like, yeah, that makes sense, doesn't it? Because now the heart's beating, it's alive, and so on and so forth. How do we get onto this anyway? How do we get onto this abortion thing?
Issa, do you know what we done the other day on Dayton's
pro-life? Yeah. What did you do on Dayton?
Brother not brother Bernie. Yeah, you know Bernie Bay.
Yeah.
He was going, what's heart in Arabic? I goes to him, kalp. He goes to me, keep saying it over and over, faster and faster. So I was going, kalp, 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 kalp. He goes to me, what does it sound like? I goes to him, it sounds like the blood being emptied out of the heart, the aorta.
Right.
He goes, exactly. So when me and Daydan looked for, you know, the ECG, where, so we
They
found the
measured.
pattern of the ECG where it's got the small bump, the big bump, and then a small bump, and I goes to Daydan, under the small bump, like turn the bump into a G, and then the last bump, turn that last bump into a P, right? And then the L in the middle, GLP, spells gulp.
Yeah, so that was very fancy of Allah to do that, yeah.
So
But we're talking about Yahweh today. Yo, who's not talking on the panel? Anyone not talking at the moment? Cause someone's in the back chat. I want to add them in still.
Yeah, you could put me
Anyone who
at the
don't
back.
feel like defending the Bible. All right. Malik, big up yourself for that, bro. Sir, let me read some blood clot scripture.
Yeah, go on.
Right there. Right. So this is
And the
Hosea
Lord
9.
And the Lord saith.
Hosea 9:11.
And you will know my name is the Lord when I lay my finger upon it.
Read.
Jeez. Yeah. As for Ephraim, their glory shall fly away like a bird.
That's right.
That's right.
From the birth and from the womb and from conception. Let me repeat. As for Ephraim, their glory shall fly away like a bird from the birth, from the womb, and from conception. Though they bring up their children, yet I will bereave them, that there shall not be a man left. Yea, well, also to them I depart from them. Ephraim, as I saw Tyrus, is planted in a pleasant place, but Ephraim shall bring forth his children to the murder. Give them, O Lord, what wilt thou give? Give them a miscarrying womb.
Hello? The Lord mute your mic, boy.
I will drive them out of mine house. I will love them no more. All their princes are revolters. Ephraim is smitten. Their roots is dried up, and they shall bear no fruit. Yea, though they bring forth, yet I will slay even the beloved fruit of their womb. What a nice God. Amen.
What's your point? Didn't quite get it anyway.
The point is that God is not pro-life.
That's right. That's right.
What do you mean pro-life? I mean pro-life.
Pro-life means he doesn't want to do an abortion.
Right, I see what you mean. Yeah, which was it? Because the way you read it, I didn't catch the part where it was saying about wombs and stuff.
When you hear when he said the wound shall Yo, bring the precept out again. Bring the precept out, brother. Go ahead. Bro.
Read that bit.
All right, one sec, brother. One sec, brother Brad.
That's right.
Hold on right there. That's right.
Morning, Connie. How you doing, man?
Yeah, man, bro. I'm cool. How you doing? You all right?
Yeah, I'm doing good, man.
It says, as for Ephraim, their glory shall fly away like a bird from the birth and from the womb and from the conception. So,
okay, but the glory, meaning they won't be able to get pregnant. What's that got to do with pro-life?
Yeah, what is that got to do with pro-life? If God is going to cause their whole tribe never to be able to get pregnant.
Yeah, but hold on. You have to understand something. What have they done?
Anyway, how can they be born if people can't get pregnant? How can they have a birth?
Yeah, lady.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So God has dried up their womb.
Yeah.
So I was about to pass there.
Yeah,
God has dried up their womb and taken away their glory. So pro-life means that God should make them fruitful, so they should multiply.
No. Pro-life means that once someone's pregnant, you can't abort the baby. So the baby has got its own rights, the right to life. So you can't come along and kill it. That's what pro-life means.
Alhamdulillah.
Right.
So if somebody's made barren where they can't conceive, there is no life there. So therefore, there are no arguments over the rights of that life.
Evala.
Yeah, but if they was able to have children before, like their elders, and then they have a curse, which means that they can't have no more children.
Yeah.
Is that pro-life?
If you want to argue, is God pro-life, you have to show arguments of even children being put to death. Because to me, a child, it doesn't matter if it's in the womb or outside the womb. If God's saying kill a child, that's not pro-life.
Khan, don't do that. Don't do that, Khan. In the Old Testament, God ordered them to kill.
What's the verse? Let me just read it.
Yes, Ezra Pandit thing now. Bring it up.
Shalom, family. Shalom.
Yeah.
Shalom.
It's
Yeah.
Hosea 9:11.
Tell me that.
Hosea 9:11-16. Hosea 9:11.
Let's hear everybody. Shalom. Ezra, you know it's right,
Turkish one, you're the Turkish one, so why are you singing your Turkish song to me?
I'm a Kaiser. I'm a Kaiser.
He's a Kaiser.
Yeah, go on, bigger. Jose. Yo, Biggs, what verse are you reading?
Yeah, my bad. I was getting up another page still. It's Hosea 11-16.
Hey, I'm gonna say this. Keep reading that Bible, man. One day you're gonna wake up and say this shit's real.
Basically, all it's
got the Jacobs in the back chat as well, yeah. So
Ephraim's bloodline naturally will die out. That's all that is. It's a flowery way of saying that.
That's what it was. It's like, but don't forget.
No, it was.
It is.
You know what it is.
No,
You have to remember.
Bible caping on the panel. Take your cape off, bro. What up to you, man?
Bigger, I'm telling you.
Yeah, I agree with her. I agree with her. I agree.
Listen, yeah, they got cursed. Yeah, they got that curse because they broke the covenant in the verse before.
But they are the tribe of Joseph, you know that, innit? And there's two tribes of Joseph. There's Manasseh and there's Ephraim. So basically, Joseph just went back to one tribe. That's all that happened.
All right.
Joseph's two sons, they had tribes of their own. Really, we know that 12 sons of Jacob had their own tribes in it. So Joseph had a tribe, but his tribe got split between his two sons, Ephraim and Manasseh. But all that happened is the tribe of Joseph became one again after with just Manasseh. Okay?
All right. All right. Next, we got another one on the list, Steve, and I'm just lining up the cannon right now, bro. You get me? So, come on. Yeah. Come on, bro. It's different, bro. Listen, you know, maybe with the Quran, man can shuck and jive and dance, bro. With the Bible, it's a little bit different, B. You get me? So, yeah, 31.
You're done out here, man.
Yeah. With the Bible, man can't dance around me. You get me? You can't dance around me. Yeah. So, all right. So Numbers 31:16. Because someone's echoing.
Numbers 31.
Your YouTube might be on in the background, someone, yeah? So, all right. Behold these cause the children of Israel throughout the counsel of Balaam to commit trespass against the Lord in the matter of Peor, and there was a plague among the congregation of the Lord. Now, therefore, kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman that have not known man by laying with him. So it's like kill all the men and done, kill all the women that's not virgins. I wonder why. But all the women with children that have not known a man by lying with him. But all the women with children that have not known a man by lying with him, keep alive for yourselves. Jeez. So, is that pro-life?
Yeah. Get me? It's pro-Israelite life.
Yeah, it's pro-Israelite life.
No,
Pro-Israelite life. Yeah.
life is retribution, and that's why it doesn't make sense.
It's pro-Israelite life. This by we know already this thing. What it's about? Where does it say? It's for like, especially numbers. What the hell? What's this got to do with anyone else?
But we got to remember, the Christians are trying to say that this is their shit too, me.
Nah, they can't say that.
They're not talking about that Israelite.
Bigger. No Christian will say that.
Listen, Ezra, this is what happened yesterday. Yeah. Let me remind you of what happened yesterday. Yeah. Listen to what Takir was trying to do yesterday. Yeah. So yesterday, Takir was trying to bring up a situation, a hypothetical situation. Yeah.
Oh, incest.
Where, there was incest. Yeah. So it was an incest situation where the people were scientifically going to be okay, and in the mental, psychologically, they was going to be okay. Yeah, would we still agree with it? Yeah, and we was like, nah. So yeah, we didn't. I didn't agree with it still. Yeah, but Takir. So then when I was asking Takir watch, yeah, he was like, well, God tells us that we can't do it. And I said, so where does he tell you that you can't do it? He's like, in the Old Testament, it says down here. And I'm like, what? So you could take Leviticus laws when it suits you, or when it goes alongside something that you wanna that you wanna dismiss. But anytime it's something like this that you don't wanna admit to,
we don't need to follow
man,
that.
saying, no, it's not Old Testament. You can't do Old Testament.
Like, yeah, they go to it. I know what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, but that don't apply to me. I get that's a winning argument again.
Yeah, that's what I keep trying to say, bro. I'll debate with the Hebrews about the Bible all day, innit? Because they'll take all parts of the Bible with it and won't try to cherry pick. But the Christians will try to dance and cherry pick around parts of the Bible. Oh, we don't take this part, we take this part. We take that part, we don't take that part.
Wait, whoa. Read the
Like,
chat,
right.
bro. Philip. Blessed shall he be who takes your little ones and dash them against the rock. What?
Whoa.
What Psalms?
Yeah,
Psalms 137.
Like the atrocities that's happened to Israel. All of these Jupiters and Khans and all these devils, have come and been killing our babies and smashing us.
You can't, as an Israelite, you can't call Muslims the devil because the Muslims are following your book.
Who you calling fucking devil?
I said Jupiter and Khans. That's a liberty.
An Israelite cannot call a Muslim a devil. No way.
So there's no justice. There's no justice in the world. They can come and kill people's babies and just
Hold on. As an Israelite, you're saying to non-Israelites, you have to follow, let's say, for example, the 7 Noahide laws to be regarded as righteous. Hold on.
He's telling. Have I ever told you to follow the Torah?
But were the Arabs following the Torah?
Stop talking
Were they following?
mate. Stop talking like this.
But you do give a damn. But you do give a damn. Because how are you going to interact with other people? Hold on. You're not listening. If you're living by a certain rules, how are you going to deal with other people who don't follow them rules?
They have their own rules to follow.
No, but you can't interact with them.
The question.
They're unclean. But they're unclean. You can't deal with them. You don't understand what I'm saying.
Why does he say that? We can trade with everyone. You just chat shit. You don't even know what you're talking about. As usual. You get me? You're talking rubbish out your ass. You listen. Yeah. We can trade with whoever, we can deal with whoever, but when it comes to our laws, we can't follow nobody else. When it comes to our customs and our heritage, we can't go and follow anybody else's thing. And this is what's got us in this position now, where black people are just at the bottom, can't do nothing for ourselves, constantly at the bottom.
How are black people at the bottom? Explain that.
You are.
How are we at the bottom?
You're saying
how are you at the bottom? How are you at the bottom?
I don't you feel like religion has a part to play in that, though?
Oh, the irony. You're nicking someone else's religion, coming in. You can't take
people's religion. What color does the Bible say Christ is Jupiter? What color does the Bible say? You weirdo.
What do you mean? There is no color in the Bible, but you're trying to say that you are trying to say.
Pull up on your screen, Revelation 1:14. On your screen, King James Bible. Go on.
I'm not on my laptop still.
Yeah, I'll do
You
it,
can
Billy.
share your screen.
Yeah,
If you're on your laptop, you can share your screen still.
Revelation.
It's all right.
Is it Revelation
Listen, let's show
what?
this dumb woman. Let's show this dumb woman. She don't know what she's on about. Get me?
I'll do it. I'll do it.
Revelations what?
1 and 14.
It's the hair like wool scripture they always use.
Oh, what? The hair is white as wool. That stupid thing.
Yeah, but then his skin's like bronze.
Stupid thing, yeah, it's stupid now, isn't it?
Yeah, of course it's stupid. Because you would expect someone in the Middle East to tan.
like burnt breath.
What's the problem, you dirty man?
Touch.
For God's sake. Who cares? What colour is God? What colour is God?
Black. He's black as well. How about that?
How do you know that?
Because Daniel said when he's in his vision.
Technically, God would be black.
Daniel said in his vision. What did he say in his vision? Read his vision to me.
I'll read that for you next
1 minute, Jupiter. When God said, "Let there be light," yeah, that obviously means that where God was, there was no light. So if there's no light, then
And if
everything's
made
black,
man-
isn't it?
If God made man in his image and the first man is black, then God is obviously black. Common sense, quick math. Go on.
How do you know that God was black?
Because he's made man
God
in his
might be a
image.
dinosaur then.
He made
All
man
the
in his
evidence-
image.
all the
Man was
evidence-
black.
All the evidence suggests that the gods that we're talking of are the creators that jumped evolution and they weren't even human. So what are you on about?
All right, bigger. I'm gonna share my screen. Yeah. Right there.
His tears were white like wool.
Yeah, when you're ready, bro.
As white as snow. His eyes were as flame of fire. His feet
share my screen, right?
fireballs, as if
Yes,
they were
it's more like Latino to me.
His voice sounded like waters.
You know, red eyes,
you go,
helping
look.
no red eyes.
I've never met a black guy with red eyes before.
He's he's
Oh, yeah.
Well, you've never.
It was a rough night, I'll tell you.
His head and his hairs were white like wool, as white as snow, and his eyes were a flame of fire, and his feet like unto fine brass. See, now she has to talk over it now, you get me? And his feet like unto fine brass, as if they burned in a furnace. So what color is that?
Somebody, somebody.
color brass.
What color is anything that burns? What color is anything that burns?
Okay, what
Idiot.
color is brass? Brass is like a yellow
Brown.
color.
Brown or
Not gold.
brass is
Not
brown.
gold.
Burnt brass. Burnt brass is brown.
Let
What
me show you
color is
burnt
brass?
brass.
Brass is yellow.
Let me show you burnt. Let me show you what a burnt brass bowl looks like.
Gold. Brass is golden. When it's burnt, it goes
I'm
dark.
show you on the screen. You can I'm
golden.
gonna show you now.
But is this a description of God, though? It's not, is it?
No, it's supposed to be a description of Jesus.
Exactly.
So why are we always like
This
going
is a
up
burnt
on?
brass bowl.
Exactly. And Jesus is not God.
Look, burnt brass bowl. Yeah, this ain't my words. This. Let's see what burnt brass looks like. When my laptop decides to kick it.
Yeah, his feet were like burnt brass because they were burnt in the sun. What's your point?
Yeah. Okay. The white people turn flipping black now, isn't it? In the sun.
Oh,
White people's skin goes darker in the sun. Yeah.
Huh? Yeah, darker.
I'm not even arguing that he's white. I'm not arguing that he's white. I believe he's Mediterranean looking.
Look, there's no Mediterranean there, love. Get me?
What do you mean? He came from the Middle East.
Yeah, he came from. He
Me and Mediterranean. It's North Africa. It's right above Egypt.
Oh,
You can
God, no, it's not. You have the Gaza right there.
Egyptians. You're stupid. Get me?
Don't say Gaza around.
You can tell by the
Don't say
inscription.
Gaza around Valley. Fuck's sake.
Persians, you can tell by the inscriptions of the Sumerians, right? White people. You can tell by their text that there was white people in existence in their time. So if white
People
people
never even existed. White people never even existed at the time of the Sumerians in no time.
So
You come
what?
in-
What's
you
the
come-
relevance? So what?
You can,
So
look,
what?
there's burnt brass. Look, burnt
How is it
brass.
important? How does it matter?
Burnt brass bowl. Yeah.
How does it matter?
Now why does it matter? Now you know it's black. It's why does it matter? Get me? What color is that?
I've always known it's always been black. It's always been
Same
black.
as
It
white.
don't matter.
Shut up. Yeah.
I've always assumed that Jesus was Middle Eastern
Bigger,
looking.
can you see that on the
Why does it matter to people like you that they?
We can see it still.
All right then.
Everyone
That's
can see it still.
what it looks like.
Yo, Jupiter, can I ask you a
Verse.
question? Yo, Jupiter, can I ask you a question about Ezra? Are you not like you? Are you not like? Are you feeling some type of way because he sounds like Hector a little bit?
He don't sound nothing like Hector.
Who
He's got a
sounds like
brother.
Hector?
He's got a northern accent. What are you on
Who
about?
sounds like? Who sounds
He
like
sounds
Hector?
like Hector. If Hector grew, if Hector was
No,
a
he
Bruno.
doesn't.
Yes, he
You don't
does.
sound nothing like him.
He does sound like Hector.
He does, and I can tell he's from up north of England.
Do you see, Brad? That's like me saying. That's like me saying Brad sounds like Morgan Freeman. You don't sound nothing like
dare
him.
you. How dare you? I do sound like Morgan Freeman if I wanted to. How dare you.
No, you don't.
None of them, man. Yeah, but anyway, burnt brass love. Yeah, so get it right next time.
Okay,
Yeah,
but wait. Read Peter's Apocrypha. Can we read Peter's Apocrypha?
Huh? Peter's
You know what
Apocrypha,
Peter?
yeah.
You know what Peter's Apocrypha is, right?
Peter's Apocrypha. There's no
Yeah,
such
it
thing.
was the Peter's Apocrypha was the book that was used. The Revelations was used to replace that book. So can we read that one?
About have you got it?
Yeah, sure.
You show us
I'm playing GTA right now. I usually play as Franklin. I hunt white people for fun, but I'm gonna pull
Big
it
up
up.
Franklin.
Jada Barber,
Madman Franklin.
the earth was their father to grow up.
All right.
Think, Brad, you pay on Xbox One, innit?
Yeah.
I got Xbox One. I never use it though. It belongs to my kids. If I put GTA 5 on, can we play together?
Of course we can, man. I've been trying to do that. That's why I'm trying to get
Yeah.
That's why I'm trying to get a PS4 so I could play with Jedi and all of them. You know, they be playing on Jedi's channel. So I've been trying to do that, but yeah, man, just run through his
I
friend.
don't know how often they play it though, man. I think they have little bursts of it.
Yeah, but no, that's what I've been trying to. I've been trying to link up on this thing because I have a service. You know.
So do you have to give me like your name or something like that?
That's it. I'll
put it in the back chat. Let me write it down.
I got you.
I need to get my kids to teach me how to do this shit though.
Jada Barber, my G. Come on. Now she knows the greatest man to walk the earth is a black man. Yeah?
So what? So what?
Yeah.
So what?
To you? You don't care, you demon. You don't
How
care.
am I a demon? How am I a demon? Substantiate that.
I teach my children
how is that so-
to walk this
How am I a
earth.
demon?
So what, I don't know. I didn't need Jesus to tell my kids, my mixed race kids, that the greatest man on this earth was a black man. My father's black, you dope.
Yeah, dope.
I wanted to let you know that Estigal is excuse me. I wanted to let you know that Bay Osman was actually a black man. Just wanted to let you know the Ottomans were really black. That's how much of it watching the show, bro.
That invaded Britain in 600, yeah. The 630 raid where they took white women as their slaves. Is that what you're talking about?
Who?
You.
Yeah. I'm saying I'm letting you know, Jupiter. If the Israelites can be Israelites, then I'm going to be the original Ottomans. So we are the original Ottomans. We're black. We have instead of us having the Bible, we're going to defend the Quran. So the Quran is our book.
That came to my country. Your indigenous, your lineage is the people that came to my country and enslaved women in the Barbary slave trade, and yet you can sit on panels moaning about fucking slavery. Oh, the irony!
Yeah, because we're Ottoman. We don't give a fuck.
Yeah, we don't give a fuck. That's what I'm saying.
How shy do or die?
We don't give a fuck.
Yeah, we're gonna take back Egypt, everything. Yeah, Yeshua Shai, do or die. That's our God. Yeshua Shai, do or die.
Pick up that one.
You ain't involved. You ain't involved. Stop
So
making
what,
it. You never got no invitation, Brad.
By their
I couldn't hear, wait, I couldn't hear what he said.
You never got no welcome home letter, Brad. You never got the welcome home letter.
English for me. I can't hear.
You know?
Ez, well, did you have any more verses to go through, or did you want me to pull up another scripture?
You know what? Let me just show you in Daniel.
Wait, no, Ezra, what did you just say to me? You literally cut out.
You know
What
what?
did you say to me?
You believe the New Testament, so no point in giving that Old Testament because we don't believe that. So you've read the New Testament, you claim you believe that stuff. Anybody who's a Christian and says they don't believe that verse, yeah, you're the Antichrist. Yeah, he said he's black. Yeah, now what?
Wait, wait, where's Jesus' original? Hey, can we find out what Jesus' original ethnic?
Moses was definitely black. Moses was 100% black. But Jesus, I think with Jesus, I think some people will accept him as black, but there's some people that probably would say he's not black enough.
I've just read. You just seen what color his skin is? Like it red, burnt
I
brass.
know, but some people don't go by. Some people don't go by skin, innit? Well, what color was? One minute. What color was Mary though?
Black, obviously.
Why? Obviously.
So do white people give birth to black babies now?
Well, Jupiter's got 2 black children.
Bullshit. Not like Jesus, not like burnt brass. The black. I'm not gonna say your kids ain't black, you get me there, but yeah.
But one minute, let me ask the relevance of burnt brass. Wouldn't burnt brass be the same color as anything that was burnt?
No. What? I just showed you what burnt brass looks like. Why are you asking me dumb questions? You want me to show you again?
It was burnt in the first place. It wasn't its original color. The feet were burnt in the sunlight, mate.
Oh, yeah, all right. I showed you the color of a tan in it. That was a tan bowl. It wasn't burnt. It was tanned. Idiot.
Let's see what other translations. Let's see how other translations describe it. Because burnt like bronze.
Burnt like bronze.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Bronze ain't really that close to black, is it?
No, bronze. He would have definitely been like, because he's Aramaic. What's the word? It begins with the A. Aramaic.
He would have been like Thingy's color, like Walid's color.
Yeah, exactly.
I would have said he would have been more. Like, I would have said he'd been more like a which would call it Shamsi, or a little bit darker, or like.
Nah, darker than Shamsi's white, man.
You think? Okay, well then.
Shamsi.
I'm in the job.
You seen Shamsi look now? Rash Shamsi.
Shamsi's bronze now, innit? Like
no. Walid. Have you
never seen a bronze medal? Let me show you a bigger. Put it back on, cause these people are dumb.
Yeah, so he would have been dark brown.
Bring it out, Ezra.
But hair like wool, though. Let's define.
Yeah,
wool.
but Shamsi's got hair like wool. Shamsi's got hair like wool.
Yeah, that woolly hair is many.
I've got hair like wool. As you get older, the hair becomes more vibrant.
Did you say you got hair like wool too?
Yeah. As you get older, your hair becomes more wiry.
Your hair is like.
Your hair looks like Lassie. You got Lassie hair.
Yeah. You got that canine. You got that canine special.
Wait.
Oh shit!
Man don't know what brands look.
Calling white women dogs now. Yeah.
No, your hair texture is like dogs.
Yeah.
Not you personally, but your hair texture is like a dog.
Yeah.
But Jupiter ain't that what Jesus done in the Bible? When the woman asked him for help, he said, "Wonder why the dog."
No bone.
Huh?
Yeah. Wonder why you don't get no bone. Yeah.
Who?
You.
Well, I don't need a bone. I date black women, so I wouldn't date a dog. I only date black women. So
don't lie. You date black men.
No, boy. I've been calling him Batty Boy Bread for ages. Tell him.
No, it's not about him, man. Don't be silly.
I know I'm not, but but that's how Israelites always want to see me for some reason.
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. I've never met a black man.
My hair. You know my hair's naturally black, by the way. You know my hair's naturally black, yeah?
So you're naturally a brunette?
Yes.
Okay, so why do you dye it blonde? Are you ashamed of your black hair?
No, because as I've got older, it's just an easier color.
Oh, so you got chocolate lab. So you're not just a regular Labrador. You're a chocolate lab. Nice. Okay.
No, I'm not chocolate. Nothing, mate.
Does that look like Shamsi? Does that look like Shamsi to anyone here?
Okay, so that's bronze. So let's see where he's from.
Get me? What kind of stupid this people that talk? Like,
what is that on the middle? What? Showing us a middle.
Bronze medal, you know.
What is that? That's a
let's
medal.
look up burnt bronze.
That's bronze. I showed you burnt bronze. Whichever one you want to be a black man.
Walid is darker than that medal. Walid's darker than that.
You're violating all winter fee.
White like you.
Yeah. So you see all the different shades there. So how do you know which one's which then?
Never seen a real bronze medal. Like, I'm not even going through this because it's stupid. You know what bronze looks like, and you know what silver looks like.
All right, Ezra. Now show us the part of your body that's the same color as that medal.
I can put my hand right next to it. All right, watch. All right, and watch.
Liar.
Show you this
You're a
burnt brass
liar.
bowl. My skin is exactly the same as this.
Shades there, so you don't know which one's yours, chat. With the shade of Jesus, do you?
I'm showing you the burnt brass. Like the original translation says burnt brass. So I'll go to the original. Yeah.
Hey,
look.
You lots, is this
That's
like
my
50
color.
Shades of Jesus?
That's my color, B. Let me. What you talking about? That's my color, B.
That was quality.
Yeah. Huh? Is that Shamsi? You like stupid, man. I'm not even arguing with stupidness.
I said Shamsi's got
So
wool hair.
Shamsi's not from the Middle East. Shamsi's from, wait, time out. Is Shamsi from Europe? Is Shamsi not from the Middle East?
Shamsi's Algerian.
From the Caucasus
He's like North
He's
African.
Algerian. Oh, he's Algerian. I thought he was Egyptian.
Caucasus Mountain. That's where it's from.
Why do you want to put a colour on Jesus for a political?
Did I put the color on him, or did John the Revelator do it? Why are you telling me? Go and complain to John. Go and complain to John. Yeah, go complain to John.
And do you know why? Because you're not supposed to have idols or graven images, are you? So you're not meant to focus on it. That's the whole point of the Bible.
When you're dead and you go to see God, go and ask him, why did Jesus have a color? Why does it say he's like burnt brass? Don't complain to me. I never read the Bible.
I'm not bothered about him being like burnt brass. I've never said he was right. I'm not bothered. I'm not bothered. I don't care if he's right. It
What are
makes
you moaning about?
no difference to me at all. No difference to me at all. But I'll tell you one thing. I'm not going to walk around the fucking whole of the UK holding up a Dulux chart just to say whether somebody is fucking burnt bronze or not. You're mad.
Listen, yeah. The people who are burnt bronze know that they're burnt brass. You get me? That, like, you don't need to worry about that. Yeah.
Nah, you're not burnt brass, you're just brass.
You are just cave monkey. Get me? You're fresh
You're
from
just
Cape
brass,
Town, like,
man,
man,
brass,
like
brass,
3,000 years ago.
Oh,
3,000
shit.
years ago, you were in the Caucasus
I'm
Mountains.
black every day in the back, Chappy.
You're crawling on your belly 3,000 years ago in the caves. Shut up.
All right.
Yo, Isa. Isa the black delete. All right, go to Jacob. You can stay by space in a sec, yeah.
All right, Errol, quick thing. I just want to point out the fact that when we were talking about the impact of the white Jesus image on black people earlier, the case was being put that it doesn't matter what color he is. Why are you complaining about it for? Now man putting forward a black image, and it's a problem. So I just want to point out that contradiction. What's it called?
It's a problem for who? It's a problem for who though?
For certain girl, innit? For certain girl. But what's it called?
Oh,
I don't care if
we're gonna dive right past that for a sec, yeah. Ezra, just a quick thing, yeah. You see that thing that when we was having the conversation the other day. Yeah?
Man's a liar, though. Man's a liar, though.
You see the conversation, and also, man don't care about all that. So, what's it called? You see, yeah, Ezra. I beg you put up that article that you put up the other day with the Ashanti and the Hebrew thing, please.
Yeah.
Let's not go through that again. Please.
While I'm in the
my
Bible,
head hurts.
you know what, Shaka? I've been waiting for you, and let me show you this while I'm in the Bible. I'm gonna pull it up. I promise you.
Yeah, it's cool. Everything blessed.
Shaka, do you know about the movement of the Ashanti people into what is now modern day Turkey? Do you know about that?
No.
Shaka, I've just chatted was, but yeah. Anyway,
seriously,
Shaka,
they went up
wait
past
there.
the Euphrates, near the Euphrates River.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, I want to see the link. What's the link? Yeah, I want to see the title on the website.
Watch this, Shaka.
Yeah.
This is for you, Shaka. Can you see my screen or what?
I can see it.
Yeah. All right, watch this now. Joshua 15. Yeah. Came across this last night, brother. You get me? You see how the spirit works. You get me? I wasn't even looking for this.
Indeed, you know, the ancestors are abundant, bro.
Amen.
Look, watch this now. Yeah. Look. So at the time of Joshua, yeah, when we like just gone into the promised land now, you know the thing. Yeah. Watch this now from 15. Yeah. This is Joshua 15 and 12. Yeah. It says, and the west border of the great sea and the coast thereof. This is the coast of the children of Judah. Oh man, what have I done? Yeah. This is the coast of the children of Judah in the roundabout according to their families. So look, this is the list of the families of Judah, the tribe of Judah at the time, innit? Yeah. So now we go back into it. It starts from there. Here's the list. Look, this one, that one, this one. We carry on down. Yeah. And here's the list of the families now properly. Yeah. Kina, wherever. We continue down to 42.
Oh, guys. It's been
shut him out. Yeah.
So what's this proof?
One minute. I'm leaving, man. I'm leaving.
Yo, he's leaving. Hush.
All right, please, man.
Just saying bye, innit? That's so God of Jacob or someone who can actually contribute, because I don't feel that I can contribute to this. That's cool. It's cool.
No, man. I was only showing Shaka.
Don't worry. Don't worry.
All right, man.
That's cool. Yeah, I've seen it. So 42, it says Libna, Ephra, and Ashan. Yeah, but the fact is, I was never denying that among the Hebrews there's a thing called Ashan. I'm questioning whether that thing relates to the Ashanti, especially because it's a Santi. By the way, to answer Vay's question, because I said I couldn't remember, and what the meaning was. The most popular meaning for Ashanti in Tree is considered to be warlike. I've seen other interpretations of the word, but that's the most popular one. But yeah, bring up that article from yesterday, please. Was it yesterday or the day before that?
Yeah. So yeah, the day before.
I happened to be talking to Turok.
Which one was it? Like this one, Ghana Rising, or
yeah, Ghana Rising. Yeah. Why's he bringing it up, Veli? Veli, you there?
Yo.
Yeah. So you was about when me and Ezra had this conversation, innit?
Yeah.
When he brought up this idea. Did he say that am I incorrect in thinking that he said that man's supposed to listen to what the people of Ghana are saying about themselves? Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
I said what?
So but people we're supposed to listen to what the people who are Ghanaians and Ashanti are saying about themselves. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Scroll up here. Scroll up for me, please. Right. Scroll down. So if I start reading from the top.
Paulina Apoko Gimia says, I read about the Ashantis possibly coming out of Ashan in Israel years ago via YouTube and discredited it, even though I had no trouble believing our links to Egypt. You share so many names, usually with Egyptian gods. As we all know, where I first stumbled across this possibility is full of craziness, but then I slowly started to see more similarities between ancient Israel and modern Ghana. Anyway, the following looks like a possibility. The following looks into said possibility. Yeah.
Continue.
What this part? It's a historical fact that the mass majority of captive slaves brought to the Americas from the West Africa, although some of them were brought from East Africa. They were minority. The West African tribal nations that our forefathers were taken from have many ancient Hebrew customs in their culture. The Kafir, Bo, Grebo, Maribuk, Mavumba, Mavuamba, Accra, Fanti, Akin, Yoruba, Congo, and Ashanti, just to name a few of the many sub-Saharan nations that engage in ancient Israelite rituals. So,
and she lists the rituals. Go down. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, go down some more.
Yeah.
Right. So it says among the Ashanti tribe, blah blah blah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So then because you went into the different examples here, so keep going down.
Talking about the book of Hebrewisms of Africa.
What's it called? Yeah, right. So, but you see that part where it says notes here. Read that part for me, please.
Yeah, but this, you know, that this is part of the book, innit? Right there.
I know, but that's not what. Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So read that note part for me, please.
No, I must say that this book was written in the 1930s, and the author, who is white, quotes some racist authors as far back as the 1700s. He also makes some misguided comments himself as he tries to find out how much Hebrew culture and lifestyle got to West Africa. He would have known the answer that he had not. Wait there, let me make it bigger. He would have known the answer to that had he had known the prophecies, but nevertheless, there is still a lot of useful information contained in his book. Yeah.
Right. So obviously the examples that you gave here, because you said that we're supposed to check out what the Ashanti are saying about themselves, innit? This is an Ashanti writing who's got this from one. And the other day when I was talking to Turok, I did say there's one of the sources of a lot of this information is a book written by a European missionary, and I can't remember the person's name, but it was actually this book. Yeah. What's it called? Right. So this is not. So what I understood from you the other day was that this was an Ashanti giving an appraisal from an Ashanti perspective.
I never said the book was an Ashanti.
No, but I did. But sorry, I could be mistaken in it, but I didn't get the impression that you were saying that the person was quoting a book. Yeah,
this book was one of the first people who were trading in Africa. This is before slavery and like my man.
No, the book was written in the 1930s, bro. That was.
Let me explain. This book, the person who wrote this book, yeah, he's got loads of excerpts from traders that were trading on the West Coast before even slavery. So this is what I'm saying. He's got loads of quotes from different people from around. You get me? And then he's kind of added his own research. Yeah, and then he's come up with that in it. So a lot of the stuff in, like I said, a lot of the stuff that he quotes, yeah, are racist stuff as well. I get that because he's quoting from people that were over there. Like one of them, I can remember one of them on my head. One of the quotes that's in there, it says, basically, these stupid people, like they don't even know the wealth. We didn't even know the wealth that we had. Was playing stones, yeah, was playing marbles with diamonds, massive diamonds, yeah, and was devaluing gold, yeah, like use gold like it's useless, like have a real use for gold, they said, yeah. And he said, how are we gonna get these these dumb animals, yeah, to trade? Because everything that went over there with, we didn't want it, we already had it. He says we went over there, everything we could get our hands on to go over there and trade with these people. They said, nah, we don't want that, we don't want that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, how are we going to get these dumb people to trade with us? And that was before slavery.
Yeah,
so,
man gets that. Man gets that. Yeah. I'm actually not even denying the fact that you can learn stuff from books written by white racists. What it was though is that when you read it first, I understood this to be an assessment of an Ashanti bringing their own kind of understanding of the comparisons between Ashanti and Hebrew culture, whereas they were actually quoting the European. So that's what I was actually clarifying.
This is the person who was quoting.
Yeah. No, I get it. My point is that they're not, because as they say when they first heard of it, like obviously they weren't familiar with this thing before, and it's coming upon reading this book that kind of convinced them of the possibility of this thing. Yeah. Not sure.
It's not even that. It's like reading the book, they've realized the similarities between their culture. That's all. Like their culture has these things, factual things. Their priests have 12-stone breastplate. Yeah. That's not a coincidence, fam. Like
you can say that, bro. I'm not even debating that at the moment, but I'm saying that the article itself is not saying that it's a surety. It's saying that's a possibility.
Yeah, I get that, but it's giving evidences for it too, innit?
And the evidence is worthy of being investigated. Yeah, the evidence is worthy of being investigated.
I agree. Like, you know what it is? Like I said, you get me? I've done my research on it. You get me? I've done enough. Like for me, I believe the Bible in it. So when the Bible tells me that the Ashanti, I don't know that's the problem. So you know, like I don't know, like you don't believe the Bible. So really, it doesn't matter. You're not gonna believe that the Israelites anyway. No matter how much information you get, you're not gonna.
No. I don't say that. Don't say that. It's not about you. No, it's not. It's not no matter how much information I get. I don't not believe the Bible because I have something against the Bible. I don't believe the Bible because the information that I do have suggests that the Bible is not historically factual. Yeah. No. If I came across information that convinced me that the Bible is historically factual, then I would go with the Bible, and it wouldn't be a matter of belief. It would be a matter of a conclusion based upon the research that I've done on the history.
Shaka, let me just give you like a obviously my studies go a bit deeper than this, but I'm gonna give you a quick overview of this thing. Yeah, like we've read in the book of Joshua how Ashan is one of the original families of the tribe of Judah, one of those original families. Yeah. Then we read later in the book of Chronicles that there's a city of Ashan now. It's a whole city. You get me? This tribe now have a whole city, and it's called the Smoke City. Yeah. Then the Smoke City gets destroyed.
Yeah, you're correct.
And guess why it was called the Smoke City? Because there was burning incense all the time. Yeah. And the Levitical priests, were there burning incense all day and night. That's why it was called the Smoke City, because at night incense was burning. You get me? So now these Levitical priests in the city of Ashan, the city gets burned down, and now we see a people pop up on the west coast of Africa, with the name Ashanti, which means people of Ashan. Yeah, they've still got the 12 stone breastplate of the Levitical priests, still circumcising. They're still doing all these customs of the people of Ashan. Like, do you think it's a coincidence? Because it's not.
No, bro. But just to say, because I don't know why Hebrews talk as though circumcision is an exclusive practice to Hebrews.
Yeah,
like, it's not.
Everybody.
Right. And it existed before there was anything on the planet.
Can you show me where Kemet was circumcising on the 8th day? Brother, can you show me where Kemet or any other culture was circumcising?
I'm not saying about that. I didn't say anything.
You can't show me. Then you can't say that. Then.
No, but I don't. I did that anyway. I can't because I don't know if circumcision on the 8th day is like the thing, among Ashanti. Some say it's the 9th day. There's an outdooring. There's all kinds of, and there's a name is about. And I'm saying that circumcision on the 8th day, even if it does take place among the Ashanti, in and of itself, like I'm saying, there's a whole thing around that, like called the outdooring and them kind of things there. But at the same time, beyond that, if we're going to talk about the history of the Ashanti people, then we're going to talk about linguistics and so on and so forth. Here, we have to look into the linguistics and the relationship of the Akan language with the languages that surround it, and their relationship to the Hebrew language beyond just the term Ashan. And also called it and them kind of things there. But we also have to take into consideration the fact that the Ashanti, through their own history, link themselves to the Soninke people, who are the founders of the Wagadu Empire that existed before, from at least the 3rd century BC. Yeah, there were city states and then kind of things there already in existence in West Africa, right? And all these things. So I'm saying that there were city states, yes, in existence 300 BC already in West Africa that developed into
Shaka,
what
we read it before. Shaka, we read it before. Yeah.
Yeah.
Your own source.
Into
Shaka, 1 second. Yeah. Your own source that you pulled out said that there was emerging communities in that time. You can't say that, fam.
I'm not saying your point. Sorry, come again.
When we was reading about the early West Africa civilization, and we was talking about them like cutting down the forest and obviously like building cities now. Your source that you pulled up said that there was emerging cities now at the time of what was that tribe that you called?
The Soninke, Well, I mentioned the Soninke and I mentioned the Nok, which is actually older than the Soninke.
That was it. The Nok, and when we was reading about it, it says at the time of the Nok, there was emerging communities in West Africa. There was actually emerging out of settlements. Remember, we read it, fam. So you can't.
That you were debating me whether there were cities or not, but I'm not getting your point. Like, in
I'm saying, why are they settlements? Why are those people, if they've been living there for thousands of years, why are they still living in settlements? You know who lives in settlements? Let me finish the sentence, please. I'm saying, do you know who lives in settlements? People who are settling. You get me? Not people who have been there for thousands of years.
Well, not necessarily, bro. That's not the case.
It's not at all. It's not true at all.
Yeah, that's not the case at all. That's not the case at all, bro. But and the fact of the matter is, in terms of people groups and them kind of things, there, development it is not just based upon those who remain there for long periods of time. It's also about those who migrate and meet with those who have been there for a long period of time. Yeah. So both are factors in this regard. It's not that
also the Nut tribe was an ancient civilization. They found there was a kingdom there.
That's a fact. So when I mentioned about the city states, I was talking about the development of the Soninke people in particular because of their relationship to the Ashanti people, yeah, and some there are varying levels of dispute around that, usually based upon the linguistics, but the Ashanti do have that in their oral history, and there are some historians that give credence to that idea. So my only point is that when you're looking at all these things, if I'm gonna actually explore the origin of the Ashanti, I'm not just gonna say, well, they've got these similarities to the Hebrews. There's Ashanti in the Bible, therefore they're Hebrews. There's more things to look at. That is my only point. But I'm gonna read from this book here that I started.
Bypass them. You want to bypass the Levitical 12 flipping stone breastplates. That's encased in. Listen, but Shaka, 1 second, man. I'm telling you, there's a law, yeah, on how to build this thing. Yeah, the Levitical. Listen, these priests have to have the thing. It's their law. You get me? Yeah, and what I'm saying is, yeah, it's not a coincidence that you find in this breastplate.
About Ezra,
Ezra. Find me the Ashanti breastplate. Find me Ashanti.
I'm looking at it now.
Good question. That's what you should ask.
Right. What's it called?
Here's a reputable source, Chakra. It's on Pinterest. Pinterest is a reputable source for academics. So yeah, let's use Pinterest.
Don't worry about that.
Yeah. All right. What's it called? Now I'm gonna read from this thing here. I'm gonna read from this thing here. I started reading from it yesterday. The Akan Traditional Religion, the Myths and the Truth here by Kofi Bempa, who is an Akan and Ashanti. Yeah, he says previous attempts to present a coherent picture of Akan traditional religion have been less than satisfactory. One major reason for this is that writers who made these attempts were Christian missionaries or converted and practicing Akan Christians. Their presentation of the doctrines of the Akan religious concepts, ideals, and statements of beliefs was often colored by their Christian beliefs and practices. Most of them sought to explain Akan or African religious beliefs and practices to the wider foreign Christian world. Because of this need to explain to outsiders, a vast majority of the work done is on selected topics perceived by the Christian church to be unacceptable or otherwise deemed to be in conflict with Christian teaching. Writing on selected topics in isolation allows the writer to assume allows the writer to assume the freedom to interpret the concepts in any way that suits his or her intellectual predilections. These same concepts assume different meanings in the wider framework of African religion. In the case of the Akan religion, the ancestors as intermediaries theory, which propagates the Akan's the core Akans worship the supreme deity through the mediation of the spirits of the dead ancestors, is one example. In a wider frame of Akan religious doctrine, God is as close to man as the air he breathes. Hence, the Akan supplicant does not need an interlocutor for communication with God. So this theory falls flat. Foreign writers documented various aspects of Akan religious life, but were not able to interpret these properly. The documentation was useful even if the explanations were faulty and biased by a combination of prejudice and propaganda. This work is an attempt to present a coherent picture of Akan spirituality or traditional religion as a model to the study of African spirituality religion. It is primarily for the people of Black African origin everywhere, and to the wider reader who seeks to know about Akan African traditional religious and spiritual values. This presentation is necessary because the moral values and ideals that Akan traditional religion has promoted for ages are in danger of being overwhelmed by alien values and ideals. And he goes on to talk about how language has been an issue because people find words in the Akan language and they translate it using Christian concepts rather than the Akan concepts or the Ashanti concepts, and so on and so forth. Yeah, and so the point I'm making is that it's not unusual, not even just in Ashanti culture, but for people that study African spirituality in general, to look at it through the lens of Christian, especially those who are trying to apply dignity to the African spiritual concepts. They do so often, even African spiritualists, some among us do so by trying to align it and make it look like it's a world religion, like an Abrahamic religion or something like that.
Yeah, so are you finished? Can I read something?
Yeah, go on.
And because I heard it's some information. I just heard a lot of speculation, to be honest. Like nothing like about Pope.
He hasn't gone in, but I can give you some more.
Right, speculation. But here we go. Yeah,
speculation.
Right. I'm going to read from this is HebrewIgbo.com. Yeah. Briefly striking Hebrew trait attributed to the Ashanti are morning baths in the river, which is like the mikvahs, ritual baths, cleansing by the Jews. Their sanitation laws closely mirror that of which is written in Torah. They were originally a pastoral people until they were forced to move into the bush, which is similar to what happened to the Igbos. The selling of prisoners of war, the selling of as slaves for the enslavement of their fellow man. See, the selling of prisoners of war as the slaves for the enslavement of their fellow man in order to pay off the debt, as it is found in the Torah, 5 books of Moses. Also, when one dies, the place in which a person has expired is cleansed and locked up for 9 days, which is like how in Leviticus 14, a room is shut up for 7 days.
But again, bro,
on a Saturday.
But
Shaka, come on, man. You read for ages, fam. What's wrong with you, man?
Let him finish.
They never fought on a Saturday, Sabbath. They never started their calendar. No, they started their calendar in the fall, like the Jews and Hebrews. The Ashanti society is a pastoral one, patriarchal one. There is a stool of authority which is uncannily similar to that which is called in the synagogues as the seat of Moses and the chair of Elijah. They practice intertribal marriages, like in Numbers 36. They also had cross-cousin marriages, like in Numbers 36. The preservation of the family line is of the utmost importance, and it is considered a curse or if a woman is infertile with no sons. There is a Hebraic trait, for we see the patriarchs and matriarchs of scripture struggled with infertility, and the patriarchs often pleaded with God for sons in Israel. The preservation of and preservation and perpetuation of family line is very important to them. That is, with the Ashanti, the whole process of rituals and customs surrounding marriage is much like that of how Isaac and Rebecca in Genesis 24. In so much as we have find a post-temple tradition, a cup of wine is given to the contracting familial parties, and the drained cup is then smashed under the feet of the groom. Yeah, they got that from Christians doing it. Yeah. This seems to indicate that the Ashanti are indeed Israelites. They come from the post-Second Temple era and the Babylonian and Assyrian exile era. An Ashanti mother is separated and considered unclean for 8 days after childbirth, and on the 8th day that the child is thus named. All we see in, just like in Leviticus 15, all we see are Hebrew customs and laws, and I can continue.
You
Can
finished?
you post that website in the back chat?
Yeah, please. Yeah. Now, Ezra, I asked you a similar question yesterday, yeah, but a different version of it. You see, all of those practices, yeah. Have you actually gone to research among just the Ashanti, independently of One second. No, I'm saying independent of comparisons with Hebrews and just seeing if all of those things that actually exist.
Yeah.
Right. And what have you found?
I'm saying, we've got Ashantis amongst us, yeah, that are born and grown in Cromanti. You get me?
Yeah,
That's
bro,
what I'm saying.
Bro, I know, but you act me as though I don't know Ashantis, innit? Like, I've been Ghana and been among Ashantis, innit? Yeah, like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Isn't it? Right. So what's the cool?
I have too. I have too. And when I met them, some of them were telling me they were Israelites. This was 2004.
Can I ask
But
you
he's gonna. What they say doesn't matter if they disagree with
No,
him.
no,
Ones that say that.
I haven't said anything. I haven't said anything
Ones
about.
that say that. Ones that
I
tell
haven't
them
said anything
our
about.
ancestors said. One second. Listen,
Ezra,
the ones that say one second.
Don't throw my
The ones that
thing
say
in it.
our ancestors say we're
Ezra.
Hebrews. Shaka's gonna totally disregard that. You get
Ezra,
me?
don't
Oh,
throw my
no,
thing in it. Ezra, don't throw my thing in it. Don't throw my thing in it. Don't throw my thing in it.
I'm not sure,
You actually are. Yeah.
Go on then. You're doing that. You don't even realize.
Let's explore the thing in it. Let's explore the thing in it, right? Yeah. Because I'm saying I have studied like what's it called? African history to a significant degree. Yeah, I'm not a master of all things, right? But I have studied to a significant degree, and this is not a common presentation of Ashanti culture. But let me ask you both this question. So
but it's not a common. The things that I just read.
Let me finish, please. Let me finish, please. Let me ask you both a question, yeah? Let me ask you both a question. What you've given me is a number of similarities, okay, between one culture and another culture. Yes? Let us say that I accept, for the sake of argument, that
I'm sorry. You just look at this. This is his page he just posted. This is just the page. This is the page that Ezra just read off. Yes, it is.
That's not the page. Why are you lying?
Okay, watch this. What I'm doing
page.
My screen is sharing. I'm gonna show you again. Okay,
Brad, let's just say that is the page.
One second, please. 1 second.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Okay, this is the Ashanti page you just posted. Okay, the Ashanti, a predominant tribe in Ghana, formerly known as the Gold Coast. Excuse me, 1 second. This is the Hebrew.
Posted the wrong one. Sorry, posted the wrong one.
No. We're
That's
gonna
not
do
the
it
one I
again.
was reading. though. That's not the one I was reading. My bad.
Everyone see the link.
Get the one he was reading, so he can make comparisons off that. Don't be on no bullshit.
I do want to
Look at the back chat.
I do want to finish saying what I was saying. Thank you. Yeah. I have a question.
I don't want to post the link he just read though. No, Shaka, I'm sorry. Can he post the link?
That's not the one I read. Are you dumb?
Yes, I posted.
I said it was a.
Post the one you read.
Post it. Everyone can see my screen.
No,
So
Ezra, he posted what we put in the back chat, innit? So if
that's what I'm doing.
But I've just said I posted the wrong link. You heard me say it.
Ezra, why are you getting vexed? Just post the right link, innit? Just post the right link.
Because I'm trying to tell him. Listen, I'm trying to tell him that's the wrong link.
Oh my gosh.
He's not even listening. Talking about the same link. Get me? I just told you he's not the link. You're asking a question, but you're not shutting up. Does it make sense?
Right link.
What's wrong with you, fam?
Post the right link, bro. That's what it is.
That's what I'm doing for you now, brother. Shut up. I said it's not the right link. He's carries on yapping about.
Yeah, then why are we getting vexed, bro? Why are we getting vexed? There's no need to get vexed.
I've already explained to him it's not that link, and he's carrying on.
That is right. There's no need
to. You know what I'm saying? You're talking over me. You just asked me a question again, you know. Do you know that? Why ask someone a question and talk over their answer 2 seconds in?
I haven't got to ask you the question yet, bro.
What are you that from, brother? What are you that from, fam? What are you on, brother? Come on. You're asking questions, but you're talking over the answer every time.
I'm not asking you a question. I haven't asked you a question yet. What I'm asking you, that's it. You don't have to get vexed about this.
Please, because everyone can see my screen. We can see you post the link in the back chat.
It's not that deep. Like it's really not that deep. It's not something that I'm arguing over. It's not that deep.
Listen, I said it's the wrong link. I'm talking to the guy, Shaka. Shut up, Shaka. I'm talking to the guy. I'm just gonna start disrespecting you if you don't show me some respect. Simple as. Show me some respect, fam. I'm talking to the guy. I'm talking to the guy.
But I haven't respected you.
I'm talking to that guy. I'm talking to that guy.
I haven't respected you, so that's gonna be Mamu Duck. Yeah,
you're not disrespecting me, but keep cutting me off. Keep cutting me off. It's disrespectful, fam. You don't realize what disrespect is. I can't say nothing.
Ezra,
fam, you are cutting me off. I'm trying to talk to him, and you're cutting me off now.
I was actually speaking, and I was cut off. Yeah? And you don't see me going away.
What's wrong with that?
All right, so this is not the page he posted about the Ashanti. This is not the page.
Yeah?
Is this not the page he posted? Hebrew Israel.
Talking to Brad. No. Brad.
Is that page not it?
Here's the link coming. All right, just 1 second. That was the wrong link. I'm trying to explain to you that is the wrong. No, 1 second.
You don't have to explain it. Just post the right one. Explain it. Post the right one so we can all see what you're talking about. That's what my screen shared.
You get me? Simple.
No, post the right one. Post the right one. So while you read the right link, I can show people on my screen what you're reading. It's my computer styles here. All right, so Hebrew Israel. All right, cool. We're gonna do this. Everybody looking at my screen? Someone manage to chat for me? Because Can everyone put a 1 in the chat if you can see me about to go to the site he just posted? Because it's literally the same site he just posted. So we're gonna do it again.
Well, yeah, just go to the one that you saw in it, yeah. And just-
All right, so this is the link he just
Is that the
posted.
same one? Exactly. There you go. There you go.
That's the link he just posted. Okay, so I want everyone to see
No, it's not.
something. This is the Hebrew. This is the Hebrew Igbo site. Okay, and the source of this site is known as.
Go down to what I was reading, and then.
One second. I want everyone to see the source of this. Igbo Friends of Israel. All right, our mission is to forge a stronger spiritual and economic, social, and cultural relationship and deeper understanding between the Igbo people in Israel and the Hebrew people. The recognition of the Igbo people by Israel as descendants of the lost tribe of Gad as other Israelite tribes, to educate the Igbo people about their Hebraic identity, origin, and history, to provide a platform where great Igbos and Jewish minds can come share professional ideas. So I want everyone to know that his site is literally just one of those sites that tie the Ashkenazis with the convert. Okay, these are Igbo friends of Israel.
I'm pretty sure that you would agree with though.
They're living over there now. They're living over there now. Like there's loads of these
No, but
there. So
Ezra, can I clarify?
Okay, well, go ahead.
what does that mean? The actual information. Listen, the actual information that you read about the cultural and the circumcision and all the things that are there. He's gonna bypass all of that. Jacka, let me speak for once, man. Can you let me fucking speak, bro? Yeah, I'm saying all the fucking information that we've just read about the culture and the practices is gonna bypass all of that, yeah, and just go to the Jews.
Because your website's illegitimate. Your website's illegitimate.
Illegitimate according to who?
Because it's merely this has been
illegitimate according to who? Is it because of Brad said so?
This website right here, our mission is to forge a stronger spiritual and economic and social cultural relationship and a deeper understanding between the Igbo and Israel. If the Igbo are Israel,
so it's according to Brad. That's all I'm asking. So we can get that out there.
Can I point something out, please? Yeah, that in order when we started going down this road of whatever the website was, yeah, I want to bear in mind, yeah, that at that point where this website became an issue, I was actually in the middle of speaking and trying to ask a question, and since then I have not been able to complete what I was saying, and I've been accused. One second, and I've been accused of cutting people more than once, yeah, and I have not disrespected anybody on the panel, yeah. So I'm gonna ask, yeah, that we calm down, yeah, and reason like brothers as we were doing before, yeah. So I'm gonna ask people.
That's what I'm saying.
Ezra, it's not fair. It's not fair for you to keep saying that I cut you off when, in fact, I was actually cut off when we started going down this road, and I haven't gone no way to nobody. Yeah, it's just not right.
Again.
Yeah,
I said, Shaka, what I'm saying is every single time I speak here, even when I'm reading, Shaka, all I'm saying is give me the respect. Can we agree to give each other the same respect? Same respect I give you, can you give me that?
Ezra, if you listen to what I just said, can you bear in mind that at the point, yeah, that we went down this website road, I was in the middle of saying something and I was cut, yes, and I haven't gone no way to nobody on the panel. So can we all just get back to reasoning like brothers? Yeah? Let's forget it. Let's forget it. Right.
Read your thing. I said, can I read? And what are you on about?
Nothing, Ezra, nothing. On Nyame, the supreme deity, yeah? The Akans believe in one eternal, invisible, supreme deity that has no name or form, that is to say, that he answers to all names and is present in all forms. There is no representation of the Akan deity as a form, either as an idol or as a portrait in painting. However, certain names that describe qualities and attributes that are perceived in or ascribed to him by man are frequently used, are understood to refer to him. Some such names are Onyame, Nyame, Nyankopon Kwame, Odomankoma, Chotrobonsu, Twediampong, and many more are frequently used. The names Onyame and Nyankopon seem to be the most frequent used for the Akan deity. All others have gone out of use, or they are used in specific circumstances only. Yeah. What's it called? The religious the religions born from Judaism have one name or no name at all for the supreme deity. Thus, the Christians simply call him by the generic name, the Father. Islam only has one name, Allah. Islam insists on its converts using this original name, Allah. They ignored any name that or names Akans may have used for the supreme deity. This works well for the converts because they are also required to pray to Allah in Arabic. Allah apparently understands or prefers to hear the praise and supplication in only one language and answer to only one name. The Christian missionaries, however, had a different agenda. They intended to use the local indigenous languages to propagate their religion. Yeah, Cristalla, a pioneer in this endeavor, studied the true language and eventually translated the Bible into that language. Confronted with a multiplicity of names for the same object, Cristalla, a distinguished linguist, chose that were easy to pronounce for his heavy German tongue. He settled for Nyame and Nyankopong. These are the names he used in his translation of the Bible and the numerous songs the converts use in their worship of God. Yeah, he goes on to talk about the different influences of Christians and so on and so forth. Now, I want to ask my Hebrew brothers, yeah, in relation to the similarities, yeah, that you're both affirming are the case. Yeah, there are many questions, but the first one is why is it that the similarities that we consider, because I could draw similarities between any culture, so why is it that the similarities are not just the independent development of a culture and a civilization in West Africa? Why does it mean that those people have to be Hebrews?
Let me take a crack at it real quick. And I'm just giving testimony, eyewitness testimony on the ground. 2004, my ship pulled into Ghana and we went to this place called Acura, something like that. I forget what it's called. But and one of my friends had fringes on his shirt. And these Ghanaians started telling us they were Israelites, Hebrews. That's all I'm saying. Now, Ezra might have more foundational information to answer that question. But for me, they were calling themselves Hebrews. And they saw my friend's shirt with the fringes on. And they talked to us for about an hour about how they were Israelites. And we was, at the time, we was young in the thing, in a sense, we were calling them Hamites. Now I look back in time, I was like, well, shit, they might have been right. You
Okay.
know what I'm saying? And that's all I'm saying.
I can affirm I've been to Ghana and there are brothers and sisters in Ghana who call themselves Hebrews. I'm not denying that. Ezra, my question is, how do we know?
Get that from
How do we know? Yeah, but there are also many Ashanti and other Ghanaians who can say that they're not Hebrews. Yeah, so where do they get that from? But so we're exploring it at the moment. So I'm asking you.
Maybe they're not. Maybe they're not. Like,
right. So
you get me? Not everybody. It's not for everybody, you know.
But you're saying that the Ashanti are Hebrews. Yeah.
Not everybody in the Ashanti tribe are gonna be the same exact.
Right.
Some people marry. Okay, let me answer the question then, innit? Why do you do that? I'm saying, like, all I'm saying is, yeah, like, some people marry into tribes, some people, adopted into tribes, yeah. That don't make every single Ashanti a Hebrew. Yeah, okay. If some Ashanti say that they're not, that's fine. You get me?
That's right. I keep.
I wanted to ask my question though. Sorry, because I do not want any because my question hasn't been answered.
Let me just read. Can I read something though? Can I read something about the Igbos? Because we was talking about Igbo. Yeah.
Is this gonna answer my question?
It won't be a long thing. Yeah, I promise I'll answer. Yeah. So just hold that for a minute. Yeah. All right. The Igbos today are known as Igbo, but what were they called before they became Igbos? The word Igbo is helpful in the quest to answer the question. The tribal/nation name of the people in discussion is Igbo or Igbo, I-G-B-O. It is derived from Ibri, yeah. And Abraham, the ancestor of the Hebrew people, the ancestor of the Israelites that became the Igbo, took this title
Yo, Is it me or is it you cutting off?
He's cutting off.
Ancestors didn't want to hear that. That's what it was. Ancestors
Yo,
didn't
Ed.
want to hear that.
Ezra.
Okay. Can I just say something real quick? So there's a synagogue in Igbo land. There's a synagogue. There's two synagogues that are maintained by the Igbos of Port Harcourt.
That's pronounced Port Harcourt.
Say that again, Shaka.
Port Harcourt, they pronounce it. Port Harcourt, yeah.
Port Harcourt, okay. And Legos. They're saying that the only I mean, I don't know if my screen's still sharing, but the organization that these guys keep associating themselves with is known as the Kula. Oh, I'm sorry. I have the website right here. And it's for all of us, and it's merely just it's a way for Israel to keep the converts in some kind of network. So they have them all over the world. So that's why, like, the website he's first posted, I'm gonna post it again. Hebrew Igbo. When you go to the page right here, Igbo Friends of Israel. I'm trying to understand, like, because the group I'm part of here in America, and maybe Ezra has the research for this, I don't have. But the group I'm part of here in America is known as the Yoruba Diaspora Force. And it's just merely the Yoruba identifying their diasporans. So I'm trying to figure out, if they're the lost tribe of God, why would they separate? Yeah, why would they separate the Igbo from themselves? You know, like, why would they?
Brad, why would the Igbo separate from the Ashanti, separate from the Yoruba?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. If we're all Hebrews, then
and if that's the case, if it is the case that the Igbo, the Yoruba, the Ashanti in particular are Hebrews, then why is it that they're also considered to be Africans who sold us into slavery? Like, there would be Hebrews who sold their own Hebrew brothers and sisters into slavery if that charge was true.
And the thing is, I would want to ask, and Ezra. Oh, Veli.
Sorry,
Ezra's backstage.
Backstage again. Yeah. Let me read the
one thing I would want to ask. All right. Go ahead.
This is taken from a scholarly work called African Matriarchal. And by the way, sorry. Let me ask a question before I read that. Yeah. The God of Jacob or Ezra, is it common for the Hebrews to have a queen mother?
Queen mother.
Yes.
Yeah. But in some circumstances, we had women leaders, if that's what you're kind of asking.
No.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about women leaders. I'm talking about a queen mother as an established political and social norm. So that, like, the queen mother chooses is like a kingmaker. They choose the king. The king serves at the behest and under the tutelage of the queen mother, etc.
Okay. Like an Ayatollah. No, we don't.
I don't know about no Ayatollah. I'm not sure where that comes from.
That means like somebody above the king, who the king serves, and it like.
No, well, it's I wouldn't say necessarily who the king serves, but the king serves at the pleasure of the queen mother. Yeah, so it's the queen that is. So the king is the king, but the queen mother. So and this is what may and also the fact that
she's like the spiritual leader.
No, not necessarily. She can be, but there's a priesthood independent of her. But she does have a spiritual and political role, and also when it comes to the assertion that the Ashanti are patrilineal, they're not patrilineal, they're matrilineal. The Ashanti are a matrilineal community. You are what your mother is, and wealth and inheritance is passed down the mother's line. That's a fact. Yeah. I believe that there are things.
Can you show me somebody from the Ashanti tribe saying it?
Say that again.
Like that. Can you show me someone from the Ashanti tribe?
So I asked I've got a brethren called Dalian Adofo, and I interviewed him. You can check it. Africa Speaks of Our Kebalan on YouTube, Ancestral Voices, and And I asked him in the interview, so you're an Akan, yes? And he says, yes, well, I'm an Ashanti, and you know, we are what our mother is, so I would be considered an Akan, yes. Yes, I know Ashanti people that say this, but again, I've studied some of the culture to know enough about Queen Mother, so on and so forth. Now, are you familiar?
But what I want to ask you on this point, yeah, what I want to ask you is, yeah, those people, yeah, that tell you when you went to Ghana and those Ashanti, yeah, that told you, yeah, we are from the Hebrews, our ancestors are Hebrews, etc. Yeah, like, what did you see those people as converted into Christianity, or like how do you think they became? Let me ask the question. Let me rephrase the question. How do you think those people, yeah, got those customs of the Hebrews and claiming the ancestry of the Hebrews? Like, how did that happen?
I'm gonna answer that in a second, yeah. But again, you're answering your question purely to the bias of considering what the Hebrew argument.
That's a fair question.
Yeah, it is. I'm not saying it's not a fair question. I'm just saying though that I'm trying to do at the moment is establish, yeah, things about the Ashanti culture itself. Yes. Right, and putting that information forward. Okay, so bear with me for a second. All right, I'll answer your question, but bear with me for a second. Yeah, when it comes to in the Ashanti corpus, yeah, when I started reading a minute ago, he goes on to explain the differences between the names Onyamin, Nyankopong, Trediampong, and their usages within the different within the Ashanti culture, but then you would also have to factor in concepts like Abosom. Now, Abosom in the Akan tradition or the Ashanti tradition is likened to the Orisha in the Yoruba tradition, whereby you're dealing with forces of nature, divinities of nature. Kweku Anansi is one of the Abosom. Yeah,
those Orishas they're not mediators between the main thing and the people. Them.
No, that's the ancestors.
Yeah, well, it depends. Yeah, it depends.
Brad, you don't know because
the Orisha are forces in nature. Yeah, so they don't necessarily.
They're not the spirits. They're not spirits like.
They are spirits, but you know, yes, they are spirits.
Orishas are not evil. Huh?
Sorry, I am answering your question. You know, yeah, the Orisha are spirits. Yes, but they're spirits. Yes. But listen, they're forces in nature, so they represent, the spirit is representative of the forces in nature, or it is how you relate to the forces in nature spiritually. Yeah. So we'd have to factor in Abosom, we'd have to factor in Nsamanfo, which is the ancestors, and as a part of the deity, we'd also have to factor in Asaseya. Asaseya is the feminine aspect of the deity, which is personified,
Mother Nature.
Yes, in Earth itself. Yes, Asaseya. Yeah. Right. So all of these.
What I'm saying, go on. I agree. I like I said, I've studied under Elder Kofi. You get me for years. Like everywhere, ask anyone in the Brum about Elder Kofi. Yeah, you get me. Like they'll tell you real Ashanti. And what I'm trying to say, all of that stuff I'm aware of. But like I've done an intensive course on this Orisha stuff. They get me this religious anti-Ashanti stuff, and I'm telling you, those Orishas, yeah, are seen as, yes, you are right, they are part of nature, yeah, but they are seen as intercessors, yeah, between and spirits / angels, yeah, between the people on earth and the Creator. You get me? So like, and then all I'm saying is basically, even though the names have changed and this and that one, we still have the same concept of the one Creator, Most High, one, yeah. Then we have Orishas that come to earth and send messages or do stuff that need doing. You get me? So it's the same concept with different names.
All right. If I say now, sorry, somebody's echoing. Somebody's giving the feedback. Yeah. All right. So then we've got that now. Yeah. So if I say now, why is it that the culture then, because the same thing can be said of ancient Kemet, right? That you have the Neteru, yes, yeah, which are forces of nature. This is an ancient culture, it's an ancient civilization, and it doesn't begin, and which doesn't begin in ancient Kemet. That culture begins south of Kemet, right? It's a Nile Valley culture. Yeah,
well, it's from Samaria even before that.
But Samaria,
it's a Nama, yeah.
Samaria is not before Kemet, but even if we're gonna do,
of course it is.
But it's not though, bro. So if we're gonna do, if we're gonna do
listen, Samaria, Shaka, 1 second. Go on. All I'm saying is Samaria, yeah, all the Sumerian mighty men become gods in southern Kemet. Yeah. The Nama, who was an immigrant to that area, yeah, then unifies the north and the southern Kemet, and they become one Kemet. Yeah, that's when Kemet is born, when Nama unites it. You get me? So all I'm saying is they don't know. You ask anybody who studies Kemet about Nama, they don't know nothing about him. Then you go into Samaria and there's all this information about Nama, the mighty man. That's all Kemet love doing is deifying the deities out of mighty men. They've been doing that from day one.
Okay, cool. Now, bearing in mind, Ezra, to make the point that you just made, yeah, you cut me from making the point that I was making.
Yeah,
okay,
sorry.
And I'm not cussing you for it. I'm just pointing it out.
Yeah? But the first time, all I'm saying is,
it's not the first time. I'm not complaining and I'm not condemning you. Yeah?
But I don't constantly do it to you, though.
I'm not constantly doing it to you either, bro. All right, now Nama does not come from. Nama actually comes from south. He's known to come from the south. Yes, and coming not the east or the north. Yeah, he comes from the south. Right. 1 second, please. Right. Then now, so the civilization that birthed Kemet, which is older than Kemet, yeah, is known to come from the south of Kemet. Okay, this is a fact. Yeah, right. But my question though, which still has not been answered, is
whose men is?
Yeah, please.
Let them get it off, nephew. Let them get it off. I want to hear this.
When we get to the similarities, yeah. Why is it that let's say that the similarities are what they are, there's no need for any further investigation, although I believe that there is, but for argument's sake right now, let's say that they are what they are and we can take them on face value. Why is it that this is not an independent culture that has developed these traditions and these values? Why must they have got it from the Hebrews and the Bible?
Because it's too familiar, fam. Like, there's no way you're gonna end up with the same concept of God, the same Levite breastplate, the same name of the people of the Judah, all the customs of the Torah, all of these things. That's not that's not a coincidence, brother. Like, you can believe that this is coincidental, but I'm telling you it's not. You get me? There's a reason why they follow the same rituals of the Torah. There's a reason why the ancestors and all of that claiming that they come from the Hebrews. You know what I'm saying, fam? These things are not.
So do the Hebrews venerate rivers and trees?
The Hebrews have done a lot of mad stuff in their time.
Mad stuff. But is it part of Hebrew culture though?
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Yeah. No. I don't know. It definitely is, because
where is it?
Yeah. So in the Old Testament, it tells you that there was a sacred grove relating to Abraham. So you've got all of it. This is what's really interesting. Yeah, when you come from Abraham time, you get so much of the ancient traditions to be similar. You get me? As you get to Moses, you might have some of it limited, but a lot of these sacred mountains, because obviously we've got the sacred mountain with Mount Sinai, we've got sacred rivers with the 4 rivers that come out of Eden.
Yeah, but that don't. What did you hear? What he said? Venerate them.
Once it's called sacred, bruv, then it's got some form of veneration.
I hear what you're saying, Ezra. Ezra, there is a difference though between. I should say that there's a difference in terms of how you relate to. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So whereas there might be rituals that are symbolic of that veneration, like what's it called? In one culture, in another culture, they just might call it sacred, and you don't go around this, or you know what I'm saying. You only go there when you're doing a ceremony or whatever. It's not necessarily the same thing. Yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah, but which is cool. But I'm saying that, but when it comes to the concept of Abosom, then there are things in the environment that are deemed sacred, and rituals are done in relation to those things that are seen sacred. Yeah. So again, I'm just pointing out things in the Ashanti and the Akan culture. Odaman Koma, is as much an attribute name of Nyame or Nyankopong as it means eternal and omnipresent. In the context of the poem that is before creation began, Odaman Koma alone was, and so Odaman Koma could only refer to the timeless one, the absolute consciousness of being. Yeah. So Odaman Koma now, like the literal kind of, well, let's say literal, this kind of roundabout literal translation the absolute consciousness of being. Yeah. I'm just touching on little things. The word Essen has two meanings. One is cooking pot, dedicated to cooking soup. In the not too distant past, the Akan kitchens, in Akan kitchens, there was a baked clay pot, Essen or Kwansen, used exclusively for preparing soup. The other meaning of Essen is the herald. In the context of creation, of the creation story, since there is no one and no food to cook, cooking pot may not be the appropriate meaning. The only relevant meaning is the word is herald. The Essen, the herald, is part of the functionaries of the palace of Akan kings who bear the collective name Ahenkwa or Ahene Akwa, yeah, the which literally means slave to the king. These days he is just a palace functionary. His duties are many and carried. These include announcing state proclamations, carrying messages from the king to other subsidiaries, arranging various blah 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 blah. Yeah, I'm just mentioning little different things about Akan culture because like we've got to actually look at the culture from the perspective of the culture itself, not just where it aligns with Hebrewisms, right? Because I believe that you're doing a disservice to the Akan culture if that is the case.
I'm not doing that though. I'm not doing that. I'm not saying that there isn't parts of the culture that today that are non-Hebraic. Like I fully understand that. I feel like that's all you.
Yeah, but you're saying today, bro. This is not today.
Yeah,
We're talking
when are you talking about then? When is that talking about?
This is their ancient culture. It's like this is their creation stories coming
But when
from.
it says ancient, what is it talking about? Like when?
From the beginning of the people, then.
When did the Ashanti people begin?
So,
Ezra, let me ask you a question. Ezra, have you ever heard of a book called Hebrew Myths?
Say that again.
Have you ever heard of a book called Hebrew Myths?
No.
Because what it is, a lot of the Hebrew people, they had different interpretations or myths of their origins. So what I'm saying is, it didn't make them less Hebrew.
Exactly, I get that.
What I'm saying if they've kept certain, I think to be honest, what's happened is what is considered in less or condensed in biblical scripture to be, let's say, a lineage or whatever else, and certain traditions have been condensed, or they've only represented these. I think there's other traditions elsewhere of the same people. You get me? That's what it seems because.
That's the problem. No, but having a similarity to the Hebrew culture doesn't also make one a Hebrew.
But you can't just say it's a similarity.
But Shakarai, what do you say to those people who say we are Hebrews over there? Do you tell them they are not Hebrews because of what you read in the book?
Yes.
Yeah, but you can do because it's like when were they saying this? How?
So you come from England and go tell those people that have learned from their ancestors and been told this from that ancestor all the way down.
No,
you're gonna come from.
No. More to the point. When I've learned from Akan and Ashanti people who are teaching me their history and they tell me that we are not Hebrews, then I use that as a cue. I've never gone to an African who says he's in Ghana. I wasn't in Ghana telling Africans who claim to be Hebrews. I didn't have much conversation with them. It's more like you see them on street preaching, yeah, and that kind of thing. Okay, and
yeah, but that's like trickery. That's like trickery in your word in there because most of these people don't subscribe to Hebrew. They subscribe to Israelites. That's what they subscribe to. Yeah.
Shakara, all I'm saying that we talk to these brothers.
I don't know if they subscribe to Hebrew though.
There's
like
some change.
I know Israelites out there.
I am an African,
and they were adamant. Hell, they was teaching us some stuff.
All right, but
and for you to say that you would tell them no, I find that crazy.
I'm sorry. The idea that I think I don't want to take it to a certain place, but the idea that I'm wrong for telling for saying that my African brothers and sisters who are Ashanti are not Hebrew, I'm wrong for saying that based upon a lot of the stuff that is said about my African brothers and sisters by Hebrews is joke business. Let's not go down that road. We're having a conversation about the.
Yeah, but tell us what you know, then, isn't it?
About the swings and roundabouts, Shaka.
You're not getting away with that. You're not getting away with that. What would you tell those people? Nah. The man just asked you directly. What would you tell those people? Wait there.
Again, bro. Again, it's not about what I would tell them.
Let me speak. Yeah. What I'm saying is, like, a man just asked you directly what you would say to those people, and you've just turned around and you would tell them, no, you're not Hebrews. You get me? Which is offensive. And how can look, wait, Shaka, 1 second. They're saying that they're Hebrew and they're African. Yeah. If you go and tell them that they're lying or they're wrong, yeah, does that make you anti-Hebrew African?
It's looking that way.
No. I'll tell you why.
Does that make you anti-African? Yes.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I'll tell you why. Because when it comes down to it, first of all, you will never hear me say against the Hebrew faith, yeah, what brothers and sisters in the Hebrew faith say about Africans and African culture. Yeah, you've never heard that come from my mouth, right? And my contention. 1 second, please. My contention is not a condemnation of Hebrews or Hebrew faith. My only contention is whether we are, as African people, are Hebrews or not. Yeah, and so me saying no is not coming from a place of hatred of anybody or disdain for a particular culture or anything like that. It has nothing to do with that. It's just about African people and who we are and the ideas of where who we are comes from.
But Shaka, you just said you're being contentious, innit? Because certain Hebrew Israelites, they push your buttons, innit? That's the truth. So you're being contentious, innit?
So I love you too, Shifa. So so my contention now, if I go among Ashantis, yeah, who are saying this, there are some people who say the Ga people, yeah, are also Hebrews, yeah, and I had the opportunity to ask a Ga woman about this, yeah, and I said to her, well, there's people saying that the Ga people are Hebrews, and she said basically where this is coming from is that a lot of us, because we've been indoctrinated into the scripture, the Bible, so we are aligning with what we consider to be virtue and power, yeah. And so there are a lot of attempts, not just among the Ga people, but among other peoples in Ghana, to align with and find all kinds of different ways to align with.
Does that make that woman right? Does that make that woman right?
It's not. No, but it doesn't. But this is the point I'm trying to make. I'm trying to get away from. I'm trying to get away from at the moment who told you a thing and who told me a thing, because that if we stay there, that's all we're gonna do. Yeah, we're only gonna have our what's the word, allegorical experiences of those who told us a thing or two. I'm trying to bring examples now of the actual Akan Ashanti culture. Yes, so that we can have a broader appreciation of the people them culture. Yeah. Now this will not be.
If I bring Elder Kofi now, if I call Elder Kofi and he tells you the same thing he's taught me all these years, yeah, what are you gonna say to him then?
I will explore his reasoning for why he's saying what he's saying. As I'm attempting to do.
You just said you're gonna tell him directly. No. You just said you're gonna tell him. Shaka, you just said you're gonna directly tell him no.
Yes, based upon my understanding, and then we can have a conversation about
that. Understanding. You weren't born in Ghana.
No.
Ezra, I'm gonna agree with you. My understanding could be wrong. But let's say my understanding could be wrong. Let's say my understanding could be wrong. Let's say my understanding could be wrong. If I speak to Elder Kofi and I'm gonna say to Elder Kofi, listen, I do not agree. Yeah, that the history of the Ashanti people is Hebraic. Yeah, I will say that to him. I don't have no problem saying that to him. And then
you love what I noticed about you, brother. You love words. You just said you would directly tell them no. No, you just said you would directly tell them no. You are not. You didn't say. And then when Elder Kofi comes now, you said, well, I would tell him I don't believe.
Ezra,
no.
Ezra. I don't know why you're interrupting me to make that point. What God of Jacob asked me is, would I tell them no? And I said yes. That's what actually happened. We want to take it for them, right?
And then I asked you, what are you gonna say when Elder Kofi comes? And he says, well, I would tell him I don't believe.
No. Fine. Let's bring it back to the original thing. I will say no. Yeah, I will say no. And then me and the elder will have a conversation, and I will ask him questions, just like I'm asking you, and I've been asking you, some of which I haven't got an answer to, yeah, about the reasoning behind the argument. I'm not going to just accept it because a man shows me this and said this is a similarity. In establishing the lineage of a people, there would need to be more. So I'm going to ask Elder Kofi, well, what is the reasoning behind your assertion? Yeah? Give me some of the evidence that has convinced of this fact.
I'm going to say to you, firstly, his ancestors have passed it down.
And then I can say to him, well, but my studies of Ashanti history tell me thus and so forth. The
your standards, not his standards.
They may not be, bro, but it's a conversation. So I'm
supposed to go by your standards. His ancestors have done nothing. But it's supposed to go by your standards.
Let me ask. Hold on, one second.
If I'm talking to the elder, by the way, if the elder believes that he's Hebrew and I disagree with him, it doesn't mean I'm going to disrespect the elder. Yeah. So if I speak to the elder and there's a disrespect, and once again, if I speak to the elder and we have a disagreement, then I'm going to treat the disagreement at least initially as an inquiry, because I understand that I'm speaking to an elder, so I'm going to try and learn.
You're constantly cutting him off when he's you're asking him questions and constantly cutting him off. Then he's gonna see that as disrespect. So I don't know what you're.
Ezra, let me ask you a question. Ezra, one sec. What if the both people talking, so the person who disagrees with the Hebrew elder, as you call him, and somebody else who's also from the same what you call tribe who disagrees? What do you do in that situation there?
Then maybe both are right. Somebody in that, not everybody who calls themselves Ashanti today is going to be of the bloodline of the Hebrews. Like, that's fine. Get me? Some might be, get me? That's fine. But if a man tells you his ancestors told him, yeah, that he's Hebrew and it's come down from this one, that one, this one, Shakara can't come and tell him about my Ashanti standards, say no. Like, what's that?
That's not what I said, but that isn't what I said, though.
No, but Shaka, you're taking a bit of authority with that statement. Still.
Hold on, let me finish my little query with Ezra. Ezra, do you know how many generations our brothers speaking about in relation to Hebrew?
Yeah, like you talking about Elder Kofi?
Yeah. How many how many years? Has he got any written proof? Is there anything handed down, or is it just like
obviously the customs are handed down? That's what's handed down. The customs, you get me? Like the culture, you get me? That's what's handed down.
Funny, you know.
They might know their grandfather going back 20.
Yeah, like I said, he's got a list here. Because he deals. That's the maddest thing. He deals with what Shaka deals with. Yeah, that's why I've learned of him. I know a lot from him. Like he deals with the same kind of thing as Shaka, and he deals with the Hebrew thing at the same time. So at the start of the class, guess what? We go over to a plant, yeah, or we bring a plant of our own, yeah. I mean, you get me? Pour libations and that. You get me? Ashe, call his ancestor. So my man goes a lot. I can only go about to my great granddad. You get me? Like my man can go. He can be there for half an hour. This one, that one, this one, Ashe, this one, Ashe, this one, Ashe, this one. Get me? And his ancestors told him a thing. So all I'm saying is, man can't come and tell him no nonsense. Okay, you can tell the other ones. Get me? You can tell the other ones. Get me?
Fine. But the fact of the matter is, yeah, the statement is not that some of the Ashanti are Hebrews. The statement is that the Ashanti are Hebrews.
No, yeah? I'm saying some. Listen to my statement.
Yeah. You're cutting me again now. I'm gonna let you go, but you're cutting me again. So go ahead.
You're making a wrong statement of mine, no?
Go ahead.
I'm saying my statement is, yeah, the Ashanti today, yeah, like most of them today will descend from the original tribe of Ashan, who are one of the original families of Judah in Joshua 15. You get me? That's the claim I'm making. I'm not saying every single person who calls himself Ashanti today is a bloodline of Israel. I'm not saying that.
So let's unpack that statement for a second. Yeah, you're saying that the most of the Ashanti are Hebrew. Yeah.
Yeah.
And not only are most
maybe a small part today, who knows?
Shaka, one sec.
No, one second. Another question I got to ask.
No. 1 sec. Sorry, brother. Within his statement is that the original Ashanti.
That's what I'm saying. Let me finish as well, because you that's where I'm going. Yeah. What's it called?
Yeah,
are you also saying that the establishment of the Ashanti people as a nation is derived from Hebrews, original Hebrews.
Yes, I'm saying original Ashanti.
So all of the original Ashanti are Hebrews.
Yes.
That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
So now again, right? The idea that you speak to an elder, I speak to an elder, and they say and they say different things here. That's valid, right? Your elder said something, man, we listen to his information and them kind of things there. I'm saying that the elder Kofi, if I speak to Elder Kofi, I will listen to his information. Yeah. I'm not hearing that from the man them, yeah, and what's it called? And in relation to Ashanti culture, because that's what we started with this thing is concerned, you know, yeah, not what a man has told man, right, but similarities in the cultures, yeah, and looking into the cultures, yeah, like we're drawing on comparisons, but I'm saying there are so many things about Ashanti culture that go beyond all of these things that you're mentioning. So if we're going to reduce Ashanti culture down to these things, then we're doing the culture a disservice.
Yeah, but you're now mixing culture with religion.
Yeah, that's what he keeps on doing here, you know. That's what bloodline. We're talking about a bloodline. I'm not talking about religion once. Like we'll know when I talk about the Bible and I start then we're talking about faith system and it. Yeah, but right now we're just talking bloodline. You know what I'm saying?
No, we're not.
Yeah, but
hold on, hey, Shakira, I challenge you.
Yeah, how does that Ashanti bloodline go back to Israel?
Sorry, but we're not talking about bloodline though. Sorry, we're not talking about bloodline. If you bring me culture,
we are talking about bloodline because we're talking about people. We're not talking about a religion. We're not talking about a book. We're talking about a specific people.
You don't understand the argument.
If you bring, there's two things there's two things. The first thing is if you bring me cultural practices, yes, and say these cultural practices, because they're done in Hebrew, this makes those people Hebrew. That is not talking about a bloodline. Okay, you're bringing me culture.
I'm not talking about that. No.
1 second, please. Right. The second thing is you all are drawing a distinction between religion, spirituality, and culture, as though that distinction exists in all cultures. It does not. Yeah. It does not exist.
It does exist in all cultures because you're going to have, for instance, you're going to have the spiritual teachings of the community. Then you're going to have people who build houses. You're going to have people who just fix people's leg when it gets broken, you know. Exactly. But you're going to have different avenues of a society, different types of people within one society. You're not going to have everyone just doing the same thing. So what you're saying makes no sense.
Yeah, Shif, 100%. And if one tribe, has got married into another tribe, and then they bring, then this king now, his son marries the wife of another king, an Igbo king, or some, I don't know, let's say a Hamite here. So he marries us a Hamite. Get me? His son marries a Hamite. Now,
hey,
this
Shakira,
woman,
go ahead.
This woman, 1 second, brother, I promise. Yeah, this woman that brings up as with her belief system, you get me? Her Kemetic God stuff. These kids, even though she's married to an Israelite, now she's teaching her kids this Kemetic God stuff. When these kids grow up now, they believe that, oh yeah, I'm from Kemet because my mom says this and that. You get me? But the dad, you get me, is telling them a different story. You get me? He's got a total different bloodline. So both could be right. You get me? That's all I'm saying. They could be both be Ashanti. Some could descend from Hamites. Some can descend from Israelites. But you get me? It is what it is.
And everything in the society doesn't necessarily stem from its religion.
Shakira, I challenge you to do this, Shakira, because I know you don't frequent too many Israelite platforms, but I challenge you just in some of your spare time to go check out this guy named Bishop Nathaniel. He's from IUIC, used to be one of the West guy back in the days, but he does a show in Ghana a lot of times, and you hear all these Ghanaians calling in, telling them about themselves, and you mean to tell me that all of them would be lying?
Yeah.
So I challenge you to pick up and listen, anybody out there, and let them tell them about themselves. And if they are lying, then
my brother, that is cool. The fact of the matter is, when I was talking to Uncle Dan Juma, it's not unusual for religious purposes for those among us as African people to manufacture lineages. There are people in West Africa who claim to be. There are people in West Africa again. So, I don't know why. Like
hold on, but you said they manufactured lineages. Come on, man.
Let them finish, man.
Yes, I want to make it clear that I am being cut here, and I'm not throwing the toys at the pram. Yeah. Okay.
Apologize.
Right? No, but it's okay. I understand how conversations go.
Every time you speak, no, you speak for longer. No one cut you. So stop it.
Let's be fair. Let's be fair. Let's be fair. All right. Let's be fair. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Thank you very much. All right. What's it called? The fact of the matter is, yeah, that there are Africans in different parts of Africa, West Africa, East Africa, who claim to be descendants of the Prophet Muhammad and the Sahaba. Yeah. And yeah, that happens. Okay. I don't necessarily give any more credence to those claims than I do these claims. I generally don't. And if I told them, no, you're not descendants of Prophet Muhammad, none of you would consider that to be a disrespect. Yeah.
Yeah, but you don't give any credence unless it goes with what you believe in.
I love you too. What's it called? So the point that's being made is, yeah, that when it comes to religion and spiritual concepts, and the fact that we understand that we come from a situation where the people of the book, yeah, have been given credence and we have been denigrated, and the people of the book have been elevated over us. Yeah, this has been done, yeah, for hundreds of years. Yeah, so it makes complete sense to me. But I don't know why we're going to deny what it is I'm saying at the moment. But it makes complete sense to me that many of us come out of that experience, aligning ourselves with what we have been taught is the pinnacle of human attainment and human identity. That makes sense to me.
Let me say one thing, Shaka. What you have to understand is, yeah, like, I don't know how much you know about Christianity, but Jews are the people who killed Jesus, according to them. You get me? And people, let me show you something. People in our culture and also the Ashanti culture who have grown up in Christianity. Yeah. The last thing you want to be, as a Christian, the last thing you want to be told you are is a Jew. Believe that. Even when I found out, I was like, nah, no way. You get me? But people kill Jesus.
No, but it doesn't count. There's a difference between a Jew, bruv, and being the children of Israel.
Yeah, because I'm saying, that's what I meant. But that's what I meant. The children of Israel. You get me?
Well, no,
when I find out,
even within Christianity, yeah, there's still this thing of, you know, yeah, they were wicked to do that, but it's still that sense of, Lord, forgive them, they don't know what they do. Like, they're still considered the chosen people regardless of what they're supposed to have done. And it's always like almost limited to.
No, I don't see that as normal. They see Christians as the chosen people now.
Let me give an example.
They believe that. Lisa, I'm telling you,
look at the Christians when they go to Israel. Look how they act. Look at that.
The Christians, I'm telling you now, Christians believe that they are the spirit, Israelites in the spirit. That's what they believe.
That's out their mouth. Look how they
are. I do believe that, but when I went to Ghana in 2015, because the Hebrew sect over there was that kind of growing at that moment in time, and what they were doing is challenging Christians in relation to the Bible. If people already come to the conversation knowing that the Bible is the word of God, yeah, and you are able to convince them that their understanding of the word of God was incorrect, yeah, then it's not a very far leap, yeah, it's not a very far leap. And I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about in relation to understanding the culture in and of itself, yeah. The idea of unclean and them kind of things there, blah 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 blah, yeah. To my understanding, yeah, that is an Abrahamic, or let's say Hebrewic interpretation of a cultural act, because the concept of being unclean wouldn't compute in terms of after childbirth in the Akan culture, because there is a period of time whereby the spirit of the child, yeah, this is also in the Yoruba culture, although the number of days may be different, yeah, but the spirit of the child is said to be still coming in from the ancestral realm for a period of time, and so you keep the child secluded, yeah, for a period of time during which their name is chosen for them, and there are rituals that are done to protect the spirit of the child, to guide the spirit of the child into the earthly plane, and ensure that the spirit of the child creates a bond, yeah, with the earthly experience before exposing the child to the wider community. Yeah, nothing in that is about the woman being unclean and needing to be purified. Just what I'm saying. So when we look at the culture itself then we may find things that look similar, but the understanding is very different, except for if we're just using a biblical interpretation and imposing it upon.
You know what it is? I've realized now I realize now where we're at with you still. I fully get it. Yeah. The question for you is, what would you accept? I mean, because there's no point in us just keep like going backwards and forwards, yeah. Because you're not gonna accept anything that we're gonna bring. So it's better we ask you what you accept, and then we can go and discuss that and find.
The question for me is not what would I accept. The question for me is what is the information that proves the point. Yeah.
Well,
so I'm saying, so 1 second. So if I say now that that the crowd that sorry
what information would you accept?
the Afrodia ritual, the Akwasi Festival, the Adaya Festival, yeah, and all them kind of things there, like which take place in the Ashanti and the Akan culture. Also, the fact that the Akan are not one people group; they're a confederation of different people groups. Exactly, yeah, exactly. Yeah. What's it called? In that regard, what is the Kra? What is the Kra? Yeah, in the Ashanti spiritual system and the Akan spiritual system, and what does that mean in terms of it being your personal God, the spirit of God within the self, and what role does that play? Yeah, in the Akan spiritual system and them kind of things. There, I'm saying that if you bring me cultural practices, if you my question. Yeah, but I'm answering your question, bro. For me, it is not about what would I accept. It's about what the information says. Yeah.
But
so
if the information says, yeah,
one second. I'm giving you examples now. If you bring me cultural examples, yeah, of similarities, I'm gonna delve deeper into the cultures, yeah, and look at what these things represent in the cultures. If you're bringing me examples of DNA, then we can examine DNA. If you're bringing me examples if you're bringing me examples of oral history and traditions, then we can explore those. If you're bringing me,
I just gave you a prime example. I gave you the 12-stone breastplate. Why did the Ashanti priest have a 12-stone breastplate encased in gold with the 12 different stones that are talked about in the Torah? Why did they have that? I gave you that example. Listen, let me finish. You never delved into it because you're saying, bring me cultural examples and I can delve into it. You ain't done none of that. You just denying. That's what you're doing.
I asked you to bring up the 12 breastplate. So I don't. So for me, but I didn't know about it. I asked you to do it, bro. I have seen the breastplate. I have no information that suggests to me that they got the breastplate because they're Hebrews. So just because they have
you said you're gonna delve into it. This is what I'm saying about you. He said, bring the information.
I'm on this. Let me go. Hold on. Let me get this correct. Listen what I'm saying, yeah? The likelihood of the Hebrews having a breastplate with 12 different gems, each one represent not only a spiritual principle, but 12 tribes. And the Ashanti having a breastplate with 12 different gems. Are you saying, Jacko, that's a coincidence?
No, but sorry, can I clarify something? Are you saying that the breastplate among the Ashanti represents 12 different tribes?
I'm definitely saying that for them to have a breastplate with 12, let's say it represents something else. Saying to have a the first and foremost thing I'm pointing out is to have, because I'm saying you can have it on your back, you can have it on your forehead, you can have it on your legs, you can have it, but I'm saying a breastplate with 12. I'm saying that first and foremost would have to be a massive coincidence.
Not necessarily, but let's take it on face value. I said this already. I asked the question before, you know. If we're I don't know why this question has not been answered, and I'll ask it way down the line. I'm taking these comparisons on face value. They're all exactly what you are saying they are. Yes. What is it that we are saying that is convincing the ones, that this is not an independent culture that has developed, and that these people must be descendants of Hebrews? I'm asking that question. So is there a link? Something specific that links, that says these people, apart from just the comparisons themselves, you can make comparisons between various different cultures, like, you know what I'm saying, like, you know, right? So if let's say, for example, and I'm saying that, like from an African centered perspective, yeah, what's it called? His and scholarship perspective. When we look at the traditions of the Nile Valley, there are many traditions in the Nile Valley that replicate themselves all over the continent of Africa. Yeah, and there are various different debates as to the extent to which those representations are independent developed cultures or descendants of the Nile Valley culture or influences of the Nile Valley culture. But people don't just assume that a cultural influence is also representative of a genetic line. Yeah. Or both. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's
Hold on, Shaka. Listen.
You got an answer for your question, bro?
The priests of the thing are wearing it. Yeah.
No, but Issa, if you're gonna tell me that, then when I start getting into the Akan priesthood now, and I start bringing out what Akan priesthood deal with.
That's what you should be doing now. That's what you should be doing now instead of delaying.
Oh my days! All right.
No, but hold on, Shakara. Sorry, Ezra. Shakara is saying that he did want to do that, but you didn't produce the works for him to go into that deep.
Wait there, Isa, let me answer now. Isa, he's saying he's done all these extensive studies on Ashanti culture, but yeah, he doesn't know about the priests. You get me? And what I'm saying
he wants to engage them.
Wait there.
You know about them.
I can never speak. You get me? And then you know what I'm saying? Every single time.
Ezra.
So all I'm saying is, he's done all this extensive research, and he's never come across. But all I'm saying is, like, now his statement was, bring something that I can go and delve into, and where I brought him this breastplate yesterday, and he's heard it many times. He ain't never delved into none of this stuff that I'm bringing him.
No, but never. Hold on, Ezra. Let me get there. What he's saying is, if you're bringing the evidence here, you generally can't just bring the statement without some background history. Now, partially I agree with him, but I also find it strange that the priesthood of both cultures would have the same thing. And I understand.
What is the same thing, though?
What exactly am I talking about? And I'm not getting it all now.
No, I hear that.
The 12-stone breastplate.
No, but
I'm going to break it down for the last time.
No, but Ezra, what I'm saying is, we've got a clear breakdown on what the breastplate represents in the Hebrew culture. I'm saying even if we have differences at the moment within, let's say, the Ashanti culture, right, or explanations for what it represents, we might be able to go into the history and find that it did have a similarity, right? Because even, let's say, in the last 100 years, you look at the Hebrews today, in America, and how many different groups come out with different interpretations, etc. Just imagine how many differences people come up with over 1,000 years. Do you get me? So the fact that they preserved, let's say it is from the Hebrew culture, I'm saying the fact that they preserved something so elemental means a lot, because
no, it does not. It could just be coincidence. Oh my goodness!
Take a coincidence and go back wherever the hell you go.
You just said that.
It could be that they're Hebrews. It could be that they're Hebrews.
No, sorry, let me check. Hold on, Shaka. One sec. Let me just clarify this before you say that. I'm not necessarily saying that it means they're Hebrews, but I'm not. There's definitely a link.
Here I'm saying it's not that. I'm not saying that's what you're saying. You know, I'm accepting that that evidence could lead. Within that evidence, it could be a possibility that these people are in fact Hebrews. Yeah, it's a possibility. All right, it's not conclusive, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
right?
I hear it.
That's what I'm saying.
This is where.
It could be that they're Hebrews. It could be that they're not Hebrews, but had a cultural influence from the Hebrews.
Right,
that's we getting somewhere.
It could be anything. Or it could be that because breastplates are not unique to Ashanti or Hebrew culture. It could be that they are completely different significance for the 12 gems of the breastplate, right?
Yeah, well, it can't be. I'm telling you that it can't be that.
It could be that. So I'm saying now, with those possibilities on the table, what is it that is convincing the mandem that this is a Hebrewism? I'm not getting that yet.
Because what I'm saying is, you are just now going off speculation. Shaka, listen, let me answer. because we have actual evidence of a previous culture, yeah, that these people have the same name as, yeah, and the same language, yeah, many of the same words in their language, many of the same names, yeah, culture, all of that. We find amongst these people with all these similarities. We find their priests have a 12-stone breastplate encased in gold with their same exact gems that the Bible tells them to do, that represent the 12 tribes. Like,
Shaka,
all of these, all of these coincidences.
Shaka, are you on a computer right now?
Yeah,
I can't help you.
Have you on a computer right now?
The problem is Ezra. You're coming from when you're coming from the perspective of a Hebrew. Anything that is validated by the Hebrew, that's what you're going to link it to. Do you see what I'm saying?
No, I'm not.
No, but that's not fair.
Let me finish, please.
It's like me saying, anything you link to the Akan.
This is why I if I do, because you two got a thing.
Let me finish, because I'm saying now, in all the things that we're talking about here, like when we talk about the Ashanti nation and
big up everyone on the panel, man. Big up everyone.
Big up that word, yeah, and these kinds of things, yeah. And we deal with Osei Tutu, yes, Akomfo Anoche, yes, and all of these people. There are narratives to do with these people's lives, yes. And so, if we're making the statement that the original Ashanti, yes, the original Ashanti are in fact Hebrews, and the original Akan are in fact Hebrews, yes, then we have to look at.
I never said nothing about Akan.
In the document okay, well, maybe I misunderstood.
I'd love to jump in when you guys.
Maybe I misunderstood. Yeah.
Ezra, why do you always
don't change up the topic though?
Hold on, let Shaka finish.
I'm not changing the topic, yeah. But I'm saying
no, he's talking to me.
I'm not changing the topic. I'm saying maybe I'm
talking to me.
I thought the statement was being made that the Akan were a Hebrew group. Yeah, and I could be wrong. That could be my misinterpretation. Say again.
I said Ashanti.
The Ashanti, right? Well, it was the Ashanti under the leadership of Osei Tutu who formulated the Akan. Yes, all right. They were the driving force here behind the formation. The consolidation of the Ashanti as a nation and the development of the Akan. Yeah, so I'm saying to you that in studying, like if I study the history of Osei Tutu and Akomfo Anoche, and I see that they don't even reference anything to do with Hebrew, yeah, lineage. If I look at the founding of Kumasi, which is the capital city, yeah, of the Ashanti people, yeah, recognized to this day, all right, and I'm not seeing in the ancient narratives, yeah, reference to them being.
Which ancient narratives are you talking about?
So yesterday I read from an Ashanti who is a scholar by the name of Aikweama, and his studies, yes, of not just Ashanti but African oral tradition, whilst he was studying the linguistic and the linguistic arts, yeah, that are indigenous to the continent.
Where did he study?
Where did he study? Well, first of all, he begins by talking about his upbringing, yeah. His father is.
Just asked where he studied.
Yeah, I know. You're asking me a question that has a few different elements to it. So I'm giving you the elements, right? Fine, thank you. Right? He begins by talking about the fact that his father is Ewe and his mother is Ashanti, and so he began studying the oral traditions that he learned from as a child, going back and studying them. Yeah. Then he began to study oral traditions in other parts of Africa, including Kemet, including Central Africa, including Southern Africa. And then linking that to historical research and anthropological research in terms of people like Sheikh Anta Diop and Theophile Benga linguistics. So he studied the Medinetta, he studied French.
Okay, I'd like to jump in after you, Chakara. Okay, I would like to jump in. So you can divide the discussion or like a talk in two categories. The first type is that you try to convince your opponents, that demands that both are in some way of neutral position. But debate is not about changing the opponent's view; it's about changing the listener's view. So for me, it sounds like you guys have a firm belief, and you won't change each other's view. But the listeners will hear your views, and then you just trust the listeners. You present your opponent, your view, and then you just leave it. You just trust.
Hey, Ezra,
Can I just finish my sentence? Come on.
That's right.
Yo, Ezra.
Bang on
So,
with that.
can I finish my sentence?
Nothing I could that would let him accept it. That's all I said earlier.
Yeah. So just can I finish my sentence? Just present each other's or your opinion, your view, and then just trust the listeners and just move on. I mean, do you want
you're
guys
repeating yourself, man.
do you guys want to have like a final say? Do that, but it's you guys are talking circles, so maybe you have one less.
Yeah, but you're just repeating yourself now.
One second. What
What
was
was wrong with you?
Hold on.
Let this man.
The last part where we got to, where when
So let the brother speak, man. Let this new guy speak a second.
Ezra asked Shakara what evidence or what would it take to convince him was where we moved a big milestone, right? So the point was where Shakara seemed to think it was, let's say, Ezra has a bias, number one, and then it was number two that there was let's say the breastplate, like that one piece of evidence or something. Now the point is that Ezra's point is it's not just the breastplate.
But the breastplate had so many different uses. Like there's not
Man,
just
shut
one
up.
lane.
This batty boy Brent's so dumb. You don't understand where.
Yo, speech impediment, please.
But what's the breastplate for?
Shut up.
What's the breastplate for, though?
Let me finish.
It had different usage.
Oh, for flip's sake. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying Ezra did not say it's because of one thing, i.e. the breastplate. Ezra's saying if you have 10 or 15 or 20 other bits of information and other bits of corresponding similarities between the two, obviously this would lean towards...
Yeah, but what's the breastplate all about, though? I'm confused, man.
Flip's sake, what is wrong with these people, blood? I'm saying, before we get onto the breastplate, I'm saying that we need to sort out these issues rather than go around in circles, because it has been going around in circles. But I'm saying so that Shakara and Ezra understand it. So Shakara understands Ezra's point is not because Ezra's a Hebrew. Ezra's point is because there's so many different corresponding things between these two cultures as to why he gives it the credence.
But Isa, if I'm saying now, but what's not being understood is that I'm saying that if we look into all of these things, not from a comparison to Hebrews perspective, but what does it represent in the Ashanti culture, independent of comparison to Hebrews, we may get some different things. So, for example, when it is said, so when it is said that the woman is unclean, 8 days, after she gives birth, that may not translate into the Ashanti culture, and I gave an example of that. So they might not, they wouldn't necessarily interpret it as the woman is unclean for 8 days. They would interpret it as the spirit of the child is still being born into the spirit.
Exactly, Isa. Exactly, because you were wrong.
Watch this.
So if you understand the argument that I'm making, I'm saying that the comparisons need exploration.
No, I know, brother, but listen to the point you made, yeah?
He's not even getting it. No, now he don't.
Ezra, wait.
On purpose, he's not getting it now.
Ezra, listen to this point I'm making now, yeah? Shakara, you know what the word haram means, correct?
Yes, sir.
So when we say Masjid al-Haram, what does it mean? Do you know?
It means something we're not supposed to do in the masjid.
Right. But do you agree it's also the holy place?
Say again?
Do you know it's also a holy place?
The masjid is a holy place.
Yeah. No, when it says Masjid al-Haram, meaning, like you said, there's a place which is considered holy where certain things you're not supposed to do. Right? So I'm saying when it says she's unclean, I agree, we would understand it in that way of she's unclean and blah, blah, blah. But what does it really mean within the framework of that culture? Is what I'm getting at.
And I'm saying to you that I've been in Ashanti naming ceremonies. Yeah, I've been.
I know that. I'm saying in the Hebrew, when you hear the word unclean, what does that mean in the Hebrew culture? In other words, like you're saying,
bro, I agree with you. I'm not disputing what you're saying, but I'm saying that whatever it means in the Hebrew culture, that conceptualization, yeah, being in an Akan naming ceremony doesn't factor into the thing. The woman being unclean has nothing to do with it. It's the child and the child's spirit. Yeah, so
Shaka,
Yeah, Isa, why can't you understand that?
Oh, for flip's
My
sake,
point
because I'm giving it. The example I gave was, I'm saying in Hebrew where it says unclean, just like the word haram, with in one context you would think it means it's haram to go to the mosque. If you say
Right, Isa used to be a Hebrew.
people would think that you can't go to the mosque. It's haram to go
But
there.
Isa,
That's not what it means.
What Shaka's saying is, yeah, in my opinion, all Shaka's saying is like basically, yeah, we can have these two exact same practices, but there can be different reasons for doing them on each end, innit? I get that. You get me? Like they could have the breastplate, but they could have a whole different. The 12 stones could mean a whole different thing to them. I get that. But what I'm saying is,
can someone tell me about the breastplate, please?
Yeah, we'll go into that in a minute, man. So all I'm saying is, like, when these man, yeah, all I'm saying is we was on the west coast of Africa, yeah, 1400 years, yeah, and it also talks about we're gonna lose our heritage. We've read it in Deuteronomy. What's gonna happen? We're gonna lose our heritage. We're gonna lose our name. All of these things are gonna happen to us before slavery. You get me? And then, yeah, when we see that Ashanti have got all the same cultures, all the same stuff, but they got different practices now. The same God concept, but a different name of God. The same rituals, but just different purposes for the rituals. Like we understand what things develop over time, innit? They lost their way.
Even now.
Oh, this conversation is just getting long now.
I'm gonna say one more thing and I'm done. Yeah, I'm gonna say one more thing and I'm done because
let's move on, please.
I'm talking about Ose Tutu. I'm talking about Akon for Noche. I'm talking about the different. I could have gone into the different festivals. I could have gone into invocations in the Ashanti culture, rituals, like all kinds of different things. I could have gone into. Yeah, I want to say this one thing and I'm gonna done. Yeah. We're talking about similarities in culture. I come from an African-centered scholastic perspective. Yeah, there's a book which I've mentioned many times on this platform called "The Cultural Unity of Black Africa," which is written by Sheikh Anta Diop, which draws on correlations, yeah, between the different cultures and spiritual traditions of the entire African continent, yeah, and I can draw on all kinds of different similarities between different cultures. Some of them brothers and sisters may consider to be Hebrew, and some of them brothers and sisters will consider to be Hamite, and all kinds of other different designations from a biblical perspective. Suffice to say that we can draw on many comparisons between various different groups across the African continent, but if I say Africa and Africanness and African culture, I'm wrong, and this is a Pan-African wishful thinking. Yeah, the man ain't gonna. I could draw 100 different parallels. Yeah, between different African cultures, and the man are not gonna accept my designation of Africa and Africanness. They're gonna ban it out straight. Yeah, so
Can you take like 20 seconds and let's just move the mic? 20 seconds and just move the mic.
It's evident.
Enough preaching.
So it's evident.
Enough preaching. 20 seconds and then leave the mic.
It's evident.
We're tired. We're tired. Leave the mic at 20 seconds, please.
It's evident that mere cultural comparisons alone do not an argument make conclusive. Okay, that's what I'm gonna say. All right, so I'm not buying the man argument. I'm just what I'm doing is asking for further investigation of what is being brought here as evidence. That's all I've been doing. I haven't actually disavowed anything. My position is clear. I'll state my position, but I'm not rejecting the information. I've never rejected the information. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
But Isa, why you running though?
How am I running? Are you dumb? Like, is this guy retarded? What am I running? Where am I running from?
This is a troll. This is this.
It's Bank, innit?
Bank.
No, he's not a troll. He's not a troll. He's not a troll.
Yeah, Bank. What are you saying? Running from what? What am I running from?
You're just running because you're not really listening to what Shakara's saying.
All right, let me help you out. Yeah, I said I agree with Shakara's point or points in that with these things that we're saying are similar, we would need to demonstrate more information to either show, number one, the things that are practiced within the Ashanti tradition not only have the same purpose for why they do them, or at the very least, we'd have to show that if they are different now, that they were similar in the past. So, for instance,
I'm lost, man. I don't know what you mean, man.
Oh, for flip's sake, listen to what I'm saying, Bad Boy. I'm saying, for instance, yeah, if somebody tells you, you find two Muslims today, one tells you I pray because Allah says in the Quran, and the angels write down this, and I'll get to heaven. Another person tells you the reason why I pray is because it's a good exercise. It's like yoga. They're doing exactly the same action, but they're telling you two different reasons why they're doing it. So somebody's converted from in Hinduism, and they've converted to some Sufi understanding. They might give you a different reason for why they're doing exactly the same salah. But my point is, you can trace that all the way back to Prophet Muhammad. You understand what I'm saying? So my point is, you might find certain people who are actually Hebrews. And my point is, I'm with both Ezra and Shakara in that both, for me, have valid arguments. I'm saying Shakara's point is very simple. You're going to find across the planet where people have had no contact and they've naturally come up with certain either ritual practices or whatever cultural aspects, which is just maybe part of human nature, whatever it is, yeah? Where they just came out with a thing and there's no clear link that they got it from somewhere else. When I bring
feelings, Isa.
Come on,
you know
man.
what it is?
Israel, you're talking a lot. Israel.
Wait there. Making my point.
Israel.
Wait there. Making mine, and we ended on that, innit? Like they've said
Israel, you're
this.
talking a lot. Can you give like
No, Takia, shut him up, man. I'm finishing my
Really?
statement.
Ezra, you want to go with this energy? Really?
Shut up.
You want to go with this energy, Ezra?
Listen, I'm talking. We're having a conversation. They've made their finishing statements. I'm trying to make mine.
So you've spoken a lot. There's new voices.
Listen, we're having a conversation. You're nothing
Ezra,
to do with it.
You really want to do this?
Listen, you can't just jump on here and decide when
you want to do this, Ezra?
Just you're not going to jump on here.
Let Brother wrap up his thing, innit? He said he's a closing statement, innit? Let him close the statement.
Listen,
Ezra, you want to do this?
yeah.
Okay, let's do this.
Shut up,
Keep
man.
in mind.
Yeah, let's do this.
Talk, man.
Amen. Anyway, yeah, all I'm saying is, like, when it comes to Shaka, like, I get it. You get me? I do understand he's been brought up in his thing, and like, you know, he leans to that, and he's always gonna lean to that. That's fair enough, innit? But all I'm saying is, like, he's gonna say, he says we need to find out the meaning of this from the Ashanti priest. You get me? And then I'm gonna say to him, well, I'll bring you an Ashanti priest, Elder Kofi, that is known all over Birmingham. There's many funerals. Yeah, everybody knows him. Yeah, I will bring this Ashanti priest, and he will explain the breastplate represents the 12 tribes. Yeah, and he will explain why the Ashanti priests have got the fringes at the bottom of their garment with the blue line, just like the Israelites in the law. Yeah, he'll explain all of that, and Shaka still deny it. So, like, let's just move on.
Wait, time out. There's no such. Wait, there's a time out. They call Ashanti. I didn't know they called something called an Ashanti priest. I thought they were like.
Okay. Never knew that. Okay, well.
Fuck.
So let's move on.
What is it? Wait, what is an Ashanti priest? I've never heard of that. I thought they're over gay men and women.
What?
Okay, so my question for you to
Would they be doctors though?
to the
Wait a minute.
Shia. You want to? Okay, you finish your sentence.
I don't understand. Shakara, don't you do that spiritual system, Shakara? I guess he's. Oh, I thought
He's away.
Conversation's done now, Brad.
Okay, so Isa, my question for you would be that you said that both parts, you were referring to Ezra as well as to Shakara, that they have a good point, but Shakara is having a tribe or like ethnicity-based religion, and Ezra is having a tribe-based religion, while the religion of Islam is not allowing nationalism on any way of that. It goes by principles. So how can you agree with any of them?
Tequila Wash is an asshole. Such an ass. I love how he went right for Islam.
Question was for Isa.
Good job. Oh my God.
Isa, you hear me?
Yes, I want to see this battle. Everybody. This is about to be the battle.
You're gonna send him the other way, Takia, man. It's crazy.
Don't worry, I'm not finished with you, by the way. I'm not finished with you. Isa, do you need help by Ezra, or you can speak for yourself?
Oh damn.
Okay, so let's just assume that both Shakara and Isa is not here. Should we move on?
That's why you hopped on. You wanted to try the black delect, huh?
No. I want to hear his comments on that, I guess.
Yeah, but Isa's a unique Muslim. He's very unique. He's got a Latin nation.
I can't teach you the answer.
He's like a Latin nation of Islam type Muslim. But no, I don't. I have never heard someone refer to. I thought Obeah women and men. I thought they were supposed to be like doctors. I never knew they had breastplates like chiefs.
Mate, you don't know a lot of stuff. A man asked you the other day about your own culture, and all you could say was, "Oh, well, we respect our ancestors.
What do
We
you?
respect our."
What do you want me? You want me to?
All you do about your culture was we respect our parents. Yeah,
Like, you want to know about our
It's not a
spiritual system?
crime.
Like, you didn't ask me questions. You say explain your culture. It's a very broad.
The man asked you to explain the culture, and all you said was, we respect our
Explain the Hebrew culture to me then.
Moved on to talking about the
Explain
army.
Hebrew culture.
Hit me. Allow it.
Ezra, it's a silly argument because ignorance is not a crime. It's a learning process. So if he's trying to discover his culture and you try to hold it against him, hold on.
It's just how he communicates
Hold
with
on.
humans.
So if he's trying to discover his culture or rediscover his culture and you hold it against him, that's just.
What I'm saying, you can't come and act like you know stuff when he's
Hold on,
only
I'm
just
speaking.
rediscovering it.
I'm
Can't come and
speaking.
act like you know stuff.
You have no
That's what I'm
self-control?
saying.
Are you gonna act like the
What's
Muslims?
act like I know? If
Are
I'm
you gonna act like the Muslims? I'm speaking right now. So he's trying to really discover his culture, and ignorance, you're actually punishing him for that and try to discourage him. Is that you, Ezra?
No. Well, I'm gonna answer now, right? Yeah. What I'm saying is, yeah, I don't mind him rediscovering his culture, but at the same time, while you're rediscovering it, yeah, you only know one thing about your own culture. Don't come and tell people about their culture when you don't even know your own. And firstly, like, you're gonna talk all this stuff, but you don't even know nothing. A man clearly asked you the other day, what is your culture about? Tell us about some West African culture. He says, well, I only know mine. He says, all right, then you tell me about yours. Well, we respect our parents. That's what I said. Get me?
Well, D-Brad, you're a grown man. You can speak. You can respond yourself.
No, it's funny. It's just because it's. He literally just asked me about my culture. So I was like, from what aspect would you like to know? And he just kept saying your culture. So I was like, what? Everything? And he just kept saying your culture didn't say it. And I'm like,
so D-Brad, which culture do you belong to, by the way?
well, I found that I am a descendant. I descend from the Yoruba or the Igba. I just been learning my language right now. So and then he made a statement.
Tell us about the culture again.
Or Hebrews.
Tell us about the
He made a
culture again.
statement that the Yoruba were Hebrews. So I wanted to ask him today what.
Forget the Hebrew thing. Tell us about the Yoruba culture. Go.
All right, where do you mean tell you from? Like what aspect do you know?
Everything you know. Go.
Okay, so the god Adudawa established several kingdoms amongst the southwest region of Nigeria currently today. The kings are known as Obas. We have two power leaders, one known as the Oni of Ife, and the other is the Ele Ife of Oya. The Oni of Ife is meant to be the life bringer or the morals of the people. Essentially, he's like a pope. The Ele Ife, the Ele Ife of Oya is meant to be like the prime minister or president, the body of the people. The Oni of Ife is like the soul. The Orisha are like our ancestors.
So can I ask something about that, D-Brad?
Sure.
I don't want it.
So I believe that we can have.
Oh no, you remember you're from the Levant, man. Stay there, and you're a Spartan too. So do you, man?
No, let Ezra ask, man. Ezra was the one who asked the question, man. Let him respond to that.
Yeah, you want to go first, Ezra?
Nah, that's all right. Continue.
Okay, my question for you would be.
No. Go ahead. What do you have? What else do you want to know? I can tell you the history. I can tell you.
I have a follow-up question.
The reverence for ancestors are living, and like for example, you never really die. You have a purpose each time you come back to life. So it's in your name. So when I had my naming ceremony, my name was Akimade, which means the king bringeth the crown. I'm sorry, the warrior bringeth the crown. But the funny thing I learned is that the first word of my name is actually an Arabic word for warriors. So you can see the amalgamation of like how the Arabic language came in when the Hausa became Kino state today. When the Hausa became Muslim, Yoruba merchants sent their sons there to become Muslims so they can become mediators between the Oya Empire and as well as the Sokoto.
But the Hausa Arabic is not the same as the Arab Arabic, you know.
Yeah, I know. I know that Hausa has maintained their. But can we say that the amalgamation came because of the Fulani though? Because it seems like when the Fulani came into the Niger area, you see that like the Hausa start to. Because they still have people who practice their traditional religion today, don't they?
So I have a question for you, D-Brad. You know, tradition. There's nothing wrong with traditions unless they make objective claims, right? Objective claims when it comes to truth. So we know ourselves that we have had false beliefs. You just go back, you know, the last 20 years, you'll find a couple of false beliefs. So what makes you believe that this belief that the answer had has any value when it comes to truth?
Who?
Oh,
let's just say quickly here that let's just notice that Ezra took an L there just now because he went on that.
I don't need your help, by the way. I don't need your help.
You told me about the religion. What you told me about?
I don't need your help, by the way.
You told me about the man. Told me what about
remains. No, I don't need your help, Banksy. Bank, whatever your name is. I don't need your help. D-Brat, the question
who's
is.
talking to you, bro? I'm not talking to
No,
you.
I'm asking a question to D-Brat.
Wait, let the key watch
the question for you, D-Brat, was, and we all have false beliefs if you look at in history. But when it comes to answers, belief, when it comes to God, that is a claim of truth. What makes you actually believe that they were grounded in truth instead of just something they made up?
What, my ancestral beliefs?
Yeah.
Well, the thing about them is that they're culture. They're tied to the family. Like, for example, the way my family breaks down our
Brad, you couldn't even answer that, Brad, man. Like, what makes you think your culture was not made up?
Let him answer, man. Nah, why you ruining it, fam?
No, I
help him.
I want to take a stab at it because the Yoruba creation story.
Because that's a silly question to ask the person, man.
Well, no, it's not though. It's not though because
why? It's like you've just come to ruin the conversation, man. Like, let him.
No. The reason why it's not a hard conversation is because just like how Ezra is stuck to this Hebrew thing, you can't convince him that it's true. You can't convince him that it's false, regardless if you give him evidence, history, or whatever. Okay?
No. My question was.
But I can tell you for a fact, you know, the Yoruba are very educated as a people. We know that the earth wasn't created because God put a chicken down on the earth and it picked at the ground. But we know that culturally we have to revere and respect our ancestors. So we will actually say our creation story, our singular, personal.
Well, D-Brad, it's a very friendly question. It's not a hostile question. The question is.
No, I'm not trying to be hostile, but it's like.
No, you're not hostile. You're very friendly. My question was friendly.
I'm just trying to say, but like you.
Okay, you go first.
Try to compare it to Christianity. No, you can't even on the same plane as Christianity or Islam because the Yoruba don't tell people if you don't hear the Yoruba culture, you're going to burn for eternity. No. The Yoruba actually provided a book that is filled with cultural norms, sanitation. They provide a book for young men because they encourage young men to go out and see the world. So the
DC one sec, man. Let me just go back to Ezra and ask Ezra. Ezra, you went on that rant, yeah?
No, that's why I keep talking because I want Ezra to know everything. Because Ezra wants to know my.
You wanted to know man's culture, and then when
I'm asking you about the cultural practices. Like you're talking about politics, religion. I'm asking you about the culture
of the Yoruba people. Culture is part of the people's life. I'm breaking down my people's culture to you.
I'm asking about culture. What is their culture? What are their practices? What are their rituals? You're talking about
religiously. So you mean to tell me your vocabulary couldn't put out the word religious cultures? Why couldn't you just say that? Why couldn't you ask me?
Ask you from the start. What is the culture? You're talking about religion.
Culture from spiritual systems.
Ezra, why are you so angry, man?
It's mad dumb.
What is the
Ezra? Why are you always angry, bro?
Never mind.
I don't even know.
Change the subject, please. Mad dumb.
Who are you? No, you never even spoke to me. Shut up, man.
Go ahead.
You always sound angry though, Ezra, man.
Troll, man. Shut up. You're just a troll, bro.
Chill, man. You always sounding angry, Ezra, man.
Have you ever spoke to me? Shut up, then.
I'm just asking you. Just calm down, isn't it? Like I'm saying, all that stuff is not really doing nothing, brother, man.
All right, let Takia Watch do this
I'm saying,
so my question.
Takia Watch go begins.
So my question for you, D-Brat, was a genuine question. I've never heard about this tribe. First time today. So my question was very simple. How come that you believe that it was not man-made, but it was actually divinely inspired? That was my main question.
Oh, it's only the actual correct term for the story I just told you. If we can go into the Ifa, because people want to know our cultural religions. So the spiritual system Ifa is tied to the people's moral system. So it's more of what the Ife's responsibility would be. So
like a philosophy, right? How to live.
we would refer to them, we would refer to them as legends, folk stories, and they're usually, to call the Yoruba a tribe is more minimizing them. They're more of a federation.
What is it instead?
Or conjunction, like kind of how the people of Biafra.
Like the people.
Yeah, like it's like
okay, yeah, I accept that.
Yeah.
But do they make claims beyond how to live? Do they make claims like divinity?
No, it's more because your morals are based on bringing honor to your people and your ancestors. So it's
it's a philosophy, right? It's how to live.
Yeah. It's a cultural philosophy, if anything. It's something that if you want to apply to your life, you're more than welcome to. If you don't, live your life.
Yeah. So above that, you can have a religious belief above that, I guess. On top of that, I guess.
Yeah. So it actually, like that's why I say it's very inclusive. Now, if you look at how the Ooni of Ife today is, his job is to uphold Ifa. He's like the Pope, essentially, of the Yoruba people. And he's actually trying to tie how there's some Orisha that could be correlation to certain saints or disciples in the Bible.
But is he making truth claims that he's in touch with divinity?
No, it's the whole point of the spiritual system is for the people to appear and to take anything that provides a positive image and outlook on their life. So if Islam has that, then they will say integrate it, but we only want the best of Islam. We don't want the worst of it. Christianity, we want the best of it, not the worst.
But that also sounds like you're so it's not claiming any divinity, I guess. It's more philosophy, how to live your life.
Yeah, it's cultural. It's like 100%.
Yeah, I see. Yeah.
See, the thing is, we would like Shango was an emperor, but we deified him. We made him a god. So we made him the god, and then we provided a legend to him. But there's no way. Like I say, the creation story involves a chicken picking at the ground. There's no way that educated people who adhere to the 21st century, who are contributing to society, would believe that.
Oh, you saying that they never believe that? Wow. Yo,
did I just say
ancestors,
that? Did I just say that?
Your ancestors are turning over in you, Gabe. Get me? Wow.
Mind you, I'm talking about my people who come from West Africa. His people come from the Levant. I'm really trying to understand this, but
yeah, I'm saying your ancestors,
modern day, we can never.
He's done their whole religion.
Modern day,
intelligent people today.
But they're your ancestors as well, Ezra, though.
No, because his people are Europe. His people are
intelligent people today. They're not going to believe that, but his ancestors are not intelligent.
Because they're known as legends. We call them folklore. They're
man.
I forgot. They're
Ezra, you got West African in you as well, though.
But here's the thing, though. See, Bang Boy, you're from the Delta, right?
Yeah. So
tell them your creation story. Because now, if I only go by up here to mine, I'm disrespecting Bang Boys. Mine's is only worthy to mine. To me, it's not. I can't make Bang Boy agree with what I'm saying or say that his people 100% are on the same plane.
Like I've always said, like let's get serious now, innit? Like I've always said, that's why I'm trying to hear what Shaka is trying to say most of the time, because I'm intrigued, because I don't really know, innit? You feel me? But Shakira recommended a book today that, I'm gonna get.
Shakira is subscribing to a very leftist way of viewing the world. Yes, we have had difficulties.
Why would you call it a leftist
things.
way?
Can I finish my sentence?
I'm not
Do you have
saying it's
self-control?
not, but why would
Do you have self-control?
Well,
Don't be a
bro,
savage, please.
chill,
Have
man.
self-control.
Calm down, man.
When you speak, I will not interrupt you. Have some self-control.
All right, just calm down, bro, innit? You can just
Okay,
talk
it's fine.
normally.
It's fine. So Shakira is subscribing to a very leftist way of viewing the world, oppressed versus oppressors. No, even the oppressed can oppress other people within their own community, and he will not acknowledge this. So
Did you
yes,
say oppress the oppressors?
Oppressed versus oppressors. This is his worldview, and a flaw within his worldview is that within his oppressed people, even them can oppress other people within their community.
Well, I can't speak for Shakira. He's there, innit?
Well,
Yo,
this is the world
Ellie,
he
you're
lives.
the man. Ellie's the man.
Okay, so he's not here to defend himself. Let's just move on. Is there any other topic here? Veli, my question for you would be that let's bring in new voices. It's basically 4 active participants here. Should we invite 2 new people? Maybe Shakira and
Man, I thought Bill Great. Yeah, but I should agree. Anytime anybody wants to have a proper conversation about Pan-Africanism and what the Pan-Africanism theory on the world and life, oppression, liberation is, then we can do that. But attempting to confine what it is I stand for politically to a leftist, rightist, Eurocentric paradigm is flawed. Yeah. So, but yes, it would be true to say though that I ban up European oppression, cultural, political, economic, spiritual, and in all its forms. I do not align with European political institutions and what they produce. I am fundamentally against the world capitalist order as it stands right about now. And in particular, because I'm an African, its impact upon African people, and I am involved in organizing African people to be self-determining and self-reliant and throw off the shackles of mental, physical, spiritual, economic, and cultural slavery.
Yeah. So one early step when it comes to Pan-Africanism activism is that you actually move back to Africa. Aren't you willing to go there and just propose that more Africans actually join you?
Well, first of all, we have to substantiate that what you just said is actually a fact in relation to the Pan-African theory and practice.
No, it's not a fact. It's a question.
Well, it's okay. So
it's not a fact.
Right.
So if you want to work for the betterment of Africans, shouldn't you actually leave the privilege of living in the Western world? I guess you live in Europe. Why don't you actually give up your passport and move to Africa and just preach the good things there and try to build up something and try to promote that more Africans actually leave Europe and join you?
So where are you from?
So my family, my father's lineage was Africans enslaved in Jamaica. My mother's lineage is Africans enslaved in Antigua. Down my father's line, the story comes down that we are Ashanti. Although I would presume that there are other, people groups within my ancestry also, based upon the makeup of Jamaica. But definitely my great grandmother's line is mostly Ashanti, on my father's lineage. So yeah. Interestingly, my mother did a DNA test, and that most of her DNA came from Nigeria, but we don't know what that means in terms of a people group because Nigeria is not an ethnicity. So in relation to the question, whilst there's nothing wrong with giving up your passport and going back to Africa to help Africa on the continent, nothing wrong with that. It is not that is not what makes one a Pan-Africanist. Pan-Africanism is about the liberation of African people, and in as much as there are African people anywhere on the planet, Pan-African work can be engaged in, but it would be a prerequisite that work be focused on the people and organizing the people around the landmass, which is Africa.
True, but when are you actually going to move to Africa, give up your passport from the West?
I would say it's more
and
like
preach. Hold on, and preach that people should join you. When are you going to do this? I think that would actually be pretty high level of credibility.
So as it stands, I'm not going to talk out the whole of my business, but I have been to the continent and will be going again many times in the near future. Yeah, in fact, I would be there this year, except for the fact that COVID-19 has for a spanner.
Vacation, I asked move.
However, yes, I know.
You know what I see
the question, let me just finish this. The question is again based upon a faulty premise, because as I've already said that one need not move to the continent in order to engage in Pan-African activism and organization. So my personal plans, where that is concerned, are not unimportant, but not conclusive in terms of whether man is a Pan-Africanist or not.
I just see Pan-Africanism here as basically the movement for proper legal representation or political representation for Black people. It's as simple as that. You know what I'm saying? Because we are not represented properly at all, politically, especially.
you know, and then there's that, but and then that, so there's the political considerations, there's the economic consideration, and there's the cultural considerations. Do you know
Which is
what I'm
a
saying?
privilege, right? Because I mean, you hate basically the most things about the West. You think they're oppressors, so you should actually give up your password, you and probably your family tonight, and you should move to Africa and you say that we want the following principles. Can I finish my sentence? We want this following principles. This has been robbed from us, and we should implement them. And nobody should
swear this is
control us
Rob's
from
twin
out.
brother, you
Can I
know.
finish my sentence?
Yeah, so
We should implement them before the year is over, and you guys should join us. But
Yeah.
this also means that you have to. This also means you have to give up your privileges.
So the reality is, yeah, that again, your question betrays your ignorance of Pan-Africanism as a movement and as an ideology. So I would suggest.
Hey, Veli, I'm sorry. Hey, Reggie's in the back track. You can move me. I'm about to go to the store. I'll be right back. So
I think you got my space deeper. Stay here. I'll give up my space.
So I suggest that you do some more research into the Pan-African ideology and movement, and maybe your questioning might be a bit more
Let me
sensitive.
get the charger.
You know, so having said that, though, there are many Pan-Africanists who have done just that and moved to Africa and are activists. You know what I'm saying? So big them up, and I will continue to work with them. Also, it's necessary to note that on some of the conversation that we've been having factors into the cultural considerations where Pan-Africanism is concerned. You know, because if we look at things like African languages, we've been taught that they're all separate and distinct languages, and millions of different tribes and so on and so forth that all have these different languages. But more research is being done in terms of characterizing African languages with each other, and more it's been seen that the indigenous languages of the continent need to be compared with each other. And so this is part of the reason why conversations like these are important, because it gives rise to the fact that things that are indigenously African deserve consideration and respect on their own merit, and that we don't need to compare them or to validate them through concepts that have been made popular in the world, either through the politics of the society in which we live in, the culture of the society in which we live in, and whatever religions they consider to be whatever religious concepts, they consider to be the preeminent ones in the society. So if we're looking at the Ashanti, we look at their language in relation to the people groups around them and so on and so forth. And there's a lot of history that we develop out of that. You know what I'm saying? That stands on its own merit, yeah? So we don't only look at the Ashanti because we want to compare them to, you know, this or that European civilization, or this or that civilization that has been given credence by Europeans. That would be considered anti-African from an African-centered and Pan-African point of view. I'm assuming I'm assuming that Reggie's come on to get at, man. So go ahead, Reggie.
Yeah, obviously. But Ezra, like honestly though, man, you need to start showing more love. Just love African people, man.
Dang, but you're honestly misguided.
I do love African people. Don't make them for you.
Ezra,
I'm not gonna lie though, that brings joy to my heart. It's the first time I've heard Ezra say that, so we give thanks.
You know what it is?
You should say every time you come on. You should say every time you come on.
You know what it is? People misunderstand me and then they make arguments and the misunderstanding, and that's for sure.
Maybe so. You know, I don't claim to have ubiquitous understanding. I am not Nyankapong.
Yeah, for
me and
DC
Shaka,
Brad.
it's sort of when you see me and Shaka going at it, I feel like that's me and one of my bedrooms, we do that as well.
DC Brad.
Saying it's nothing.
Why did they see Brad when Ezra asked?
You get me? It's not that, but
no, but
what I'm
Ezra,
saying-
it's when I hear you more time and you're really going off on one. You're usually going off on one of the African brother. You know what I'm saying?
No, that's a lie, man.
That's a lie.
Like yesterday,
Well, he said he loves Africans
more than anyone. I'm onto the Arab more than anyone.
He said he loves Africans, yeah. So maybe at some point we'll get him to love an African culture that he doesn't.
I might love Africans, yeah, and you know what? I like Hamites. You get me? Big up
Or
the
is it
Hamites.
just witness then? Is it just witness you don't like?
Yeah, I don't like witness. Them man they blow cow back if
I don't know about that. You know what I'm saying, man? That's not.
I will not be drawn.
Am I allowed to joke? Am I allowed to joke?
I will not be drawn. I will not be drawn. Yeah. So go ahead, Reggie. Go ahead.
Well, the man kind of slipped through. Like when Ezra was asking him about Nigerian culture, he was only talking about some religious stuff that obviously some subscribe to, some don't.
So are you divorcing the Ifa tradition from the Yoruba culture?
It's a religion. Like a religion is kind of like we've moved. Can you hear me?
Is the Ifa tradition not part of the Yoruba culture?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Sheko?
I can hear you completely. I'm asking you, are you divorcing the Ifa tradition from the Yoruba culture?
Well, yeah, now because we're no longer doing that, so it's not part of our culture.
But you are though, because there are many Yoruba. There's a whole institution of Ifa that still exists in Nigeria today. Ile Ife is still the center of the Ifa tradition. So what are you talking?
I'm saying that at the end of the day, it's like saying Christianity is part of our culture, or saying Islam is part of our culture, when it's just a religion that is like kind of outside of the culture.
Is it no? Okay, can I ask you a question? Of the three, Christianity, Islam, and Ifa, which did the Yoruba develop themselves?
Well, we didn't develop. Maybe one person, a tribal leader, decided that he believes in so and so, and then suddenly it's part of our culture because of one person.
Are you able to substantiate? Are you able to substantiate that? One person. Sorry, are you able to substantiate that?
Are you able to substantiate that wasn't that we all agreed on this thing that we all agreed on believing?
I can. So
I can tell you today we don't all agree on.
No, yeah, I know
that's what I'm trying to tell you. We don't all agree.
I know that, but I'm saying that the spiritual system of the Yoruba developed with its culture, not separate from it. It developed within its culture, as did most African spiritual systems. They don't develop as religions separate from the people's culture. In fact, no religion develops like that. All religions develop out of a people's culture, right? So when you look in among the social organization of the Yoruba, and you see groups that are designated and places that are designated as Oshun State and Ogun State and them kind of things there, and you understand that these are places that were named off of people who were devotees to particular Orisha, then you understand that this was not an individual imposition on the people, but a collective development among the people. If you understand, for example, that the development of Shango, comes out of was attached to an older divinity called Jakuta, but Shango, the devotees of Shango were part of the Oyo state, and because of the relationship between the political order and the spiritual order, those who were devotees of Shango developed a particular order that became known as a political force among the Yoruba people, and so because of that, Shango becomes an Orisha alongside other Orisha. So this is very much a collective development rather than an individual one.
That's what I'm saying. There's loads of collective, like you could even say the same thing about Catholic streets or whatever you call it, or buildings that are called St. Paul's or St. Anne's or whatever you want to call it. That's within Nigeria as well, and say, oh, that's part of our culture as well. Because there are some,
except for the fact that we know where that would come from, so we can trace that to the Europeans who invaded and brought Catholicism and the names of these saints and imposed their names.
So because some came through invasion and some came through a minority group of people that might have believed in a certain.
Why do you you have to substantiate that it was a minority group? Are you able to do that?
Well, religion comes from a small group of people. Everybody knows that. Like, which religion hasn't come from a small group?
Culture doesn't, and you're wrong again. Usually, whenever religion comes into a culture or is developed out of a culture, it's not a small group of people. Just what I'm saying, people develop cultures over hundreds of years, and they usually develop them collectively. There may be, as is the case with the Yoruba people.
Jacko, let me get some clarification there. Are you saying that a culture can't develop from a small amount of people?
Well, put it this way, Ezra.
A small amount of people can't.
A culture can be developed among a small amount of people. But do you consider the Hebrew thing to be a religion?
No, forget the Hebrew thing.
No,
Like,
I'm not
forget that.
forgetting it. I'm not forgetting it because the reality is that if you're drawing an absolute and separate distinction between a people's spiritual and religious
Nah,
life
I'm
and their
I'm
life,
just going off YouTube argument.
right,
I'm going off
no,
YouTube argument.
I'm saying to you, well, right, your question is it possible for a small group of people to influence a culture? Yes, it is.
Okay, would it be possible for like a small group of Yoruba to go to South Africa and influence those people with their culture so much that the people down there take it on? Is that possible?
Yeah, no, that's entirely possible. But then we'd have to substantiate that with some history. So for example, in the historical corpus of the development of the Yoruba people, there's not one influence coming from one place. There is influence coming from a couple of different places, and it consolidates itself into a unified culture that has various different elements that are developed collectively. Yeah. So it's not that, but the idea that what Reggie is saying at the moment, that the Ifa tradition was developed by a small group of people and the rest of the Yoruba didn't believe in it, that would need qualification. And I'm saying
what I'm saying is that within African spirituality, it's a very individualistic belief, isn't it? So some person could have gone to the river and prayed to what he believed was the river god, and felt like his prayers were answered,
and
then took it back to his tribe, and a few people believed it, and then they enforced other people around them to believe it, or they didn't enforce.
Okay, are you saying that this is what happened with Ifa in the development of the Yoruba people?
Well, yeah, clearly. I mean, it didn't start off.
Is there any way I can do reading and study into this particular history that you're bringing forward?
That's a big claim.
No. I'm saying that at the end of the day, like, you can't substantiate that the whole
America, we call this jumping out the window, family.
You cannot substantiate that the larger group of people all felt that they believed in the sun. They would have to have been convinced from a minority of the group.
I'm sorry to you, but you're betraying an ignorance of how cultures develop. Yeah. If you study, I don't know the extent to which you. I don't.
Why do you keep saying culture? I'm talking about the religious belief.
But I'm saying to you, but bear in mind, my brother, that I'm saying to you that in not all cases, separation of church and state is a relatively recent European concept. Okay. When we're talking about people groups, people tend to develop. What develops a culture is shared ideas. Yeah, shared
ideas. Like
shared responses and ways of interacting with their environment. Okay, and so the spiritual practices would feature into that milieu. Yeah. So I'm saying to you now, if we look at the development, and there are documentations of these things in terms of the different groups of the Yoruba and the different social organizations that were done around shrines that were dedicated to particular Orisha, and entire people groups that were dedicated to entire so-called subdivisions of the Yoruba that were dedicated to the dedication to the devotion to a particular Orisha. For example, the people that were in what is called a Gun state, whilst there was a Oyo Empire that was dominated by the Yoruba, those people were not a part of the Oyo Empire, but they were still a part of the Yoruba, and their particular Orisha of devotion was Ogun, and they were known as smiths. Yeah, their community. It doesn't mean that everybody in their community was a blacksmith because they were devotees of Ogun, and Ogun is known to be the deity of iron and so on and so forth. It just means that this community associated with Ogun and his craft and the principles that were associated with him. So when we look at it in terms of the people groups and how they were socialized and how the society was structured, we see the influence and the impact of the Ifa system that permeates. Yeah, so this is not a minuscule, marginalized thing. And you know what I'm saying? So when you look at Yoruba names, and you see words like Oshun and Ogun and Sheun, and Olu, in the names, and you realize that a lot of these names are Orisha names, and some of these names are not used anymore because they are Orisha names. But you realize that the culture of the traditions of Ifa are ubiquitous in the culture. So it's not a small group of people.
I'm saying to you, at the foundations of these beliefs was people being coerced or people being forced into believing these things, just like you might point to almost most belief.
Yeah,
And
but then
the
so where's the evidence for this? I'm asking you again, where's the evidence?
Hold on. At the foundation of it, it is a small group or an individual's vision or belief that has influenced other people into that belief. The same with these.
How many people though? How many people? How many people you
And I know,
talking about?
and hold on, I haven't finished. I know earlier when I mentioned the apostasy law in Somalia that is happening still till today, Shakara kind of like shrugged his shoulders and wasn't
There
really
is no
too
apostasy law. There's no apostasy law in Somalia,
But
man.
these are the
There's no
ways.
apostasy
These are the
law in
ways.
Somalia.
These are the ways in which religions can continue to grow, and even African spirituality can continue to resonate through
Hold on, Reggie,
communities.
can you
Just
substantiate
from
that
making sure,
apostasy law?
just from
My man Evita said there wasn't an apostasy law.
just from keeping people within a certain belief system. You know, by telling them, "Oh, you're gonna die," or if you go and, or if you decide
There's
you want to
no
believe.
apostasy laws in Somalia. You're just talking. You have no evidence for that.
Should we bring the law? Should I bring the law?
Yeah, bring the Dalil. Bring the Dalil. Bring the Dalil. Bring the Dalil.
You are allowing Reggie, yeah. This is Christian week. We're sticking it on Christians, yeah. So
Here we go. Now he wants to deflect.
when we're sticking it on Muslims again, I'm sure Reggie will be there front and center. Okay, so we'll
Come on.
No, let him bring the deal right quick, because this goes into something Reggie was talking about earlier. Because he brought up the whole apostasy thing, and that was an answer to a question that Shakara asked.
If you don't want to go down that road, I'm not going to stop it. I just want to make this point.
If Christians are getting it, if they leave Islam for Christianity and then they get killed for it, then that's a Christian thing to talk about, isn't it?
All right, point taken, brother Ezra. I know that when the Muslims are getting it, you will also be front and center. So I don't want to take that away from you. However, I generally don't jump on just to get at religion just for the sake of it. If I've got an interest in the subject,
You get me, bro.
Like I'll ask some questions and what I'm saying, whatever. And if I need to defend that, I do it. But yeah, I generally don't just do that, innit? So to make the point to Reggie's point, I'd agree with him to some degree, and I think that if he was describing how Christianity came to what is now called Nigeria, everything that he said just now would probably apply, yeah, or let's say 95% of it, right? That a small group of people came and imposed a religion on whole communities of people, that would be absolutely factual. Yeah, that's what they did, and they shot and they killed, they robbed and they pillaged, and they took people's children and stole them, and even molested them. What I'm saying, all kind of different thing to impose the religion of Christianity on them. That's a fact. Yeah, and I think we can document. I think we can document that throughout history. Yeah, we can document that in different ways throughout history. My only question is the history that you are laying out, that the Ifa religion was created by a small minority among the Yoruba people, or maybe not the Yoruba people, and that's what you're saying, and then was imposed in some way, shape, or form on everybody else, and people were forced to believe in Olodumare, the Egun, the Orisha. What I'm saying? That's the case. Is there evidence for this claim?
You know what it is, Jack? Can I say one thing here? I think he's right in the sense of where, I don't think it's like something that you've thought about. But if the tribe of Yoruba comes from one man, you know what I'm saying? One man. There's a forefather of the Yorubas, Mr. Yoruba called him. Yeah, all of his descendants and that begat the Yoruba tribe. You get me? So like, if this man came with a new philosophy, you know what I'm saying, or had his own version of things, and the Yoruba people would have had that too, innit?
Right, so we can account for that in
it starts with one man. Reggie is right in a sense where the Yoruba tradition.
But bro, there are many. So go on. I thought he was going to go on.
I'm just saying he's right in a sense where the Yoruba traditions would have started with a small group of people or one man. You know what I mean? He's right.
So it can be accounted for in the mythology of the people, whereby you have two characters. You have Obatala, yes, and you have Orunmila, yeah, and so there are various different mythologies of creation within the Yoruba, corpus, so to speak, yeah. And when you look at them, there are some that were dominant in a past time, and there were some that became more dominant at a later point, right? And what it suggests is that there were the oldest ones were the creation stories that are associated with Oduduwa, yes, and then Orunmila is said to be the person who discovers Ifa as a tradition, but Abatala, the traditions associated with Abatala already exist. Yeah. So when you get, but then now you get a situation whereby Orunmila and Abatala now exist in the same tradition, which suggests that another group of people came in and they brought a tradition, and that tradition merged with the people that were already there. Does that make sense? All right. So again, we're not dealing with, but it may be that. And sorry, I should say, I'm saying Abatala. I'm saying Abatala, and I should be saying Oduduwa. Forgive me. I'm talking about Oduduwa and Orunmila. Yeah. And the Oduduwa originally is said to have been a feminine principle, but then Oduduwa becomes a patriarch. Yeah. So when you look at the oral tradition, there are ways of making sense of some of this stuff. But again, the individuals in question are representative of groups of people, that the group is personified within the context of this person and that kind of thing. It doesn't mean that an individual, one person came to a whole group and subdued them. That doesn't even make sense. Even if it was an issue of force, logic dictates that it would have to be a group of people that are forcing another group of people to adhere to a particular ideology, and that's how it goes. But whatever the case is, that what they would have been imposing on the rest of the group of people would have been something that was unique to that people, and the people that they're imposing on would have had something that was unique to them, and that was either merged or one was eclipsed for the other. Just what I'm saying. But it would still be groups of people interacting with each other. There's no individualism in this
Can you share my screen, Veli?
Well, I thought Taiki was gone. Well, gone. I'm on return.
No, I'm here to
keep
up your worldview. Okay, so here you have a U.S. government report from 2013 about the apostle law for leaving the faith of Islam, and I've spotted 7 of them. It should be 13 of them where they kill you for leaving Islam. But beyond of those 13 nations, this one is about 21 nations. Besides of these 13 nations, you should also be jailed. So 13 of these nations, I think I have like 21 nations.
Is Somalia on that list, brother?
Somalia is not included here.
All right.
However,
thank you for pointing that out, because I was wondering that myself.
Exactly.
Yeah. However,
exactly.
in the Somalian culture, the people will kill you for it, because it's in line with Muhammad saying that whoever leaves the Islamic religion, you just kill him.
No, it's not part of the Somali culture. It's not part of the Somali culture.
No, we
Stop
have
lying.
Somali ex-Muslim.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that.
No.
Most
They're a group of Somali extremists.
Most enlightening. Do you know what I'm saying?
Carry that on.
So thank you for that.
Can you share my screen again one more time? Let's see if they are extremists. Can you just share my screen, Veli? Okay, so here you have Muhammad. Let's see if actually he's an extremist. So this is how you actually spot Muslims lying to you. So the Messenger of Allah, which is Muhammad, saying that whoever changes his religion, you kill him. Meaning that some countries...
Who should do the killing? Who should do the killing, Takia?
The government. Meaning...
Exactly.
Meaning you have some governments that are watered down, which means they're not implementing full Islam, but when they implement full of Islam, they actually are following Islam.
All right.
Oh, yeah. Now there's a but. Now there's a but. Now there's a but.
Don't run away. So here you have Muslims who say that, some Muslim nation, they're not following full Islam, therefore Islam is peaceful. No, they are Coca-Cola Muslims.
Thank you for that, Takia Watch. Most enlightening.
Thank you for that. Thank you for the Takia. Thank you for the Takia. Thank you for the Takia.
Takia Watch, thank you for clarifying that there's no apostasy law in Somalia, brother man. I appreciate that.
Reggie Goni, eh?
Thank you for that. Thank you for that.
What, did Takia take his spot? What that is Reggie did.
I guess so. Hey, Chakra, I got a question for you, bro.
No, he's here.
I got a question for Ezra too.
Yes,
so Chakra, in the best of your knowledge, has there been any Yoruba religion used to oppress the Yoruba people?
No. So there has been wars between Yoruba and other people. There's been wars among the Yoruba people. There's been wars between Oyo and Benin and these of things, but not like there's the religion. To say the religion used to oppress the people, I'm in my mind, I'm comparing that to religious persecution in other circumstances.
In the best of your recollection, right quick, do you know of any native African religion that was used by a European oppressor to oppress Africans with?
Yes. In the sense of the fact that the social order of indigenous African groups were co-opted by the colonial forces.
No, I'm with that part. I'm talking about so like the white Jesus concept. You feel me?
What do you mean, sir? Now I'm lost now.
So we're like the people like the Yoruba, anyone with their religion taken from them and repackaged back, the same religion repackaged back to them in a Eurocentric way, like in the way that Abraham.
I don't know about taken from them and repackaged. There's definitely.
Yeah, I'm saying that specifically like that.
Yeah, I know. I would say there's definitely colonial influence in African spiritual traditions today.
Oh, 100%. I'm talking about like the full-on wholesale white Jesus concept, to where a native African deity is made European and sold back to the
European. The only proper example I know of that, except for like Chineke in the Igbo is the God of the Bible kind of thing. And that's more to do with like the fact that the Bible was translated into
right.
But they did do that. Ptolemy and them did do that in Kemet. That's the only proper example that I know of here. And
but the people in Kemet didn't respect it in a sense. You know what I'm saying? They weren't putting like people's names in cartouches, this, that, and the third. You know what I'm saying? So I don't see that as the same. Like I see that as an attempt. But you know what I'm saying? But like it wasn't like.
I'd agree. But yes, I don't. Outside of that, I don't know of any examples like that.
So.
Having said that,
historically speaking, of Christianity and Islam, as the Quran and the Bible being used to oppress African peoples on the continent?
Well, I'd have to say, yeah.
So this is getting to the point of what we should have been talking about hours ago. Because when Shakira brought this up with Reggie, he was asking Reggie, so what do you feel is the biggest threat to black people, to black Christians, excuse me? And Reggie said that it was apostasy laws in Islam. Right, and then he went on to say, like when Shakira pressed him on it, Reggie went on to say that his Christianity doesn't deal with identity politics.
Right.
And so Takia Watch went on to go to make the point that the Arabization of Islam is negative for the national psyche of people who are not Arab and whatnot. Right.
Yes.
But no one was addressing the fact that Reggie was saying, well, his Christianity disarmed him from being pro-nationalist.
Right.
So you got people like Ezra who got the same book. Right. Ezra, are you not proud of being an Israelite?
Well, I'm happy. I'm
Does practicing your religion make you less of an Israelite?
Man said I'm happy, you know.
The Bible says pride goes before destruction. So
Hey, Ezra, real quick, does practicing the laws of your religion make you less of an Israelite?
No.
So I'm saying, so Shakira was making the point to my man Reggie, like, so if you practice Christianity, you should be trying to take out the whole white Jesus concept. And he was dodging the whole thing. He's like, nah, man. So my man Shakira comes to me and says, so do you deal with the whole white Muhammad thing? I'm like, yeah, I come from a stream of Islam to where Garvey is a prophet and Muhammad is black, right? And that's why I deal with that when I talk to Muslims and whatnot, right? On certain concepts when they get too everybody's on the tip, right? So the conversation should be really about like, so if you practice a religion, how is it beneficial to you and your people? You know what I'm saying? Like, is it like if it's negative for you, let me say like this: if it disengages you from being pro your people, is that a good or a bad thing? If it disengages you from identity politics, because I don't care if you got a religion or not, identity politics exists. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't got to be told I'm a black man in America to understand I'm a black man in America. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just is what it is.
More part of the religion.
But you know the funny thing is, Takia Watch, he says this whilst being a man who claims to be black and a supporter of Tommy Robinson, who's all about identity politics. So
Takia Watch, are you black?
So
yeah.
So he said,
where?
Takia Watch is a white man from Sweden.
Right, so Takia Watch is not against identity politics. He's against black people affirming their identity. That's what he's against.
Yeah, flash your hand on the camera for me right quick.
He has to be black. I've seen his videos, man. Like, it's funny.
You like him because about Islam, Israel.
His videos of
Rasta. You know
hey, Takia Watch, I'm not asking you to show your face, but flash your hand for me right quick, all right?
No, you need to get a girlfriend.
I've got a beautiful woman. Thank you very much. In the sun.
I'm not talking about you.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
talking
so,
about the guy
so
that
if you're
asked for a
claiming to be
man
black, I
before
just want to know what
So let's
answer.
move
What
on.
country do you
So
claim
I
ancestry
want to
from?
address something. Can you share my screen?
What country do you claim ancestry from? I'm just
Kiss my
asking.
ass. What about that? How do you think about that?
What country do you? I'm just asking for the
Hey,
country.
take it easy. Hey, take it easy on
No, I
Takia. He
gave my
worships
answer.
a
I'm not
man.
dealing
Take
with
it easy on
person. Can you share
Takia.
my
He
screen? Okay.
worships a man.
So I want to
Take
deal
it
with a
easy.
person in the chat.
What country is it? What country?
I want to deal with a person in the chat. His name is Nin
Why are
Kulut.
you allowing Takia watch to
Come on now. I'm gonna show some information.
to filibuster that right now?
Come on now. Don't be afraid of information.
I'm just
Embrace
playing.
information. Embrace it. Come on now. Okay. So Nin Kulut said something about that he does not support children getting married with like a 50 years old man, right? So yeah, I do respect his position. However, I think he's going against his religion. So here I have a source that's called
Are
Sahih
you
Bukhari.
derailing the whole thing for a chat quit for one person?
No,
in the
no,
chat
wait.
right now?
Don't save him. Don't save him. Don't save him. So here I have Sahih Bukhari, which is showing the history of Muhammad, what he said, what he did, how he lived Islam. So this is Sahih Bukhari, volume 7. As you see, you can just download it or just buy it like I did. I have this book in my house, volume 7, page number 57. What you have here is...
I'm sharing screen next.
Yeah. So here it says that it's about giving one's young children for marriage. It is permissible by virtue, statement of Allah, meaning God and Islam. And then, and for those who have no monthly courses because they're still mature, meaning they have no menstrual period. The Ida period just means a period of when you Ida. Can you guys explain what it is correctly? So I just don't misrepresent you. Ida.
No, you don't taking a piss. Take a full piss. All right.
No, don't dodge the question. I mean, are you guys dodging?
What is the Ida?
I don't walk it for the man when he's taking
Ida
a piss.
is a waiting period, right? Okay. So Ida period is basically when you get married to someone, make sure that the woman is not pregnant. So you wait 3 months to make sure that you can actually see if her belly is growing. So if her belly is not growing, she's not pregnant. So you have 3 months waiting period. It's referring to the verse above. Basically what we're seeing here is Quran 65 verse 4. Here it is. Hold on. So it's talking about young girls before puberty are allowed to get married. This is pedophilia.
It does not say that, bro.
Here it is. Quran
Takia, what's the
Can you guys see
Takia?
it?
What's the age of consent in Christianity?
No, don't dodge the question. Here it is. You can
He
get
doesn't know
married to someone. Get married to someone before the age.
The breast has to be fully formed. It has to have hairs.
Takia, what's the age of consent in Christianity? What's the age of consent in Christianity?
No baby.
They don't have one.
No baby.
They don't have one. bro.
You have it.
Takia watch. What denomination?
Okay, you have it.
Takia watch. What denomination are you?
What's the age? What's the age of consent? What's the age of consent in Christianity?
Don't dodge the question. That's deflection. Okay, so I'm going to talk to the audience. I'm going to talk to the audience. So obviously here you have a teaching from Islam where you're allowed to basically get married to children before marriage. An
Okay.
example of that was the best Muslims. His name is Muhammad. He was over 50 years old. He was actually 56 or 54 years old, and he was marrying a 6-year-old. Can you share my screen again? Let's actually do this so we can have.
You don't find that disgusting. If you don't find a 50,
What's the age? What's the age of consent? What's the age of consent in Christianity, Takia? Come on, Takia.
Any man on the planet who thinks a 50-something-year-old can sleep with a 9-year-old girl, that's what I'm saying.
Because our man here.
What's the age? What's the age of consent? What's the age of consent in Christianity?
Okay, can you share my screen?
It doesn't matter what the age is. It doesn't matter
Come
what the
on.
age of consent is.
No, because I'll tell you why.
Come on, Takia. Come on, Takia. Show us.
Often will just deflect. Can you share my screen?
There are Christians.
Come on, Takia.
Raping and 1 second,
No,
please.
they're not
Subjective
following
below.
scripture, but these guys are following scripture.
Raping and molesting children all over the world today.
No,
And I
don't.
think that Christians should-
You don't need to help out.
that
I'm showing you what scripture
I think that
said. These are the good followers
I
of
know.
Muslims.
And to the extent that Muslims are behaving like this, it is completely wrong. We should all condemn it.
No,
But we
they're
have
not wrong. They're following Muhammad's example.
evidence today of Christian.
Notice how there's no age of. Notice how there's no age of consent in Christianity.
panic
Notice
mode.
how there's no age of consent in Christianity.
No, they're in panic mode.
We have evidence today of Christian institutions protecting priests, yeah, who are raping and molesting children.
No, they will go to hell. They are not following scripture.
In places like Haiti, and they may not be quoted in scripture.
Okay, so can you give me some time to speak?
But the church is defending them. So I would like Takia.
There is no age of consent in Christianity. There is no age of consent in Christianity.
Man, let Takia Wash say his piece. Shaka, you reply after. Orthodox Moore's got his screen ready to share in the background next.
Come
on. You want to go? You want to reply?
Don't be in panic.
Yeah.
I would love to.
Don't be in panic. Let me just present evidence.
Let Takia Wash present his evidence, yeah, and then whoever let more reply, and then whoever wants to go back and forth after that.
I just need 6 seconds. Okay. So here you have, first of all, Prophet Muhammad, who is the best example of Islam. I would say that that Muslims are commanded to follow his example. So here it says that he married Aisha, which is the wife, saying that that Muhammad married her when she was 6. Right? That's very weird. And then he consummated the marriage when she was 9, and she used to play with dolls. Right? This is the example that Muslims are commanded to follow. I would say that Buddhists would follow the example of Buddha. And Christian would follow the example of Christ. So here you have Yemeni's children that are being married to someone who's a grown man, and she's 8 years old, and she dies with internal injury in the first night of the marriage. These are these are not bad Muslims. These are good Muslims who are following the example of Muhammad. If you want to see more examples, I have these saved for a reason, because it's happening today. So here I have another one. Iraqis are trying to say that, hey, let's not let our children be vulnerable for these kind of practices. So here you have Iraqi bill where Iraqis are trying to say that, hey, let's skip this because it's not good. But the response is outrageous. I just need.
Well, that's not. Wait, that a bride in the picture? That's not a bride.
No, it's just a picture of a child. So yeah. So what we have here is basically that Muslims are protesting against this because they say that, who are you to change the Islamic ruling? Because we're here to follow Muhammad's example. Here's one more. Pakistani. We have good forces within the Pakistani community who says that we should ban child marriage, right? But it was shut down because the response is, here's my last point, it's anti-Islamic. We should allow 6 years old or 9 years old to get married. So this is a response to our man here, Nin Kulus, who is basically saying that this is not allowed. Open mic.
Is that man holding the bride there? Go scroll down.
Or maybe his child, I don't know.
Hey, Taki, I got a simple question. Can you cite a hadith that doesn't go back to Aisha? That one that goes actually goes back to the Prophet?
Oh, the one that I posted before?
You didn't. You posted one that goes back to Aisha.
Yeah, but she's saying Muhammad said it.
No, she didn't.
Okay, let me go back to.
She said it.
Okay, let me go back to the story.
Literally, all the hadith on that topic go back to her saying it. None of them go back to the Prophet saying. You know that, right?
She's saying that she was married to Muhammad. So it's the first source.
This is me defending my hadiths, but my hadiths brothers right quick. You know what I'm saying? Big up all the
But she's saying that it's a primary source. She's saying that she's
no. So no, bro.
Can I finish my sentence? What's wrong with you?
She didn't say the Prophet said none of that stuff. She said
she's saying I married Muhammad when I was 6.
You have her saying it, then you have her nephew saying she.
Takia.
She never said the Prophet said thus in the.
Takia.
Right.
Well, it's found in the Quran. Should I show you the Quran?
No, it's not. Where is Aisha being?
Let me show you. Okay, share my screen. Quran.com. 5 verse 4. 65 verse 4.
So what he's going to go to, family, is a verse talking about a woman has to menstruate before you can fully divorce her to make sure that she has not that she has not conceived. And
Show
your man does not understand.
What about the women that haven't menstruated yet? What about the ones that haven't menstruated yet?
Just show my screen.
Right. You're reading an English translation. What it talks about.
Share my screen.
Again, a woman has to pass a period to show that she has to either have a period.
Read Arabic. Can you read Arabic?
I want to know what and the institutionalization.
Shaka, 1 second, please.
Oh, I got my screen shared. My screen shared. Yeah.
Yeah, you can read it.
So Takia, watch. This is what I was talking about earlier, bro. Like, so this is why you got to deal with the whole point that Shaka was bringing about the whole like So dealing with your religion and how it deals with the racism within your own religion, right? Instead of pointing your finger at someone else's religion, because you're not dealing with your own stuff at that point. Your religion says, you know what I'm saying, don't point out the splinter someone else's eye, pull out the plank in your own, correct? Correct? Yes, no.
You're deflecting.
They're throwing stones. They're throwing stones in a glass. They're throwing stones in a glass house. They don't have an age of consent.
1000%.
They don't have an age of consent. They don't have an age of consent.
We were
Yes, there is. Yeah, liar, man. You don't
we were not talking about this subject anymore.
Where's the age of consent in Christianity? Where's the age of consent in Christianity? Come on.
To accuse the panel of
100%.
To accuse the panel of deflecting, yeah, is a joke because he wasn't actually discussing this until Takia watched deflecting the conversation and turned it into a different kind of thing. So
yeah, I know you don't want to challenge Islam. I know that because I showed you you had 500 people that were enslaved in Nigeria.
Hold on a sec. Yeah, let me just address that. No one wants to challenge Islam thing. Yeah, obviously that's not true in it. Yeah, because man wanted to boycott G Block. Man have been balling on man them shoulder and all sorts around here. You get me? Because man have been going hard on Islam. So
1000.
You can never be like, right, man ain't talking about Islam.
Come on.
We do that.
Come on.
Yeah, man. We talk about that all the time still, man. But like we say, man, you're gonna let you two
He's
go
trying
back
to escape.
Wait, hold on. We're gonna let you go back and forth on that little bit of information there. Moore's got the information. Takia wants to share the screen after. So I'm gonna let Moore do his thing, Takia do his thing, and then we try to see if we can get back to what we was talking about still. But if we don't get to do that still, like we can carry on the conversation the way it's going. And yeah, because like I say, man, even if it's tomorrow, man, I got some information, man. You get me? Yeah. But I was trying to pass you the body bag, B, but
that was hilarious.
Chat, you're looking at the chat, G.
I think he was just being merciful.
So I'm working at the moment. I'm looking at the chat too.
I say that I know, man. All right, cool, man. But go on to Orthodox, and then Takia will watch you already after, yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. By the way, Takia, if you that last bit about the age, I got you on the clock, bro. So one sec, Takia, watch. Did you still want to share your screen? You still there?
Yeah, I'll wait. He can do his.
So when after he's done this, then share yours and I'll add it up, right?
Right. So my man was just showing hadith and all kind of stuff, right? I'm going to show the Bible and I'm going to show the Talmud, right? Because it's the same, right? I'm going to show the Bible and I'm going to show the Talmud, right? So this goes to the point. Like, so for instance, I don't take the King James version. I go with the Ethiopian version. The Ethiopian version has a different concept here. What I'm about to show. But again, in the King James, any Western form of Christianity, you got to rock with this curse of Canaan, curse of Ham concept, right? It's still in your book, right? It ain't gone nowhere. It's still there, right?
Where's the curse of Ham in the book? Show us the curse of Ham. Show us the curse of Ham in the Bible. Go on.
I'm talking, bro. Are you a Christian?
Lying, man. Stop lying. There's no curse of Ham. Stop lying.
Do you rock with the Talmud?
Huh?
Ezra, do you rock with the Talmud?
No Christians subscribe to Talmud. It's a silly argument.
In Europe, Christians in Europe don't subscribe to the Talmud.
No, it's a silly argument. It's like asking Muslims to subscribe. Can I finish my argument?
I've never heard it Hebrew.
It's a silly argument. It's like
I'm not talking to you exactly. You feel what I'm saying? Like, be easy.
No. This guy is a shady guy, by the way. He's a shady guy.
Yeah.
It's like asking Muslims.
I've never heard Ezra subscribe to the Talmud still.
Belly, can I finish?
Like I just said, I subscribe to the Bible myself.
Silence him. I just want to finish. 20 seconds.
Let him go through his points. You know, where we're telling him that the man them don't subscribe to that piece.
No, that's already that's what I'm telling you. I'm not talking to Israel right now. I'm talking to Christians right now.
Yeah.
So if you ask a Muslim to follow Hinduism, that's the same thing as he's asking Christians to follow Talmud. We have no way.
Hold on. Takia, watch. Was Jesus an Israelite?
Yo, more hold on a sec. Yeah, what it is here is that obviously, even though like we've already pointed out that the information is wrong, yeah, true man's brought up his screen to share their point. Yeah? Let him finish saying what he's saying, even though you know that Christians don't subscribe to the Talmud and think about. Just let him get his point off in it because he's waiting in the queue to make his point.
I'm an Israelite. I don't rock with the Talmud. You feel me? I'm saying I rock with an African tradition with mine. I rock with the Ethiopian traditions with my literature.
It's been, but anyway, you can carry on, and then you can make your point after it. Yeah, so go shoot.
Right. So Shakara was making the point that Christians should be dealing with the white Jesus, or at least the black Christians should be dealing with the white Christian concept, right? So Takia's claimed to be black in some way, shape, or form. I've yet to see him substantiated, you know what I'm saying? But I'll take him for his word. And so if you're black, I'm gonna rock with you like you're black on this, right? So you got a responsibility here. Like so are you dealing with the racism within Christianity? Yes or no? Because it's still there, and it's based around this concept here of the curse of Canaan, right? And again, the concept of the curse of Canaan, according to the Jews, fam, the ones that you're gonna tell me should be in Israel doing their thing, right? They're telling me that the curse of Canaan and Ham thereof was of dark skin, etc. This is right out their Talmud, fam. Right out their Talmud.
Is Jewish though?
Ezra, for fuck's sake, I'm not talking to you, bro.
Ezra is saying
but even though you're aligning to the Christians don't accept the Talmud either, though.
No, but you got missing Ezra.
Hold on.
Order, please. Order.
Hold on. You got missing the point that is being made, innit?
What's the point that is being made?
That ain't made for you, innit? Yeah, it's not. This bullet ain't made for you, innit? And you're jumping right in front of the bullet.
I know it's not made for me, but I'm saying you're arguing against Christians.
I'm still trying to get the point though of why I'm using the Talmud for that.
Why not?
Don't even
okay, Benny, I cannot hear any.
Make the point though, innit? Because Christians or whatever, I still wanted to get a point that you were trying to make.
Allow me to explain the point.
I'm a grown man. I'm not going to beg to talk, fam. It's cool.
Allow me to explain the point, innit? Yeah. Moore is a Muslim who doesn't deal with hadith. Yeah. So, but he still considers it to be as one who proclaims Islam. Yeah. He still considers it to be partly his responsibility to challenge the racism that has come into the practice of Islam, especially as it affects black people. Yeah. Because it has come through the tradition that he claims, if that makes sense. Yeah. So he himself doesn't deal with hadith, but in not dealing with hadith, when he's speaking to black people who are Muslim, he will challenge the validity of hadith and the racist concepts that are present within the hadith. He is saying that in the Christian corpus, yeah, coming with the Bible and the texts that are associated with it, there is a lot of
Christian corpus.
Okay, this guy Shakara, he knows nothing about the Bible. Okay, can I finish?
No, yeah,
can I continue? Shakara, Ezra, you want to go first, or should I do?
Let me just say one thing.
Hold on a sec, though. I'll fire for a sec, yeah, because I did say that Takia Watch could share his screen after more presents.
I'm going to point out that I was just cut from speaking, but I won't.
Okay, yeah. Wait, hold on.
Let them speak.
Before Takia Watch gets to share his screen, let the point that was being made be made, and then it can just be refuted or withstanded or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Additionally, Ultra Funky's on the panel, so all the Christians and Hebrews are in big trouble, man.
Okay, so if we're gonna have a serious conversation,
so I'm gonna finish this point right quick, and then
hold on.
Hey, check this out.
Let me help you out. So if you're gonna have a serious
you're not gonna help me out. I'm gonna make my point that I've been interrupted on.
Hold on, it's my time to speak. So my question for you would be:
no, you're not asking me no questions, bro. I'm making a statement to you right now. You're not asking me no questions. I'm making
I beg you, let him make his point, because we've been cutting him a few times. He's not to make his point. Let's be fair to a minute. Like I already said, that most of the people on the panel disagreed with what we thought the point was, but let him make the point just in case it's something we didn't understand, innit? Because I've not got to hear it.
How about you let me make my point on the clock? How about that? I debate. I prefer to not squabble like children and just debate like men, bro. How about that? How about we do with the age of marriage? How about we do with the on the clock?
Make your point, please. You got time. No one interrupting.
That's my point right now. This is where I am right now. I was at another point 2 minutes ago. Right now, I'm here. I'm asking Takia Watch if he wants to do this on the clock sometime.
Okay, so what I need from you is to sum up your point. Maybe you can do it in 20 seconds to make sure it is.
Are you what? You don't.
I'm speaking. Can you please have some self-control? You're acting like the stereotype.
You're not
Please.
debating in the UK.
Okay, Veli, can you handle this?
You use machine gun thing in the UK. That's all you do.
Veli, can you handle this?
What?
One second.
You man, more. I beg you, bro. Man did ask you to make your point in it, and then you started doing some other stuff.
This is my point now, bro. I've been getting interrupted on this all day long.
Have some
all day long. So right now, my
Your
point
is that you want to debate on the clock.
At this joint, I want something on the clock.
No,
I'm tired of wasting time and not being able to actually prove stuff. I want something on the clock where he got time, I got time, and everything's gravy. We'll set up a date and the time. I'll smash on what he's talking
bro,
about.
listen,
all that type of stuff. My last question is, what do you want to build tonight or
Can you
tomorrow,
kick
bro?
him out? Veli, can you kick him out?
Hold on a second.
Kick him out.
Yo. No, not kick him out, bro.
I'm about to jump off my
Hold on
day.
a second. Hold on a second. Listen. Listen to what I'm saying, bro. Listen to what I'm saying. Remember, you just made a point about the Talmud, yeah, and no one really got the point that you was making in it.
So I'm making
listen. I was trying to get you to make Yeah. Make the point quickly. Yeah, finish that point.
I'm gonna say this one last time in plain, clear English. I'll make my point on the clock. Last question, Shakira. You want to build tonight or tomorrow, bro?
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna respond to the point anyway because I heard his point. Yeah, and I'm just gonna respond. Even if you don't. No, but we're talking about that same point.
Chill out for a sec, yeah? So you open up small. Do you understand why I was telling you now to just finish making your point that you was making? Because every time, yeah, it keeps falling out into another childish squabble. You was just making the point, yeah? No one understood the point you was making. Yeah, then you was going to
makes a point in finality. Like, so, like I said, I'm a debater. I debate stuff, right? Like, so in America, when I debate something, we don't debate that shit no more when it's after it's done on the clock, right? So I made my point. I'm going to debate the Kia Watch at some point in time, or not. He'll run one of the two, and it'll be done then. My last question, Shakira, you want to build tonight or tomorrow on the whole Assyrian Pharaoh thing?
Veli, let's move on. Share my screen. Just share my screen.
I'm responding to that anyway. I'm responding.
Yeah,
respond
to the point. Shakira, watch your screen's up next, yeah?
All I'm gonna say is like this shows just real disingenuousness because he knows that Talmud talks about the Messiah being buried in doo-doo and boiled in piss. You get me? So why the hell would he bring out that book to prove a Christian wrong? Like any Christian believes in the Talmud. Like that's foolishness, bro. You get me?
I never knew the man that defended Christians like that. Still.
Okay,
well, I was raised Christian. My mom's Christian. Like I am a Christian. I'm a follower of Christ. That makes me Christian. I'm not in Christianity, but I'm a Christian. You understand? So,
let me take 2 minutes.
Go on.
Okay, so first of all, I'm not going to respond to this guy because he cannot even sum up his own points. I'm going to share one more time. Sahih Bukhari, can you share my screen one more time? And then I will go to the Quran to just sum up the points. Can you?
All right, but Shakir, watch again. You're doing the same thing. What Orthodox Morris was just done. Yeah, he doesn't accept hadith, and you're going to use hadith
Quran afterwards.
All right.
Okay, so in Quran, Sahih Bukhari, volume 7, here you have. I mean, first of all, the Orthodox Moor is a very unique way of Muslim. He is Quran only Muslims, which is 1% of Muslim population. So the 99% of Muslim population accept the Quran plus the Hadith. And you have Shia Muslims and Sunni Hadith or Sunni Muslims who disagree with Hadith to agree with, but at least they accept external sources. So this guy, Orthodox Moor, he's statistically insignificant, I would say. On page 7, you can see here that it's talking about child marriage. Can you see it here? Everybody can see it?
Yeah, we can see it.
Yeah, and it says here basically about children who have not reached puberty. It's talking about a verse from the Quran. Here's the verse, 65 verse 4. Talking clearly about children who are, they're not, Aisha married, as you see here, she was 6-year-old, but she married Muhammad, who was 50 plus years old. This is pedophilia, clearly. And they consummated marriage when she was 9. But since this guy does not accept the hadith, I will go to the Quran. All right? I'm going to Quran 65 verse 4. And here comes the source. Let me see if I can get it. Okay, here I have it. 65 verse 4. Can you share my screen? Okay, Quran.com, QuranX.com, 65 verse 4, talking about those women who have passed the age of multi-courses. That's one type of woman. And those who describe their puberty. And let me see. And here it comes. Those who have no courses because they're still immature, and their waiting period, idda means waiting period, is 3 months. All right? And in Islam, they have something called tafsir, which is just an explanation of each Quranic verse by scholars, the highest scholars, by the way. And here it has, let me see. Yeah, the waiting period, meaning if you're going to marry a child or a woman who has already been married before, make sure that you have a waiting period of 3 months. Because they're too young. They don't have any menstruation. Do you see that? They have no menstruation because they're too young. This is Ibn Abbas. Who's Ibn Abbas? That's Muhammad's cousin.
Oh, wait there. Stop. Slowly. Who's a woman who's too young to have menstruation, who hasn't had menstruation yet? What is that? What is that?
They're children.
Definitely a child. Get
of course it is.
So don't make them chat rubbish. They're gonna try to tell you that's not talking about.
Yeah, they morph them. Here it is, another one. Those who hold on, can I just finish? Like 20 seconds. Those who have not had menstruation, this Islamic scholars, high scholars. It's not for today, it's the early Islam. They have not had menstruation here, as you see, because they're too young. You wait 3 months to get married. And the last point, which is the last 5 seconds, here you have, when it happens today, because they want to follow Muhammad's example, Yemeni children, sorry. Here it is. Children, can you guys see it?
Yeah.
Children, I don't know how to do it.
Yes, you think
she dies because she was married to a grown man. She was 8 years old. They want to follow Muhammad's example. Open mic.
Yeah, so to be fair, yeah, all that's all well and good, and you know what I'm saying, and all these things. But true say it's Christian week, yeah. Like I think we can agree that all that stuff is kind of like old when it comes to you know, getting at the Muslims and that, and they should be got
reflection.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's cool, but again, it's Christian.
Please comment on it. Have some integrity.
And yeah, I will.
What do you think about it?
I will have integrity, but today you have
the bias.
But you have totally refused to address when we talk about the imposition of the image of the white Jesus on African people. You didn't comment on it. You deflected and refused to answer.
Never commented.
Deflection. And that's the bias here. And you cannot speak about it.
Yeah,
he's anti-white, and here he cannot stab his colleagues.
Wait, so hold on. I'm the white Jesus, and I'm anti-white. Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right.
Nah, you know what it is. Let me ask him, Shaka, because we agree on this. That is nasty, Takia. Watch. So you're talking to me now, like we agree on that. That's nasty. You don't need to show me that, as you know. Get me? So like, I'm asking you now, as a black man, yeah. Don't you think it's a bit dangerous for black children to look at a white man as God? Huh? Hello? Got no talk now. Now we're talking about Christian, like, got talk for Islam. We're talking about that now.
He hasn't had any talk for it all day. That's the only point I was making. I don't have any defenses for Islam. So like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm the wrong one, fam. But really, like, how am I going to countenance this black man who's an ardent, like, Tommy Robinson supporter, yeah, who refuses to challenge the concept of the white Jesus? It don't make no sense, fam. It's pure contradiction. And I'm not buying into it, fam. Like, man, what's
anybody? It's only common sense. It's only common sense, and like anybody who denies it is they're insulting their own intelligence.
My point is that he's come on the platform a number of times now, yeah, to change the subject and bring all this stuff into it. When he refuses to address the issues that are taking place within the religion, as well as it relates to black people, he can call me anti-black, but the image of the anti-white, but the image of the white Jesus and how it was employed is not anti-black. He can't make that assessment. He can't condemn it. He can't condemn Christian missionaries who are raping children in places like Haiti. You know what I'm saying? He can't condemn.
I wouldn't even say anti-black. I wouldn't say
silly. This guy's just silly.
Superiority. It's white supremacy. Yeah, them depicting the white man.
Ezra, the image of the white Jesus and how it has been employed is categorically anti-black. There's no doubt about that.
Shaka, can I respond then? Can I respond? You hit me? Like, I don't see it as anti-black. I see it as white supremacy. Like, being supreme in your thing, don't make it anti something else. You know what I'm saying? I just think they want to be worshipped as God. They want to be seen as the highest above everyone else. You get me? So implanting that into black children's mind that the white man is God only makes them know that they are not as good as the white man because he's God.
Is that not anti-black? If you implant the worship of the white man in the black child's mind, is that not by definition anti-blackness?
Say anti is against something, can it? So
yes.
I say
so they were against blackness, and so they impose whiteness upon people.
Like I tried to answer your question, innit? Like you have to be conscious of that, brother. Seriously, you do that a lot, you know. Like,
He lacks
all I'm
self-control. Shakara, can you shut him out when he's speaking?
Ezra, you're not being very Christian-like right now.
No,
bro.
kiss my ass.
I would urge you to be more Jesus-like, broski.
No, you don't believe in Jesus.
I don't know what's happened to you, but your manners are lacking.
No, who cares what you think? Shakara, can you?
No, it's not what I think. It's the fact. And I won't lie to you, Takia Watch. You can't have an argument if you're going to just shout with emotions. Why are you emotional?
You have a person who's
grow up, Takia Watch. Stop being emotional.
Shaka cuts me off, and then everybody else comes in, and every time, this is why I get frustrated. This is why I get frustrated.
Actually, sabotaging the conversation.
Come on, every time I have to ask you to speak, every time. All I'm saying, I'm gonna try and make a point now. All right, get me. All I'm saying is like, in that sense, we agree. Get me? We agree. Yeah. Like I'm with you on 100 on that. But what I'm saying is, for something to be anti something, you have to be against it. You get me? Like being pro something and very pro, so pro that you supreme with it. Yeah. I mean, you get me? Supremacist with it. Yeah. I believe that them putting white Jesus there is white supremacy. You get me? But I don't unless the curse of Ham. If the curse of Ham was in there and it says the descendants of Ham are cursed, I would say that is anti-black. Because Ham is meant to be all black people according to Christians. I mean, but it's not that. That's not there. It's just white Jesus, yeah, saying, "Oh yeah, follow me. I'm the way to heaven." Well, to believe you have to follow a white man to go to heaven is just madness, bro. Yeah,
Ezra, is the imposition of Islam on black people Arab supremacy?
Yes.
Is it anti-black?
If the dude, yes, because their thing has actual anti-black scriptures.
And what the Christians brought doesn't have anything anti-black in it. They didn't impose anti-blackness on black.
I don't Christianity, the Bible. If we go,
I mean, I don't know how you conclude that when they brought the Christian religion, they didn't bring anti-blackness alongside.
No, I'm saying the religion, the methodology. Shaka, listen, try and understand what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm saying the mentality of Christianity, you know, the methodology of what they're doing here, that's different to the actual scriptures. You know what I'm saying?
But the fact is, Ezra, that they brought us a white Jesus concept for a religious purpose. And I'm saying that, but I didn't just say that the white Jesus is anti-black. I said the white Jesus and how it was imposed upon black people is anti-blackness. Categorically, there is no doubt about the fact that it's anti-blackness.
And obviously, how it's imposed.
And for somebody who claims to be a Christian and black, who is unable to see that contradiction, and not only unable to see it, but wants to condemn those black people who choose to flag up the impact of this imagery and how it was imposed on black people, whilst quoting copiously, and persistently from texts from Muslims, that he considers to be wrong in various different contexts, including anti-black, is joke business. And I ain't gonna be like you and sit down, and go out and say this is not a fact contradiction. Yeah, like it's a fact.
But what I'm listen, Shaka, like I just sat there and listened to you for a while. I did try coming, but all I'm saying is I agree with you on the sense that it is like white supremacist and all of that. But what I'm saying is for Takia Watch's mentality, yeah, that it's okay to have the white Jesus. That's what's made enough black people, yeah, go to Islam. You get me? Like, that's what made enough black people go to the Nation of Islam and all of that, because just in rebellion to white Jesus, they rejected the whole thing. You know what I'm saying? So now, yeah, I agree with you on that. But what I'm saying is, like, them, the way they enforced it on us, this white Jesus, yes. But I'm saying, like, if people in Ethiopia today, yeah, choose, yeah, build a church and choose, like, to put white Jesus in there, yeah, that's them. You get me? You know what I'm saying? That's just them, and it's white supremacy. It's not anti-black. You know what I'm saying? Those Ethiopians who put it in there, they're not being anti-black. You know what I'm saying? They just believe this is God. You get me?
They're totally being anti-black.
Allah, can I respond to that?
I don't.
They're manifesting the programming, yeah, of anti-black indoctrination. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, there's no doubt about the fact that in places like Jamaica, when we say "Wash me whiter than snow" and sang all of these hymns, yeah, and looked at a white Jesus on the wall and all these things, that we were reflecting a hatred of self and our black skin and our blackness, and that factored into things like bleaching and straightening hair and light skin privilege and all them bomber there that has affected our societies that is affecting our societies up until this day. There is no doubt about the fact that the ubiquitous nature of
white supremacy, that's what you're talking about, fam.
But again, as it manifests among black people, it is anti-blackness. This image of the white Jesus is meant to make us anti.
So that makes them. So because you're saying every black man that believes. So Shaka, you said, Shaka, are you saying every black man? Shaka, let me ask you a question. Are you saying that every black man who believes white Jesus is God is anti-black?
Yes, through the worship.
Can I respond to that?
Through the worship of
Shaka, you're smarter than that. You're smarter than that.
Okay, go lose like 30 seconds or 1 minute is fine.
I'm saying through the worship of the white Jesus, they are promoting anti-blackness. Yes, fundamentally. Yes.
No, stop. I never asked the question. Are they inherently anti-black for worshiping white Jesus? Don't change my question.
The worship of a white Jesus. The worship of a white Jesus is anti-black.
So that means now. You know what anti means? Shaka, 1 second, man. Shaka, let me just speak, man. I'm saying, do you know what anti means? Because anti means against. You're telling me a black man, yeah, that worships white Jesus is against black people.
No, I am saying that the worship of white Jesus is anti-black. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so Ezra, let me respond to this one. So Shakara doesn't understand sociology. In sociology, you have this concept that you have in-group favoritism and you have out-group hostility. Basically, you can have in-group favoritism. Basically, you love your own people without hating others, which is basically what Ezra is saying, that, hey, basically you are having love for yourself, and then you can have love for other people like Jesus, right? Without actually hating people for being white. Well, Shakara is saying that if you love your own people, but then you actually have conflicting views that you actually love outside people, like the white Jesus, then you also must hate your own people. There's no conflict between them.
I need to respond to this.
Yeah, please.
It's total crap. Yeah, it's total crap.
Yeah, that's garbage. And all Takia Watch, all you just proved is that you're not listening to what Shakara is saying. And Ezra, you know you're my broski, and I got love for you, minus that flat earth bullshit. But you're not listening to what Shakara is actually saying.
Yes, I am.
Wait, Ezra, you can't just cut me off like that, broski. Come on. Right. What Shakara is saying is that the worship of someone other than yourself is fundamentally against yourself. I think Shakara saying,
explain how it's against yourself then. Ultra, means as you understand what he's saying. Explain to me how worshipping someone other than you is against you. No, you explain, because you're claiming to know what he's on about. You're saying I'm misunderstanding.
Wait, Ezra, don't shout at me. I'm here.
Listen, you just moaned about being cut off, Ultra. I'm sure you're just complaining about being cut off. Get me? So what I'm saying is, beings as you understand what Shakara is talking about and we don't, can you explain to us how worshipping a white God is against yourself?
I can explain it. Totally, absolutely. Yeah.
No, let Ultra explain it.
Hold on, Ezra, can you hear me? My signal's about to drop out. But listen,
We can
I
hear
think, yeah, I think if you listen to what Shakara's saying, and if you'll forgive me, Shakara, for paraphrasing, but if you're worshipping anything other than yourself, you will never be, you'll never reach godly status. If you're worshipping something other than yourself,
I agree with that. You see, you're changing the question. Don't
wait, Ezra, you keep cutting me, Ezra. What's happening?
You just done it to me. Was you complaining when you done it to me, though?
Wait, Ezra, stop shouting at me. I'm right here, bro. Relax.
Oh my God.
Wait, Ezra, bro. Relax. Listen. Say the argument. All I'm saying is, if you, Ezra, listen. If you're worshipping a white man as God, that means, even if it's on a subconscious level, you are lower than the white man. And I'm not saying. I think what Shakara, instead of saying anti-black, because I think what you've then you've got your mind into, I hate black people. Period. That's not what he's saying. He's saying if the white man is God, then you're beneath him. And if that's on a subconscious level,
we
then
don't leave
you're fucking yourself.
Wasn't I just saying this? Well, this clearly shows Ultra wasn't listening. And all he wants to do is defend.
No, I just jumped into the call, bro. Listen.
He doesn't listen.
I just said the exact same things. Ultra. Listen,
wait, Shakara. Am I right, Shakara?
No,
tell the truth. Didn't I just say the exact same things that Ultra said?
Sorry, I'm not
listening to me.
I'm not going to do that. I'm going to explain exactly what it is I was actually saying. Yeah. Now, right. In relation to the idea that Ultra has put forward, I actually agree with what he just said. However, what it is I was just saying, before that, was the fact that what my original statement was the creation of the white Jesus and how it was imposed on on black people is anti-black. And to the extent that black people continue to worship the white Jesus, we are promoting anti-blackness among our people. There is no doubt about that. So yes, the worship of the white Jesus among black people is anti-black because we were given that white Jesus, not just as a religious figure, but as a figure juxtaposed to ourselves, our origin. We were told to negate ourselves to worship this particular image, and this image was given to us as commensurate with the slave master.
You're not explaining the anti part.
Again, bro, when they gave us, the people that gave us the white Jesus taught us that we were of the devil, by nature.
It's a silly argument.
That's a lie, man.
Finish your 30 seconds.
Jesus and the white. And the white.
I only came here for Takia though, man. Listen, yo, let me just say one thing.
Let Shakara finish so we can respond. We can change topic after he's
I'm going to jump off now because I'm going to jump off. I'll jump off. Now listen, I'm going to jump off, because Takia, you told me to jump on. Takia, you told me to
have some self-control.
Yeah.
Let's finish the first argument.
I've had self-control for the last 10 minutes. I've been here just listening to you guys.
Are we gonna do who's the loudest?
10 minutes I've been listening.
Are we gonna do who's one?
Listen, 10 minutes.
Who's loudest? One,
no,
two.
I get it. I'm gonna.
You don't have any self-control.
Let me.
Sabotage.
Listen, I'm gonna jump off.
1, 2.
10 minutes. I've been sitting back.
Shakara is making an argument. Let's finish that. Let's respond to that, and then you can speak your mind.
I've been sitting in the background for 10 minutes listening to you guys.
Shakara is speaking.
Listen, Takia.
You don't care about
Takia,
speaking.
you even wrote.
Shaka, do you mind a man go through that quick?
No control. Self-control. A little
Listen,
bit.
Takia, you're not even letting me speak now.
Shakara finishing. I'm responding to him, and then you can speak.
Let the guy speak.
No, but listen, I only have a little thing to say, and you lot can speak.
Okay,
I'll jump off. Do you understand? I'll jump off.
No.
Yeah, listen.
I'm gonna sabotage because you're sabotaging first.
You wrote Shakara lacks integrity.
1, 2, 3, 4. We're gonna hear
he's not letting me speak, bro.
5, 6.
This guy's not letting me speak, bro.
Speaking. I'm gonna respond to him. There's gotta be some order, right?
Listen, you're good at speaking.
1, 2, 3.
You're good at
4, 5,
speaking.
6.
Look at this. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying, man.
First, right?
I don't want to spoil it. I'll be the bigger man. I'll be the bigger man.
I'm gonna allow child marriage.
I'll be the bigger man.
She was 6 years old. and he was 50
Yo,
years
I'll
old.
be the bigger man. I'll be the bigger man. Let Shakara
Shakara
speak.
finish.
But let me speak off.
Come on, man.
Shakara finish,
Okay.
and then I'm gonna respond, and then you speak.
Shakara's done talking long time, man. He trust
Okay,
me.
let me
If you wanted to,
You wasn't finished. You asked me a question. I'm trying to actually answer it, but I'm not going to get involved in this stupidness of our right about now. That's all it is, right? What's it called? The reality is that when we were given the white Jesus, it was a part of the European quote unquote civilizing mission, whereby they wanted to civilize the barbarians of the planet, and they were bringing superior culture. And as a part of but that white supremacy came with a judgment of the people's cultures and the people that they came across. So you cannot say white supremacy and impose white supremacy on people, and that white supremacy is not anti what the people are. When you impose white supremacy on a people, it is inherently anti what the people are. So if you impose white supremacy on black people, then that is an act of anti-blackness. That's what that is. Yeah,
it's a religious supremacy thing. Shaka, do you agree there's something called religious supremacy? You complain about it all the time. You complain about religious supremacy all the time.
If that white supremacy comes with a white Jesus, then that white Jesus is symbolic of white supremacy and anti-blackness. Just as it can be said, and it was said by earlier, that the imposition of Arab culture through Islam on people is Arabization, and you have to take Arab name and so on and so forth. If taking on the Arab name is Arabization, and that is anti-African and anti-black, then
that doesn't make it anti-black. Arabization doesn't mean you're anti-black. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I don't know how you. If the Arab wants to have Arab culture.
Because you're pro something doesn't necessarily make you. And Shaka, let me speak now. You've been speaking for long. Let me speak. Yeah. What I'm saying is it's like you're clearly just not understanding, because I'm sure you're smarter than this. Yeah. Because I'm pro-black. Yeah. And I want everybody on the planet to worship a black Messiah and the black flipping God in the heaven. Yeah. That don't make me anti-white or anything else, because I want, you get me? So all I'm saying is, all you've just explained is white supremacy and religious supremacy. Yes, they wanted white people to be above everyone else. Yeah, we get that. Yes, they wanted Christianity to be above all other religions. Yes, but you haven't showed me anything anti-black about Christianity.
So at the moment it's Christianity. So you're denying the fact that when the British and the Spanish the French and the rest of them came, they didn't come with a religion that they called Christianity, and they said it was superior, and they condemned the practices of the people that they met in Africa and in the Americas as savage, as barbaric.
Let me respond to this one. This one is easy to respond. Ezra, let me get this one.
I said that we are coming to civilize you, and this religion that we're going to give you is the act of civilization. And this
have you heard of religious supremacy, Shaka?
But
Ezra, you're just asking bare questions, bro. You're just asking bare questions. Let the man them come in, bro. Let the man them come in, bro.
Nicholas, you're gonna come in. We're just gonna end this topic.
No, but listen.
Okay, this one is very easy, simple. Hold on, let me just respond to this one. This one is very simple. Nicholas, we can change topic with you when you enter. Nicholas, when you speak after me, please change topic. I have no problem with that. So this is very easy to
time I say something.
Please just give me like 6 seconds. Okay, so can you share my screen? Yeah, so being pro something is not anti something else necessarily. It could be that, but it's not against something. Can you share my screen, Veli? Just so I have the evidence, so I just don't speak from my own mind. Veli, do you mind sharing the screen?
That doesn't make Takia. Don't you understand what Shaka's saying? Shaka's telling you, if you're pro something that's against you, that's what he's talking about. He's not talking about a carte blanche general statement where if you're pro something.
To worship a white Jesus, I have no problem with that.
Shakara is trying to impose victimhood on people who don't feel victimhood.
Tell that to your
so let me just present my sources, all right? This is just like 6 seconds. That's all I need.
You come back to me and tell me that, all right? Tell that to your
Can you guys please give me like 6 seconds? So this one is about First of all, the victimhood is not doesn't have to be there unless you actually feel it. But I want to move to another topic, which is basically how Africans have suffered from. This is BBC. I showed this earlier today. BBC, how Africans have suffered. This is an article from 2001. How Africans suffered under European slavery, and we have taken responsibility for this, and we have tried to educate our children from school and as well as university, and try to minimize that this happened today. And I showed earlier today that that's part of our history, and we try to not repeat it by educating people. But we also have here that it says that Europeans did not have monopoly on slavery. There were other people who have slavery. So here you have the Muslim slave trade had about 70 million slaves, they were responsible for 70 million people that were enslaved in the coast of India, Ocean, Middle East, and North Africa. And some historians says that between the year 1500 and the 1900, about 5 million Africans were enslaved and transported to the Red Sea and Sahara and the East Africa, another part. So this is something that we don't hear about. And I would say that this is, I mean, if you have 70 million slaves compared to Europeans who had around, is like 50 million slaves. I think that's 50 million slaves, and I'm mistaken here. 10 to 28 million slaves. And we still have this going on today. Here's another one that we have in Nigeria. 500 children were shackled, and they were freed from Nigeria, from Islamic boarding school, and they were enslaved. I guess that's my last point. Or I think I have one more. Here you have
Takir. The
last
first
point.
source that you gave,
New Year's Eve.
Yeah, go on.
19, 27 December.
The white man's
Here you have
given a white man
non-believers who are beheaded because they are following a different religion in Islam. So can we have some proportion? Can we talk about both 10 to 28 million slaves, as well as those who are enslaved by Islam, and we're talking about 70 million slaves?
Okay. I only kept listen to this. Yeah, that's, you lot can keep that conversation flowing about the slavery thing. Yeah, but then the main thing I came on here to say towards you, Takia, because you even told me to jump on, was you were misrepresenting my religion. You were showing the hadith. Listen, you were showing my first point is you were showing first. You started showing hadith about Aisha's age and 6 to 9, and you was trying to say that Muslims can get married and to 6-year-olds and 9-year-olds. Okay, in Islam, when you were saying about the Prophet, peace be upon him, you was trying to make it as if it's a commandment from the Prophet to Muslims to marry young girls, which is not the case. Yeah, that's number one. Yeah, it's not the case that the Prophet is commanding Muslims to marry girls young age and all of that. You was trying to represent it in that way, which is not the case. That's number one. Point number two, when we come back to your Bible does not state anything about minimum ages or anything like that. If you look back a few hundred years in the Christian tradition, they married girls way younger ages as well. So you're basically throwing glasses from just throwing stones from a glass house. And then number three, the Prophet Muhammad had more than 10 wives. Yeah, Muslims, are we allowed to have more than 10 wives? No. So your misrepresentation about Muslims have to emulate everything that the Prophet did is a fallacy, because we don't. Me personally, I haven't heard or seen any Muslim in my whole life that's married a girl under 15 or 16. I've never seen that. That's number two. Yeah, that's number three. And the hadiths that you're showing, you were showing it to Orthodox Moor. Obviously, Orthodox Moor can speak about himself. He doesn't believe in hadiths. But me, on the other hand, I do believe in hadiths. Muslims are not allowed to consummate the marriage of a girl who's under puberty. So when it says he married her at 6 and he consummated at 9 years old, she was already in puberty at that time. So you're trying to conflate the two. You're trying to conflate.
Obviously, this is a lie.
Now watch it.
So,
see,
share my screen. Share my screen.
Are you saying it's okay because she's 9 years old?
I'm saying,
share my screen.
What's happening here? And I'm gonna jump. You man allow. You man allow.
Sakara, you don't believe in this. Just
You
give us a
man-
chance.
Why
Because
you man cutting me off,
Ezra, you had a chance to speak your mind.
Yeah. Let him get off. Let him get off.
Hold on. Speak your mind, Ezra.
I was
And we try
listening
to not
to you, man.
interrupt.
I was listening to you, man. I was listening to you, man. I was listening to you, man, for 15, 20 minutes. Give me at least the courtesy to finish. Give me the courtesy to finish my point. I was listening
He
to you,
was
man,
waiting for a
15, 20
long
minutes.
time, fam.
Go ahead, big dog. You got it. You
just-
got it. Do your thing, man. We listening.
When he shows the screen, it tells you two different ages. It tells you a 6 and then it tells you a 9. 6 is the age which he married her. Islam does not give a age limit to marriage. That's marriage. But when you're consummating the marriage, listen, there's a difference between marrying someone and consummating that marriage, which is having sex. Yeah, that consummation has to come at a time when the girl is reached her puberty. And not only that, we have something in Islam. It's called the bulugh, yeah, which is when she's in the condition of physical maturity. Something else we have is called the rushd. It's mental maturity. So when she's reached the physical maturity and the mental maturity is when we're allowed to marry her.
Okay, share my screen.
Listen. He
Share
brought
my
an article about Yemen. Yeah.
Share my
Listen, he
screen.
brought an article about Yemen. Listen, though.
Share my screen.
He
I'm going to
brought-
show you
he
something.
brought
You
an
gotta
article-
learn
Yeah, have some self-control.
Okay.
Man was waiting for a long time, but you just hit the pause.
That's what I'm saying. This
Yeah, and I'm gonna
brother,
jump
this-
in a
I
second.
thought he was finished. Sorry.
This guy, man, listen, he brought an
Hey,
article
real
about
quick,
the
well,
Yemeni
Chuck, I'm gonna jump
article.
off too. Like, so, do you want to build a tomorrow morning London time, or you want to build a after this?
That's cool. No, tomorrow is fine. Yeah, 'cause
Cool. No worries.
No, I'm nearly done. I'm nearly done. I'm nearly
What's
done.
up,
I'm
fam?
gonna jump off.
Derail
I'll
the
jump
whole
off.
situation.
Okay, I thought you
I'll
were
jump
finished.
off.
Can I
I'll jump
can I
off.
respond?
Don't worry.
1 second.
No, I'm not finished yet. Yeah.
Okay,
He brought the
please respond.
article out about the Yemeni. He brought the article about the Yemeni thing, like that's some sort of hadith or something. That guy, whoever did that married her and caused her internal damages, and the girl died, he deserves punishment under Islamic rule. So he's trying to bring that article out. Yeah, he's trying to bring that article out as if we basically condone that. No, we don't. As I said, if the girl's in physical condition and mental condition, then that's the requirement to consummate that marriage. So yeah, over to you, Takia.
No, that's over to Shakara.
Okay, so
Lucky that's the thing, right? What's it called? The reality is,
can you wait? I'm gonna have a back and forth with him. Can you have some self-control?
I have self-control.
Shakara, you had a conversation with Ezra and nobody's interrupted you for like 20 minutes.
He spoke, and
Can I
now
deal with 5 minutes with him?
and now so you can have some self-control.
No, I'm not gonna allow you.
You
I'm
spoke,
not gonna allow you.
and I'm
No.
so now I'm gonna
Okay,
speak.
so here it is. So here you have the biography of Muhammad.
In relation to the idea,
Can you shut your mouth?
in the white Jesus,
Shut your mouth.
in relation to the white
Really?
Jesus,
Can you handle
in
this?
relation to the white Jesus.
Here comes
in rela-
evidence. I'm gonna have a back and forth with him.
In relation to the white Jesus.
Ellie, can you handle
In
this?
relation to the white
Come
Jesus.
on, grown man. Let's do this. Let's do this.
No, but he spoke.
One,
Right?
two. Nobody's
I
gonna
know,
hear
I
you.
What's not going to
You're
happen?
sabotaging.
No, I
You
did
lack
say
self-control.
I wanted to
You're trying
respond.
to dominate the conversation, right?
I wanted to respond. Yes, and I'm going to
Domination. It's not gonna happen.
I wanted to respond, and I'm going to respond.
Domination.
I gave way for the brother
1,
to
2,
speak
3.
because he had not speak.
We'll
He had
think
not
about that.
So I'm going to speak.
Why is Respect not having live shows with you?
I'm going to speak.
Are you
yeah?
guys dying
I'm
out?
going to speak. I'm going to speak.
No, nobody's gonna hear you out because you have no self-control.
I'm going to speak.
No, it's my time to
I
speak.
did say I wanted to speak.
We're gonna have back and forth conversation.
I allowed the brother to speak because he hadn't spoken. I wanted to respond to you,
Nobody's gonna hear you.
and I let the brother
How
speak.
do you feel about that?
I let the brother speak.
You're speaking to
Fellas,
yourself.
this ain't doing nothing
Sabotage.
for the audience, man. Y'all know we got
Because you
some
have no
listeners, man.
self-control.
And let's just do this thing the right way, man.
I'm
Come on,
having
man.
a back and forth conversation with Mr. Nin.
No, you're not having no. I'm
And
going
you
to
can speak your mind afterwards.
speak. No.
You
I'm
don't
going
own this platform.
When you finish, all right.
Shakara,
When
you don't own this platform.
When you finish, I will speak.
No, go down from your horse.
When you finish, I will speak.
No. I speak back and forth with him 5 minutes, and then you can speak your mind. Nobody will interrupt you.
Nah. Let
Okay,
Shakara say
shut
what
your
after
mouth
that.
and
Let
let me go to the
Shakara-
source. So here I
let
have
Shakara say what
the
he wants
early
after that.
Islamic source when it comes to the Muhammad's biography. All right, this is a seerah called seerah just means biography. This is from the early Islamic source. You go to page 311. What you have here is Muhammad speaking to someone he knows, and he saw a little child, whatever her name is, Fadal, and she was a crawling baby. Right, that's basically someone who's less than 6 months years old, or maybe 1 year old. And then he said that if she grows up and I'm still alive, I should marry her. This is not how a grown man should actually behave. So obviously, there's some tendency that he likes children. All right, that's my first evidence. My next evidence is, and by the way, can you share my screen?
If that's true, yeah, if that's true, how many as you say, child marriages did the Prophet Muhammad have? If that is true, yeah.
Share my screen one more time.
If you're trying to prove to me that if you're trying to say that the Prophet Muhammad is a pedophile, why is it that the only person that he married at that age, which was 9, out of all his wives, remember he had more than 10 wives, why is it that she's the only one that was 9?
Because you
why
just
is
need
it
to have
his first wife?
attraction to one child.
Listen.
Brother Nicholas, can I say something to you quickly? Can I say something to you quickly, Brother Nicholas? Yeah. At the moment, yeah, I don't knock you for defending your religion or anything like that. But at the moment, what Takia is trying to do is deflect from the issue of the white Jesus.
I know he is.
And at the moment, my brother, with all due respect, I think you're allowing him to do so. You're giving him an out, yeah.
No, listen, Shakira, 1 second, just 1 second, yeah. I'm gonna jump off right now. You lot carry on your debate, yeah. But the only reason why I wanted to come on the thing is because he even wrote on the chat, yeah. Look at, I got the chat right here. He wrote Shakira lacks integrity. He misrepresents the position of his opponents. What's the point of discussing with him? This is what he said. Yeah, he said Shakira lacks integrity.
He's entitled to his opinion.
This is what he's doing. No, but that's what he's doing.
I'm showing the primary sources.
He's misrepresenting my position, and he's the one that lacks integrity. So basically, he's being a hypocrite by writing that you misrepresenting the position, and that you lack integrity. But really, it's him.
I don't know your position. I'm showing the Islamic position. Can you show us?
You have to be honest, brother Nims, yeah. You have to be honest and say, look, yeah. Even though you disagree with it, it's there in the Islamic texts. You have to admit that, brother.
You see what I'm saying? But we can't. But we're gonna pin the brothers and sisters in Islam to what it says in the Islamic text. But we won't. But we won't pin. Why
don't you ever? No, wait there. It's like you want to go hard on the Christianity thing, but you don't want to ever like.
Ezra, come on now, like really, like you know what I'm saying? Like,
Shakira, you did 20 minutes. Can you give us some space?
I'm not even.
Ezra, we don't need your help. Ezra, can you shut your mouth so we can finish? Ezra, shut your mouth so we can finish. We don't need your help. Me and Nin will do our talk. Shut your mouth. I know you're very lefty. We don't need lefty voices right now. We need a Muslim to speak his mind.
Hey, Takia, that ain't gonna work. Hey, TK, T-Dub. Tell the grown man to shut his mouth. Ain't gonna get him to shut his mouth any faster, brother. We gotta have some decorum up here, man.
I don't engage in infantile.
He's a grown man. We don't need the help from Shakira.
The point is that
Nin,
addressing an issue of
Nin, do you want to respond to this, or do you need help?
And the problem is that
shut his mouth.
We
don't need his help. Shakira, you spoke to Ezra with 20 minutes. Shut your mouth. We're gonna stop right now.
So every time,
shut your mouth. We're gonna sabotage. Yes, we're gonna sabotage.
A number of times.
You don't need to help him. Nin can speak his own mind.
The conversation from
sabotage,
something else.
1, 2. Nobody's gonna hear you.
Brothers,
Shakira, deflect.
Yes,
yes, that's how we do it.
Personally,
yes, I'm giving back the service.
I am not willing.
Yes.
To
1, 2, 3. Nobody's gonna hear you. Shakira. Nin can speak his own mind. He's a grown man. No, nobody needs a lecture from you.
In the sense of the fact that
1, 2, 3.
I was talking about
Shakira. Nobody's gonna hear you out.
We were talking about the
Shakira, shut your mouth. Nin can speak his own mind.
Yeah, so-called.
1, 2, 3.
You have to agree that conversations have moved on. We haven't just been talking about white Jesus the whole time. Let's be honest, fam. Like, we can get back to it.
Shakira, we don't
get back to it.
You see what I mean? Right now,
sabotage. Yes.
I let
you're sabotaging, right?
Respectful. I let him speak.
No. Nin can speak his own mind.
Speak, and now Ezra is
his own mind.
To back Takia.
Right. That's how you do it, Shakira.
Ezra, are you an
break, man.
You allowed me.
No, respect my man's channel.
You allowed me.
Respect my man's platform.
You allowed me.
It's all good.
Can we respect this brother's platform, man? Come on now. Work this out.
I'm not actually disrespecting his platform.
No, Nin can speak his own mind. It's back and forth, and then you can speak your own mind afterwards.
Brother Nicholas.
Don't interrupt. No, I'm not your brother.
Brother Nicholas.
There's nothing similar between us.
Brother Nicholas.
There's nothing brother about us. No, there's no brotherhood between us.
Brother Nicholas.
You're the opposite of me, actually.
Yo.
Yeah, man, all this hard talking, man, need to allow that, man. Telling each one, man, to shut their mouth and all that.
You know,
Man, yeah, fuck all that, man, because that's pissing me off, man. You get me? Every time I flip back in and out, I'm hearing this one told this one shut their mouth and that. But fuck all that, man. Just stick to it, the actual information in it. Yeah, you wanted to share your screen, it's there. Yeah, man, go through with the thing, but I beg the man to just take time in it, man.
So I'm gonna make my point.
Let's make
let's
make an order.
Okay,
go around in the circle.
and then I'm gonna go.
So obviously, my response to his response is to shut your mouth, which is not my optimal way of operating. I'm actually having a back and forth conversation because Nin said that I was misrepresenting his position. So that was the conversation, and we let I guess Shakara having a back and forth conversation with Ezra for like 20-30 minutes. And then he's interrupting when I'm having back and forth with Nin. So my shut your mouth to him was a response of him interrupting and trying to deflect. So Veli, do you want to say something before I move on?
No, I want to make the point that I was trying to make before Veli. Before Brother Nicholas spoke. I make the point that I was trying to make before Brother Nicholas spoke, and I gave way to Veli. And so I'm going to make that point. The issue is, yeah, that
so Billy, how do you deal with someone who doesn't have self-control?
Go, guys, I beg you just let him make his point and then you can make your point in it, because like I say, I wasn't here for the whole thing, so I don't know whose point is needs to go before whose or whatever it is.
I'm trying to make. They've been doing this for a while, and I haven't made the point that I was trying to make. So the
question was for me between me and Nin.
No, that's where you're trying to take it, and I'm refusing to
make those conversation.
No, Ezra.
What was your point?
Excuse me. We were having a conversation. And Takia tried to take it somewhere else. Tried to take it somewhere else a number of times. And brother Nick,
Shakara, you know what I'm gonna do?
1 second.
Shakara, you know what I'm gonna do? Yeah, I'm gonna jump off. So he's got no excuses. Stick on the white Jesus thing, bro. Stick on the white Jesus thing.
Yeah, what's it called? No, I'm not even gonna stay much longer. But the idea that I am now trying to take the conversation somewhere else is joke business. So what I want to do, with all due respect, is make the point that I was trying to make before Brother Nicholas spoke. And it was true. He was trying to speak for a while, and so I gave way because he was trying to speak for a while, and he took the conversation somewhere else. I already had a point to make. Yeah. And I'm allowed to make that point, and I'm going to make that point. Thank you. The issue is, yeah, that when it comes to the imposition of the white Jesus, yeah, we are not just discussing white people creating a white image for white people to worship. Yeah, they're allowed to do that. That is not an act of anti-blackness. The moment you impose the white Jesus on black people, yes, and in the context of imposing the white image of Jesus on black people, project an ideology of self-hatred against blackness. This is anti-black. It is the definition of anti-black. The white Jesus has been and remains a tool of anti-blackness. Black people worshipping a white Jesus is a perpetuation of anti-black indoctrination that was facilitated by the making holy the image of white people. The white Jesus makes the image of the white man holy, yes, and we were given white angels and white images of God and Adam and Eve and all this white divinity. Okay, and so the idea that was being proposed earlier on today is the fact that the extent to which the image of the white Jesus permeates the black world today. It's in our homes. Yeah, many of our grandparents and aunties and uncles have and had the white Jesus. It's in our the churches that are predominant in our community, in this country, in America, in majority black nations around the world. You go to Jamaica, you go to all around the Caribbean, you go to Ghana, you go to that. The image of the white Jesus is pervasive, yeah. And this image of the white Jesus has a negative impact upon the psychology of black people and black children in particular, yeah. And it is perpetuating racism and white supremacy among black people today. And when you ask black people, about it. They can't give you answers, but they have long monologues to give about what's in Muslim texts and so on and so forth. When the religion that they say they follow perpetuates anti-blackness and white supremacy among black people, because even if a man's going to say to me that it's not black, what's it called, anti-black, it's just white supremacy, as though that makes it better, like as though promoting white supremacy among black people is better than is less worse than promoting anti-blackness. I'm not seeing the purpose of that argument. And so if a man claims to be of a religious persuasion whereby anti-blackness is being promoted and white supremacy is being promoted, then it stands to reason to me that an individual such as that should be concerned about cleansing his religion and his spiritual practice of white supremacy and anti-blackness.
Gonna preach?
The black Christian should be the person who is most against the white image of Jesus Christ
2 minutes
among black people. The black Christian.
TK, you're gonna be afforded the same amount of time, brother. Let him get off.
No, like he's doing like 2-3 minutes.
The black Christian should be the person who is most informed on how the white image of Jesus was a tool of colonization and enslavement and came with white culture and the so-called civilizing mission of the British and the French and the Spanish and the Portuguese. The black Christian and follower of Christ should be the person who is most cognizant of those factors and most vociferous in attacking the image of the white Jesus and calling out for its anti-blackness. So I don't want to hear nothing from anybody who's a Christian or a Bible follower who wants to delve into the Quran but fails to tackle the image of the white Jesus and its destructive impact among black people. Thank you very much. Tendamwari.
Strong word from the brother. Strong word from the brother. Go ahead. Where you go?
Shaka knows that Ethiopians are the first in Christianity, and they don't have no white Jesus. So for him to say Christianity is anti-black and it's nonsense, fam. You get me? It's nonsense. You can't put that on the thing when the first people to bring Christianity were Ethiopians. So he's either just ignorant or he's just deliberately talking stupidness. Well,
hey. I applaud the brother's passion. You know I like your passion, Shakarai. We just differ on 90% of the shit you be talking about. But outside of that, man, you an Israelite. You don't know, but come on home. TK, you dipped on me, man. Come on, man. You can't be shouting like that all the damn time. T-Dub, you was gonna be afforded the same amount of time, brother. You can't do Oh man, we can't be throwing hissy fits and tantrums and shit, man. Come on, T-Dub. Wow.
Got some Israelites to talk to you.
Where's Shaka?
Nah, he bouncing it, man.
Shaka dropped the mic.
Yeah, I think for Marketo, it's kind of a bit dumb though. Like, obviously, like all the arguments I was hearing earlier, like there's Korean Jesus, there's Japanese Jesus, but what is the most pervasive image of Jesus in the world? It's the white one. So
yes,
like in every single one of them countries, there is their own indigenous Jesus, if you like.
Well, that Jesus was everywhere. He was painted black everywhere until the Renaissance. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Yeah, so go and find any pre-Renaissance image of Jesus. Go look in the Russian icons book. Go look all around the world, Egypt, everywhere. Yeah, he's always depicted black until we get to when the Romans come back into power. They call it the Renaissance. Yeah.
Yes, was that in the Maccabees? We read that in the Maccabees, remember?
Yeah, we read it in the Maccabees. You get me?
I dozed off last night.
Maccabees 2, where the heathen took the book and made their image, put their images in there. Get me? Let's get it.
But what I don't understand, what's your point though? Your point is that in the Bible it says that Jesus used to be painted black.
No, it says that Jesus
that guy was,
and they're gonna paint him as well.
Disrespectful, bro. He was like,
yeah, I don't know about that, but simply put, yeah. 1 second, Mark. Simply put, yeah. Jesus, there is what's the word, man? There is a link between what some would argue is, just colonialism, basically. Anyway, colonialism and the what do you call the Eurocentric perspective of the Abrahamic faiths. I think there's a clear link. Anyone that denies that is stupid.
Yeah, we get that, and that's what I was trying to explain to Shaka. Yes, I get that the Christians in Europe developed a mentality that was wicked and anti-black. I get that, get me. But then to put it actually under religion, when the religion started with black people anyway, it's foolishness. You get me?
But to be honest, I'm gonna be honest with you, Ezra. Yeah, like I can't tell you and Issa have done far more research than I have, so I'm not gonna tell you what's right and wrong. Yeah, and obviously you can prove stuff to me with the research, but from my understanding, I don't think the way like Issa and that make Arabs were defo black. It's not clear cut, because when you're talking about the emergence of what we're saying is like European features and what do you call it? What's that word?
James, you know why Issa can't say Arabs are black, yeah, or you can't make that blanket statement, because Arab just means anybody in Arabia. You get me? You're Arab. If you're from that region, you're Arab. So that is all different types of people. It's not an ethnicity. It's not a race. It's nothing. Just a landmass.
Yeah, but the Bible only like Moses and them, man. From my understanding,
you can be black in Europe. You can be white in Arabian. You can be Chinese.
I know, but I'm saying the Bible. You see Moses and that. Like, how long? What are you dating them at? Like 4,000 years ago, something like that, roughly.
I don't date them, to be honest. Yeah,
all right, well, there was European features. There was European features before that. So like a phenotypical European, if you like, blonde, not necessarily blonde hair, but fairer skin, blue eyes, whatever. That existed before this 5,000 year date. So for you to guarantee, like all this argument I hear, it makes me feel a bit uncomfortable, because it's like there is no definitive proof. Because if there were definitive proof,
of
then
what? you'd
also be able to definitive
proof. What are you talking about? Like the image of these people, the Israelites, are you talking about?
Yeah, like I'm saying, for example, one of the arguments I've heard. No, but listen. One of the examples I've heard is Moses hid in Egypt. Therefore, for him to blend in Egypt and not be described as different, therefore Moses is definitely black.
It's not even about that. It's not even about that.
What's the evidence?
That is a good one, because obviously, how the hell is a white man gonna go and hide in Egypt?
But no one's saying black people.
Get me? So all I'm saying is, James, let me just read this first. Yeah, maybe this will give you a bit of understanding. Yeah. Then they fasted that day. This is First Maccabees 3:48. Yeah. Then they fasted that day and put on sackcloth and cast ashes upon their heads and rent their clothes and laid open the book of the law, wherein the heathen had sought to paint the likeness of their images. So what does that mean to you, James? Explain what I just read, please.
Can you repeat it one more time? I always get confused by a biblical text. I'll be honest. The language confuses me.
And they opened the book of the law, wherein the heathen had sought to paint the likeness of their images. What does that mean to you?
They opened the book, the same book that their ops were trying to use to paint themselves, their own image into the book. Does that make sense?
Oh, thank you. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, no, listen, I'm not. Yeah, but I feel like, being honest, I feel like scripture is a bit self-referential, isn't it? We need like objective, impartial evidences, because it's about hard to say like this book proves that this book is prophetic.
James, was you listening earlier when I showed you like the book itself was, because obviously like what you have to realize, James, is these people in those times, how did they keep records in their history? They never had cameras, they never had video evidence, How did they record their evidence? Through scriptures and writings in it. So how are you going to get evidence of these people from those days? Obviously from the evidence they had, scriptures and writing. So come on.
Fair enough. But this is my thing, like so they're like just simple, let's not overcomplicate. There is no definitive proof, right? No. Listen, but listen what I'm saying. There's the phenotypes existed, like so West African, let's say phenotype, East African, for example, and let's say a European or like Mediterranean. All three of those. Are you talking?
All right.
Who's got the background?
Hello.
Oh, all three of those phenotypes would have existed at the time, and because none of them is explicitly described, because like you'll take an interpretation, and next man will show you some evidence, or next man will show you, there is no definitive proof over what is what in it, over who is exactly who. The Canaanites were specifically thing. All you have is or do you furthermore? Is there something definitive, like clinching evidence that no one can deny?
That the Israelites are black.
Yeah.
What do you want evidence for?
I'm just saying because, bruv. Yeah, is there evidence? What do you mean? What do I want evidence? What do you mean?
I don't understand what you're asking for though. Like, what do you want to? What do you want?
I don't even understand. So I'm saying, I'm saying big man thing. So I'm not trying to trick you. I want what will make me go 100%. The Israelites were black, other than that region is most likely. Because I'll be fair, it's more likely that they were dark skinned than white.
Right, here's the answer. The records of the Israelites themselves. That would be a good start, isn't it?
Something that these new white Jews agree with. Yeah, one of them ones.
Yes.
Okay.
The Torah, the Bible. You get me? Jeremiah 14:2. The Jews are black. King Solomon 1:5. I am black and handsome. You get me? Job 30:30. My skin is black upon me. Yo, I could do this for ages. So, like, they describe themselves as
your
black.
argument is right, cool. So then you're with Shaka. You're just saying basically that don't look negatively upon the Abrahamic faith. More look negatively toward those that have manipulated
Taken it and messed about with it, yes. And that's what all I've been trying to explain to him all the time. And that's why when me and brother Isaac, God of Jacob, we get offended when he lumps us in with Christianity and Islam. It's like it's a major offense. All this Abrahamic, when really all he's talking about is Christians and Muslims. He ain't talking about Israelites. You know what I'm saying? Oh, the Abrahamics came and did this. The Abrahamics came and... He's not talking about Israelites. So all we ask is for him to leave us out of that. Should be fair enough.
You know what? You see what it is, yeah? See, today I was chatting to a Muslim about the inheritance thing, and I went and looked into it because more time I let Rob and them man they deal with that. It's not I don't really care. But someone challenged me on it. So I said, all right, I don't know it truly. I'll go look. So now you genuinely piqued my interest, yeah. So I'm gonna look into Israel to the concept of Abrahamic faiths, where I believe Abraham come from.
I'm gonna put something in the back chat, yeah, and this is a good source of information for people who don't believe the Bible, because not everyone believes the Bible, and obviously if you believe it, then it's clear for you. But if you don't, yeah, I understand that you're gonna need outside sources to prove that, and I'll send you some stuff in it.
Yeah,
Hey James, what was that Muslim's narrative in the snapshot about the inheritance?
Nah, he's a cool guy though. He took some line in the middle of it out of context and tried to say basically like God says if it causes any trouble, like basically you just make it right type of thing. But that was a specific instance talking about if you have bare brothers, if you have bare siblings but no descendants or ascendants, then basically divide it evenly, but like don't cause unless it causes trouble, one of them ones. So
gotcha.
Yeah, it's still a big flaw in the thing.
Yeah.
No man. I to be honest, I came into troll Takia, man. That's fucked.
Takia throw a tantrum and he be out of here.
Yeah, I thought, bro, you man shouldn't take it too serious. Like he doesn't really like. Yeah, the reason he's always referring to texts and that is because. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, he's a funny character, that kid.
Yeah, I like to see him go against Islam sometimes, just to see how they shake out when they try to defend the thing.
Yeah,
but then sometimes I get irritated when I hear Veli prosecuting the case. I be like, hold on, that's my book. I gotta go help.
Yeah, you lot shouldn't have it. I ain't gonna lie, but why are you not tough like the Muslims? The Muslims, you threaten Veli's life and stuff when he talks about their book.
Because we ain't got to do all that. Because if you got to threaten somebody like that, there's some truth behind what that person is saying. all we gonna do is take you to the book, and that's gonna be the end of it.
Yeah, exactly. Like we know we've got the truth with us. That's why we're so happy with it.
Yeah. Don't chat shit, man. You was looking to kill a motherfucker the other day, bro.
That's
I'm still gonna punch up my man, bro. You know what? I'm gonna happy slap him. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna happy slap him on his neck.
No, but you know what it is? You know, like
you know, for example, man, someone tell you suck your mum, yeah, you know what it is already. You know, like my man talking about son of a bitch and son of a whore, and that. You know, that's just how he chats. Like,
That's different, though, man. That shit got different yesterday.
Well, again, happened again.
Between Ezra and
no. But I'm saying what Ezra took as a bit more serious. I get it still. It's like someone cuss your mum, but like the way it's like how witness talks. You know what I mean?
We don't let them talk. We don't let them talking. He's a white boy that grew up in a white area. He told us before the white boys called him a coon in school. He played rugby and all these weird things. Yeah. So like he's a coon. So I get it. You're a coon.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
It sound like a white man. Like, it's dead. I get it.
I don't agree with that.
All I'm saying is God willing, he'll see me in the flesh. Every now and again I'll pop up and get me.
Yo, Ez, true stories, yeah. Like I didn't get a chance to chat to you yesterday, obviously, when you and the witness was bouncing still, but like differently, I was chatting to man to squash all that beef talk, and you get me, just leave it to the internet where man just get. I'm saying like I was saying, really and truly, yeah. The main reason why man does the Friday shows, yeah, is because by Thursday usually people keep wanting to
go at each other.
Yeah, so like let the man them get it off their chest on Friday, put it to bed on the Friday, and then Saturday can just be a new day. You get me? So
yeah, but I hate that. Like I'm not even into that, fam. Like you see me, like I'm not only dissing people's mums and that. Like yeah, I get passionate, yeah, all of that, but I'm not only disrespecting people to that level. You get me? Like me and we was actually talking about the Bible. This geezer jumps back on the panel and just goes berserk, fam. You know what I mean? My mom, my mom, like I know it's internet, it's fun and games in it, but what I'm saying is like I'm a real character, I'm a real person. You get me, fam? Like I'm just not one of these internet guys who's gonna be out there chatting shit. Maybe he thinks that like, you know, I'm one of these guys. Get me, fam? Like I don't know. Fuck those. If he sees me, he's gonna definitely have to have that same talk. That's all I'm saying. Get me, but I hear you though, big man thing. I hear you though.
Yeah. But I'm just trying to set up something for the boys, yeah, because them man are just wrestling and that still. So, yeah.
Yo, Betty, how did your question go over today?
You know what? Yeah, true stories. You didn't really get into it that much. Still, like it was more of a black show today. Still, but I'll jump back on in a sec. Still, man, and yeah, we can have a wrap and all that. Still, hold on a second.
Sweet. Brad, how that culture coming? You Google it yet?
Gonna tell you some more politics, Nigerian politics. Now that is you that is Nigerian politics.
I'm sorry. It's just not to be disrespectful. It's just the way you speak, like dialect wise, it makes it hard to like really engage you seriously. So
the way you speak dialect, yeah, sounds weird and gay as hell. Well, who's complaining?
We asked you about the culture, and you be like, they got supermarkets, they got cars, they got pavement.
I'll take a hush. 1 second, I'm rewinding the show.
Brad, I'm fucking with you. I'm messing with you, Brad. Stop playing.
Oh, okay. I always with you with the mad disrespect. I just never know.
Yeah. You know I keep it coming at you. You just come on home and then it all stop, Brad. Quit trying to be everything under the sun and come on home.
Israel?
Huh?
Come home to Israel.
He's gonna have to take that feminine out his voice, man. You get me? He's gonna have to repent.
And God, Jacob, you know what he's saying though? He's saying that what W.D. Du Bois, Booker T. Washington, Frederick Douglass, all eloquent black men were gay as hell.
No, they didn't sound like you, fam. You sound effeminate.
You know what they sound like? They had a recording back then.
You're effeminate.
Look, you ain't gonna put me against my brother. You can drop that ass.
Oh no, I know. It's Israel over us. I get it.
Israel to the world.
Brad, Brad, you was kicking up some fluff. I was in my car.
Yeah, why did everyone say that about Brad though?
What?
Hold on. Wait, hold on. I don't think Brad sounds good. He sounds like he's trying to he sounds eloquent, if you like, yeah. So I don't think that's a bad thing. But Renegade Raf I think he's asking Ezra, or he's asking if he's asking you, is King James black, God of Jacob?
For the 15th million time, we say yes. Now whether he agree with it or not.
Hold Hold on. What is the? Are you saying that a black man governed all of
during the Dark Age?
England? Hold on.
Yes.
Are you saying that he presided over, had dominion over all of England? One.
I'm saying he was the ANIC, head nigga in charge. Yes.
Why do you think they needed the Renaissance, James? Why do you think they needed the
Wait. Listen. Are you saying all of England at the time was black, or that they were the proletariat was white and the king was black?
No, it's called the Dark Ages for a reason, brother.
Yeah. Hold on. Hold on. Are you saying the Pope at the time was white, but the king was black?
I'm saying King James was black. He was the head nigga in charge. He was Joe Clark of his day.
But I'm saying no. Listen, but if I said he was a Kryptonian, yeah, that would mean nothing. What matters is the landscape. So I'm saying, are you saying everybody was black? Are you saying just he was black?
I'm saying the rulers. I'm saying the people.
He was ruling. Yeah, go ahead, Ed.
Yeah, we got this. I'm saying we're saying the people ruling in Scotland at that time, yeah, were black, so-called Moors. Yeah,
he was black.
EnglishMonarchs.com. You can go to EnglishMonarchs.com. Don't argue with me and God of Jacob. Argue with EnglishMonarchs.com and NationalArchives.com. That's who you need to go argue with, man.
And they're gonna say what? They're gonna say he's a black man.
James, I'm gonna look it up right now. I know exactly what he's talking about. He showed me this.
Listen. I need to go, yeah, but I'm gonna come. If you lot are still on, I'm gonna come back in an hour, yeah. Hey, Brad.
Hey, Brad, look up your culture too.
Hold on. This is the new one, Ezra. King James on trial. I need to hit the roads real quick, yeah. Brad, can you be my researcher? Obviously,
James, can I ask you? Can I ask you to do one thing? And don't do no Shakara or no damn DC Brad.
I gotta go. So
listen on your way out there. When we put up the sources, do not say this source is from here, this source is from there. We're gonna put up what the hell we want to put up, and if you don't like it, that's your goddamn business.
They call it the dark.
All Brad's gonna show us whitewashed images. Let me know about the rate.
I'm going to the sources you just put up. That's
gonna highlight all the whitewashed images.
We're going to the National Archives.
Well, does this guy look black? Does this guy look black?
He gonna come with the same
know that they whitewash everybody. You get me? Elijah McCoy, they do white, flipping everybody is great.
We seen this skit before.
It's dummy. Like, I'm not having that combo with Brad. James maybe, not Brad. No way. He's
Brad, you go look up your Igbo culture, and that's what you need to be looking up.
Igbo.
Igbo and Negro culture. Do both of them.
I'm not an Igbo though.
Yeah,
you wouldn't even listen to Jacob. God damn it, you're such an embarrassment. You won't even listen to the conversation. Have I ever considered myself an Igbo?
Whatever, man. You know what I'm getting at, man. You know what I'm saying.
This is why I'm so shaking with my African elders.
You know what I'm getting at. My thing is, whatever bow you trying to be, you need to go look it up, research it, and come give us feedback. That's your homework assignment. Learn your new culture.
Come and teach us something, man. Come with some information or something.
Instead of telling us it's cars in Nigeria.
Ask him about culture. He starts talking about Nigerian politics. Yoruba culture is Nigerian politics now. Man.
Yeah, shame on you. You ain't even a good culture voter.
Maybe we need to give you the definition of culture. Maybe that'll help.
Bro, fuck out of here with all that bullshit. He quit to go pull up our shit. Let me research this. Let me show you the images. Ask him about his shit. He started giving you fluff, all kind of shit.
All the types of shit. Politics.
Yeah. Politics. Bro, be on that bullshit.
Like another word for culture is social behavior, basically. Maybe you understand that in DC Brad language.
Brad, what's the matter? Culture got your tongue. Get back up here, man. Entertain the truth.
Social behavior. Don't tell me about politics. None of that stuff. Like, what did they do? What's the culture? That was good.
Be quiet. He going to look up James.
Yo, Veli, can you share my screen, please?
Oh, here it go. Here go the DC Brad script.
Whitewash it.
No, I used your source. You said the National Archives. That's what I'm about to show you. King James.
I ain't say that.
I wasn't God damn it. Wasn't talking to
He
you.
doesn't know what I was gonna post. So
You don't believe in God. Why you talking about God damn it? You don't believe in God.
I don't need Brad to explain for me. Wait there. I'll do it, bigger.
No, not you to no. I'm literally just going to disprove literally how dumb you actually are. Just
all right, and we'll see it. We'll see it. Watch now. Get me.
Yo. What?
What it do? What it do?
What's going on, man?
Brad, looking up our culture and his.
He's learning though. Just coming into it, like he said, he's just finding his roots. So he's on a bad thing right now. Give him time.
Yeah, remember yesterday he was an Ottoman Turk. Motherfucker just love anything and love him back.
Oh god, no wonder he's so confused.
Takes the car. Fuck a kid, bruv. No one's getting no special treatment, man. You know what's getting on my nerves, bruv? Everyone. Why is this one getting special treatment? Why is that one getting? Bruv, shout out, man. Stop fucking bitching, bruv. No one gets no special treatment right there, man. Everyone gets burned up and everyone gets fucking put on the grill, bro. It just is what it is, man.
Because you came on and you turned on his screen, he then decided to just waffle. You should have carried on with what you know what I'm saying? You turned on his screen for him. You should have just carried on. Get me?
Yeah. They was having a pissing contest at one point. I was like, man. But look, Ezra, you know you ain't gonna say, "Hey, man, shut up," and then I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna amp it up more. I'm like, that's just men. I don't care if you red, white, black, green.
True.
Yeah. Brad, man, we waiting.
What's good, everyone, man? What's good?
What's good?
Kushite Smoke. Is that Kushite Smoke?
Yeah, man. What's up?
Kushite Smoke.
What's up, God of Jake, man? That's good, man.
I see you be down there cutting at me sometimes, man.
Occasionally. Yeah. I was just gonna say, like,
I'm at the National Portrait Gallery, which is.
Hold on, man. My man made an entrance. He don't come on that much. Let him give a few words.
Oh yeah, what's up, Kushite?
Yeah, I was just, what's up, Brad? I was just gonna point something out. Someone said in the chat. Hetero said, "Did King James sanction some of the slavery that was going on during the time?"
No, that was Parliament. Know. King James died, warring with Parliament, and then don't forget, Parliament killed him, and that's when we get slavery. Just after that.
When did the slavery begin? Like the British? What time did it begin?
1700s.
Wasn't it earlier than that? I've heard like 1600s, man. No.
The Portuguese in 1600s. British got into it in the 17.
Okay.
Yeah, this ain't my thing. I lead this. The chemo and Ezra right here.
To, man.
Yeah, man. We got this, man. So, like, and even
Ez, you know what I do? I lead off with the Maccabee scriptures. Then go in on it.
Yeah, man. Like, definitely. Like with Maccabees now, it's a whole new thing, fam. Like with the like people don't even know that one of the greatest black men to walk the earth, Maccabees. They don't even know his name, like they don't know none of his exploits. Like so man.
What's the bits that we're trying to get to now?
For me, I'm curious right now. Okay, so I looked up King James from the National Portrait Gallery, and I'm looking at King James in the early 17th century.
I tell you what, you're gonna have to disprove it to these man. Yeah, listen. What you're gonna have to disprove it to these man, is get a picture commissioned by King James in it, because
It's a white one.
Yeah, have a picture of the commission by himself.
Of King James. You need it's going to be commissioned.
Oh, that and Jacobian. Pull that back. Pull that back. Yeah, you see Isaac.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then. As long as you saw it, that's all that matters. Yeah.
What did you say?
Forget
What was it? I didn't see it.
Yeah, I mean,
no, what was
it? The Jacobian. So that means obviously Israelite.
Where's Jacob? Let's go
Yo,
back.
do your name, God. Do your name, bro.
Hey, I'm reading right here.
Yeah? This is Jacobian.
Cut Brad up real quick.
Oh yeah, Tudor and Jacobean portraits in our shops. More King James, Tudor and Jacobean portraits.
Hold on, man. We gonna get to it.
You go Jacobean, Brad.
What's Jacobean?
Jacobean era. The Jacobean era, excuse me, a second. Jacobean era refers to a period in English and Scottish history that includes the reign of James VI of Scotland, who inherited the crown of England 1603 as James I. The Jacobean era succeeds the Elizabethan era and precedes the Carolingian era. Excuse me.
Why are you not just reading the definition and the etymology in the
okay, I'm relating to the reign of James I of England, a person who lived during the Jacobean period.
Yeah.
Jacobean period.
Now find out why it's called. Now find out why it's called. Find out why it's called Jacobean.
I just found out the British was in the Americas in 1607.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, man.
Don't forget.
So wouldn't that mean like he sanctioned the stuff going on there? Him being the king.
Nah, it was warring with Parliament from the 1500s.
Look at these scoffers. What they trying to find stuff? These damn scoffers.
I know they're trying it though. I like that. I like it. It's good. It's good. I like that. That's some good research. That was good. Nice try. Nice.
Where's DC Bread, man? Where's DC Bread?
Nah, let that other guy, let Kush get me. You come with actually something good. Get me. Like,
No, but what's up, Reggie? Yeah, you good. DC Bread, man. DC Bread, I wanted to ask you or Shakira when you see it, man. When are you guys going to condemn the African spiritualists that led us into slavery? Or that sold us into slavery, rather? So they...
I don't think that's possible. I don't think that's possible.
What do you mean you don't think it's possible?
I don't think it's possible to condense African.
I'm saying that
to condense it all to one thing.
There was the people that sold us into slavery were African spiritualists.
Oh, I see the proof of that. Keep posting in the back chat. I would love to read that.
What do you mean? What was the proof? We were put into slavery and then we became Christians, right? So before that, in the process, we were African spiritualists.
You know what? What part of Africa are you? Do you know that you're from? Are you from the Caribbean?
Easy, Yoruba.
I'm from Nigeria.
So you know about the Dutch Reformed Church? How the Dutch Reformed Church turned Esau into Satan, and from there you start to see more because the Yoruba started to become Muslim first, then Christianity. I mean, what are you trying? I don't, Reggie. What do you say?
I'm saying the people that were that sold us, that traded us into slavery, the black people amongst us that traded us, were African spiritualists.
Oh boy.
Can I see the proof of that? I just want to see the proof of
that. Oh my God. You guys have been...
It was Israelites.
I'm
trying to find Jacobean Israelite. I'm trying to figure out the connection.
Address him right quick. Why you got your neck in the ring up?
Did it? Stop trying to wriggle, man. Answer the question, man.
He's gonna go and do his homework. Anyway, that's some homework. That's some homework for you. That's some homework for you, Brad. Go and find out what we.
So African spiritualists sold other Africans to become Christians and Muslims.
They sold us into slavery when we were enslaved. When we were enslaved, then we were taught Christianity and Islam.
You're Yoruba, correct?
He got you.
Did you see Shakara's put something in the chat for you, brothers? Yeah. to help you out. For your information, John Hawkins was commissioned by Elizabeth I to engage in the slave trade. His first voyage was 1560s.
Yeah. Elizabeth I of England, nothing to do with King James. She's a Tudor, he's a Stuart. Thanks, Chaka. Great info.
Way to help us out, baby.
Thanks.
Okay, so back to Reggie. Reggie, can you continue to explain your claim, please? I'm trying to understand. Reggie.
Yo, Brad. Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead. Say it again.
I don't know how much simpler I could put it, man. The people that
so African spiritualists. So you said the African spiritualists,
the infiltrators, the people, the infiltrators, the people that traded their own people into slavery were African spiritualists. They weren't Abrahamic because we know that we learned Abrahamic through the slave trade when we were enslaved. You get what I'm saying? While we were in chains. Okay. Before that, the people that were trading and sold us into, with the Arabs and obviously the European were African spiritualists amongst us.
Do you think it's the African spiritual? So you're saying Reg, do you think it's the African spiritual system's fault that while Africans were sold into slavery?
It definitely plays a part. Just like you would say that Christianity played a part somewhat in this enslavement, you could also make the argument that African spirituality played a part as well. You could easily make that argument.
Reggie, I was under the impression that a lot of the people taken as well, and they from like Muslim background as well. Am I wrong?
Yes, a lot of West Africans that were taken were Muslim, but
yeah, a lot of the traders were as well.
So that's what I'm trying to figure out. Okay, so we know that during the Civil War, that's when you see the most slaves come out of the Oya when the different kingdoms were warring with each other. So you're saying, but at this time, you already still had an influence of Islam and Christianity in. So Reggie, from that point, okay, African spiritualists sold their enemy. It is what it is. And yeah, I guess to your claim, I guess your point. I don't know how else to define it. I don't know what you mean, but I guess you're right. So you got it.
All right, you hold that L proudly. Appreciate you.
I don't know. I don't know. If you can't quantify the game. You can't play the game. How can you hold an L if you don't know what the game is? So I'm trying to figure out what's the game.
Hold it proudly. You know what I'm saying? Show it off to your family.
It's undisputed.
This is how he behaves. God,
listen. This is why this guy's.
Yeah.
That African spiritual systems has been one of the causes for the African slave trade. Can you prove him wrong?
Look here. Hold on. You say
I can show everybody a book. The construction of the
obviously, as a Yoruba man, or someone that's learning Yoruba, and you're not able to show him something in Yoruba, which obviously goes against selling your own people as slaves.
Creation of slave trade, and there's a book
basically the way
slave trade.
So Reggie, am I summarizing your point right here? That you're saying that it's got to be included in the African spiritual systems, which made it even possible for the people to be able to sell slaves or whatever.
Yeah, I'm saying that most of the people that stabbed us in the back, well, more so you Caribbean people anyway, were of the African spiritualist faith. They weren't Abrahamic.
Well, the ones that I read, you was doing good. You know that's good.
Yeah, I want to hear.
I know it's trying to stay in the middle, yeah, but like, even that was a dumb move because, like, you obviously for them to become the Caribbean people, they had to get taken from Africa first of all, innit? Like, so sort of don't work out with it. Like for them to become the Caribbean people in the first place, they had to get taken away from Africa in the first place. Right. So
yes, and I'm saying that when they were
listen, how does being Caribbean end up to you ending up selling out Africans?
You're not getting it. I'm saying at the beginning, when they were when they collected the people from Africa, or when they were being traded, the people that were trading their own people were not Christians, they were African spiritualists. The people that sold their own people into to white people and to Arabs.
They never sold their own people though. They sold captures of war.
Is that what you call it? You call your ancestors. You call your ancestors captures of war.
What are you talking about? I call my ancestors captures of war. How does that even make sense? Right, I'll tell you what it would be. It would be more likely Reggie sold Volley. Yeah, because
you would have sold me.
Listen to this. Wait. Listen to what makes more sense. Yeah, the people that stayed on the mainland for longer were more likely making deals with the people that fucking got sold out of the mainland.
And I'm saying the people that were making deals were not Christian because we were not Christian at that point. You guys, it's very simple. It's a very simple point I'm making.
Is that what you want to say? Yeah. So the first when listen, the King of Congo, the King of Congo converted to Catholicism, and Portuguese and Congolese. That was the slave. That was the kicking off of the slave trade. Like Shakira read out yesterday, the man from Congo was sending letters to the King of Portugal saying that they didn't. They only wanted education. They didn't want nothing to do with a slave trade or whatever. And the people that you're sending here to give us education on Christianity are violating the terms that they had come here for. So was that an African spiritual system, or was that Christianity that sold them up?
That's in Congo, but that depends if you subscribe to the
because that's in Congo. It doesn't matter then, yeah.
I'm not saying
slaves that come from Yorubaland only. Is that your only?
I'm talking about slaves that came. Because obviously Nigeria's got a very big population, but a lot of the people from West Africa were Muslims and African spiritualists during the slave trade. It's only when they became captured and enslaved, and then, like you guys always talk about, beating into them, that's when they became Christian. But before that, they were Muslim and they were African spiritualists, and they were trading their own people into slavery. Why is it so hard for people to understand?
Reggie, are you trying to say that the slavery practice that was practiced within West Africa was the same that was practiced amongst the Arabs?
Oh, so now you're gonna make the good bad slavery?
No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that at all. My question is that okay? So, can you show me, because you're homeland.
Brandon, bring up the what's his name? Is it Alfonso? I can't remember, man. What's the King of Congo, or is it the Prince of Congo?
The one that got converted. Yeah.
Yeah. What's his name?
The one that got converted by the Portuguese. 1 second.
What's his name? The same thing happened with the Ibibio people. Yeah, that's close to your land, isn't it? The Ibibio people. The same thing happened with the Ibibio people and the Portuguese, and the Portuguese Catholics as well. They was trading with them.
But I've already said that many times, Belly. We've already conceded that some were Christian as well, but that's a minute. We know that the mainstream Christianity.
No. You just said just now that it was only African spiritual systems and Muslims that was selling slaves.
No, I wouldn't say that. I would say that
You said that the only time that the Christians were doing it is when they had it beaten into them, as we say.
The European Christianity that you guys have been hammering about all throughout the night was obtained whilst we were enslaved.
We haven't actually talked about you.
Before that.
I've let Shaka do his thing with you.
You have to be honest. Yeah, that's right. That is right.
Before that, your African spiritualists, the atheists, and the Muslims were the ones predominantly.
Wait, hold on. You saying the atheists now? You see, man.
Yeah, Ricky got a ass no, bro.
Niggas gonna start me back.
But this Brothers, bring up the bill, man. I tell you what, yeah, Shakara
Yeah, the
and
king of
brothers,
the king of kingdoms.
bro. That's what it is. You man need to stab hard, bro, and crunch bones. That's why G Block is undefeated, cuz when we do our thing, we crush bones, cuz we don't be soft on man. Yeah, you man want to be softer, man, and be touchy, and kick gloves up, man. We take gloves off and box out teeth, cuz. You get me? So,
Hey, Valley, it's Brad G Block.
Man. You get me? What's your brothers?
It's Brad G Block.
Brothers, cock that gun, bro.
It's G Block.
Yeah, I am. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
You got an L, man.
You traded, man.
No, I want to know the L I got though. That's the thing. It's like
I'm them kind of bad at G Block.
Urza, please, Urza. Language.
Put him on the substantial.
Come on, speak English, man. That's what you sound like. Now, 1991, King Nzeto converted to Christianity and urged the Congo nobility and peasant classes to follow suit. The very degrees of the Congo kingdom remained Christian for the next 200 years. Scholars continue to dispute the authenticity of the Congolese Christian faith and the degree to which the adoption of the new faith was motivated by political or economic realities. So, yeah.
Gangster block.
Yo, brothers, listen. Like I was trying to tell you about Alfonso I of Congo, converted to Christianity in 1491, one year before any European stepped foot into them in the Americas. So that conversion of Christianity was a knock-on effect to the slave trade. Are you dumb? You man, bro, step on man's face properly, bro. Don't let man live, cuz. Trust me, you have to crush man properly.
No, because I try to engage in conversation. I mean, like, so far. No, I had a guy in college. I knew a guy in school. I knew a guy in school. His name was Bob Strong. And the dude was an utter idiot. But he was like, I felt for him because he was fresh out the hood, didn't have much for his future. So, but
you ain't gonna win with Brad. You ain't gonna win with him.
Yeah, no, you got listen, man. You got to have that killer instinct, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. No, I like take out of Jacob. Take out of Jacob are two different types of African Americans.
Yeah, you got a boot off man's head. Yeah, don't feel sorry.
I just can't lower myself. I can't lower myself to be a nigga. I can never lower myself to be a nigga.
That's when the Gaza you got the sooner of the Gaza in them times there.
Hey, Belly, I gotta step off for a second, bro. I'll be back in about 15 minutes, man. Shit.
Just
that's what you say, bro.
Said you need to step the game. Kind of man.
I can't lower myself to act like a nigga. Though. I just can't. Just my only thing.
It's got smart voice, but it don't say nothing. Like it's just one bag of foolishness.
If you don't understand me, though. If you don't understand what I'm saying, of course, to an idiot, I would sound like an idiot.
I understand what you're saying, but you ain't saying nothing. That's the problem.
Hey, can we get back to the King James topic?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Brad, that's the easy dub right there, Brad. Like, I ain't got a laptop.
Yeah, no, I already looked it up. You can go to the National Archives. I mean, of course, Reggie's a theist too, so if Reggie could support his claim, that'd be cool. That King James was a black man. That's why the Dark Ages were known as the Dark Ages.
Yeah, no, that's only for the Israelites, though, brothers.
I know. I just wanted to show how an isolated dumbass survived.
Yeah, Reggie believes that African spirituality was one of the causes of the slave trade.
Not the
he might have a point, he might not still. But what I was trying to say is that he's basically trying to remove Christianity's blame and replace it with African spirituality. So you know what he's saying? African spirituality.
Wait, is Reggie from the Caribbean? Is he from the Caribbean or anything?
Europe, man. How you mean?
Oh, he's from the Europe. He was one of those African spiritualists that sold me into slavery.
That's what I said, bro. That's why
that he was one of the African spiritualists that sold me into slavery.
And the man that we're in Jamaica right now. You get me?
Yeah.
That's why
Reggie here.
This is anti-African. This is anti-African. You're not coming, man. What? Get me? When I say it, everybody's anti-African,
I
but
don't think
you
this is that. I don't think it's anti-African. If he's giving us a historical fact, it's
a historical fact, though, brothers.
That your people, that African spiritualists sold. So can you put that article? That has to be an article, bro. Let me see that. Let me read it.
It's an article.
What cult did it?
What cult?
Obviously, you're a man like I am, so you obviously know the different. You know the different variations of Ifa. You know that not every clan follows it the same. So show me like what clan.
We've already conceded, yeah. Look, like it's just basic maths. You've already conceded that we obtained Christianity, and I don't have to keep on repeating myself. We've already conceded that we obtained Christianity through the slave trade. Before that, you and Thing said, "Oh, what was we before? We need to realize what we was before." And now you know what we was before, and you know what we were, what we were doing. And before that, we were trading people. We were trading each other, and we traded our own into slavery under your system.
So and Christianity made it better for us. Then, so you're saying Christianity?
I'm not saying it made it. I'm not saying it better.
What's the point of bringing it up? Then?
Don't do a straw man. That's a straw man.
No, if slavery was there before Christianity. So should we just get rid of Christianity, African spirituality, and Islam then? Since
I'm just saying that it's just like you guys say, it's important for us to know the facts and our history.
But no, you're a Yoruba man. Wait, come on, Reggie. This is where I get irritated now, because you're a Yoruba man. You would know that culturally, Islam and Christianity would have been. No one would make a big fuss about it as long as it brings something positive. So how could if slavery survives the same? Unless you're just trying to attack like Shakara's argument, because culturally, it's we're Africans. Like at least Ifa is very inclusive. That's why if you look at Santeria incorporates.
So you're not going to condemn the enslavers who sold your people into slavery.
I can tell you right now, I can condemn the fact that during the Civil War, the Igbo used to sacrifice young warriors.
No, is that what you asked about young boys and sacrifice?
I can condemn that. I can condemn that.
Brothers, you have to concede that point, brother, and say you condemn any of the dons that was selling slaves.
Yeah, no, I was actually going to contribute to the evidence.
Man's going to keep bringing you back to that point, yeah, and something to hold you over the barrel with anytime you make a good point. Oh, but you didn't condemn the African slave traders that were trading the slaves. See, you know what I'm saying? Like for you to,
no, I was going to contribute to his argument. No, I can tell him bare things that are like fucked up. The Yoruba did how like the Oya used to show up and demand tribute and take like the population out. I condemn that too.
So your system as well had a hand in slavery. Maybe not as significant as Christianity and
okay,
Islam.
so it wasn't significant, but yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I can see because it took the kings had to engage in these wars that allowed prisoners of war to be taken. So yeah, I would agree.
So why is
Shakara so sad? Why Shakara got so much passion for certain things, but when it comes to slavery, but the others,
I'm DC Brad though. I talk to Shakara.
I understand, but he's your fellow spiritualist, and you've allowed him to run riot, talking a load of nonsense. Or not actually nonsense. Some of it is correct.
Reggie, you're a homegrown African. You should know more than me in this. You should know that individually.
I think I've made my case. I don't need to go on and on like some people on this panel, man.
What are you talking about? Why do you want to leave? Why do you not want to leave? You should know more than me.
Brandon, you're trying to catch a quick body, man. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Guys. You're trying to be friendly, you know. I tell you what it is, yeah. The English accent is putting man off, brother, making man think that man them are too friendly and stuff and all that. That's what it is. And then man switch and bait and catch a body on man, and
He's had crud today. That's what I'm saying.
You got the Reggie with the
How would you, man, sir?
He said it, Reggie sauce.
It's fake rage. That's what you call fake rage.
Shit.
Hanging on about particular. Anyway, when they come back.
Oh God, Reggie thinks he's bad now, isn't it? Bloody hell, blood.
I'm sure Shakira will come with a good defense tomorrow. He's probably listening now. He's compiling a list of.
Hey, you know what? No smoke with me right now.
Hey,
Reggie.
brothers, the other body I was giving Shakira, yeah, you might not be able to use that one on Reggie Still, man, but yeah.
Are you talking about the thing?
I gave you I gave you the beginning of the body though, man. The King Alfonso 1491, bro. That's a. What year did the slave trade start? The European slave trade, transatlantic slave trade start?
1550s.
Right, then you need to work, bro. Like, you know, the straps in your hand, B. You got gloves on, the mask on.
Was that by the Portuguese?
Christianity came first, and then slavery.
He needs a tutorial, fam. Quick man on some bench, man.
Was that by the was that conversion in the Congo? Was that by the Portuguese?
Yeah.
Really?
Hang on. Start again. I missed it.
Whoa, yeah, that's right. Christianity came, then the transatlantic.
But wasn't the Portuguese taking slaves like behind the Congolese back?
Behind the Congolese back until the Congo Don had to write to the man and say, "Yo, you man are taking the piss in our place. We just wanted education. We didn't want no slave trading."
Yeah.
So you guys hang on. So you guys have been lying when you say when you keep on saying Christianity came through slave trade. Which one is it?
No. Christianity came
and established the slave trade.
Yeah, Christianity came and started slaving from the get-go.
Yeah.
Via the Portuguese.
But wait, you're saying these tribes. Wait there. You're saying that these tribes that were traipsing man up all through the rainforest and all that, yeah, keeping us enslaved on the edge of the coast for months until the ships came here. You're saying that these men were Christians? Nah.
Yo. Can you hear me?
I'm saying the Portuguese came to Congo and converted them, man, bro, and started taking slaves.
Ez, you're talking about the Arabic slave trade. That preded.
Nah. Atlantic. I'm saying these people, the Africans that were going around enslaving other so-called Africans, yeah, traipsing them up to the coast and keeping them enslaved and in these forts and all that till the flipping ships came, yeah, to the shore. Are you telling me that them Africans who did the original slaving, yeah, those are Christians? That's what you're saying?
Which was the Congo?
Most of them were, yeah.
What part are you talking? Like, what are you talking about exactly, Ezra? Exactly, like what countries are you talking about?
Most of Africa, yeah, Ghana, Nigeria.
It wasn't the same across the whole like West of Africa.
On the West,
it's different.
But the West Coast one started with the inset of Congo. The transatlantic one did start with the Ghana, with the Congo thing that our man was talking about.
Exactly, bro. Wait, Ezra, where did most of them come from then? Tell me.
Okay, then what it was, yeah, is that European slave traders, European traders, yeah, just normal traders now, were going over there, yeah, and trying to trade normal stuff, but they wasn't allowing them to trade. They wasn't trading with them. So now, yeah, they've gone back and thought, you know what, we need to trade with them somehow. So they're bringing them guns and stuff, yeah, stuff that these men find relevant now. And now these men are telling them, you know what it is, fam? Like the Birmingham chain companies right by my yard, yeah, where they was building massive chains, chain. There's even a chain quarter, fam. There's in Birmingham we've got
there's jewelry quarters, chain quarters.
Birmingham for me.
Yeah, we've got jewelry quarter, gun quarter, we've got chain quarter, where all the chains are made. So what I'm saying is, these were not Christians.
Ez, we're talking about remember the Portuguese was the first ones, the first European.
One question, guys. Where did most slaves go to, innit? Say that, innit? Where did they mostly go to?
Brazil, yeah. They went Brazil.
And where did they come from Brazil? Congo.
From Congo.
Congo, right? And I'll tell you, Alfonso, he converted to Christianity in 1491, mate. Before they even started the slave trade. So what are you lot talking about?
Yeah.
Hey, brothers, let me talk you about Shaka real quick, yeah?
Yeah, just in the back. Go ahead.
It was a fucking Christian.
So hold on.
Sorry, pure Christian, you get me, bro?
1491.
I beg you that run.
91, yeah. Christopher Columbus even find America.
I beg you that run this other for me again, please. Like, run the whole schedule down again, yeah.
The argument is, yeah, I'm screaming that
that transatlantic slave trade onset was brought on by. Bruv, don't take it.
Valley, man, you're preoccupied. Do you want someone else to try and explain?
Yeah,
No, Reggie trying to say is that is spirituality, African spirituality, no Christianity involved. But that's bullshit.
Nah, you're lying.
Europeans and Christianity, man.
I just fucking told you, mate.
But are you saying though? Sorry, clarify the point that African spirituality was involved.
The point is that we were African spiritualists.
I know Christians, yeah.
Yeah, go on.
Let me finish it. Hetero, do you want to explain what I said? And then let me clarify.
I will. He tried to say it was all due to African spirituality and no fucking Christianity involved.
Okay.
Yeah, that don't make no sense. That don't make no sense.
Exactly, it doesn't. That's because that's not what I said. What I said is that we were African spiritualists. Before Christianity, mainstream Christianity came, and a lot of the people that were trading us were African spiritualists and Muslims, more so than Christians, because we obtained Christianity through the slave trade.
The biggest group were Christians that sold slaves.
Okay,
hold on. There's
two things there. The first thing is that you're presuming that in the beginning of the slavery period, that you're buying into the idea that it was basically the Africans that were just selling people. Yeah, is that am I assuming correctly?
I'm saying that the Africans that did. I don't believe that it was I don't subscribe to that point that most of it was down to people trading us. I think that there was a portion of
there was a portion of Africans who were selling people into slavery. Yeah, that's what you're saying.
There's a portion of Africans, and I'm saying that the portion that did were from the face of African spirituality, because that was the mainstream religion in Africa.
Right. Okay, let's
Islam.
Right. Let's go into this now. And you know what? I would say from the outset that there's elements of there is truth in what you just said. Yeah? Let's break it down.
Yes. So as you see that my point is different. You can see my point is different. It's different from what hetero. It's different from what hetero.
Reggie, let's have a sensible conversation about this though. Yeah, let's try and have a sensible conversation about it, right? So what hetero is saying is absolutely correct. Yeah, that the Makonga Empire I shouldn't say the Makonga Empire. The royalty in the Makonga Empire adopt Christianity in the 1400s, and they begin to send some of their subjects, in particular nobles, to all right, come, let's finish now. No more, no, stop. Okay, it done now. All right, good boy. All right. Sorry, where was I up to?
40s.
Yeah. Right. So they convert. And they begin sending some of their subjects to the Rome and Portugal to learn. You know what I'm saying? The thing.
Well, no, but Shakara is simple, mate. Just think about it. Where did most slaves get sent to?
Well, yeah, I know where you're going with this. Brazil and
where did they mostly come from?
The Portuguese. Yeah. But bear in mind,
Portugal. They're all Christians. That's the point.
Yeah, but
most
slaves
were Portuguese. They were mostly Christians. That's the end of it.
Sorry, can I say it's not that most slaves were sent to Brazil. It's that Brazil had the highest population of enslaved Africans. If that makes sense. Yeah.
And the most that got imported, isn't it?
Definitely. Go and do your research, Hetero, man. Go and do your research.
I know.
No Christians involved.
Relax and take note.
This is what I'm trying to say is let's have a sensible conversation in it, because otherwise it's going to be stupidness in it. And I know man them enjoy shipping this certain time in it, but please, right? What's it called? Stop! You don't mash up my book. One to you, sure. Sorry, people forget discipline certain time in it. Yeah. What am I saying? You can't play with the book themselves, son. What happened to you? All right, go find something to play with. All right, come take the buckle. Yeah. All right. What am I saying? Yeah. So So the Portuguese
begin to hold on to the people in the brothers in the Congo are selling them. Yeah. Now, bearing in mind that a lot of the people in the Bakongo Empire were against this conversion, and the empire was in contention with its people in relation to this conversion. So, because Christian laws were being passed, people were being arrested. From my understanding, for contravening some of the laws. Right now, it was a practice that the Americas kind of gets flooded by. And Australia kind of gets flooded by Europeans because of the fact that they sent a lot of their criminals, off to work and them kind of things there. And so two factors: that factor, the criminal factor, and the war factor, contributed to creating enslaved bodies for Europeans. Bearing in mind that Africans had systems of slavery that were not chattel slavery prior to the Europeans coming. And so prisoners of war and so on and so forth, excess of labor, blah, 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 were all up and involved in this. When the Portuguese come on the west coast of Africa, initially they're not dealing in enslaved bodies. They're dealing in other types of trade. They attempt to kidnap some people. They are fought off to a significant degree, and they come back with a different kind of trading vibration in mind. And what's happening in West Africa at the time is that with the fall of the Songhai Empire, Muslims had consolidated themselves into a system whereby slavery was dependent upon being a Muslim or not being a Muslim. So it was lawful for non-Muslims to be enslaved. And as a result, this created a lot of wars as well. And prisoners of war.
There we go.
And prisoners of war.
I don't get your point. You're going on some long-winded. What's going on?
I don't know why people are.
Hetero goes. Let him carry on. Hetero, why are you getting so? I think they want to
It's a monologue, innit? It's fucking long, innit? Like, it's a little.
Yeah, that's it.
Man, we're done, innit? Fine, it's cool, innit? Because I'm not.
No, check her out. We were listening to you, man.
I kind of say, when it comes to these conversations, I'm not really interested in a tit for tat. Like, I'm just not in it. So if I wanted to say, nah, man, that rare, like it's you, man, that was, I can do all that. Like, man can do that.
Check her out. You know,
stuff I read you right now, bro. Come on.
Man can do all that, but it's just like that's not my vibe, innit? So if that's what you got, and you can do that.
No, I'm happy. I think we were going on the right track.
You know what, brothers? Let me just
You might as well log off, buddy.
I've got some delay here. Let me just read this here. Right. I'll post it in the chat as well. Yeah. Slavery was a very important part of Islamic expansion.
Name your source, please, Ezra. Name your source, please.
PJmedia.com. Yeah. And I got others saying the same thing as well. So I'll post some. Yeah. Slavery was a very important part of his Islamic expansion into West Africa. Yeah. In fact, in Sudan, and from the very earliest period of Islamic penetration of Africa, slavery was a very endemic part of Islamic interaction with Africa. And in West Africa, the jihad period of the 18th century involved massive slave raiding.
Why are you deflecting, bro? Talking about Islam again, man. It's about Christianity, man.
We're talking the facts, innit? Like, we're talking the facts.
Yeah, but it's not slave trade when Muslim, it was Christianity, isn't it?
Like, stop being defensive.
Every time you talk about this topic, Hetero wants to bump in. Do you want to talk, Hetero? Do you want to monitor?
I'm barely on these panels, bro. Allow gassing out, mate.
But every time someone comes into
I'm fucking here just now.
Why the Muslims always want
to? He's saying shit. He's saying
you need to sit back and learn, Hetero, mate. You need to
learn what?
I'm just gonna start again now, so won't do it next time. Get this.
Hey, someone translate this Burmese guy, bro. I don't know what he's saying, man.
Shut up. Slavery was a very important part of Islamic expansion in West Africa, and in fact, in the Sudan, and from the very earliest period of Islamic penetration of Africa, slavery was a very endemic part of Islamic interaction with Africa. And in West Africa, the jihad's period of the 18th and 19th centuries involved massive slave raiding and slave trading. And many of the slaves that were captured and sold and sent to the transatlantic slave trade were captured by Muslims. Most of these were doing the slaving. Most of those who were doing the slaving at the time were Muslim communities.
Well, even in Congo, yeah? Muslims were in the Congo, yeah?
You just picked about one part of Africa.
That's where they came from. That's the point you don't know, bro. That's what you don't get.
That's where.
Bro.
No, but in all fairness, what you just read was about the what was the last part? What you read again? He said the 18th and 19th centuries, right?
Yeah.
Right. So, and I was trying to, and all that you just read is correct. Yeah. There's no.
But you know what it is, right there. But like, because I've started from downwards. If the paragraph above, or 2 paragraphs up, it says here that even from the 7th century, the Christians in Spain and Portugal got it from living so close to the Muslims, because the Muslims had been invading Spain, yeah, and Portugal, yeah. Like, so that's where the picture is practically.
No, but we can't be silly. The reality is that slavery existed in the Christian world long before this period. Like, it was there under the Romans, and all manner of different people in Christianity were dealing with the slavery thing. So, like,
no. Hold on. Ezra's on point here. Hold on, Ezra's on full point.
Nah, you're all off point, man. You're all off point. The whole channel is lost, mate.
Hold on. Ezra, let me just add to that.
You're on a fucking book readers, bro.
Ezra, let me just add something to what you were saying. No conversation about transatlantic slavery can make any sense unless you understand the Portuguese and the Spanish relationship to how they were Christian.
The end of discussion. That's it.
We're having a conversation, you dumb little ape. Shut your mouth.
Beat him off, man. He's not
heterosapien. You're a bad. You're a homo sapien.
You want to bum Sunday, bro.
Get out of here, bro. We're trying to have a civilized conversation. Interrupting people. Shut your mouth, bro.
You want to say he's
trying to build as men, and you're trying to come in with your little homosexual thing. Stop your noise. We're building as men. Yeah, as I was saying, Ezra. Yeah, exactly. You brought in the right thing where, although I agree with Shakra, they did have slavery. But specifically relating to us, yeah, that Zanj thing, I keep telling people, do not take your eyes off of that, because that was so specific in how they had a pattern of our own people, teeth in our own people to sell to other people outside. That thing there was the example that the Portuguese and the Spanish and then the French and English and everyone else just followed it right from there. That's the exact example as Ezra.
In one ear out the other, man. What the fuck did he say? Like, anyways, it's Christian.
So hold on. Hetero said the majority. Hetero said the majority of the Africans that were enslaved came from Congo.
The largest amount. I didn't say the majority. I said the largest amount. The single largest empire that was involved was Congo, innit?
No, but he's not absolutely wrong when he says that. The Congo Empire.
I'm absolutely right.
And the massive, and the wars that it fought with neighboring people did create a lot of bodies for enslaved bodies for the Europeans. That's a fact. Like I don't know, man. I can't know that.
Did the majority of slaves
about different, like trying to prove that it's long, fam. Reality is, like the fact of the matter is, when I came on earlier, I said that what's his name was asking me questions. I blatantly said that it is a fact that African traditionalist social order and spiritual systems were corrupted to facilitate colonialism. That's a fact. Yeah, there was corruption rife. Yeah, in the colonial period in indigenous social and religious systems. That's a fact. Man, never gonna quit the thing. Yeah. I'm not making a point. I'm making a point here. That it's got at some point we got to get beyond just regular when it's gonna back our team. I never knew that they were defending Christianity in so vociferously. I'm shocked.
Shaka, let me read. Shaka,
these man got white Jesus.
Listen, the conversation's
Reggie
moved on.
fully disrespected African spirituality to make Christianity look squeaky clean today, bro. It's crazy.
Israel gets on his knees for that white Jesus in his bedroom.
Slavery in the West Coast.
Your mom gets on her knees from me.
Hold on. So, what time are you talking about?
Sorry, Inter, the point that I just made wasn't in relation to the slavery thing. It was more in relation to the fact that we have to accept. I as an African spiritualist and traditionalist, have to accept where corruption among traditional institutions facilitated the colonial process, and there were and people were a part of it. Even if I say, well, there's a difference between that and something else and whatever. This is what was taking place, right? And it's our responsibility.
Can I speak now, man? You're speaking for long, man.
Nah, we don't understand what you're saying, man. Let someone else speak.
Let me just read something, yeah.
We don't know what you're saying, mate.
Isa, this is backing up what you was just saying, yeah. And like, obviously, you never got a chance to get it out, but let's read it. And obviously, we're not talking about the Shias. We know who this is talking about. Islam's role in facilitating the transatlantic slave trade, which otherwise is almost always presented as an exclusively European enterprise. Slavery is, of course, as old as humanity. Centuries before the coming of Islam, Europeans, Athenians, like.
How old is humanity? How old is it?
Forget that. Shut up, man. Spartans, Romans. Shut up, man. Yeah. Centuries before the coming of Islam, Europeans, Athenians, Spartans, Romans were fully engaged in the slave trade. With the coming of Christianity, and it spread throughout the Roman and postmodern era. So we agree on that, but that's what Shaka and them are talking about. Yeah, we get that. Yeah. The institution of Islam.
Someone get this troll off, man. You should just be in the chat, Petra, man.
I'm gonna
just be in the chat.
Stupid right now. Just like for 5-10 minutes. Like, it's long. I ain't got time for this.
Right, it's your boy, man.
You've just been talking for how long, yeah? And I can't read like a couple sentences.
That's what I'm trying to say as well. It's like the man can't finish reading what he's saying. It's a dope business. Man ain't got a beat right there. Get me?
No, I don't know why he's doing. I don't know why he's doing this.
No, we all forced to be
people
on
just don't like to see
the
people building. You know, that's
I'm playing that.
Yeah.
They need to boot Petra off.
Listen, then Islam came. While hardly the first to exploit human flesh, it was the best at it, perfecting it and thriving on it in the post-classical, medieval, and pre-modern, and even modern eras. With untold millions of non-Muslims enslaved throughout the centuries, one source indicates that 15 million Europeans alone were slaved. You get me? And then it goes into talk about how the Portuguese, like, we know about the Moors going into Spain, yeah, and taking slaves. We know all that stuff. We know that, yeah. We know about what happened in Portugal, Sicily, all of these things. We get that, you get me? But all I'm saying is it starts from there, you get me? These people learned it from somewhere, you get me?
Allow that ballerina talk, man, bruv. We were talking about food mainly done the fucking Atlantic slave trade, and that's fucking Christians, isn't it? Damn, isn't it?
Well, there's no doubt about that. If we're talking about transatlantic, that's a Christian enterprise. There's no doubt about that.
You're missing the point. We're not talking about. That's such a simplistic way of putting it. We obviously know that the Europeans were involved. We're talking amongst the black people, and Hetero knows that, but he's just. I don't know why he's
no. Right. So this is what I was trying to. This is what I was trying to get at.
You're talking, Reggie. You're not really black.
This is what I was trying to get at before. So if I'm allowed
this
to
is the globalist.
if I'm allowed to finish, I thought you was friends still in Anti-Pan-African Union. Wagwan. The point is that with the fall of the Songhai Empire, by when Morocco invaded and so on and so forth. There was by then there had been a system in place whereby being enslaved became religious, and the African spiritualists or the traditionalists.
Christians.
Let me finish, bro. Yeah, no, we've already established that the Christian empire of the Congo. Yeah.
I know what I'm saying. You talking about now, Shaka. Why do you always deflect, fam? I'm saying the people you're talking about right there at the moment.
These Christian masters, yeah.
Just let him finish, bro. And then
can't need to make it.
No, let him finish.
Let him finish it.
What you're talking about? That's all. I just want to understand.
Ezra is a chawala.
Ezra, let him finish.
He can't.
If I'm making a point,
He can't help himself.
To ask me a question, I'm answering. I stopped saying what I'm saying to answer your question, and you're getting vexed, man. I don't understand.
No, I'm trying to. No, these lot are cutting in and acting like me trying to understand what you're saying is a problem.
There's two factors at play here when it comes to the transatlantic so-called slave trade. The first is that the Congo Empire converts to Christianity and therefore develops an allegiance of sorts with Portugal, where Portugal is the power in that relationship. Yeah, that's the first point. Okay, that destabilizes a significant amount of Central Africa because there are wars that are being facilitated within the empire and with the neighboring empires surrounding it because of that fact. Yes. Then now in West Africa, with the fall of the Songhai Empire, there is a bit of a power vacuum that is consolidated by the fact that there, among Muslims in West Africa, there is a sensibility that you are not allowed to enslave other Muslims, and not being a Muslim becomes a criteria for being enslaved. This creates a number of different wars, along with other fragmentations in along that period. For example, wars between or sometimes it wasn't war, the skirmishes and other kind of battles between Oyo and Benin or other groups of people. There's no centralized power among the traditionalists, and so captives of wars on all sides are being given to the Europeans, and that is traditionalists, that is Muslims, but obviously because of the centralization of the Muslim power in West Africa, the majority of that is Muslim.
Reggie's family.
So there you go. Anyway,
thank you. Reggie, having said that, yeah, to your point, as things go along, because remember, it starts to pick up pace in the 1600s and so on and so forth. By then, there are new empires that are being created in this environment, whereby the destabilization of the war of war and enslavement is a factor in how the empire is being built in general. So you have an empire like Dahomey, which consolidates itself in the 1600s when the enslavement process is basically institutionalized now and picking up speed. The king, the first king of Dahomey, who I'm forgetting, he gets involved in the thing in order to get guns from the people, from the French, I believe, yeah, at this time, yeah, to protect the nation, and he plans to outlaw the whole slavery thing at some point, but the thing runs away with him. He's never able to do that, yeah. And so Dahomey becomes this empire that is just built around protecting itself from slavery, and those who were around it suffered because of it. A similar thing happened with the development of the Ashanti kingdoms, yeah, and their relationships with others. So it's the same, that Shaka Zulu ethic. You know what I'm saying? Sign the dotted line, or you're not a part of the thing, you're subject to get done at it. You know what I'm saying? And so from a Pan-African perspective, this is why, one of the reasons why we promote Pan-Africanism, because of the fact that...
Can I respond?
You're Reggie, you might as well cancel your broadband subscription, mate.
Have you named yourself after a slave trader? Shaka Zulu?
No.
Okay, which Shaka you named after?
Reggie did, though. Reggie was Shaka name.
No, the Shaka Zulu was not a perfect individual, but and there was
is he a slave trader?
No.
Lies. All right, let's get it.
Maybe so. Like if I'm not, you know what I'm saying, but what I don't understand. It's like that
Reggie, pagan.
Yeah, I don't get it. I can't name myself Shaka, but what? Like there's all kinds of things.
I'm saying, you're gonna talk about Christianity being a slave trade and all of this nonsense, but you named after a slave.
You wouldn't have anything to say, so why you have a conversation? I don't.
It's like Muhammad Ali, isn't it? It's like Muhammad Ali.
I don't
understand. Why are you speaking so hard for your Christianity, Ezra?
Can I say this? Yeah. One needs to, what is the point? Sorry, let me clarify the point that you're actually making right now as well.
Shakara, let's stick to the combo, man.
No. I want to know the point that you know. Let me know the point that you know.
Let Reggie.
Robert Shakara. With the guys in the slave one, then.
No, seriously, I want to know the point that you know. Really.
What he's saying, let me just make it clear what he's saying. It's basically like this. He's saying.
I beg you, shut up, bro. Carrying you, man. The other guys are on it.
He's suggesting.
Petra's been drinking the white man's medicine.
He's suggesting Shaka was an enslaver, and have you named yourself after Shaka, the enslaver? Simple.
Okay. Find the evidence on Shaka being a slave trader, please, and I'll be willing to take it in.
Reggie follows the white man's religion.
Yes, Reggie.
Yeah, well, while he's doing that, you can see that Hetra is obviously here to just ad-lib and cause a bit of disruption while we're trying to talk about black issues.
Not really. I came across
he's probably been paid. He's probably been paid
you started talking about Muslims, you started talking about all this other shit. Right, literally. You are like fucking Christian defenders out here.
I think we'll be
you've been sent by Satan to come and disrupt.
I don't even know what Ed's saying, man. Yeah, like you want to just lost in it.
Shakara. Do you agree, Shakara, that let's say we go back to 1600 or 1500 or even 1400s? Do you agree that people that were practicing what you would call African spiritual systems were selling black people to whether it be mulatto Arabs or Portuguese or whoever? Do you agree that was part of their team?
Yeah, Reggie's ancestors, right?
Hold on, Shakara.
Look at this guy. He's just ad-lib, man.
Leave that. Ignore him. Shakara,
just ignore him. Just when he talks, just ignore him. Everyone just speak over him. Go on.
Shakara, there, brother.
Oh, feelings. Someone do that little hashtag feelings in the phone.
I'm going, bro.
Shaka,
Shakara.
are you there? You're not going to answer this one.
No, he might have went to get something, or he's waiting for everyone to be quiet or something. All right, Reggie. Let me get this right. Reggie, you're of the opinion that was the case, yeah?
Sorry, I didn't realize I'm of
the opinion.
Let me ask the question. Hold on, he's back.
No, I heard the question. I just didn't realize my mic was muted. Yeah, bro. I think I answered that in everything that I just said a while ago. That the on all sides of that whole dynamic when the Portuguese came, there were those who were given over their captives to the Portuguese. That's a fact.
Okay.
So is it safe to say that African spirituality also contributed towards the slave trade?
My days.
It would be true to say that there were those who practice African spiritual systems that engage in the slave trade. That would be true. But the distinction is made because of the fact that this was not in that case an article of faith. There was no designation among the African spiritualists to enslave those who didn't believe in what they believe in, to consolidate power along traditionalist lines against other groups of people in the name of a god or a religion. So when we speak about it's very important to understand that when we talk about the role of a religion in slavery, it is to the extent to which the religion itself facilitated the enslavement process. That doesn't take place in all situations in history. Even in nations where there are slavery, the motivation or justification or implication is not always religious. And so the difference made there.
All right, let me come with this now. Watch this, Shakara. Do you agree when it comes to African spiritual systems?
Yes, sir.
And they're nature-based, meaning that the human mind and consciousness and decisions
stop.
contribute to what constitutes an African spiritual system.
Yes.
Therefore, it can be added to or edited out at any point in time that, let's say, the collective agree or the leaders agree, correct?
Not necessarily. So when you're dealing with a social system, right? So let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. Yeah, I use an example of one of my favorite novels, and it's called The Healers. Yes, by I. Kriyama. And so, sorry, can I just acknowledge from the outset that throughout times in African spiritual systems, there have been levels of corruption, yeah, and selloutery that has contributed to the destruction of our people. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, priesthoods were corrupted, and priesthoods were corrupted partly because of the development of monarchies. Yeah, and allegiance to those monarchies via priesthoods and facilitated certain things. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, there's no doubt about that.
Hold on, let me.
One second.
Let me just, because you just added that bit there, yeah, and you and others criticize the so-called Abrahamic faiths for having their things to be fixtured in a book and it don't change, etc.
No, bro. But I mean, that's sorry. From my perspective, that's a battle for you lot to fight. What I'm saying.
No. Hold on. I'm coming back at you now. In
Yes.
relation to you just introduce your thing, yeah. African spiritualists don't have it as an article of faith to conquer. That was your introduction to what you were going to say.
Yeah. That's a fact.
Fine. So I'm saying after what you just said there, where
Yes.
you're putting an introduction again to say, well, in history there have been priests who maybe have bent the rules to fit the king or whatever.
I'm not saying maybe. I'm saying definitely. It's a fact.
No. That's fine. That's fine. What my point is now is because we have, let's say, our fixed book. It says what it says. Yeah.
Yes.
And you lot will boast about the fact that you don't have no fixed book. Your
Yes.
thing maybe can evolve and do this and do that.
Most there.
Here's the problem,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
It can also evolve to fit how you want it to fit, i.e., if the priesthood are bent one way or the other to fit the king, whether to enslave or conquer or do whatever, and it will still be legitimately African spiritual systems.
So yes, but again, this is like I've said this before. There's no veil. Okay, the African spiritualist system doesn't claim to have the unadulterated word of God. Yeah. So because of that, imperfection, and you know the funny thing is, I was having a conversation with a group of African spiritualists the other day, and I was saying, and I brought up this idea of perfection, yeah, within the religion or spiritual system, and they said that it's nonsense. Like none of us would be as that arrogant, and there's no record of that in history whereby any spiritual system would present itself to have developed the perfected understanding of creation and nature in that kind of way that it could be flawed. Yeah.
Hold on. Apart from Islam, who else says that, though?
So
apart from the Islam and the Quran, brother, who says that? Because I'm saying I don't know of the Hebrews, let's say, putting it in that kind of way. I know us as Muslims, people say, yeah, the Quran is the best, and the Quran challenges you.
But there's no Christian that wouldn't tell you that the Bible is not the word of God, for example.
No, when you add this word perfected word, because the Christian, for instance, they will say that the gospel writers were inspired. So but ours is literal. We're saying the angel recited those exact words. That's different.
I'm using the word. I'm using the word perfected. You could use another word if you want. I'm prepared to substitute for another word. I'm just saying that I don't know Christians that consider the word the Bible to be fallible. Just what I'm saying, yeah. To the extent that God speaks in the Bible and Jesus speaks in the Bible, this is perfection, yeah. And so if you take all of it together, that they would consider this to be the word of God. I doubt anybody would call the word of God anything but perfect. Okay.
But you can't say that that's any different than when you're coming with the Medunetta and the decisions of the oracles, bro.
Yes, I can, because the Medunetta is not considered to be the infallible word of God. There's no concept like that in the Medunetta. Yeah, the Medunetta, the Odu, for example, the Odu Ifa, the closest thing that you get to a sacred text in the Ifa tradition is the words of ancient elders and divine spirits. Yeah, it's not the word of Oludumare. Right? You see what I'm saying?
Listen, when it says first spoken, whatever it is, and they're doing what do you call it? The Pertemeheru, however it was, whatever they considered.
All right, can I ask a question? Can I ask a question? Is there one text here that is considered to be the Medunetta?
No. What I'm saying to you is the answer is no. But what I'm saying to you is, hold on. I'm saying to you, there are aspects where it was used, and I'm saying out of the process of that speech or that ritual, what came from there was considered to be revelation. Do you understand?
But revelation is one thing. The point is that revelation is a process, and I don't know of any spiritual system that would consider the process to have ended at any particular point with the creation of any text. There's no Meginetta as a complete body of work that anybody says this is it. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
No, bro, hold on. You keep going to that's it. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying whenever it came, hold on. I'm saying whenever it came to the people, whether it was 2 pages or 100 pages, and they said, well, there may be another 1,000 left. I'm saying whatever was there at the time, that was considered to be the divine word that they must go by.
But divine again. Not all of it. Not
Yeah,
all.
you man chatting shit. What are you not talking about right now, man? What's going on?
Shut your stupid mouth, bruv.
No, makes sense, guys, man. What's going on? Come on.
No,
really, we can't have nothing here, bruv. Seriously.
Talk about Muhammad the pedophile. What are you on about?
Lord,
shut up, man.
Yeah, fix up, man.
All right. Shakara.
Not all divine words are the same, bro. You wouldn't compare the Quran and the Bible to the teachings of Buddha. Like you wouldn't do that. They're two completely different things. In fact, in some ways, you wouldn't even compare the Bible to the Quran.
No, I agree. The point I'm making, listen to what I'm saying. You keep looking at the comparison from an academic study. I'm talking about in relation to the people and the culture, the influence on the minds of those people. So, for instance, if to a Buddhist, the text written by some Dalai Lama of whatever, how many hundreds of years after Buddha, was considered in his mind equivalent to the Quran to a Muslim, then that's the influence it had. Likewise, the priest in Kemet that said he consulted the oracle of Tahuti or whatever else, and he came with something. I'm saying the influence to the people. So likewise, when somebody consulted the Ifa and they gave a legislation and said, right, according to the output or the outcome of our divination that we've done on this sacred day, I'm saying that there becomes a divine word. So my point.
I'm not denying divine word. I'm not denying that at all.
But this is where it stands. Hold on. This is the bit where you went left, right? Is that you were trying to divorce the enslavement and the treatment of people from the African spiritual system. And I'm
actually not. I'm saying
your whole religion is left, man.
I'm categorically saying that because of the fact, that the African spiritualist it claims it's a communal thing. Yeah. So in effect, the spiritual system will reflect the state of the community. You know what I'm saying?
Shakara, everyone can say, hold on. Did everyone hear Shakara say, what was it? Something like there's a difference between the spiritual system and what African spiritualists, I think, or practitioners of African spiritual systems do. Did he say something like that?
I don't make that claim, but what I'm categorically saying, with the example that I didn't finish making, right? With the example that I didn't get to finish making, is the fact that when you look at in the book The Healers, Ikrama, he draws this distinction between he's basically slating the royalty in West Africa at that time, okay, and he caricatures the priests, of the traditions, who cling to power, okay. He does this, and he differentiates, and then but he calls them priests. There's another group of people that stay far from power. They're herbalists, they're healers. They play the function of the traditional healers, so to speak, but they're divorced from the rest of the society because they're not about what the rest of the society has come about at the time. Both of these two people are claiming to be of the tradition of the people.
Hey, can I ask one question though? You know, all these countries that do all this stuff you're not talking about, why are they all shitholes? Like, why are they all fucked up?
Because of people like you. There you go.
Anyway, I don't follow it though. You lot are the ones following it.
If you're attempting,
is a matter of
people like Veli let people like you in there. That's why. If people like Veli let people like you in there.
It's the whole point of this conversation, is to get one to accept that those who practice indigenous African spiritualist systems were involved, yeah, and collaborated, and you know what I'm saying, all them kind of things there, then I have no argument for that. Yeah, I'm not gonna totally negate the reality of what has taken place.
But Shakara, African spirituality got Africans enslaved for 500 years, so kind of didn't work.
This is the point. Well, and this is the point. So
technically, sorry to interrupt you, Shakara. Technically, African spiritual systems didn't. It was Christianity, technically. If you
if one led before the other, then it's all to blame.
No, my only point is, for example, is to the extent that but let me say, for example, to the extent that, let's say, for example, the Dahomey Kingdom was involved in whatever they was involved.
Everyone's giving Africans L's, bro. When are they gonna fix up, lad? You know what are we doing right now? Let's change it up, lad. Let's switch it up, innit?
I accept that the Dahomey Kingdom were not Christians or Muslims, like as a state religion. I accept that.
Yo, Shaka. Okay, then you know the Zulus like are mainly African spiritualists, innit? Yeah.
Well, I'm being told that they're Hebrews, but yeah.
Shaka, you can't ever just speak tactics. Why can't you just speak straight, man?
But I am being straight, bro. How am I not being straight?
You don't believe what you're being told. You don't believe what you're being told. What do you believe? Get me? So they are African spiritualists, then, innit?
Ezra, I just said it. If you were listening, I said, well, now I'm being told that they're Hebrews, but yes, I'd agree with you. They are spiritual.
Okay, according to you, they're African.
Did you hear me say that? Did you hear me say that? Did you hear me say that?
Yeah. According to this, the Zulus, were major traders in ivory and slaves themselves.
To who? To who?
Yo, Ezra, get your ass from pump, man, bro. Calm down, man.
To the cave colonists, who came to Port Natal in 1835.
Yep.
Now,
in what year?
1835.
Okay.
Okay, what now?
I thought you were probing the idea of Shaka.
Now, okay, then. Now, this is just the Zulu. Now, this is the African spiritualist Zulus that you're claiming.
Right.
Yeah. So, according to this, like African spiritualists, were selling slaves in 1842, and to 1835.
Yeah.
So okay, but I'm
Hebrews doing then. What Hebrews doing? Getting caught all day.
No, but man is just. You're making points that actually complement what the things I've been saying the whole time I've been on since this episode. So, yeah.
Hebrews are just out there slipping all day.
So African spiritualists were selling slaves to the Cape colonists. Okay, so there we go. So when everyone can get off their high horse now, the Muslims done it. The African spiritualists done it.
Basically, all religions have been linked to slavery.
It's a high horse thing. So in order to and by the way, first and foremost, from an African spiritualist perspective and a Pan-African perspective, again, and I started saying this before, all right, but I'll put this in there now, because I was cut, But this whole narrative that we're dealing with at the moment, among the Pan-Africanist narrative, is one of the reasons why we call for Pan-Africanism, because it is said that one of the reasons why this process of enslavement was allowed to be facilitated is because of the fractions and the disunity that existed among us. It's entirely because of these realities. Now, the fact
but Europe was fractured and didn't get enslaved by Africans.
The fact of the matter is, if one wants to compare,
open close quotes, enslaved each other.
If one wants to compare,
but not on a scale of what they did to Africa.
Yeah, I know, because it was commercial reasons. You guys couldn't work enough.
It was because they were following all these what Shakara and Ezra are talking about all day, instead of like building themselves up military wise.
The fact that we have,
they were talking about sky daddies and spirits and
is because
all
we worked harder, could tolerate more than the Asian and Caucasian counterparts. That's a fact, scientific fact. Come on.
No, but no one wants to talk military. Like they don't want to. It's nothing. There's no talk of that. It's always this spiritual shit, religion. Muhammad did this, Jesus done that. Like that's how Africans get enslaved so easy, bro. Like
you just don't know where to look.
Man is just talking about sky daddies all day.
Well, that is the title of the show.
So what?
The
The
title is about God of the Bible. So why are you gonna jump on a a show talking about God? When the title is God.
Yeah, we're mocking your God. That's the whole point of the show. But you fully, you're in love with this guy daddy. And that's nothing for you, but enslaved you, put you in prison for crimes you didn't commit. It's like shit. Like, but you're just following him for the rest of your life, wishing that when you die, you go to a better place. That's why Africa's fucked. You know, just the priorities are fucked up, man. Fix up, man.
Hetero, did the same sky daddies do the same type of bullshit to their Caucasian followers? When they were believing in Odin and Zeus, they didn't even have fire. They had to use the revelation of fire, justifying it on one man being craftier than God. And they were abused before then. Then you have, what's the box? Fucking Pandora's box, which they used to justify.
Yeah, well, let's be honest, 2020, where would you rather live, Europe or Africa?
No.
Let's be honest.
You wanted to talk about spiritualism.
Where would you rather live, Europe or Africa? That's all I got to say.
No.
2020, where would you rather live?
You're not making any sense.
Europe or Africa?
To trigger, but you have.
That's my point. I think we all live in Europe right now, not Africa.
So the idea of African spiritualists being on their high horse because they challenge the Abrahamic imposition.
Typical Shakira's gonna miss exactly everything I said. Pretend I didn't say that.
Man, stop interrupting. What's wrong with this flipping guy, blood?
I'm trying to progress you. I'm trying to be a progressive guy.
Have you primitive eight, man? Stop your flipping noise, bruv. You can't progress nowhere, man.
Hey, but Hetero, where are you from?